Ming, unwilling to be controlled by fate, fights against destiny's grasp. Life and death are governed by fate. Kala, kala, kala. It was hard to tell what this sound was, but it seemed to penetrate the body and rush into the soul, causing one to shiver in the cold, snowy night. The desolate north wind wailed through the world, and flurries of white snow danced in the wind, fragmenting the sky, layer upon layer, covering the earth. From a distance, it looked like a silver-clad expanse, barren and desolate. This was not deep night, just dusk, but the dimness of the sky felt as heavy as night, pressing down on the heart, making it hard to breathe. On that silver ground, a massive silhouette could be seen, a grand city. As if a giant beast loomed over the center of the city, stood a towering altar shaped like a seven-pointed star. Entirely black, piercing the clouds, standing majestically amidst the raging wind and snow. The wailing wind that blew over the altar mixed with the kala sound, spreading into the distance, carrying a primitive ruggedness, evoking a unique resonance. Is there still hope? Is there? A hoarse murmuring voice drifted from the altar in the wind and snow, blending with the gusts, becoming indistinct. Below the altar, countless figures clad in cloaks stood silently. From a distance, there appeared to be hundreds of thousands of them, men and women alike, surrounding the altar in a dense mass. Though they were motionless, a fervor seemed to rise within them, as if they would give everything for a single word from the person on the altar. The snow intensified. Since you let me see, there must be hope. But where is the hope? The hoarse voice from the altar was filled with bitterness, steeped in sorrow, lingering in the air. In the sky, no more snow fell. All the snowflakes had gathered to form a massive, snow-colored dragon. And as soon as the dragon took shape, it let out a mournful wail, a piercing sound that shook the hearts of all who heard it, as if they were being torn apart by the noise. A shocking torrent of blood seeped from the snow dragon, quickly enveloping its entire body, transforming it into a blood dragon. It let out a shrill roar, struggling to propel itself violently into the sky, like a shooting star piercing the heavens, seemingly aiming to break open a hole in the sky and reveal a glimmer of hope. Just as it was about to shatter completely, the hundreds of thousands of silent figures below the altar all clasped their hands in a gesture of prayer, bit their tongues, and spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing upwards like a sea of blood, heading straight for the collapsing blood dragon, merging with it and easing its collapse, propelling it even higher into the sky. As the blood dragon soared higher and higher, it captivated everyone's gaze, but just then, the blood dragon suddenly trembled violently, letting out a fierce roar that echoed for thousands of miles before it could no longer prevent its body from shattering, turning into countless blood-red snowflakes that fell to the ground, dyeing the earth red, like a river of blood. That moment, as the blood dragon shattered, a voice completely different from its mournful roar emerged from its mouth. Shang, Shang. At the very top of the altar, in the center, sat an old man in a purple robe. His face was lined with wrinkles and covered in brown spots. He murmured while opening his eyes, but they were dull and devoid of light, clearly indicating he was blind. In front of him lay a complete spine, radiating a ghostly white glow, and in his right hand, he held a stone tablet, resting it on the 13th vertebra. His hollow eyes stared silently at the sky for a long time before he sighed deeply. Tell King Yu, I have done my best. As he spoke, his right hand holding the stone tablet moved again, rubbing against the eerie spine, producing a ka-cha sound as it dispersed into the distance. His figure appeared desolate, merging with that sound, emanating a sense of sorrowful solitude and decline. The barbarian prince of the Great Yu dynasty, the world I see, you cannot see. You cannot see. Hope. Chapter 1. Ming. The mountain is a green mountain. The youth had clear features, but his slender frame gave him a slightly frail appearance. He wore a small shirt made of animal skin, and around his neck hung a circle of white crescent beast bones. His hair was somewhat messy, casually bound with a grass rope. He sat there, holding a scroll made of more than 10 pieces of animal skin glued together, reading it with great interest, shaking his head. The barbarian tribe has ancestors who opened the sky and created humans, leaving their legacy to this day. Those who hold the barbarian way are called barbarian warriors, capable of flying to the sky, moving mountains and seas. They have the barbarian patterns that reach the heavens and can pluck the sun and moon stars. As the youth read, he sighed. Without the barbarian body, how can one become a barbarian? Barbarian warrior. Barbarian warrior, Ming. You can only gather herbs and become a common healer in the tribe. Dreaming of becoming a refined barbarian warrior is a distant hope. The youth mocked himself, putting down the animal skin scroll and gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, he had read this scroll countless times, if not word for word. He was not far from it. The sky seems round, the earth seems square, as if boundless, as if endless. Ming murmured, his mind imagining the world within the scroll. Unbeknownst to him, the sky was gradually darkening, and in the distance, it seemed there were dark clouds hovering at the horizon. The mountain wind carried a hint of moisture, rustling through the leaves and grasses on the mountain, making a swishing sound. The moment he saw the dark clouds in the sky, Ming suddenly perked up. Grandpa's prediction is indeed accurate. There really is a dragon's saliva today. Ming's eyes sparkled with brightness as he quickly stood up, stuffing the animal skin scroll into his bosom, grabbing a woven basket beside him and slinging it onto his back. With a swift motion, he deftly grasped a nearby grass rope and began climbing towards the mountain peak. From a distance, this frail youth seemed to unleash an incredibly resilient strength, leaping like a monkey, covering over 10 zhang in just a few bounds. At this moment, Ming climbed even faster, almost as if at the moment the dark cloud spread, he had already reached a position about several dozen zhang from the mountaintop. There a large, protruding rock stood, seemingly formed by nature, hollow inside, with countless fist-sized holes. The overall shape of this rock resembled the head of a giant python coiled around the mountain peak. Under the rock, there were sharp, fang-like spikes that looked alarming and peculiar, almost suspended in the air, making it difficult to climb past unless one could fly. Ming grasped the rope with his left hand, while his right hand took out a small bottle from the woven basket on his back, biting it with his mouth, slowly shifting his body to move several zhang away from the strange rock, causing the rope in his left hand to tilt. He then pressed his 5 fingers against the mountain wall, his body close to it, raising his head to gaze at the dark clouds in the sky, his eyes bright and unwavering. After a moment, the dark clouds covered the top, and the sound of thunder roared, deafening and overwhelming, as the fierce wind swept through the mountains, as if they were about to be uprooted. Ming, with his fingers gripping the mountain wall, felt his fingers turning white, but remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the sky, revealing a resilient determination. The wind grew stronger, shaking the grass and trees of the mountain, the sound resembling the roar of a giant beast, as countless dry branches and leaves were swept up into the air, swirling around, filling the sky with a flurry of foliage. Even some large pieces of dead wood and small animals were caught up and flung away in the swirling wind, their shrill cries drowned out by the howling of the wind. In the midst of the howling wind, Ming held on for a short while, as the entire sky was completely covered by dark clouds. Amidst the thunder, torrential rain poured down like beans, and in that instant, the whole world seemed to turn into a realm obscured by a curtain of water. The rain fell continuously, growing heavier and heavier. Ming still clung tightly to the rope soaked by the rain, pressed against the mountain wall, allowing the rain to drench his entire body, remaining motionless as he stared at the oddly shaped stone beneath him, which resembled a beast with fangs. It was unclear how much time had passed. The rain continued to intensify, and the world was shrouded in a mist of rain. The fang-like rock that Ming was fixated on slowly began to ooze a black liquid under the relentless downpour. The black liquid mingled with the rainwater, forming a stream that flowed downward. Ming watched this scene, his eyes lighting up with joy, yet he remained still until the black liquid gradually diminished, ultimately turning into a golden flash. Ming's eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly released his grip on the rock, and as his body slid down, he swiftly took out a small bottle from beside his mouth with his right hand. The rope he was holding with his left hand was already tilted, and at that moment, as he let go with his right hand, his whole body swung down rapidly, hurtling towards the protruding fang-like rock. However, at that moment, a series of sharp hisses suddenly erupted. About 4 or 5 black centipedes, each as thick as an arm and half a foot long, emerged from the numerous fist-sized holes in the strange stone, viciously lunging at Su Ming, who was suspended in midair. Su Ming was not surprised at all. Almost the instant the centipedes appeared, he immediately released his left hand from the rope and plummeted down at high speed, evading the attacks of the centipedes. Xiaohong. Su Ming was rapidly descending through the air. The fierce wind struck him like a knife, instantly stiffening his body. Although he had avoided the centipedes, he knew that if he fell, he would immediately become a pile of flesh. Yet he did not panic. A red figure suddenly shot out from the cliff beside him, clutching a rope and heading straight for Su Ming. In an instant, it reached him and grabbed hold of Su Ming. The red figure was a small red monkey, baring its teeth but with a lively glint in its eyes. The man and the monkey landed on the cliff wall, where Su Ming had previously studied, and Su Ming's eyes revealed a sense of urgency as he quickly stowed away the small bottle he had been holding on to. Xiaohong, we need to run fast. I stole too much dragon saliva this time. Hey, what do you have in your hand? Su Ming asked, noticing that the little monkey was holding a small piece of dark, shiny debris. The little monkey immediately showed a wary expression, hiding the piece behind it and letting out several hisses. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Su Ming said no more and quickly took a few steps forward, leaping down and grabbing onto the ropes, flying downwards rapidly with the little monkey behind them. The shrill hissing grew louder as several black centipedes swiftly chased up the cliff, resembling dark lines sliding downward, relentlessly pursuing them. This isn't the first time we've escaped like this. Those centipedes don't dare come down the mountain, so stop pretending to... As usual, I'll give you a small share of the dragon saliva. Su Ming spoke in a lazy tone while fleeing rapidly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little monkey's face lit up with joy, clearly indicating that everything prior had been an act. Both Su Ming and the monkey were extremely familiar with the mountain, and for some reason, the centipedes seemed reluctant to directly charge through certain areas, opting instead to take detours as a result. Although Su Ming and the monkey weren't as fast as the centipedes, they were able to jump down directly at times, often managing to grab a rope. After a few jumps, they had descended the peak and disappeared into the jungle. The centipedes indeed did not dare to follow them down the mountain. After hissing for a long time in frustration, they climbed back up to the summit. The dark clouds came swiftly and left just as hurriedly. Several hours later, the mountain range returned to normal, with the dark clouds rolling away into the distance. At the edge of the jungle, Su Ming and the little monkey emerged. The sky had darkened, and faint flickers of fire could be seen in the distance, indicating the location of Su Ming's tribe. You've already drunk the small portion I was going to give you. Do you still want more? As they stepped out of the jungle, Su Ming was drenched but didn't mind, looking at the little monkey that had been following him closely with eager eyes. This little monkey was particularly intelligent. He had discovered it 3 years ago when he first entered the mountain. They had had some conflicts, but ultimately became friends. The little monkey blinked, scratched its face, revealing a hint of struggle and hesitation, but soon handed the dark shard it had been holding to Su Ming, repeatedly hissing to indicate that it wanted to trade it for dragon saliva. All right, I'll give you some more, but I don't want this broken stone. You can keep it. Su Ming smiled, took the small bottle from his basket, and handed it to the monkey. The little monkey quickly grabbed it, took a sip, and its face showed a look of ecstasy. After swaying a few times, it let out a burp, tossing the dark stone shard along with the small bottle back to Su Ming before darting off into the jungle, disappearing from sight. Chapter 2. The Barbarian Awakening. This is an ordinary piece of stone fragment, only the size of a baby's palm, with an irregular shape. Besides some natural-like patterns on it, there is also a hollow small hole, resembling a pendant. Overall, it doesn't seem extraordinary, looking quite ordinary. The only peculiar thing is that when Su Ming holds the fragment, it feels warm, as if a wave of warmth flows into his body, making him feel quite comfortable. Su Ming looked closely, but after a while, he couldn't discern anything. He had heard Grandpa mention that this place used to be a land of fire barbarians long ago. It seems that this object might possess some fire barbarian power, which is why it feels warm, which is not bad at all. Su Ming took off the crescent-shaped bone necklace around his neck, slipped the fragment into it, and hung it back around his neck. The fragment pressed against his chest, and the warmth intensified a bit. As he moved closer, the faint light gradually became clearer, revealing a tribe surrounded by many giant wooden walls. The area is not large, seemingly home to only a few hundred people, But to Su Ming, this place feels warm and welcoming. He could vaguely hear lively laughter coming from it. From the gaps in the rows of giant wooden walls, he could see a large bonfire in the center of the tribe, surrounded by many tribespeople, with some women dancing in front of the fire. The tribe's gate, also made of giant wood, is usually opened by being hoisted with several ropes, but now it is tightly shut, with a few extremely burly men wearing animal skin clothes standing guard. Their skin is very rough, and they wear necklaces of white bones and bone rings on their ears, exuding a fierce aura, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. When they saw Su Ming running from afar, they all grinned. Just rained. Did he go to steal some dragon saliva again? Grandpa is looking for me. Throw down the rope. I had a good haul this time. Su Ming quickened his pace, arriving beneath the gate, proudly patting the woven basket on his back, calling out loudly. As a woven rope descended from above, Su Ming grabbed it and agilely climbed up, reaching the top of the gate in just a few breaths. He smiled at the few Night Watch tribesmen and quickly walked down the nearby stairs. This little boy is agile and quite bold. He dared to go to Dragon Saliva Mountain alone to gather herbs years ago. It seems that he will definitely become the tribe's doctor in the future. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the barbarian body. Otherwise, he might be able to become a barbarian doctor like Grandpa. The few burly men watched Su Ming disappear in the distance, sighing slightly. Su Ming entered the tribe and ran all the way. People in the surrounding houses would often call out kindly when they saw him, La Su. The name La Su does not refer to just him, but is a general term for all children in the tribe who have not yet undergone the second barbarian awakening. Not far away, outside a tribe's animal skin tent, there was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old watching Su Ming with a sweet and innocent smile on her cherubic face. She was holding a small white beast the size of a palm, which looked very gentle and docile, resembling a white fluff ball. La Su Gidge, did you bring food for Pai Pai? The little girl laughed when she saw Su Ming. Tong Tong, here you go. Su Ming laughed heartily, ran closer, took out a few berries from his pocket, and handed them to the little girl. Amid the girl's joyful laughter, Su Ming arrived at the center of the tribe, where a large number of tribespeople were gathered around the bonfire, enjoying laughter and joy. Outside the bonfire, there was a circle of durable wooden barriers, on which many large pieces of meat were being roasted, releasing mouth-watering aromas. Nearby, several young girls from the tribe smiled and greeted Su Ming as he ran over. In this tribe, the handsome Su Ming stands out, as almost every tribesman is much more robust than him, including these girls. After squeezing through the crowd, he grabbed a piece of fragrant roasted meat, biting into it while quickly walking forward. In the front of the crowd sat an elderly man, the only one not wearing animal skins, but coarse linen clothing. The old man had many small braids in his hair, looking extremely old. Yet his eyes were full of spirit, making one feel as if they might be drawn in just by one glance. His status must be very esteemed. He was speaking softly, with several tribesmen accompanying him, listening and nodding respectfully. Upon seeing Su Ming running from a distance, the old man smiled, nodded, and gestured for Su Ming to sit beside him, then continued talking with those tribesmen. The tribesmen also smiled upon seeing Su Ming. It's a pity that hundreds of years ago our Wu Mountain tribe split, and now only 3 branches remain. Otherwise, our Wu Mountain tribe would also be a medium-sized tribe, dominating the surrounding areas, and the Fengxian tribe would be a subordinate. But alas, the one speaking was a man around 40, the chief of the Wu Mountain tribe, who was robust and seemed to possess incredible explosive power, with a bone necklace made of teeth as thick as 9 fingers around his neck. Especially on his face, there was a faintly visible pattern that looked extremely fierce, resembling a ghostly figure, yet it was quite vague, as if it could never fully solidify. Su Ming looked at that pattern with envy, through the animal skin scroll. He knew that it was an unformed barbarian pattern. Currently, no one in the tribe possesses the strength to draw and solidify the barbarian pattern. Even Grandpa is only at the 9th layer of condensing barbarian blood. But even so, Grandpa has become one of the strongest among many tribes around Wu Mountain, comparable only to the 2 other tribes that branched off, the Heishan and Wulong tribes. What's the use of talking about the past? Without a strong guardian at the opening Dust Realm, it's impossible to become a medium-sized tribe. The deaths of the 2 ancestors of the Wu Mountain tribe at the opening Dust Realm were the root cause of the final split. I have practiced until now, but I still cannot break through the 9th layer of blood condensation, cannot reach the 10th layer, let alone the ultimate 11th layer, and cannot draw a fully solidified barbarian pattern. The old man in coarse linen sighed and said slowly, "Forget it, you all go down and prepare gifts. Tomorrow, Shan Hen, as the leader of the Wu Mountain hunting team, you will lead the team to set out." The old man stood up, glanced at a middle-aged man standing next to the Wu Mountain tribe chief, and turned to leave, walking towards the distance. The middle-aged man looked calm and immediately bent over to acknowledge this. Su Ming hurriedly followed Grandpa, leaving the lively bonfire area. All the way, the old man said nothing, just walked silently. When the cheerful voices behind them gradually faded, he arrived outside a simple hut made of grass and wood and walked inside. The hut was small and quite simple. Once inside, the old man sat cross-legged on one side and glanced at Ming, who followed him in. You went to gather dragon saliva again. At this moment, alone with the old man, Ming felt great respect for this grandfather who had watched him grow up. He put down the woven basket on his back and took out the small clay bottle, handing it to the old man. With your agility, those few dragons cannot harm you, but it's better to go less often since that area also belongs to the Haishan and Wulong tribes. This dragon saliva is useless to me. You should keep it to nourish your body. The old man looked at Ming, his expression kind. Ming nodded, putting away the small bottle. Over the years, he had consumed a lot of it, and it was precisely because of this that he possessed such agility. Moreover, for many years, Grandpa often brewed some medicinal soup for him, so even though he does not possess the barbarian body for cultivating, he is still stronger than ordinary tribesmen. In 3 days, it will be your generation's turn for the La Su barbarian awakening. I remember you have already turned 16 and need to pay respects to the barbarian statue. The old man looked at Ming and said slowly, the barbarian statue of our Wushan tribe is inherited from the true Wushan tribe of the past. Although it is not the main statue and cannot be compared to those of medium-sized tribes, it is, nonetheless, extremely powerful in the vicinity. Ming fell silent for a moment and nodded. Do not go out for the next few days. Rest well. In 3 days, go with them to the barbarian awakening. The elder said, slowly closing his eyes. Ming stood for a while, carrying the woven basket, and quietly left, heading towards his wooden hut not far away. He would never forget the scene from when he was 7 years old, when he and all the children of the same age in the tribe surrounded the barbarian statue to participate in their first barbarian awakening. As a member of the barbarian tribe, one must undergo 2 enlightenment-like ceremonies in their lifetime, one at the age of 7 and another at 16. At this time, the tribe's elder would also use the power of the barbarian statue to select those who possessed the barbarian body. With a light sigh, bitterness rose in Ming's heart. He longed to become a barbarian warrior, as the scenes described in the animal skin scrolls had fascinated him since childhood. However, the harsh reality became clear when he first worshipped the barbarian statue at the age of 7. He did not possess the barbarian body and lacked the qualifications to cultivate the barbarian way. The barbarian is the foundation of the world. Only by becoming a barbarian warrior can one laugh proudly above the 9 heavens and become a true strongman. From those animal skin scrolls, Ming knew from a young age that there are many tribes in this world, large and small, each with its own unique barbarian statue. This is the foundation of a tribe and a necessity for future generations to become barbarians. To comprehend the barbarian statue and gain resonance would naturally lead to inheriting the barbarian cultivation, requiring no teaching from others, allowing for self-cultivation. But if one fails at both 7 and 16, it signifies that everything can never be changed. Ming's heart has always been hesitant. He hoped for answers when he couldn't see them, but now, with only 3 days left until the final comprehension, he began to feel fear. Chapter 3. Piercing the Darkness. Late at night, Ming lay in his hut, gazing at the pitch-black surroundings, unable to sleep for a long time. The elder's words lingered in his ears, causing scenes from 9 years ago to continuously emerge in his mind. With a long sigh, Ming sat up, silently pushed open the wooden door of the hut, and a cool breeze tousled his messy hair. The wind was very cool, as if it had come with the moonlight, scattering across the earth. The surroundings were quiet, only occasionally interrupted by faint whinnies from the distant Wushan. Most of the tribe was in darkness, with only the central bonfire and some scattered flames, along with a few torches on the surrounding giant wooden walls, faintly crackling in the deep night. Ming looked up at the sky, where the moon was bright and the stars sparse, creating a dazzling scene that slowly revealed a sense of confusion in his eyes. The people of the tribe treat me very well, but I obviously look different from them. Perhaps this is related to my failure to worship the barbarian statue. Without the barbarian body, he could not cultivate the barbarian way and could only remain here for a lifetime. Unable to venture out and see the world described in the animal skin scrolls, Ming silently sat down, leaning against the hut, gazing at the sky, his confusion deepening. Ming furrowed his brow, interrupted from his daze by the sound of music. He didn't need to get up to look. He knew it was the tribe's willow flute playing its Sun music again. The willow flute belonged to the lower-ranked barbarian warriors of the tribe, and he particularly enjoyed playing that strange Sun tune. The melody was very sorrowful, and every time Ming heard it, he felt a bit sad and didn't quite like it. The barbarians have ancestors who opened the heavens and created humanity, leaving behind generations of barbarians to this day, capable of flying through the sky and moving mountains and oceans, with barbarian tattoos connecting to the heavens, able to pluck the sun, moon, and stars. On this deep night, Within the Wushan tribe, a young boy looked up at the sky, murmuring amid the Sun's mournful sounds. At this moment, he did not notice that the black fragment hanging around his neck flickered with a faint light that flashed and disappeared. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the third day. This day marked the barbarian awakening for the current generation of the Wushan tribe. From the early morning, the entire tribe was bustling. Almost all the tribe's people had come out, bringing their own leisu, gathering in the central square of the tribe. The barbarian awakening ceremony usually takes an entire day, especially for the leisu at 16, akin to a coming-of-age ceremony. Even at this time, those who completed the barbarian awakening could choose partners. This time, there were about 30 or more leisu completing the awakening, most of whom were young boys. Although they were not very old, their bodies were extremely sturdy, exuding a fierce aura. Even the girls were similar, making Su Ming stand out starkly in the crowd. His delicate features were in stark contrast to those around him. Despite this, the people here had long accepted Su Ming's presence. Even though he looked somewhat different in their eyes, they did not reject him, but rather integrated him into the tribe as one of their own. After surrounding the leisu preparing for the awakening, all the Wushan tribe's people began to dance the primitive dance, using their bodies to express their reverence and offerings to heaven and earth. A boy of the same age, with rough skin and a strong physique, almost a whole circle larger than Su Ming, looked at him with bright eyes and smiled foolishly. Looking at the boy who spoke, Su Ming smiled back. This boy was named Lei Chun, one of his few friends in the tribe. The boy named Lei Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward, smiling widely. Su Ming understood that what the other said was understated, but in reality, hunting the marten deer was very difficult and quite dangerous. He felt warmth in his heart at that moment. As the two were talking, the joyful singing around them gradually quieted, and the crowd parted to reveal the tribe's elder. Dressed in coarse linen clothes and holding a pitch-black bone staff, walking over surrounded by several tribespeople, standing before the boys. His appearance instantly silenced the surroundings, and the boys looked at him with awe, clearly afraid of this elder. To honor the barbarian ancestors, the elder's gaze was piercing as he scanned the crowd, briefly pausing on Su Ming. As he spoke, his right hand raised the black bone staff and waved it, and immediately, dozens of strong men rushed from the nearby crowd, each carrying a bound wild beast. The wild beasts were still alive, letting out piercing roars and struggling, but it was futile. The tribesmen standing beside these beasts showed no hesitation. They all bowed their heads simultaneously, drawing out sharp stone blades with their left hands, and directly stabbed them into the beasts' necks, decapitating them. Even the roar reached its peak at that moment, as the heads were severed, seeming to shake the earth, causing a few of the more than 30 leisu preparing for the awakening to show fear and terror. Su Ming's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lei Chen beside him, only to see a gleam of bloodlust in his eyes, as if he had grown accustomed to this and was somewhat enjoying it, completely different from his previous innocence. A large amount of blood suddenly erupted, like a fountain, releasing a nauseating stench, showering down on the more than 30 leisu, splattering onto their hair, bodies, and the ground beneath their feet. You are fortunate, for there is currently no tribal warfare. However, you are also unfortunate, the elder said softly, looking at the boys before him. When I was young, the ceremony for the barbarian awakening at 16 required taking the head of a person from a rival tribe and drinking their blood to complete the awakening. Compared to now, you are lucky but unfortunate. You have only seen beast blood and have not touched an enemy's head, the elder murmured, casting a deep glance at the leisu in front of him, raising his right hand holding the bone staff and pointing forward. At the same time, he raised his left hand, opened his fingers into a fist, and then suddenly released it. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings and forming a howling whirlwind that engulfed the entire Wushan tribe. On the face of the elder, intricate patterns appeared, intertwining to form a totem resembling a python's head. The python's head looked vividly real, as if it truly existed, manifesting on the elder's face, seemingly roaring towards the sky and emitting a silent howl. Although the sound could not be heard by the ears, all the tribespeople of Wushan, including the strong chief, could not help but tremble and take a few steps back. The python pattern was the elder's barbarian pattern. Su Ming stared blankly at the elder, watching the patterns on his face, feeling a deep shock in his heart. The last time he saw this scene was 9 years ago, and now seeing it again, the feelings were several times stronger than back then. With the strength of just one person, the elder could annihilate the entire tribe. Such power. And he was merely at the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. One could only wonder how powerful a person in the dust opening realm must be. Not to mention that the animal skin scroll had stated that strong warriors in the bone sacrifice realm were extremely rare even in medium-sized tribes. Only those unimaginably large tribes had a few warriors in the bone sacrifice realm. Su Ming's heart was shaken, and his desire to become a barbarian warrior grew even stronger. With this blood and beast flesh, please manifest the Wushan barbarian. The elder's thunderous voice interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. As the elder's words echoed, all the animal corpses around exploded, and the flesh and blood on the ground, along with the blood from the youths, were all drawn away by an invisible force, coalescing in midair to form a massive ball of flesh and blood. "Barbarian manifest," shouted the robust man beside the elder, the chief of the Wushan tribe, including Su Ming. All the Lasu immediately bit their tongues and spat out blood. Their blood rapidly ascended and was absorbed by the ball of flesh, and with a thunderous roar, the ball transformed into a black statue. It was a fierce statue, half human, half beast, exuding a primitive and savage aura. One hand grasped a long dragon, while the other held a massive spear, with eyes revealing madness and bloodlust. Its appearance darkened the sky as if it was suppressing the very heavens with its majesty. Su Ming's heart raced as if about to explode, but just then, a warm stream emanated from the fragment on his neck, merging into his body, dissipating the discomfort. "Step forward and pay homage to the barbarian statue." As soon as the words fell, a youth stepped forward quickly, and upon entering the area directly beneath the statue, he instantly vanished. Not long after, the youth reappeared in the same spot, looking dim and retreating to the side without a word. Next, the speaker was the chief of the Wushan tribe, his expression serious as he scanned the Lasu present. One by one, the Lasu who had manifested as barbarians stepped forward, disappearing and reappearing shortly after, until a girl stepped into the statue, at which point the statue emitted a flash of red light. Instantly, the spirits of all the tribespeople were lifted, even the elder focused intently. The red light flickered 9 times before the girl's figure emerged. "You have the barbarian body." The 9 flashes of light indicated the possession of the barbarian body. The girl appeared, her face filled with joy. "Your name is Ula, right? Good. Come to my side," the elder said with a smile, nodding at the girl. Watching her walk towards the elder, Su Ming fell silent, gritting his teeth and stepping forward towards the statue. His movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding tribespeople. Most of the Wushan tribespeople looked at this boy, who was clearly different from them, with a sense of sympathetic pity. Their gazes fixated on Su Ming until he stood beneath the statue. Su Ming took a deep breath, glanced at the elder not far away, closed his eyes. And at the moment his eyes shut, he felt an indescribable power enveloping him, as if he were sinking into mud. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him had completely changed. This was no longer the Wushan tribe, but a small space enveloped in darkness, with only a black statue floating in front, emanating a red glow. The statue looked exactly like the barbarian statue he had seen outside, exuding a primitive and savage aura. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then deeply bowed to the statue. After a long bow, a bitter expression appeared on Su Ming's face. He knew that if he possessed the barbarian body, just one bow would cause the statue to emit red light, but everything before him was no different from 9 years ago. "In this life, I cannot become a barbarian warrior." Su Ming bit his lip and sighed heavily, turning to leave. At that moment, he noticed the fragment on his chest, which he had overlooked, radiating a blinding dark light. Chapter 4, The Anomaly. Below the Wushan mountain, within the Wushan tribe, all the tribespeople were gathered in the center, watching the group of newly manifested Lasu. Suddenly, the massive statue floating in mid-air trembled violently, as if shaking, accompanied by a booming sound that erupted unexpectedly, leaving all the tribespeople around in shock. The elder's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stepped forward, not looking at the statue but immediately raising his head to gaze at the sky, his expression growing grave. At this moment, more tribespeople noticed the anomaly and looked up at the sky. They saw black mist appearing out of thin air, frantically converging from all directions, quickly forming a massive vortex that occupied nearly half the sky, enveloping the entire Wushan area. Even from a distance, one could see this strange occurrence. "The barbarian ancestor has manifested?" Someone in the Wushan tribe shouted, causing the tribespeople to kneel on the ground in awe and fear, worshipping the sky. The only ones standing were the elder and a few tribal leaders beside him, all of whom displayed alarmed expressions. The vortex in the sky was spinning faster and faster, and moments later, it seemed as if a fierce wind swept across the land, completely shrouding the area around Wushan. The floating statue trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the pressure beneath the vortex. At this moment, on the other side of Wushan, there was a tribe of similar size to the Wushan tribe, known as the Haishan tribe. Within the Haishan tribe, all the tribespeople were horrified as a 10-jong-tall statue floated in their sky. This statue was completely black, lacking any human form, resembling a lizard, and it trembled continuously as if on the verge of collapse. Beneath the statue stood an old man dressed in a coarse black robe, as thin as a skeleton, his expression grim, lost in thought. The same scene occurred simultaneously in all the tribes near Wushan, and even in tribes further away. No one knew what had happened or why the vortex had appeared. Even the elder of the Wushan tribe overlooked Su Ming, who had just entered the statue to pay homage. Inside the barbarian statue of the Wushan tribe, the dark light flashed, instantly occupying all surrounding space, enveloping the area in a strange glow. To Su Ming's astonishment, he saw the previously still statue tremble as if awakened from a deep slumber, giving him the illusion that the statue possessed flesh and blood. He could even see the originally fierce statue trembling violently in this dark light, as if unable to bear the overwhelming glow. It resembled a half-human, half-beast figure, with its left hand grasping a giant dragon and its right hand holding a long spear. However, now it was trembling, and the primitive, savage aura had unexpectedly changed, revealing a hint of terror that Su Ming couldn't tell was still an illusion. Su Ming's mind went blank. He didn't know what had happened, or why it was like this. He stood there, frozen. His entire body was also enveloped by the ghostly light of the neck fragments, seemingly merging with the space around him. As the ghostly light grew brighter, in just a moment, this world that resembled a savage realm had completely turned into a shade of ghostly color. Su Ming felt a loud bang in his mind, as if some barrier had been shattered by an invisible force, causing his body to tremble as a strange image appeared in his mind. It was a vast expanse of land, and it seemed he was standing in midair, looking down. In his view, there appeared to be densely packed crowds of nearly 1 million people on the ground, stretching as far as the eye could see, as if there were no end. "Where's this?" Su Ming murmured. This scene shook him to his core, leaving his mind blank. In midair, around Su Ming, he saw nearly 100 giant figures, each of them different, exuding an aura of primitive savagery, their bodies appearing to have flesh and seemingly possessing life. They were all kneeling on one knee, worshipping the sky. Su Ming instinctively looked up and saw, at the highest point in the sky, 2 towering figures. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but just a glance gave him the illusion of witnessing divine might, as if he had become an ant. They were like true deities. One of them had long purple hair. This person raised their right hand and suddenly waved it towards the sky. Instantly, the colors of heaven and earth changed, and in the blink of an eye, the bright sky turned dark, with countless stars twinkling. As this person waved, the stars seemed to be drawn in, coming down from the sky and quickly converging beside the purple-haired figure, forming a galaxy of stars. With a point of the right hand, the galaxy emitted a thunderous sound, rushing towards their opponent. From a distance, this scene looked like the heavens were collapsing, as if the power of the entire sky had descended upon one person. Amidst the rumbling, the purple-clad man suddenly looked down, his gaze sweeping across, and unexpectedly locked eyes with Su Ming. Su Ming's mind exploded with a loud bang, as if he had been forcefully pushed out from this seemingly illusory world. His body trembled, and everything before him went dark. After a long while, when he regained his senses, he found himself still within the body of the figure, surrounded by no ghostly light, as if it had all been an illusion. Su Ming breathed rapidly, drenched in sweat, and suddenly looked down at the fragment hanging around his neck. The fragment was dark, and apart from a faint warmth. There was nothing unusual about it. Was it an illusion, or was the memory of this figure truly like the description in the beast skin scroll? Plucking the stars from the sky? After a long time, Su Ming finally woke up completely from the previous scene, his eyes filled with confusion, his mind in disarray. After a moment of silence, he got up and bowed once more to the figure, preparing to leave. However, as soon as he began to bow, a cracking sound immediately came faintly from the front. He saw a tiny crack appear on the face of the figure, and that crack seemed to spread as Su Ming bowed. It seemed unable to bear Su Ming's bow, as if continuing the complete worship would cause this figure to collapse. This bizarre scene made Su Ming gasp. At this moment, he had no doubt about everything that had happened earlier. It was definitely not an illusion. The art of beast cultivation could not be passed down verbally. The only method was through the inheritance of the figure. The existence of a figure was extremely important for the tribe, as it related to its survival and continuation. When the murmuring voice disappeared, Su Ming's body also vanished from the world within the figure and reappeared in the Wu Mountain tribe. As soon as he appeared, he immediately saw all the tribesmen, including Grandpa, looking up at the sky. A stirring in his heart, he followed their gaze. "Su Ming, come to my side." Grandpa's voice rang in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming felt anxious. He vaguely sensed that the anomaly in the sky was related to the fragment around his neck, but he didn't dare to speak of it. With trepidation, he walked towards Grandpa and stood behind him. Before long, the anomaly in the sky gradually dissipated, slowly returning to normal. No one asked Su Ming if his worship was successful. After all, the absence of light meant failure. Until the sky returned, the remaining figures conducted their worship again. When everything ended, This time of awakening revealed 2 children who had been detected to possess the beast body at the age of 16. These 2 children were taken away by Grandpa and would become important members of the tribe, imparting some experience in beast cultivation. As for the other figures, they left with disappointment, each dispersing. Ming remained silent, but his heart raced faster and faster. He wanted to tell Grandpa everything, but he felt this matter was too significant, especially the crack that had appeared on the figure. Hesitating, Ming walked towards his dwelling. Grandpa, dressed in a linen long robe, glanced at Ming's back from a distance, revealing a hint of doubt. After finishing these matters, he sat down again, holding the stone fragment in his hand, examining it closely. What exactly was this stone fragment? It was found by Xiaohong. It was estimated that the wind was too strong that day, blowing some decayed leaves and revealing this item, which was picked up by Xiaohong. Ming's heart raced. He felt he had obtained an unknown treasure. Even the figure was starting to show cracks. He wondered where Xiaohong had found it, and if there were any more. Ming licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. I originally had no beast body, unable to obtain the inheritance of beast cultivation. But this item has now granted me a method of practice. Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and focused all his energy on the stone fragment. It was unclear how much time passed, but gradually he felt drowsy, holding the fragment and collapsing onto the wooden bed, falling asleep. At that moment, the fragment gradually emitted a flickering ghostly light, very faint. Chapter 5, Dream? Brother, can you hear me? Brother, I'm waiting for you. That voice, tinged with fatigue, seemed to be an eternal self-talk that grew weaker and weaker, slowly fading into silence. As the voice weakened, Ming, in his dream, felt a piercing pain, as if something very important was drifting away with that voice. This feeling jolted him awake. Ming felt a chill all over, drenched in sweat. His face pale. In his rapid breathing, he looked around, and the familiar surroundings gradually calmed his emotions. It was now deep into the night. Distant cries of birds and beasts came faintly, and apart from that, it was silent. Ming silently sat on the wooden bed, staring at the fragment in his hand, his expression gradually turning hesitant. The dream he just had was very strange. He had no drowsiness before, yet he had unknowingly fallen asleep while observing this fragment. That dream, that voice. Ming's face showed confusion. He rarely dreamed, and he had never had a dream like that, especially the voice of that woman, which felt strangely familiar. Everything must be related to this object. Ming lowered his head, using the moonlight to carefully examine the fragment in his hand, frowning. What exactly was this object? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to bite his fingertip. Following the description in the beast skin scroll that most treasures in the world required one's blood to activate, Ming had never seen any treasures since his birth. This fragment was the only one. At this moment, he squeezed out blood from his fingertip, letting it drip onto the fragment, and then stared at it intently, filled with anticipation. But after a long time, the fragment showed no signs of change, and there was no indication that the blood had been absorbed. Ming scratched his head, a stubbornness rising within him. He stood up and tried various methods, such as biting, pulling hard, and even soaking it in water. But in the end, the fragment remained unchanged. As the sky gradually brightened, Ming held the fragment and fell into a daze. Time passed, and when the distant horizon became fully bright and the first rays of the sun rose, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Ming's mind. This object was initially warm when placed on his body. Perhaps that was its purpose. Without hesitation, Ming put the fragment back on the pendant around his neck, pressing it tightly against his chest. Waves of warmth spread out, merging into Ming's body, as if circulating through him, causing a comfortable sensation to rise all over him. Taking a deep breath, Ming recalled the cultivation method he had obtained from the statue of the barbarian. The barbarian is the foundation of the world. What Ming had gained this time was the first realm of barbarian cultivation, the method for the blood condensation realm. From the animal skin scroll, Ming learned that in ancient times, the barbarian ancestor opened the heavens and created humans. At that time, everyone was a deity, but now, after countless years of change, the once mythical barbarian tribe has gradually lost its legends and has become ordinary. As for the method of cultivating the barbarian, it has been passed down from that time, albeit modified to better suit the current barbarian tribe's practices. The first realm, the blood condensation realm, is divided into 11 layers, and its purpose is to stimulate the faint blood of the barbarian ancestor within the practitioner's veins, allowing it to condense. The so-called barbarian body is, in fact, identifying those tribesmen with a higher concentration of the barbarian ancestor's blood through the strength of the statue, as only they can walk further along the path of the barbarian. Ordinary tribesmen have very little of the barbarian ancestor's blood in their bodies, hence they are not recognized and lack the qualification to become barbarians. which means they cannot receive the cultivation methods bestowed by the mysterious existence when worshipping the statue. However, Su Ming is quite special. Although he does not possess the barbarian body, he has obtained the difficult-to-transmit cultivation method, which is usually only accessible through the statue in most small to medium-sized tribes. Thanks to that peculiar fragment, condensing the barbarian blood within him to awaken it, ultimately drawing his own barbarian pattern and stepping into the initial dust realm. Su Ming murmured, his eyes shining brightly. He sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the unspoken cultivation method in his mind. Time passed little by little, and soon the first rays of the sun had risen high in the sky. The cooking smoke from the tribe began to rise and disperse, bringing life to the surroundings. The hunting team, led by several leaders, dressed and set out under the watchful eyes of their relatives to hunt enough food. Some young children, only 4 or 5 years old, ran around the tribe naked, playing joyfully, their laughter eliciting smiles from the tribesmen who heard them. Moreover, at the elder's place, he was discussing some experiences of barbarian cultivation with 2 tribesmen who had successfully developed their barbarian bodies. Barbarian warriors are the most important force for a tribe. Currently, in the Wushan tribe, with the passing of the older generation, there are only 22 barbarian warriors left. No one noticed that on this clear morning, Su Ming's door was tightly closed. Inside, he sat cross-legged, and faint bloodlight appeared all over his body. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see a bloodline beneath his skin, slowly flickering with a red glow, emanating an eerie feeling. Currently, there was only one bloodline manifesting on Su Ming's body, and it remained elusive, never fully revealing itself. After a long while, Su Ming opened his eyes and deeply exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the blood condensation realm, the more bloodlines that appear, the greater the chance of reaching the initial dust realm. However, the initial dust realm is incredibly difficult. According to the description on the animal skin scroll, only by reaching the initial dust realm can one barely be considered a barbarian. But the initial dust realm is what allows a small tribe to have the qualifications of becoming a medium-sized tribe stronghold. The elder has already condensed more than half of the barbarian blood within him, yet still has no hope of reaching the initial dust realm. In the surrounding tribes, there has never been any report of anyone reaching the initial dust realm. Su Ming murmured. The initial dust realm felt too distant for him. What he cared about most now was whether he could successfully cultivate the first layer of the blood condensation realm. The first layer of the blood condensation realm requires the manifestation of 3 bloodlines. If one possesses the barbarian body, they can quickly condense more than 3 bloodlines at the beginning of their cultivation, directly stepping over the first layer of the blood condensation realm, unlike Su Ming, who is yet to manifest even one clearly. Although things were not going smoothly at first, Su Ming was not discouraged. For him, as long as he could cultivate, it represented hope. Moreover, as he condensed the bloodline within him, he could clearly feel that the warmth radiating from the fragment on his chest had increased, which energized Su Ming. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key to this treasure. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Su Ming hardly stepped out of his house, and even when he felt hungry, it was not too frequent. This puzzled him for a while, as the animal skin scroll had mentioned that barbarian cultivators, especially in the blood condensation realm, would experience a significant increase in appetite due to the operation of their bloodlines, allowing their bodies to grow rapidly while producing more blood for cultivation. However, this was not the case for Su Ming. After thinking about it, he attributed it to the peculiar effect of the warm flow from the fragment. During these 7 days, Lei Chun visited once, bringing Su Ming some deer blood and taking away some dragon saliva. Lei Chun had developed his barbarian body when he was 7 during the worship of the statue, and now he had reached the 4th layer of the blood condensation realm, condensing 23 bloodlines within him, making him a key member of the hunting team. When he was about to leave, he hesitated for a moment, wanting to comfort Su Ming with a few words, but ultimately just looked at Su Ming and said in a dull voice, "Su Ming, we grew up together. From now on, I will protect you. Whoever dares to provoke you is going against me." Lei Chun, after saying that, he vigorously waved his arm, grinned foolishly, and walked out. Su Ming watched Lei Chun leave, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Life in the tribe may be simple, but it is not dull. Almost every tribesman has their own responsibilities and contributes their strength to the tribe's existence. However, there are still some individuals whose homes have seen warriors die in battle, and since they themselves do not possess the barbarian body and are not strong, they cannot do much, thus becoming somewhat special in the tribe, mostly just waiting for death and often seeking novelty. While others contribute their strength to the tribe, they remain idle. Half a month after the barbarian awakening, Su Ming once again strapped on a woven basket and, while greeting the tribesmen, left the tribe alone, heading towards the distant forest. Upon entering the forest, Su Ming seemed to transform into a different person, filled with agility. He darted forward like a sharp arrow, skillfully leaping and climbing a large tree, sitting on a branch with a smile on his face, seemingly satisfied with his speed. Although he had not fully perfected the first layer of blood condensation, his body was at least much more agile than before. Su Ming grinned, and at the moment the red line approached, he leaped up and moved forward, with the red line making squeaking sounds, closely pursuing him. Little Red, let's race again today and see who reaches the top of the mountain first. Su Ming's voice was cheerful as he quickly jumped ahead, and behind him, the red line was the little red monkey, which wore a disdainful expression and held a fruit pit in its hand, seemingly unwilling to compete seriously with Su Ming. It lazily scratched its face and followed suit. However, as they chased, the little monkey's eyes turned red, its squeaking sounds grew sharper, and its expression turned bewildered, frantically throwing away the fruit pit in its hand and fully exerting itself to chase after Su Ming. Chapter 6. Grace. Su Ming moved up and down within the jungle, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, relying on his familiarity with the area and his agile body. It didn't take long before he spotted the distant Wu Mountain ahead. By passing through this jungle, he could step into Wu Mountain. For Su Ming, who had been collecting herbs on this mountain since childhood, almost every blade of grass and every tree emitted a comforting aura. The beast skin scroll once mentioned that in the blood condensation realm, practitioners refined the barbaric blood within their bodies, stimulating their blood to unleash power, allowing their bodies to continuously grow stronger. I once thought I would never experience this in my life, but now I truly feel it. The first layer of the blood condensation realm requires the condensation of 3 bloodline threads within the body. Although I haven't completed all of them, my speed has already increased significantly. Even the strength of Su Ming's body made him leap into the air next to a large tree, his right fist clenched, and he struck the tree forcefully. With a bang, a faint fist imprint appeared on the tree, but Su Ming's right hand also went numb, yet his expression revealed excitement. Just as he was reveling in his joy, a red shadow darted past him, accompanied by a series of proud squeaks. Clearly, the little monkey had caught up and surpassed Su Ming. Su Ming smiled slightly and chased after the red shadow. Although he was not slow, he could not compare to the little monkey. In the past, every time he reached Wu Mountain, the little monkey would always look disdainful and impatient, lying there as if it had been waiting for a long time. But now, after more than an hour, when Su Ming climbed up Wu Mountain and reached the midpoint of one of the peaks, near a large stone that was indented, he saw the little monkey still wearing a look of disdain and impatience, but the sweat on its forehead, which had not yet dissipated, revealed that even it had not arrived for too long. Su Ming smiled and reached out to pat the little monkey's head. He took off the woven basket he was carrying, stood on the large stone, and looked at the hazy mist in the distance, taking a deep breath. He liked standing here and looking ahead, although a few steps forward was a bottomless abyss, and if a mountain breeze blew, it would make one feel unsteady and quite dangerous. Su Ming had been climbing this mountain since childhood, and it felt like a second home to him. Xiaohong, what is it like on the other side of the mountain? Have you been there? Su Ming stood there, his animal skin clothes fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound, and his right hand instinctively touched the dark fragments on his chest. The little monkey rolled its eyes, glanced at the distant sky, ignored Su Ming, and lowered its head to grab its own fur, as if trying to find something inside. Seeing the little monkey preoccupied with grooming its fur and ignoring him, Su Ming scratched his nose, shook his head with a smile, and simply sat down cross-legged. Su Ming took a deep breath, facing the mountain wind, and slowly closed his eyes. He prepared to cultivate here until he completely finished the first layer of the blood condensation realm before leaving this place. After all, the events that had occurred to him were hard to explain, and he vaguely wanted to keep this matter hidden, not wanting others to know. With his eyes closed, it wasn't long before a bloodline appeared on Su Ming's body. This bloodline emitted a faint red glow, but it did not flicker. Instead, it was quite solid. Even this bloodline was no longer as illusory as it had been half a month ago, but was fully revealed. In the journey of refining barbaric blood, Su Ming may not have talent, but he possessed resilience and a determination not to give up easily. At this moment, as he sat cross-legged, time slowly passed. Picking some fruits, Su Ming ate 18 or 19 of them. For his appetite, these fruits were enough to fill him up considerably. Although he liked eating these wild fruits, he didn't like to eat too much at once. After finishing the fruits, Su Ming sat down cross-legged again, immersing himself in the refinement of barbaric blood. However, this time, only after a few hours, Su Ming opened his eyes, revealing a look of confusion. The first bloodline had been completely condensed, but the second bloodline always felt as if there was not enough blood in his body. Su Ming couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was as if the first bloodline had absorbed most of his blood, leaving little to condense the second one. This was paradoxical and profound, hard to explain. Yet it was Su Ming's true feeling at this moment. Not enough blood. Su Ming scratched his head, pondering. He did not know that practitioners, especially in the early stages, needed a strong body to maintain their cultivation while also requiring a large amount of medicinal substances. The purpose of these substances was to quickly produce new blood to promote cultivation and condense bloodlines. Therefore, in the blood condensation realm, the higher the practitioner's cultivation level, the more astonishing the blood and chi power within their body would be. Once unleashed, their physical strength alone could tear apart powerful beasts, hence the term barbaric. These matters belonged to the tribe's secrets. Only those with barbaric bodies could know. When he returned, his woven basket already contained some herbs still carrying dirt. After cleaning these herbs, Su Ming took out a stone bowl from the basket, crushed the herbs, and mixed them with some dew, forming a dark green juice that emitted a strange smell. But he had long been accustomed to this smell. After inhaling a few breaths, he added some more herbs. Once he finished, he took a deep breath and, without hesitation, drank it all from the stone bowl. It was hard to swallow, and Su Ming frowned, forcing himself to drink it all without leaving a drop, then sat cross-legged again, until deep into the night, when Su Ming opened his eyes. He stared into the darkness ahead, lost in thought. Some effects, but very small. The method should be correct, but I still got some places wrong. Su Ming frowned. He couldn't ask Grandpa about these things, and could only ponder it himself. No way. Su Ming's eyes flashed. As the ordinary physician of the tribe, responsible for picking herbs, he vaguely recalled that every time he collected herbs, Grandpa would often choose some to take away, and the rest would be sent to the chief to be stored according to requirements, to be taken out for preparing medicinal soups to treat illnesses and injuries when needed. Among those herbs taken by Grandpa was the wulong xian, but later these wulong xian seemed to have no effect on Grandpa, so they were all left for Su Ming to nourish his body. The last time he took wulong xian, he still had some left after giving it to Lei Chun. Su Ming immediately rummaged through the woven basket and found the small earthen bottle. Upon opening it, a familiar fragrance wafted out, with a slight shake. There was still a little less than half left inside. Without hesitation, Su Ming brought the small bottle to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Then he immediately sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the condensation of bloodlines. Su Ming had consumed wulong xian many times since childhood, and every time he drank it, he felt a bit dizzy, as if he wanted to sleep, almost like being drunk. But this time, it was the first time he practiced the method of refining barbaric blood after drinking wulong xian. As his blood circulated, he distinctly felt a cool flow filled with chill spreading rapidly throughout his body. During this spread, it gradually merged into his blood, causing the speed of his blood circulation to increase significantly, and it seemed to multiply a bit. Indeed, Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. Just as he was about to continue the circulation, he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, and his eyes shot open, revealing disbelief and confusion. How could this be? It's Grandpa. Within his body, Su Ming clearly sensed that with the absorption of that cool flow, more cold streams appeared from various parts of his body. These cold streams seemed to have existed for many years, silently stored away, waiting for the day when the bloodline would circulate and explode. And the wulong xian that Su Ming had just drunk was the catalyst for this explosion. Now it was as if countless streams converged from all directions, merging into a vast ocean. This is a grand gift that his grandfather has prepared for him since childhood. A great gift that often nourishes his body with the essence of the dragon. If Su Ming were to cultivate the barbarian path, this power would greatly aid his early training. If he did not cultivate the barbarian path in this life, it would still ensure his health. In a daze, Su Ming seemed to see his grandfather's kind gaze and gradually aging face over the years, along with the expectations he had for him. And the dimness from more than half a month ago, especially after the second bloodline emerged, the third bloodline immediately followed. Even the fourth bloodline seemed to be on the verge of surfacing. Soon, Su Ming's body began to grow stronger at a visible rate, as the circulation and strength of his vital energy drove his physique to grow. If this continued, he would no longer be weak, but would have a robust body like other barbarian tribesmen. Chapter 7: Wilderness. With the appearance of the ethereal glow, Su Ming clearly felt a vast warm current erupt from his chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body, enveloping him in an instant. At the same time, it seemed to merge with the coolness of the dragon essence, both seeping into his veins. A crisp rumbling sound suddenly echoed within Su Ming's body, and his meditative posture trembled violently as the fourth bloodline solidified. Meanwhile, large amounts of black filth oozed from every pore of Su Ming's body, accompanied by a foul odor that gradually dissipated with the mountain breeze. With 3 bloodlines, one could step into the first layer of the blood condensation realm. Now, Su Ming had successfully become a barbarian warrior at the first layer of the blood condensation realm. However, he remained with his eyes closed, showing no signs of awakening. As time passed, The bloodlines on Su Ming's body eventually solidified at the fourth one. Until the next morning, when a little monkey, with its right paw sniffing and a proud expression, ran from afar, it paused upon seeing Su Ming, who was covered in black filth. It scratched its head and circled around Su Ming several times. Although it had gained intelligence, it was puzzled by what had happened and curiously approached, wanting to poke and check with its paw. But just as its paw was about to touch Su Ming, the ethereal glow on Su Ming's body flickered violently again, reaching an extreme, causing the glow to envelop him entirely. In shock, the little monkey watched as Su Ming's body vanished in an instant. To the little monkey, it appeared as though Su Ming was engulfed by the ethereal light. This sight made it widen its eyes and emit a piercing scream. Dashing to the spot where Su Ming had disappeared, frantically searching but ultimately finding nothing, standing there in a daze, frozen in place. Su Ming did not know where he was. At that moment, he looked around in confusion. He was enveloped in a white mist, unable to see far, only vaguely making out a mountain peak ahead. He had just awakened, remembering that he was on Dragon Essence Mountain before. But he could not understand why he was here now. His gaze slowly focused with vigilance. First, he looked down at his chest and felt a jolt in his heart. The strange black fragments were gone from his chest. After feeling uncertain, he looked around again, then slowly stood up, his expression grim, cautiously walking towards the mountain peak shrouded in mist ahead. The peak was not far away. In no time, Su Ming stood at its base and looked up, gasping in surprise. This was indeed a mountain peak, but it was barren, seemingly smoothed out, its surface carved with numerous totems depicting mountains, rivers, strange beasts, and some characters Su Ming had never seen before, exuding a primitive feel, akin to something from a wild myth. The narrow crevice before him seemed endless. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Since he was here and had no idea how to leave, even unaware of where this place was, he had no choice but to proceed. Deep down, he felt that this place should be related to the black fragments, because he clearly remembered the powerful warm current they emitted. Entering the mountain through the narrow crevice, Su Ming felt as if he had walked for a long time. The path ahead gradually widened, and the walls around him were adorned with strange carvings that Su Ming could not understand. Among them were images of herbs and naked people with disheveled hair, appearing to be grinding those herbs in a peculiar large pot. As he gazed at these carvings, he eventually came to a door at the end of his sight, and he stopped before it. The door was also carved, depicting 5 herb patterns. Irregular lines radiated a familiar ethereal glow, surrounding these 5 herb patterns in a circular shape, enveloping the door. In the center of the door, there were 15 small recessed holes, seemingly meant to hold something, arranged in a circular pattern. Su Ming furrowed his brow, looked carefully at the door a few times, then scanned his surroundings before focusing on the 5 types of herbs on the door. This is iron core flower. No doubt about it. This one resembles happy leaf and also looks like xylem grass. And this one is shining night branch. I often collect this. What is this? It looks familiar. The last one. After pondering for a while, Su Ming hesitated, unsure whether to push the door and see if it could be opened. Just as he was hesitating, the circular lines surrounding the 5 herbs on the stone door suddenly began to rotate, the ethereal glow flashing violently. In Su Ming's astonishment, the glow emerged from the door and rushed towards him. The ethereal light was too swift for Su Ming to evade. In a flash, it enveloped him. At the same time, a multitude of memories that did not belong to him instantly filled Su Ming's mind. These memories appeared like images, forcefully pouring into him from the ethereal glow, causing discomfort in his head. Among those images was a phantom figure, resembling the scenes from the carvings, tossing herbs into a peculiar large pot with great skill. Each time it threw something, it would smell it before tossing, its expression serious. Occasionally, it would raise its right hand and wave, conjuring flames that enveloped the pot. The process was exceedingly complex, even controlling the strength of the flames. Su Ming had never seen such a thing. In the tribe, it was much simpler, usually just consuming the herbs directly, or at most, mashing them into juice and mixing them with other herbs for enhanced effects. He unconsciously immersed himself in these memories until, after a long time, the phantom figure slapped the pot. Immediately, the flames outside the pot dissipated, and as the figure opened the strange pot, Su Ming saw 3 green, round objects the size of fingernails inside. Although these were merely memories in his mind, Su Ming seemed to faintly smell a medicinal fragrance wafting toward him, and he stared at the 3 round objects, completely stunned as if struck by thunder. He had been refining herbs since childhood and could see their quality at a glance. To him, these unfamiliar round objects were beyond his imagination. The moment the ethereal glow faded, Su Ming's vision blurred, and he felt as if he were being moved by a strange force. When his vision cleared, a red shadow rushed over with a joyful cry. All of this must be related to this object. Perhaps when I reached the first layer of I triggered this object, which led to the previous events. Looking at Xiaohong's expression, I was not dreaming before. My entire body truly entered that place. What exactly is this object, and why did it appear here? Su Ming pondered and couldn't help but recall the memories that had suddenly appeared in his mind. The refining method for the refining pill stone had been lingering in his thoughts for a long time. The name of this medicinal stone is, which also appeared in the newly acquired memories in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming whispered, and the pattern carved on that door gradually emerged in his mind, causing his eyes to shine brightly. Although he didn't know exactly what that place was, it was clear that the so-called had piqued his great interest. In his view, the training of a barbarian cannot be separated from those herbs that replenish qi and blood, and a large quantity must be consumed to become stronger. Therefore, this so-called might greatly assist his cultivation. In the tribe, I have never seen such a round medicinal stone, not even at Grandpa's place. Otherwise, I would have certainly seen it. However, this round medicinal stone looks quite good. I just don't know how effective it will be once refined. Next, I need to find those 5 types of herbs. Xiaohong, have you seen these 2 types of herbs? After making up his mind, Su Ming immediately called Xiaohong over, picked up a stone, and began drawing on the ground in front of her. Sketching out the appearance of the 2 herbs he was unsure about, looking at Xiaohong with anticipation. Xiaohong grinned and looked for a long time before nodding her head. Su Ming's spirits lifted as he walked a few circles on the stone platform, his mind racing with thoughts. The herbs can be found, but refining such a medicinal stone is a very complex process that even requires fire. Much like cooking rice, it's quite interesting. After thinking carefully, Su Ming furrowed his brows. He remembered that the large pot was quite unusual, different from the ones used for cooking in the tribe. When searching through his memories, he learned that the pot for the had a strange name, Huangding. The pots in the tribe probably wouldn't work, and it also requires fire. Su Ming murmured and suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly as he looked toward a mountain peak among the 5 peaks of Wulong Mountain in the distance. The color of that mountain peak was entirely brown, and there were occasionally thick smoke clouds billowing from it. The 5 peaks of Wulong Mountain are all different, and the peak that produces Wulong saliva is the closest to the Wushan tribe. Venturing deeper, one is more likely to encounter people from other tribes. Therefore, Su Ming usually stayed here, only venturing out cautiously when he needed to gather some rarer herbs, always remaining vigilant. Now, in Su Ming's view, the mountain peak that occasionally emitted thick smoke was called Haiyan Peak. It is said that there is a lot of geothermal heat within, and long ago, it was the core of the land of fire barbarians. Although countless years have passed, one can still feel the waves of heat when approaching. Su Ming was no stranger to Haiyan Peak. He had ventured there multiple times and even encountered people from the Heishan tribe there. If he hadn't been agile and escaped in advance, he would have long since become a pile of bones. That place is very close to the Heishan tribe, and there has been a long-standing grudge between them and the Wushan tribe. The 2 tribes are of similar size, although there have been no large-scale wars. The small skirmishes between the hunting teams are still bloody and brutal. This is a rough bow. Despite its roughness, the sinew string, as thick as a finger, is stretched taut, and one can faintly sense the explosive power contained within. Holding this bow, a gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he also pulled out 5 sharp arrows from under some large stones. The arrowheads were made from sharpened stones, and Su Ming would often sharpen the arrow tips here, making them extremely sharp. He placed the 5 arrows in the woven basket on his back, took the bow, and whistled to the little monkey, pointing to the herbs he had drawn on the ground. The little monkey understood and bared its teeth, transforming into a red shadow as it dashed forward. Su Ming remained cautious and quickly followed behind. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 monkey, flickered and vanished from the spot. If one were to say Su Ming was familiar with Wulong Mountain, he could not compare to Xiaohong. Under Xiaohong's guidance, by the time the sun was red, the woven basket on Su Ming's back was already filled with herbs. These herbs consisted of 7 or 8 different types, each in considerable quantity, all resembling the ones depicted in the drawings Su Ming had seen. He couldn't distinguish them clearly, so he simply took all the ones that looked similar. You say there's another similar herb here? At this moment, as the sun was about to set, Su Ming and Xiaohong were in the jungle near Haiyan Peak. He pointed to a dark muddy area ahead and looked at Xiaohong. Xiaohong nodded repeatedly, gesturing to Su Ming for a long time before pointing to the setting sun in the sky. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he crouched down, focusing on the marsh, waiting for the sun to set. Time slowly passed, and after a while, the light in the jungle dimmed significantly, and even sight would be swallowed by the darkness beyond 10 feet. Just as the area fell completely dark, suddenly, a large number of bubbles began to rise from the muddy area, and a red glow flickered within, moving rapidly as if in a hurry. This strange scene made Su Ming's hair stand on end, but he still did not move. He stared intently at the red glow in the mud as it continued to swirl, slowly emerging from the mud, revealing clusters of red flower buds. Their roots were hidden in the mud, and the previously swirling red glow was clearly the movement of their roots. Watching the flower buds emerging from the mud, Ming witnessed their blooming, and an indescribable fragrance wafted through the air. As soon as he inhaled a breath, he immediately felt a sensation of boiling blood, as if his whole body was engulfed in flames, ready to spew fire poison. At that moment, the little monkey beside him let out a tense roar. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming's body swayed as he dashed forward, reaching for the closest red flower to him. He held a sharp stone medicinal knife in his hand, and with practiced ease, he almost instantly severed the flower from its roots, grabbing it and placing it into the woven basket on his back. Completing these actions fluidly, Ming did not hesitate to rely on his agility to quickly retreat, hurriedly leaving with the little monkey. Just as Ming left, a beastly roar erupted from the mud, causing all the red flowers to immediately retract into buds, sinking into the mud and disappearing. However, soon after, a stream of bright red blood oozed from the mud, saturating the surroundings with a bloody stench. Ming and Xiaohong hurriedly fled until the sky was completely dark. They took refuge in a large tree, using the moonlight to inspect their harvest from the day. The woven basket was filled with numerous herbs, and Ming was quite excited. Scenes of the kept flashing in his mind, filling him with anticipation. Unfortunately, he didn't know the exact effects of but it should be good. Ming licked his lips, his gaze resting on two herbs in the basket. These were two herbs that were almost indistinguishable in color. At first glance, they looked nearly identical, both red. The only difference was that one had 6 petals while the other had 5. Ming was unfamiliar with both types of herbs. They were the only ones he hadn't seen in the concoction for. Fortunately, Xiaohong had some impression of these two herbs and led Ming to find them. Which one is needed for refining the medicinal stone? Ming furrowed his brow, scanning the two herbs. The one with 6 petals was the one he had obtained from the muddy area. Thinking of its bizarre blooming, Ming had a faint feeling that if this item were consumed, it might lead to instant death. Putting the herbs back into the basket, Ming lay on the tree trunk, took a bite of the wild fruit, gazed at the stars in the sky, breathed in the scent of the jungle, and occasionally heard the sounds of birds and beasts around him. It felt as if he had become one with the jungle, a sensation that made him very comfortable. Xiaohong was beside him, grooming her fur, occasionally looking around warily. The man and the monkey spent the night on the tree trunk like this. The next morning, as the sun rose, the jungle was still half in darkness, with a hazy mist lingering. Ming and Xiaohong left the tree trunk and headed towards the distant Black Flame Peak. Along the way, Ming held his bow, remaining extremely vigilant, and Xiaohong seemed to be affected, becoming cautious as well. When the sun completely rose and the mist in the jungle dissipated like snow, a majestic mountain peak appeared in front of Ming. The mountain was brown all over, and a wave of heat washed over him. At the top of the mountain, a plume of black smoke rose into the sky, looking spectacular from afar. Black Flame Peak, Ming murmured. After cautiously scanning the surroundings, he rushed up the mountain without hesitation. He had prepared for this before coming, with several heat-repelling herbs under his feet, and now he climbed straight towards the mountain top without stopping. At that moment, a scream echoed, and without thinking, Ming swayed to the side. Hiding in a crack in the mountain, he secured his feet against the mountain, drew his bow with his right hand, and quickly took out an arrow with his left hand, completing everything in an instant. Xiaohong was even quicker, sticking close to Ming. Ming breathed slowly, his eyes glinting coldly. In this position, if he encountered someone from the Black Mountain tribe and they discovered each other, it would surely lead to a life-and-death struggle. Soon, voices became faintly audible, mixed with the sound of stones falling. Early in the morning, we're digging these broken stones. Who knows what they're for? You've been grumbling all the way. Since it's the chief's order, we have to complete it. By the way, have you heard? Grandpa seems to have broken through. I heard someone in the tribe say that Grandpa seems a bit different than usual. He looks somewhat frightening now. Do you think the chief sending us to dig these stones is related to Grandpa? As their voices gradually became clearer and then slowly faded away, Ming remained motionless against the crack, only relaxing when he sensed they were far away. After waiting a moment longer to confirm that they had gone far, Ming was about to continue climbing when Xiaohong tugged at his clothes. Ming's gaze sharpened. He immediately abandoned his climb and approached the small hole. After examining it closely, he took off the basket on his back and crawled in, with Xiaohong following him. The hole was small. If not for Ming's slender frame, an ordinary barbarian would not have been able to pass through. Chapter 9. The Dissipation. The small hole was peculiar, with uniform dimensions. After crawling about 10 zhang, Ming reached the end and slowed his movements, cautiously approaching the exit. He was momentarily stunned upon seeing the scene before him and took a deep breath. This was a molten cave, with countless cone-shaped stones hanging from above, their surfaces dry and cracked, as if they could break apart at any moment. The ground, originally pitch black, was now dotted with red rocks, illuminating the cave in a brown hue, and the heat was several times stronger than outside. Not far away, there was a pitch-black skeleton, about 8 or 9 zhang long, which Su Ming instantly recognized as the bones of a python. On the skull of the python, there was a bone horn the thickness of a human arm, which was also black. Such a long python was something Su Ming had never seen before, but he vaguely remembered hearing Grandpa mention that long ago. There was a type of python beast on Black Dragon Mountain that was extremely ferocious, known as the horned python because of the horn on its head. The sharpness of that horn often made it a treasured offering in the tribe. In their Wu Mountain tribe, there was a horn from a horned python that had been passed down through generations. Could it be the horned python? He estimated the size of the python skeleton and glanced at the small hole he was in, and he began to form a vague answer. In deep thought, Su Ming took a leaf of herbal medicine from his basket and threw it down. The herb floated down and made a sizzling sound when it touched the ground, slowly drying up after about a quarter of an hour. Then he tried a few more times and ultimately confirmed the ground's temperature. Although it was not weak, he could endure for some time, provided he did not touch the red rocks. At this moment, Xiao Hong was already impatient. If she hadn't known the danger here, she might have jumped out long ago. Su Ming cautiously crawled out and leaped down, landing on the ground where he immediately heard a sizzling sound from his feet. And a wave of heat spread throughout his body, but it wouldn't burn his soles in a short time. Without saying anything, Su Ming quickly walked forward with the basket on his back, guessing that this place should connect to the interior of Black Flame Peak, perhaps offering a suitable spot for dissipation. Not far ahead, there was an open area leading to an unknown destination. The ground had some pits, and the heat here was even denser. Su Ming could already feel the scorching heat beneath his feet. He hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to lift his foot to step down, a sudden burst of heat erupted, causing Su Ming to cry out and retreat repeatedly, his pupils contracting as he saw a flame the thickness of an arm erupting from a pit in front of him, instantly illuminating the cave in fiery light. Su Ming took a deep breath and retreated to the cave entrance, focusing his gaze. He watched for half an hour until the flames gradually dissipated, but not long after, another pit erupted with flames again. This cycle continued. Su Ming stared at the pits, his eyes slowly brightening with excitement. There was indeed fire here. However, it appeared intermittently, not in a stable eruption. After his initial excitement, Su Ming pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of regret. It would be better to enter the mountain directly from the top to find a better place, but this location had the advantage of being concealed, and if there was danger, he could quickly escape. Then let this be my first dissipation cave in this lifetime. Su Ming's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. Now that there was fire, what I still lack is a crude tripod. I can make one myself. Su Ming's gaze fell on the scattered stones on the ground. These rocks had remained here for so many years without being burned to ashes, clearly very heat-resistant, and should be suitable for dissipation. Su Ming scratched his head, shifted his feet on the herbs, and jumped down again, choosing a large stone that looked suitable. After hesitating for a moment, he touched it and found it was not too hot, just warm. Having confirmed that he would use this large stone as material, Su Ming took out his medicinal knife, which was very sharp and often sharpened by him. Holding this knife, he used all his strength to start chopping at the stone. This was a tedious process, but Su Ming was already used to it, showing no impatience. While chopping, a sudden inspiration struck him. He looked at the python's bones not far away, especially the black horn on its skull. Among the debris, there was a piece of black bone horn that had not shattered. This horn is extraordinary. I was just wondering how that python managed to drill in here. Su Ming picked up the bone horn and scratched it against the wall, immediately leaving a mark. This scene did not surprise Su Ming. But why did the horned python have to drill in from the outside back then? Su Ming couldn't figure it out and walked over to the large stone, continuing to chop away. With the help of this angle, after several hours, a quenching stone furnace that resembled the desolate cauldron in Su Ming's memory took shape. And he even made a lid to keep the heat inside from escaping. He decided to give it a try. Su Ming was excited as he pushed the cauldron to the uneven ground, concentrating his mind and waiting patiently. After several more hours, amidst repeated bursts of flames, a fire finally erupted from a pit close to him. Almost at the moment of the flame's eruption, Su Ming quickly pushed the quenching stone furnace to cover the pit from which the flame had burst. Su Ming was tense. Whether the quenching would succeed depended on whether the cauldron could withstand the high temperature. Each quenching took an hour, and he thought it might not be enough. He pondered deeply, having exhausted all his thoughts for the quenching process. Then he had an idea. Su Ming took a few steps back. Even though he had a plan in mind, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he stood in a place on the ground that wasn't too hot, staring intently at the pits. And he did this for an entire day. During this time, the little monkey came by, left some wild fruits after finding it too hot, and ran off to play again. As for the stone cauldron, it endured the tests, showing no signs of cracking despite several bursts of flames. The flames that erupted from the small holes in the ground were somewhat regular, but after a day, Ming took the bone horn, stepped out, and quickly carved a trench in the ground, connecting one of the small holes in the pit to the area beneath the cauldron. He did not pause in his movements. After making 6 cuts in quick succession, he stepped back. Soon after, when one of the small holes erupted with flames, it was noticeably diverted through the trench and flowed into the furnace below. Success! Ming observed for a while, looking for gaps, and carved out 5 more trenches. Continuing to watch for an entire day, he confirmed his method, which had greatly extended the furnace's fire, and finally felt relieved. In fact, he had some doubts. The lines and connections of these trenches were not drawn randomly. He had to maintain a balance in the flames where the cauldron was located. Too much or too little could easily lead to abnormalities. After all, in his observations, there had been several instances where multiple pits erupted with flames simultaneously, and if the connections were incorrect, it could lead to danger. After resolving these 2 fundamental issues, Ming settled down and began his first quenching, following the scenes in his memory within the black flame peak. The food was handled by the little monkey, or Ming would go out to hunt small beasts, dragging them back here to roast over the fire. During this time, Ming also encountered the hunting team from his tribe while out hunting and informed them about the matter concerning the Black Mountain tribe. Days passed, and in this place for his quenching, there were sometimes sounds of frustration. After half a month, Ming's eyes were already bloodshot. He had attempted countless times over this period, but not a single success. He was currently at the first layer of the blood condensation realm, with 4 bloodlines. If he could add 2 more, he could step into the second layer. Once he reached the second layer, he could use the first barbarian technique from the inheritance he had received. This was something Ming yearned for, and it was also the driving force behind his continuous refinement of medicinal stones. However, the failures in quenching over this past month had almost left him disheartened, but the stubbornness deep within him made him unwilling to give up so easily. I refuse to believe it. Xiaohong, help me gather more herbs. Ming murmured as he threw the woven basket toward the grinning little monkey and continued his refining. The little monkey caught the basket, grinned, and ran out. Day after day after day. Failure, failure, failure. Until another half-month passed. On this particular afternoon, with disheveled hair, Ming stood before the cauldron, holding 2 types of herbs, both red, one with 6 petals and the other with 5 petals. He knew there wasn't much time to think about which one to use, so he gritted his teeth. Chapter 10, Bloodburn. At worst, I'll try both. With determination, Ming threw the 6-petal red herb directly into the quenching stone furnace. This 6-petal herb, obtained from the sludge, would cause one's blood to feel as if it were burning when it blossomed. At the moment the herb touched the medicinal liquid at the bottom of the cauldron, Ming saw a strange red glow flashing within the cauldron. He didn't cover the cauldron, but instead took a few steps, circled around it, and selected several flowing flame trenches on the ground, using the bone horn to cut them horizontally to temporarily block the addition of flames for control. The trenches on the ground had increased significantly compared to a month ago, and they were marked with scar-like traces, all created by Ming after summarizing his experiences over the past month. At this moment, Ming was extremely nervous. His entire focus was on the cauldron. According to his observations over the past month, at this time, in his location, there was at least half an hour of safety, and he didn't have to worry about anything else. Time passed slowly, and soon half an hour was up. Ming immediately stepped back. Shortly after he left, a large amount of flames erupted violently from the ground. As this scene unfolded, Ming stood not far away, sweating profusely, but still stared at the cauldron. Based on his experiences over the past month, he knew he had about 7 or 8 hours before he could see the results. During this time, he needed to adjust the intensity of the flames based on the changes in the medicinal liquid inside, and, at the last moment, cover the cauldron to cause the heat inside to surge, condensing the medicinal stone. He had performed this action countless times over the month, and now he was quite skilled at it. 1 hour, 2 hours, and gradually, a red mist emanated from the cauldron. The mist had no smell, but it flickered with an eerie glow, making Ming feel as if his blood was flowing rapidly. During this time, he adjusted the flame intensity several times until the outside world had completely darkened. Ming's eyes were red and filled with bloodshot veins. He had spent the entire day refining this medicinal stone, and everything had gone smoothly until now. Reaching the final step, through the red mist, Ming could vaguely see that the medicinal liquid in the cauldron was running low, continuously bubbling. With each bubble that burst, red mist would rise. Almost there. Combining the experiences from countless previous failures, Ming's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he grabbed the lid of the cauldron beside him, quickly stepped forward, and slammed it onto the cauldron. Whether it would succeed depended on this moment. After covering the lid, Ming took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. He knew he had done everything he could. Whether it would succeed was no longer within his control. It depended on luck. After nearly an hour, the roaring sound from within the cauldron suddenly intensified. After 9 resounding booms, it gradually calmed down. Aside from the flames still burning beneath the cauldron, there was no sound at all from within. Ming did not open his eyes but continued to rest, slowly waiting. When the flames momentarily subsided, the moment the flames beneath the cauldron dissipated, Ming suddenly opened his eyes and got up, striding forward. With his right hand full of heat-resistant herbs, he pushed against the cauldron lid and forcefully opened it. At the moment the lid was opened, a wave of red heat surged out, but Ming was prepared. Almost as soon as he opened the cauldron, he quickly stepped back to avoid it. After waiting a moment for the red heat to gradually dissipate, Ming's heart raced with tension and anticipation as he slowly approached and looked into the cauldron. At first glance, Ming suddenly burst into laughter. At the bottom of the barren cauldron, there were 3 crimson medicinal stones. Carefully taking out the 3 medicinal stones, Ming sat down with excitement, continuously playing with and observing this strange object he had only seen in his memory. He was quite fond of these round medicinal stones, even putting them to his nose to smell for a long time. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest hint of medicinal fragrance. Instead, there was a faint, bloody smell. Also, the medicinal stones seemed quite fragile. Ming felt that with just a bit of force, he could crush them into powder, and in fact, it was true. However, he didn't pay too much attention to this detail. After a month, he finally succeeded in refining them once. The more he looked, the happier he became. Just as he was about to eat one to see what it was like, he hesitated for a moment. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, recalling the strange scene when he had picked the 6-petaled red herb. Since this herb ultimately produced the medicinal stones, he wondered if the other kind could also be refined. Ming pondered for a moment, carefully placing the 3 medicinal stones aside, and took out the 5-petaled red herb. After a moment of silence, his eyes flashed, and after calculating the time, he closed his eyes to meditate, using the power of his bloodline to recover from his fatigue. Over the past month, he had already gotten used to this place. However, at this moment, even if he lay there, he still kept smelling his right claw, his intoxication deepening. As if he thought of something, he grinned and chuckled to himself. The next morning, Ming opened his eyes from meditation, stretched his body, and the fatigue from yesterday had completely dissipated. With a spirited demeanor, Ming held the 5-petaled herb and continued his refining process. A few days later, Ming emerged from the fire cave he and T left in some time. When he saw the sunlight outside, his eyes stung slightly. He had grown accustomed to the fiery red inside the cave, and now the brightness felt a bit uncomfortable. He stood there, taking a few breaths of fresh air, and after his eyes returned to normal, he cautiously looked around before slowly climbing down the mountain. He moved quickly along the way, staying alert, and with the little monkey keeping watch nearby, he encountered no dangers and successfully arrived at the foot of the mountain. Finding a river at the foot of the mountain, where the water also emitted steam, Ming took off his clothes and soaked himself in it, feeling as if the fatigue from the past few days had been washed away. Reluctantly, he climbed out and quickly left with the little monkey. He had more important things to do. In the jungle, Ming and the little monkey dashed through the trees, and after circling a few times, Ming had already caught several small beasts that looked fierce. The little monkey had also caught a few. In 2 small bottles, there were 2 types of medicinal stones. One was crimson and striking to the eye, while the other was blue, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The blue medicinal stone was what Ming had refined using the 5-petaled herb in the previous days. If xianxiasan was based on feeling, then this blue medicinal stone was indeed xianxiasan. But what about the red one? Ming's eyes flashed as he noticed that each of the 2 bottles contained 3 medicinal stones. He first took out one from each, raised his head to look at the small beasts, and walked over. After feeding the 2 different medicinal stones to 2 of the small beasts, Ming stepped back a few paces, nervously observing, and even the little monkey was affected, becoming tense. After waiting for a long time, the 2 small beasts that swallowed the medicinal stones showed no change, still roaring at Ming fiercely. Ming frowned and waited a while longer, but it remained the same. How could this be? Logically, there should be some reaction. However, it could be seen that they were not poisonous. Could it be that they were for external use rather than internal? A flash of inspiration struck Ming as he took out a bone fragment, walked over to the other 2 small beasts that hadn't been fed the medicinal stones, and made 2 shallow cuts on their bodies, causing blood to seep out. The little monkey hurriedly came forward to watch. After cutting the wounds on the 2 small beasts, Ming immediately took out the 2 different medicinal stones again and placed them on the wounds of the 2 small beasts. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The small beast that came into contact with the red medicinal stone trembled violently in an instant, without a single cry of pain, and transformed into a puddle of blood. Before the blood even hit the ground, it seemed to ignite, forming a cloud of red mist that soared into the air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, too fast to imagine, causing Su Ming to gasp and quickly retreat, while the little monkey was startled, shrieking as it scrambled away. Su Ming took a sharp breath, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected that the red medicinal stone he had refined would be so astonishing. The red mist rose and slowly dissipated, leaving only a pile of purplish-red bones on the ground, a shocking sight. As for the other small beasts nearby, although they were very close, they were not affected. But they were clearly terrified. Su Ming's breathing was rapid, and after a long time, he looked down at the small bottle in his hand that contained the red medicinal stones. There was still one stone left, but now, in his eyes, it seemed filled with blood. It was safe to swallow, but seeing blood meant death. This powder was refined by me, and from now on, it shall be called blood powder, Su Ming murmured, suppressing the fear within him, carefully putting away the medicinal stone. He faintly felt that this item could become his trump card. Then, the blue medicinal stone must indeed be xianxiasan. What was its effect? Su Ming fell silent for a moment, pondering as his gaze fell on the wound. The blue medicinal stone had also melted, but the small beast showed no signs of discomfort. Chapter 11. Su Ming's Rage. Su Ming thought for a long time, but could not figure out the effect of xianxiasan. In the memories he had obtained, there was only the method of refining it, but no specific effects. Until noon, when the sun was quite scorching, Su Ming hesitated for a moment and left the place. Outside, Su Ming leaned against the wall, facing the mountain wind, holding the blue medicinal stone, and began to ponder deeply. What was its effect? It was ineffective when taken internally, and it also didn't work externally. He frowned. The medicinal stone he had painstakingly refined seemed to have no discernible effect, making Su Ming feel as if the past month had been a waste. He stared at the medicinal stone, gritted his teeth. Forget it. Everything still needs to be tried by myself. I will swallow this powder and experience it myself. Su Ming's decisive nature emerged. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate and immediately put the xianxiasan in his mouth. The medicinal stone melted as soon as it entered, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled his mouth. As if a hot current surged into his body, but it quickly dissipated, leaving no significant sensation. Su Ming stood there in a daze, hurriedly sitting down to try and consolidate his bloodline, but it felt no different from usual. He still had that feeling of insufficient blood. He tugged at his hair in frustration, feeling that this time he had truly wasted more than a month. It couldn't be. There must be other effects. Despite his disappointment, Su Ming did not give up. However, no matter how he pondered, he still had no clue, only letting out a long sigh, bitterly smiling. After a while, the little monkey, transformed into a red shadow, swiftly dashed from the bottom of the mountain, quickly approaching Su Ming. It jumped a few times in front of him, threw a handful of wild fruits, and then left again. Su Ming sighed inwardly. With his stomach empty, he picked up the wild fruits, eating while continuing to think. 1, 2, 3. Am I full? Huh. Su Ming stared intently at the wild fruits, then immediately counted the pits he spat out, totaling 15. He faintly felt that he had grasped something, his heart racing. Since I was young, I have liked to eat this wild fruit. Over the years, Xiaohong often picked it for me, but I don't like to eat too much at once. In the past, eating 18 or 19 would make me feel quite full. Yet just now, I only ate 15, and I was surprisingly full. Has my appetite decreased? Or is it related to something else? Su Ming licked his lips. He remembered that he had previously swallowed a pill of xianxiasan. Could it be that this xianxiasan can substitute for food? Su Ming's eyes showed contemplation. He recalled that there was still a small amount of wulongxian left, which is quite precious and can only be obtained on non-rainy days. Therefore, he had been reluctant to drink the remaining bit. Su Ming was very familiar with wulongxian. After a few drops entered his stomach, a cool sensation immediately spread throughout his body, gradually merging into his blood. But at that moment, the coolness transformed from the wulongxian strangely increased by about 10%. It seemed like a small amount, but Su Ming felt it very clearly. That gentle coolness merged with his blood, turning into a boiling force that caused 4 blood lines to emerge on his body, radiating a blood-red glow. After a long while, Su Ming opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with excitement. As expected, the xianxiasan has no effect when taken alone, but when consumed with other substances, it can enhance its original efficacy. It seems simple, but in reality, it is extraordinary. Su Ming felt invigorated. This refining method had given him great motivation. At the door where he obtained the refining method, there were 15 small holes, clearly requiring him to place 15 such medicinal stones. However, at the moment, he didn't have enough medicinal stones to consume. After a brief contemplation, he decided to take it slow. Determined, he hurried to the wild cauldron and began refining with the remaining herbs. Besides refining, he also sent the little monkey out to search for herbs, gathering large amounts of the plants that his grandfather would always collect and using the methods of his tribe to crush them into juice to drink. Then assisted with xianxiasan. This way, his cultivation speed immediately increased. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Ming hardly went out. The fire cavern had become like his second home, and its existence was not easily discovered, allowing him to cultivate here with peace of mind. Even the 6th bloodline became faintly visible. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before it could be fully formed. At this moment, it was already winter outside, and the other peaks were covered in snow, while only the surroundings of Black Flame Peak had no snow, which had melted away. However, this made the area shrouded in mist, looking quite strange from a distance. If outsiders were to arrive for the first time, they would undoubtedly be very interested in this place. But for Ming, having grown up nearby, he was already accustomed to the oddities of this peak. One day, Ming sat cross-legged, the blood glow on his body quite rich, with 5 thin lines swirling around him, appearing as if they had life, looking astonishing. The blood light continuously radiated, and beads of sweat spread across Ming's body, causing him to tremble slightly. Yet his expression was filled with determination. This was his 3rd attempt in half a month to condense the 6th bloodline. Once this line successfully condensed, he would become a barbarian warrior of the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm. Most importantly, he would be able to perform his first barbarian technique, a technique belonging to their tribe called spirit devouring. The spirit devouring technique does not manifest out of thin air. It requires the corpses of freshly dead beasts. By using the condensed bloodlines, one can feel the spirit of the dead beasts, and after extracting it, one can temporarily enhance part of their abilities. Only after mastering the barbarian technique can one be called a barbarian warrior, which would be significantly different from other tribesmen, being many times stronger. After a long time, Ming's body shook, and the blood light surrounding him gradually faded, the 5 bloodlines on his skin also slowly receding. Condensing the 6th bloodline once again failed. Ming took a deep breath, fell silent for a moment, took out some medicinal juice, and consumed it along with xianxiasan, starting his cultivation anew. Days passed, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. The entire Wulong Mountain was now covered in thick snow, and even Black Flame Peak had seen a significant increase in mist, with even the heat seeming to show signs of dissipating. The coldest time of the year had arrived. But for Ming, this moment was crucial. Through his relentless efforts, along with sufficient herbs and xianxiasan, his cultivation speed in the blood condensation realm was incredibly fast. And the 6th bloodline had already taken shape, entering a critical moment of condensation. The little monkey was also unwilling to go out in this winter. Its fiery red fur was too conspicuous against the white snow, so it would remain quiet until winter was over. Faint sounds could be heard from outside. Yuchi, is the Tianyan grass you mentioned really here? We've searched for half a day and haven't found it. Are you sure? A cold voice fell into the little monkey's ears, causing its body to shiver. Then hurry up and look. If we can find this Tianyan grass, perhaps I can quickly break through to the 3rd layer and enter the 4th layer. As for you, you should be able to enter the 3rd layer as well. Don't worry, it should be right here. I can still feel the response of the barbarian technique. If you can reach the 4th layer, then you can join the Black Mountain hunting team. I heard this time, the prey was personally decided by Grandpa. Whatever we can catch will be ours. The voices of the 2 grew closer, sounding as if they were right outside, making the little monkey too nervous to even breathe. It could vaguely sense that the 2 outside posed a great threat to it. But at that moment, found it. Hey, look here, there's a cave. Unfortunately, it's a bit small. Yes, that's the Tianyan grass. This cave used to be a fire barbarian area. It should be empty inside. Since we're here, we might as well go in and take a look. A small cave entrance won't be able to stop me. The voices of the 2 came through, and the content of their conversation made the little monkey's face change drastically. Outside, there were suddenly cries of excitement. It's a fire ape, and it's just a juvenile. Haha. This is its hiding place from the cold. Catch it. Its blood is a great tonic for us, and its fur can be presented to Grandpa. With a piercing scream, the voices outside gradually faded away. However, inside the melting cave, Ming's expression twisted, trembling violently. You're looking for death. Ming suddenly raised his head and let out an angry roar. Chapter 12, Killing Intent. At the moment Ming raised his head, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his entire body flickered with blood light, illuminating the fire cavern in a blood-red hue. His body trembled continuously. With the circulation of blood, his heart pounded faster and faster, as if it were about to explode, causing Ming's expression to become increasingly twisted. He was at a critical moment and could not afford to pause, yet he clearly heard the little monkey's heartbreaking scream and everything that had just happened. He watched helplessly as the little monkey rushed out alone to draw the two intruders away to protect him. The 5 bloodlines on his body radiated dazzling light, and amidst the red glow, the 6th bloodline that was about to fully condense seemed to be struggling to break free from its cocoon. Damn it! The 2nd layer of blood condensation. Su Ming shouted with red eyes, fully aware that his previous attempts had been relatively mild. Even if they failed, they wouldn't physically harm him. But now, with the little monkey's life in jeopardy, every second that passed made Su Ming feel like he was on fire. At this moment, he completely let go, frantically circulating the blood within his body, pouring all of his blood toward the faintly appearing 6th bloodline. With a loud bang, blood spilled from Su Ming's mouth, and his body trembled slightly, his face turning pale. His reckless actions could be said to be a major taboo for practitioners of the barbarian path. Those in the barbarian path, especially in the blood condensation realm, usually need to proceed steadily and should not act rashly. Damn it! Su Ming stared intently at the exit ahead, seemingly able to see the panic, fear, helplessness, and determination in the little monkey's eyes. Without hesitation, Su Ming once again circulated all the blood in his body and launched a second assault. More blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground from his chin. 3rd, 4th, 5th. At the moment he launched the 5th surge of blood like a torrent, Su Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning completely pale. However, a fierce killing intent appeared on his face, combined with the blood at the corner of his mouth, making Su Ming look filled with a chilling aura at this moment. His body suddenly stood up from the cross-legged position. At the moment he stood up, a tremendous roar echoed within him, and the 6th bloodline suddenly fully condensed. With the formation of the 6th bloodline, a breath completely different from the 1st layer of the blood condensation realm erupted in Su Ming's body, causing his hair to rise without wind, and the 6 bloodlines on his skin moved rapidly, as if alive. 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm. Before this 2nd layer could stabilize completely, Su Ming swayed, grabbing the bow and arrows nearby at a speed twice as fast as before, and dashed straight towards the exit. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, he quickly squeezed through a small hole, and when he appeared outside, he found that heavy snow was falling in the distance. With the sun setting, it was dusk. A practitioner at the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm and another at the 3rd layer. Su Ming's eyes were filled with bloodshot, a cold light flashing past. Although the enemy was powerful, there was no fear in Su Ming's eyes. Only a murderous intent. At this moment, he had long forgotten his terror. The 2 barbarian warriors from the Black Mountain tribe who had captured the little monkey had become his life and death enemies. It was either they die, or he, Su Ming, dies. Even if it was like a moth flying into the flame. But outsiders do not know the cause and effect of the moth and the fire. That is obsession. That is a struggle for life. It is either the fire extinguished or the moth burned. Su Ming had no hesitation, dashing forward at full speed. As a man of the barbarian tribe, he had played and foraged in these mountains since childhood, was extremely familiar with the area, and was adept at finding answers through clues. As he dashed forward, he looked at the ground while quickly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and hands. After a moment, his gaze flickered, and he saw some chaotic traces on a patch of withered grass and trees ahead. There. He picked up a broken branch and examined it carefully. His killing intent intensified, and he changed direction and darted away. Along the way, Su Ming disregarded everything and unleashed his full speed, pushing his body's agility to the limit. During this time, he found numerous clues and even discovered a pool of blood. The blood contained several strands of red hair belonging to the little monkey. However, that blood showed signs of drying, indicating that the enemy had captured the little monkey here and had already left for some time. Unable to catch up, Su Ming's expression darkened, his fists clenched, and a mad intent reappeared in his eyes. Faster. Su Ming sped through the forest like the wind, but he still felt his speed was too slow. As he moved forward, a series of footprints were left on the snowy ground. Just then, at the moment Su Ming leaped and landed again. Suddenly, the snow beneath him gave way, and a small beast resembling a fox, but covered in pure white fur with deer antlers on its head, leaped out from the snow, approaching Su Ming in a flash. Ming. Su Ming did not slow down. As the small beast leaped from its hiding place, he suddenly raised his right hand and threw a powerful punch forward. If it had been the Su Ming from before, this punch would have been insufficient, but now he was a practitioner at the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm, having 6 bloodlines. And his entire body was not only faster, but also much stronger due to the overwhelming energy. His punch landed directly on the mink, which shrieked, its eyes narrowing, twisting in midair to dodge. However, Su Ming lunged forward, and his left hand had somehow drawn out a bone horn, which grazed the small beast as the bone horn pierced its body. Blood sprayed, and the small beast writhed on the snow with a horrific scream, staining a large area red. Clean and decisive, Su Ming paused, glanced at the dead mink, and, with flickering eyes, crouched down, raised his right hand, took a deep breath, and circulated the blood within him. Instantly, his entire body radiated a blood light, as if merging with the bloodstains on the ground. Under that blood light, 6 bloodlines emerged on Su Ming's body. He slowly placed his right hand on the recently deceased small beast, his eyes shining with a strange light. And he saw one of the bloodlines on his body twisting strangely, slowly spreading along his right arm into his palm, seemingly merging into the body of the small beast. The dead small beast suddenly trembled weirdly, its fur falling off, its body rapidly withering, and in an instant, it turned into bones. However, at the same time, wisps of white vapor rose from its body, coalescing into its form and life, though slightly blurry, as if it could scatter with the wind. This was the first time Su Ming performed this soul-devouring barbarian technique. In the cultivation method he had obtained, there was a detailed introduction to this technique, which often required time to cultivate before it could be devoured. But now Su Ming had no time. He suddenly inhaled towards the white vapor that had formed into the small beast, and immediately, the small beast transformed into wisps of white vapor and was sucked into Su Ming's mouth. Su Ming's body shook. He felt as if he had gained some extra strength. But this additional power was dissipating quickly, and it wouldn't be long before he returned to normal. His legs swayed, and he hurriedly dashed forward. This time faster than before, flickering like the wind, increasingly swift. The whistling wind roared past his ears, and Su Ming's only thought in his mind was to catch up and intercept the enemy to rescue the little monkey. As for the method, he was not a reckless person and had long been prepared. Half an hour later, the additional power within Su Ming had already dissipated, but it had given him a bit of a time advantage, finally bringing him to the area outside Black Flame Peak, close to the Black Mountain tribe. Here stood a small hill that looked like a dirt slope. Standing here, he could see quite far, with a relatively broad view. Approaching this place, Su Ming's eyes were sharp, his gaze flickering, staring intently at the direction of Black Flame Peak. Soon, at the edge of his vision, he saw 2 extremely fast figures, one of whom was holding the unmoving little monkey. Su Ming stood there, took out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained a red medicinal stone. Confirming that there was no blood on his hands, Su Ming took out this medicinal stone and held it in his palm. This medicinal stone was his trump card. Calming his breath, he held the bow and arrow, his eyes deadpan, as the 2 figures in the distance drew closer, already within a few miles of him. And they could notice each other. Both of them were burly, looking quite strong. The man carrying the little monkey wore only a thin layer of animal skin in this winter, his upper body bare, exuding clouds of white vapor, as if he could melt the winter with his blood and energy alone. But Su Ming only glanced at him before focusing on the other person. This person was also robust, carrying several long spears on his back, but was slightly shorter. However, Su Ming could faintly sense the tremendous energy within this person, far exceeding that of his companion, and much beyond what he could compare. This was a strong opponent. Su Ming's pupils contracted, but he raised the hand holding the bow, pointing at the burly man. As Su Ming looked at this man, the burly man also saw Su Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes, revealing a hint of ferocity. Chapter 13, Evil Barbarian. More importantly, in addition to the wind channel, the nearby tribes would not hesitate to kill anyone they saw alone, like the Black Mountain tribe. There is no reasoning. It is simply survival of the fittest. Just like before, if Xiaohong had not gone out to divert the danger, the 2 of them would have cruelly killed Su Ming upon entering the cave, taking his head in exchange for a reward. "Yu Qi, I will kill this person, you stay here." The burly man spoke, his body roaring up like a fierce tiger, and the distance between him and Su Ming rapidly closed. The man from the Black Mountain tribe, named Yu Qi, holding a small monkey, dared not think otherwise about this arrangement. Although he clearly knew that killing the warriors of other tribes and taking their heads would earn him a reward, he did not dare to compete for achievements with the other party. "Fine, this person and I are both at the 2nd level. If we fight, it will waste some time. If he goes, he can quickly achieve it, and with this credit, perhaps I can also share in some benefits." Yu Qi's eyes turned, and as he looked on, he thought this would be a battle without any surprises. A cruel glint appeared in his eyes, as he could imagine the upcoming scene would be bloody yet pleasing to the eye. Among those sharing the same thought was the burly man from the 3rd level of blood condensation, who was rapidly closing in on Su Ming. He took large strides, quickly reducing the distance to less than 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 70 zhang, 60 zhang. As he approached, the man could clearly see Su Ming's appearance. With a grim smile, he let out a low roar, causing the surrounding snow to suddenly tremble, and the snowflakes were thrown up, rapidly exploding in the air, turning into a mist of snow that obscured his vision. In that instant, the man immediately drew a long spear from his back and threw it with all his strength towards Su Ming, who was 60 zhang away. The sharp whistling sound suddenly erupted, and Su Ming immediately felt a fierce aura bearing down on him. Without thinking, he stepped aside, and with a whoosh, the spear nearly grazed the tips of his hair. After throwing the spear, the burly man did not look at the result, but instead felt a swirl of black gas around his feet, which caused his speed to increase several times as he closed the 60 zhang distance to only 30 zhang. Die for me. The man raised his right hand, retrieving a second spear just as he was about to throw it. Suddenly, amidst the scattering snow mist, an arrow shot through the snow, striking straight at the man like a flash of lightning. The arrow was shot too quickly, and its trajectory was extremely tricky, making the man frown. However, with a cold grunt, he released a large amount of black gas from his feet, which quickly wrapped around his body, forming a mist. The 3 arrows rushed in an instant, and upon contact with the black gas, they visibly melted into black water. Nevertheless, the black gas dissipated significantly, revealing the man's body. You dare to act before me at the second level of blood condensation? The man leaped up, and the distance to Su Ming was now only 20 zhang. Su Ming's face was pale, but his legs remained motionless, his eyes devoid of panic, maintaining a consistent, deathly silence. He nocked another arrow, quickly shooting at the burly man. 1 arrow, another arrow, another arrow, 5 arrows in rapid succession. The 5 arrows almost formed a straight line, whistling as if they possessed immense power, rushing directly towards the man. Seeing this scene, the man's brow furrowed slightly. Among their tribe, not many could achieve this with a bow. 5 arrows in a row. The man raised his spear, and at the moment the first arrow approached, it collided with a loud bang, shattering his spear and causing it to explode simultaneously with the first arrow. The second arrow rushed in, and with a low roar, the black gas around the man melted the second arrow upon contact. The third arrow flashed close, and the man dodged it with a swift movement. The fourth arrow suddenly arrived, and with a low roar, the man, his expression fierce, clenched his right fist and smashed it against the arrow, causing it to shatter, leaving a wound on his hand. At that moment, the 5th arrow came like a piercing bone, and although the man intended to dodge, it still grazed his shoulder, leaving a small cut and blood. I will rip off your head. The man was not truly injured. A mere small wound meant nothing to a barbarian. He didn't even glance at it, grinning as he stepped forward, quickly closing the distance to Su Ming to 10 zhang. He was already confident of victory. This battle posed no threat to him, at most just a slight entanglement with those arrows. In the distance, Yuqi licked his lips, enjoying the bloody scene, which excited him from within. Just as the burly man stepped forward, closing in, Su Ming's face was pale, yet his eyes remained dead silent. He made a move that stunned both the burly man and the distant Yuqi. He abandoned the bow and arrow, clenched his right fist, and quickly approached the charging burly man. No one noticed that at this moment, the red medicinal stone in Su Ming's right hand had been crushed to powder, seeking death. The burly man and Su Ming were now only a few zhang apart. 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. The man clenched his right fist, unleashing tremendous power from his rolling energy and blood, which gathered in that punch, aimed at Su Ming's head. If he hit, Su Ming would not be able to withstand it, and would undoubtedly die. Just then, Su Ming suddenly looked up, the deathly silence in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming murderous intent that startled even the burly man. But it was too late for the man to be shocked. As Su Ming looked up, he swung his clenched right hand fiercely at the approaching burly man. In that swing, a cloud of red powder scattered into the air, some landing on the man's punched injury and others on the small cut on his shoulder. The burly man trembled all over. There was no shriek of despair, no struggle whatsoever. His body before Su Ming seemed to boil, as if erased by the heavens and earth, directly transforming into a cloud of red mist that rose and dissipated, leaving only a pile of bones on the ground, which, when blown by the wind, turned to dust. Among the bone dust, there was a strange black and white plant, emitting a faint glow. This sudden scene completely stunned Yuqi, who was not far away. He couldn't accept what he saw, not even daring to believe his eyes. He stared blankly at the thin, frail boy's indifferent face and his cold gaze, watching him approach rapidly. The corpse of the fire ape is a great supplement after refining. I want it. Su Ming's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke while advancing. Yuqi shivered, waking up in a cold sweat. The other party's words made him instinctively forget about the threat to the small monkey and instead think that the other party was coming to seize this item. As soon as this thought arose, he immediately turned and fled frantically. He still could not understand why his companion had died, especially the horrific sight of that death, which terrified him beyond bearing. Just as Su Ming was about to pursue, he felt dizzy and extremely fatigued. Shaking his head, Su Ming forced himself to regain focus. He glanced at the bones on the ground. This was his first time killing someone, but now was not the time for hesitation. He did not immediately choose to chase after Yuqi, but quickly tidied up the area, picking up usable arrows and taking the strange plant from the bones. Then, looking in the direction Yuchi had fled, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hong is still in my hands, and since I have already killed one, I might as well kill another. This way, the place won't be exposed. Su Ming gritted his teeth, enduring his fatigue, and pursued. He couldn't surpass Su Ming in speed either. Although he had a head start, Su Ming gradually caught up based on the slightest traces left behind. Despite his fatigue, Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the rapidly leaping black mountain warrior ahead. He knew that the opponent was intimidated by his earlier actions, which was why he dared not engage in battle easily. This was part of Su Ming's previous plan. As blood was shed, as long as he could cleanly kill one person, the other would definitely be shaken. After all, most people would feel fear after witnessing such a bizarre scene for the first time. Chapter 14. Transformation. The saying one must strive with all their might, then rest. If one does not, they will perish, reflects this principle. Since childhood, Su Ming had followed his grandfather, and he had read countless volumes of animal hide scrolls at his grandfather's place, many of which contained wisdom that fascinated him. This wisdom, over time, had gradually seeped into Su Ming's mind, remaining dormant until now. However, during this pursuit after killing, he was slowly awakening that latent wisdom bit by bit. After several attempts, he no longer felt that reckless abandon. It was hard to maintain that feeling as before. To Su Ming, the Black Mountain barbarian ahead was merely his prey, and a frightened one at that. As long as the opponent felt there was still hope, he could slowly take them down. Following this method, Su Ming continually diminished the opponent's confidence and courage during the chase. As the pursuit continued, he occasionally deliberately created distance, allowing the opponent to feel a brief sense of relaxation amidst the heightened tension. Su Ming vaguely remembered a scroll that mentioned that after prolonged tension, once relaxation occurs, fatigue and pain would amplify exponentially from their hidden state, enough to overwhelm a living being. Su Ming had only understood this concept before, but now, during the chase, it was gradually transitioning from mere understanding to instinctual thought. He didn't need to force it. It naturally achieved the desired effect. For him, today was the first time he killed someone, the first time he pursued another person, and also the first invisible transformation in his life. Unfortunately, only Yuchi could personally experience this transformation process. Yuchi's feelings were profound, but he did not understand what caused everything. He only felt that his confidence and courage had diminished after witnessing that bizarre murder, but during this chase, they gradually disappeared completely. What he didn't realize was that his sense of fatigue had increased invisibly, especially when he noticed that the young man behind him had vanished without a trace. That feeling of fatigue almost made his legs weak and on the verge of collapse, but he couldn't rest. He gritted his teeth and persisted. However, this persistence soon turned into greater fatigue when the young man's figure appeared in his line of sight again, giving Yuchi a sense of impending madness. Evil barbarian. He must be an evil barbarian. Yuchi trembled in fear. While fleeing, a fork appeared in front of him. To the left was a path deeper into the forest, leading away from the Black Flame Peak, while to the right was a path that circled the Black Flame Peak, leading to the territory of the Black Mountain tribe. Su Ming had long known about this fork and, at that moment, his eyes flashed. He suppressed his fatigue and suddenly burst forth in speed. Not pursuing directly, but weaving through the forest towards the right path. It seemed as if he had determined that Yuchi would take the right path. So he moved right in advance to close the distance between them. As he leaped, Su Ming took out his bow and shot several arrows towards the right fork. The arrows whizzed through the air, all hitting the trees on the right path, deeply penetrating them, the arrow tails vibrating with a buzzing sound. That buzzing sound seemed to possess some strange power, reaching Yuchi's ears and causing him to hesitate for a moment. As Su Ming drew his bow again to continue the pursuit, Yuchi let out a roar and was about to head right, but Su Ming's speed increased significantly, immediately giving Yuchi a sense of illusion. He felt that if he continued to flee to the right, he would likely be caught immediately. Conversely, if he fled to the left, he could create some distance due to the opponent's misjudgment. The buzzing sound lingered in his ears. Gritting his teeth, Yuchi suddenly turned around and changed direction, sprinting left at high speed, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a cold smile as he swayed and quickly retrieved the arrows from the trees, continuing to chase after the place where the Black Mountain warrior had fled. Controlling the direction of the enemy's escape allows one to control their body, Su Ming murmured. He remembered that this phrase was written in one of the animal hide scrolls. He had been ignorant before, but now it suddenly made sense to him. As the chase continued, time passed slowly, and soon it was deep into the night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting white light on the snow-covered ground, illuminating the forest with a silver glow even in darkness. Throughout this chase, Su Ming had already changed Yuchi's escape direction 3 times, gradually manipulating his body to lead him where Su Ming wanted him to go. Feeling the small monkey lying unconscious in his arms, Su Ming's fatigued eyes softened. This was from a previous moment when he manipulated Yu Qi to change direction, causing him to throw the small monkey towards another direction to create more distance. This action indeed worked. Su Ming rushed towards the small monkey, allowing Yu Qi to breathe a sigh of relief, but he was faster. However, not long after, Yu Qi discovered that arrows were whistling towards him again, almost driving him to madness. The night had fully descended. Stars twinkling in the sky like countless eyes watching the ongoing pursuit in the forest below. Yu Qi was already exhausted. He staggered, and while the physical sensations were secondary, what mattered most was that his heart felt like it had been punctured 1,000 times, filled with endless regret. He regretted discovering that small hole and chasing after that fire ape. Otherwise, everything would not have turned out this way. Ahead of him was a thicket of tall weeds and bushes. Although it was winter, the place still looked impenetrable. Without thinking, Yu Qi stepped into the thicket, and before long, Su Ming's figure appeared outside the forest. He stood there, breathing heavily, a large amount of white mist escaping from his mouth. But his eyes were filled with coldness. He did not pursue, but silently waited in place. This is the burial ground I have guided you to. If you can walk out of here in your current state of fatigue, then you are truly lucky, Su Ming murmured after his breathing calmed slightly. Moments later, the sounds of screams gradually diminished, turning into faint wails. Su Ming silently walked forward, slowly entering the thicket. He walked cautiously, often pausing to carefully observe his surroundings. Sometimes retreating, sometimes circumventing, or leaping over obstacles directly. This was a trap area prepared by their Wu Mountain hunting team to capture wild beasts. Within this thicket, there were numerous traps, and aside from the Wu Mountain tribe, no other tribes could possibly know about them. Even Su Ming only knew about some of the general traps, while others were unknown to him. If Yu Qi were in his prime, he might have had a chance to walk out alive, but in his current state, stepping in here was equivalent to entering the underworld. Su Ming cautiously walked step by step, the distant wails in his ears growing fainter. Gradually, as he advanced, he saw ahead a row of sharpened trees, like a rake, impaled into the body of a person known as Yu Qi. His entire body was covered in blood. Yet he was still alive, trembling and emitting weak groans. Su Ming silently approached, standing beside Yu Qi, and after a long while, he took out a bone dagger and made a cut across his neck. Yu Qi struggled violently a few times before dying, his eyes fixed on Su Ming, filled with endless hatred. Su Ming remained silent, cutting the ropes of the trap, rummaging through Yu Qi's body for some miscellaneous items, and took out a small amount of blood powder. He transformed Yu Qi's body into bones, which turned to ashes at a touch. Turning silently, Su Ming exited the jungle. Outside the jungle, he looked at the bright moon in the sky, feeling lost. This was the second time he had killed someone, and he couldn't express his feelings, nervousness, anxiety, confusion. After a long time, he sighed lightly. Although the Haishan tribe and his own Wushan tribe shared the same lineage, for countless years they had become sworn enemies. Whenever one tribe grew strong, the other would inevitably face the danger of extermination, with all the men being slaughtered and only the women being taken away to become part of the other tribe's lineage. Fortunately, such events had never occurred. For many years, the elders of both sides had remained in the same realm, refraining from initiating large-scale wars. Taking a deep breath, a feeling of exhaustion washed over Su Ming as he dragged his nearly unconscious body away into the distance. Chapter 15, Grandpa. Brother, I am waiting for you. At the moment when this calling voice reached its peak, Su Ming suddenly woke up. His eyes blank as he stared at the wall ahead for a while before being interrupted by a series of excited squeals. He turned to see Xiaohong, the little monkey, rushing over in surprise and excitement, grabbing onto him. Xiaohong had already woken up. It had only been in a faint and had not sustained any serious injuries. After waking up, it had been anxiously waiting for Su Ming. Now, seeing Su Ming awake, it was quite excited. Su Ming looked at the little monkey, smiling, but hidden in that smile was confusion. The dream had appeared for the second time. Letting out a deep breath, Su Ming shook his head, forcibly pushing away thoughts of that strange dream, and instead lowered his gaze to the ordinary-looking black fragment hanging around his neck. Touching the fragment, Su Ming's eyes gradually brightened. He had personally experienced the changes brought by this black fragment. The refinement of the cleared dust powder had significantly increased his cultivation speed, and the unintended refinement of the red medicinal stone had allowed him to completely take the initiative in the previous life and death battle. The medicinal stone needed to be further refined. In that strange place, I only saw a door, but there were 15 small holes on that door. Previously, I hesitated due to the lack of medicinal stones. But now I really want to know what changes will occur when I send out 15 grains of clear dust powder, Su Ming murmured to himself. Moreover, the blood powder also needs to be refined some more. This powder is my trump card. He gathered his spirits and immersed himself in the refining process again while continuously maintaining the cultivation of his bloodline. However, There were some areas in his body that felt somewhat stiff when the blood flowed, not as smooth as before. Su Ming guessed that this was due to hidden injuries from breaking through the first layer of blood coagulation, which would likely take a long time to heal. Over a month passed, during which Su Ming went out several times and even had Xiao Hong help gather herbs. On a clear morning, just as dawn broke, Su Ming instructed Xiao Hong with a few words and descended the mountain alone, disappearing into the jungle. In the jungle, Su Ming, having reached the second layer of blood coagulation, moved extremely quickly, flashing across the snowy ground. Before noon, he had already crossed this forest and appeared outside the Wushan tribe. A smile appearing on his face as he looked at the distant tribe. Turning back, he saw a strong man with a somewhat youthful face. It was Lei Chun. Hey! Su Ming glanced at Lei Chun, clearly sensing the overwhelming vitality within him, which seemed even stronger than that of the barbarian from the Heishan tribe that he had killed with his blood powder. Are you about to break through to the fourth layer of blood coagulation? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. Lei Chun grinned, walking up to Su Ming and speaking in a low voice. I feel like I'm about to break through recently. Haha. Grandpa said that the barbarian blood in my body is very pure, and if I have enough time, I might even reach Grandpa's realm. As he spoke, excitement shone in Lei Chun's eyes, but soon he paused, studying Su Ming closely, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief, just about to speak. Come to my place tonight, and we'll talk then. I need to find Grandpa first. Su Ming knew what Lei Chun wanted to say, smiled slightly, and turned to walk toward Grandpa's residence. Watching Su Ming's back, Lei Chun stood in a daze for a moment, scratching his head and muttering a few words, still unable to understand. But he remembered he needed to go to Su Ming's place tonight. Approaching Grandpa's location, Su Ming slowed his steps, feeling somewhat anxious. He had great respect for Grandpa, who had raised him since childhood and continually educated him into adulthood. To Su Ming, Grandpa was like a grandfather, a bond that words could not express. He did not want to deceive Grandpa, but there were some things he could not fully disclose, such as the fragment around his neck. Su Ming was now grown up enough to judge that if this object were discovered by others, it could potentially pose a disaster not just for him, but for the entire tribe. He couldn't say it. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming stood outside Grandpa's residence. Not entering immediately, he could vaguely hear voices inside, as if several people were discussing something. After patiently waiting for a moment, the door to Grandpa's residence opened, and 3 strong men stepped out. These men were all extremely robust, like small mountains, and their appearance made Su Ming clearly feel a powerful pressure. The presence of these 3 men stirred Su Ming's vitality, giving him the illusion of being swept away in a storm. Su Ming inhaled sharply, instinctively taking a few steps back. The foremost of the 3 was the chief of the Wushan tribe. Previously, when Su Ming saw him, he did not feel much, only vaguely aware that he was the strongest in the tribe besides Grandpa. But now, with the cultivation of the second layer of blood coagulation, Su Ming felt a much stronger sensation when he saw the chief of the Wushan tribe. To him, the vitality within the chief seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, especially combined with the faint patterns on his face, giving an extremely terrifying impression. The 2 men beside the chief were also known to Su Ming. The burly man on the left was also around 40, with a blurry scorpion-shaped pattern flashing on his face. The vitality within him was immense, second only to the chief of the Wushan tribe. This man had long arms and carried a large bow on his back. For some reason, when Su Ming saw that bow, he seemed to hear countless wails in his ears, causing a sense of alarm to rise within him. This man was the lookout of the Wushan tribe. The lookout was not a name, but a title passed down. Each tribe could only have one lookout, and it was a title held by the strongest archer in the entire tribe. The last person was a man around 30, positioned to the chief's right. He had a dull expression, rarely speaking or smiling, with his eyes often squinting, making it difficult to see the complete pupils, only catching glimpses of brilliance within the crevice. He is the leader of the hunting team of the Wushan tribe, responsible for all hunting activities in the surrounding areas of the tribe, named Shanhen. These 3 can be said to be the strongest in the entire tribe, aside from Grandpa. Su Ming took a deep breath and quickly bowed, standing to the side. The tribe leader of the Wushan tribe frowned, clearly having had an unpleasant conversation with Grandpa earlier. After leaving the house, he did not look at Su Ming and walked past him. The lookout holding the bow and arrow smiled when he saw Su Ming, nodded, and followed the tribe leader away. As for the hunting team's leader, Shanhen, he seemed to completely ignore Su Ming, not even casting a glance as he walked by. After the 3 of them had gone far away, Su Ming's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of confusion. He was puzzled as to why the power of blood and qi within him could be sensed by Lei Chun. Yet these 3 strong members of the tribe did not notice it at all. Did I help you conceal your blood and qi? Yet you stand outside instead of coming in? Grandpa's serious voice came from inside the house, just as Su Ming was lost in thought. Su Ming lowered his head and walked into the house. Su Ming muttered a few words, keeping his head down and not daring to speak much. He looked at Grandpa with a Grandpa before he could finish. He saw Grandpa, sitting cross-legged opposite him, suddenly focus his eyes, raising his right hand to grab at Su Ming. Su Ming's body involuntarily moved forward a few steps and was pressed against his chest by Grandpa's right hand. A gentle force merged into Su Ming's entire being, circulating with his blood, instantly restoring several hidden injuries in his body that even he was unaware of, and also remedying the hidden dangers caused by his earlier reckless attempt to break through to the second level without stabilizing it before going out to kill. You really have grown bold, going to fight with others before your cultivation is stable, Grandpa said, looking at Su Ming with increasing appreciation in his eyes. Though his words remained stern, however, he took out a small dark green bottle and handed it to Su Ming. As the black blood flowed out from the wound, Su Ming immediately felt a surge of energy. He took the small bottle, opened it, dipped his finger in it, and applied it to the wound. Chapter 16, Barbarian Patterns. Grandpa, it's not that I wanted this, but they pushed me too far. They took Xiaohong away, Su Ming mumbled. They? Grandpa was taken aback. One at the second level of blood condensation, one at the third level. Su Ming capped the small bottle and placed it on the nearby table. Black Mountain Tribe? How did you escape? Grandpa's eyes flashed, a cold glint hidden in his pupils. I didn't escape. They are dead, Su Ming said, looking up at Grandpa. Grandpa was stunned, then moved, pondering for a moment. He did not ask for the detailed process. To him, Su Ming was like his own child. He had watched him grow up and knew his character. Grandpa Su Ming scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly. I was wrong. Aren't you going to ask how I became a barbarian warrior? Why ask so much? Everyone has their own secrets. All I need to know is that my Su Ming has finally become a barbarian warrior. That is enough. Grandpa laughed, looking very pleased. Su Ming's eyes were a bit misty as he looked at Grandpa, silently nodding. He would not forget Grandpa's kindness. Nor would he forget the trickling black dragon saliva within him, nor all the various experiences. All of these were imprinted in his mind and soul. Grandpa, I have some medicinal stones. Su Ming looked at Grandpa and spoke softly. Medicinal stones? Grandpa was taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. You mean herbs, right? Grandpa knows you must have some unusual herbs, but as the barbarian lord of the Wushan tribe, aside from some extremely rare ones, what herbs could there be? Before Grandpa could finish, Su Ming had already taken out 2 small bottles, opened them, and placed them in front of Grandpa. Both small bottles contained green medicinal stones, with a fragrant aroma swirling around, filled with more than 10 pieces. Grandpa's eyes brightened, and his expression suddenly became serious. He picked up the bottle containing the medicinal stones, examined it carefully, and then took a sniff. His expression changed immediately. What a peculiar medicinal property. Just one sniff can make the blood in the body seem to accelerate its flow. Grandpa murmured, focusing intently. After a while, he closed his eyes and entered deep thought. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Su Ming. These are called medicinal stones? Su Ming nodded and began to explain the usage and effects of the medicinal stones, while Grandpa gasped, his expression changing dramatically halfway through. Without any hesitation, Grandpa suddenly raised his right hand and waved it forward, immediately conjuring an illusory barbarian figure before Su Ming. The figure resembled the half-human, half-beast image of the Wushan tribe. As soon as this figure appeared, a gentle force spread outwards, enveloping the entire room. Keep talking. Seeing Grandpa's serious expression, Su Ming's heart raced as he slowly began to describe the effects of the xianxiasan in detail. Grandpa had already stood up from his cross-legged position. After hearing Su Ming's words, he poured out a grain of xianxiasan, focused for a while, then suddenly swallowed it. He trusted Su Ming and had no hesitation. He then took out a small purple bottle and drank the remaining few drops of medicinal juice in one go. He then sat cross-legged again, and soon a massive amount of blood light flickered out of his body, the dazzling light enveloping the entire room. Su Ming took a few steps back, his expression filled with reverence. On Grandpa's body, the bloodlines were densely packed. For a moment, it was hard to tell how many there were, and a sense of blood and qi even stronger than that of the Wushan tribe leader filled the entire room. Su Ming gasped. He watched the glowing barbarian figure hovering in the air and subtly guessed that if it weren't for this illusory figure, the light emitted from Grandpa's cultivation would probably spread throughout the entire tribe, visible even from a great distance. The light came quickly and dissipated just as fast. Moments later, as Grandpa opened his eyes, the red glow around him vanished without a trace. And there was a hint of excitement in his gaze as he looked at the xianxiasan and took a deep breath. Su Ming, you must remember one thing. Grandpa looked up at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression became serious as he listened respectfully. Regarding the medicinal stones, from today on, you cannot tell anyone. Not even if I ask you again, you must never speak of it. From now on, I will never ask you about this matter again, even within the tribe. You must remember this. No one can know. Not even Lei Chen. Grandpa said meaningfully, speaking with gravity. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. Grandpa sighed lightly. He understood Su Ming and knew that his character was simple, so he spoke sternly again. Su Ming, listen to Grandpa. Do not tell anyone. Su Ming silently nodded. His eyes filled with determination. The tribe is not safe, Grandpa murmured, but his words made Su Ming freeze. Especially when he recalled the earlier moment when Grandpa concealed his blood and she in front of the tribe leader and the other two. There is a traitor in our tribe. Currently, only you, I, and the tribe leader know about this. There is no one else. This traitor is hiding too deeply. We do not know who it is. Su Ming, these medicinal stones of yours are quite good. Grandpa will keep them and does not need any more from you. If I can truly make a breakthrough, these will be enough. If I cannot break through, no amount will matter. Grandpa did not lack for herbs. He simply reached a bottleneck and needed an opportunity. Grandpa sighed again, and after sharing some words with Su Ming, he imparted his lifelong experience in cultivation and took out a strange object made of some wooden strips connected together. Looking at this object, Grandpa's expression became nostalgic. After a long while, he carefully handed the object to Su Ming. This is something Grandpa obtained during his youth while traveling. This object is called a wooden tablet, which can only be found in large tribes. It records many characteristics of herbs. You take it. At this moment, Grandpa looked at Su Ming with a gleam in his eyes and a slightly serious expression. Su Ming, I am very happy that you can become a barbarian warrior. But you must understand that once you step into the realm of barbarian warriors, you will be very different from ordinary tribesmen. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and it can easily be a matter of life and death. You should have felt this on High Peak. But how can we, the barbarian people, give up just because we fear death or find the road ahead difficult? Grandpa knows your dream. You want to leave here and see the world outside. On this point, Grandpa supports you. Su Ming listened silently and nodded. You are a filial child. Grandpa has watched you for so many years and understands in his heart. However, my cultivation is limited, and I can't help you much. But if our Su Ming doesn't become a barbarian warrior, that is fine. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, Grandpa will do everything he can to make your journey a bit smoother. A smile gradually appeared on Grandpa's serious face as he beckoned to Su Ming. Come, sit cross-legged in front of Grandpa and circulate your bloodline power as you usually do. Su Ming looked at his grandpa, whose hair had turned gray and whose face was lined with wrinkles, kindly gazing at him. Although he knew he had no blood relation with Grandpa, that bond of affection transcended everything. Grandpa, Su Ming murmured. Come here quickly. Grandpa laughed heartily. Su Ming obediently came in front of Grandpa, sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and slowly circulated the energy and blood within him. Gradually, 6 bloodlines appeared on his body, glowing red, and he could faintly see the phantom of a 7th bloodline gradually forming. This 7th bloodline had eluded Su Ming for the past month. He couldn't even manifest its phantom, which was greatly related to the hidden injuries in his body. But at this moment, as Grandpa healed his hidden injuries, the 7th bloodline naturally appeared as he circulated his energy and blood. You have obtained the inheritance of the barbarian image and know that to reach the 3rd level in the blood condensation realm, one must have 11 bloodlines. As for the 4th level, one needs 25 bloodlines. The 5th level requires 53 bloodlines, and more are needed until the 11th level of the blood condensation realm, where the number of bloodlines should be 781. But what you don't know is that the number of bloodlines is not fixed for everyone. The vast majority of barbarian warriors are like this, but there are still some who can increase the number of bloodlines further. The more bloodlines one has, the greater the chance of eventually becoming a dust-opening realm warrior. Throughout history, as far as Grandpa knows, almost no barbarian warrior who could become a dust-opening realm warrior had fewer than 900 bloodlines during their blood condensation stage. For example, the barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe, whom I have known for many years, had as many as 917 bloodlines in his youth. Grandpa has heard that in some larger medium-sized tribes, or even in some large tribes, there are individuals who exceeded 930 bloodlines during the blood condensation stage. This is the history of our barbarian tribe's blood condensation realm. There were indeed some individuals who expanded their bloodlines to 999 during the blood condensation stage, and most of these individuals became renowned figures. After blood condensation comes dust opening. The so-called dust opening is the process of condensing all 1's bloodlines into pure barbarian blood and drawing a solid barbarian pattern on oneself, which reflects 1's thoughts and desires. Grandpa is very curious and anticipates what kind of barbarian pattern you would draw for yourself if you ever become a dust-opening realm warrior. Chapter 17. The Art of the First Barbarian. Su Ming. These are things not found in the barbarian image inheritance, but are things that every barbarian warrior must know and remember. Perhaps Grandpa will never reach the dust-opening realm in his lifetime. The barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe was not as good as me before the age of 20. It wasn't until he was 34 that he could barely fight me. At that time, Grandpa was well known among the tribes in this area. Grandpa slowly spoke. A touch of rosy hue flashing across his aged face, and a hint of distant pride shone in his eyes. But that pride seemed to be sealed away, covered in dust. Back then, I had already reached the 8th level of blood condensation. Grandpa sighed softly, murmuring bitterly as if reminiscing. A trace of sadness gradually appearing on his face. Su Ming, you must remember, there is always someone better than you in this world. Never be complacent. Grandpa shook his head, seeming unwilling to speak more about his past. Grandpa had gone out 3 times in his life and experienced many things. Although he lost quite a bit, he learned a barbarian technique. This technique is far beyond what the Fengxian tribe can know, and even in some larger medium-sized tribes. It is hard to obtain. It is a method of the first barbarian that can only be mastered by large tribes. The true barbarian awakening technique can only be performed once in a lifetime, a blessing prepared for descendants. Grandpa's gaze sharpened, his right hand suddenly raised. And in an instant, his palm turned bright red, slowly pressing down on Su Ming's forehead. Su Ming, Grandpa's one and only barbarian awakening in his lifetime is bestowed upon you. Grandpa blesses you and hopes you can fulfill my wish, allowing our Wushan tribe to see the dust opening again. Circulate your energy and blood, merging with the barbarian blood that Grandpa has refined for 80 years. Grandpa's entire body radiated with a surge of blood energy, especially his right hand, which seemed on the verge of dripping blood. A large number of bloodlines appeared all over his body, seemingly amounting to over 700. This was Grandpa's true strength. Over 700 bloodlines meant that despite only being at the 9th level of blood condensation, he was capable of contending with those at the 10th level. Su Ming trembled as a magnificent warmth surged from the energy and blood circulating within him, pouring in from his forehead and flooding his entire body. This made the flow of his energy and blood suddenly increase dramatically, and a large amount of black impurities continuously seeped out from the pores of his body. His body gradually felt transparent, as if every breath he took was filled with countless sweat pores absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The illusory 7th bloodline solidified in an instant, and after it condensed, the 8th bloodline emerged, with the 9th one appearing faintly. The speed at which the energy and blood within Su Ming circulated reached a terrifying level. With each circulation, it felt as if all his blood was being refined. And he even had the illusion that his blood had become extremely viscous. This was the true meaning of the blood condensation realm, refining one's own blood, ultimately condensing it into barbarian blood. In the past, he always felt that he ran out of blood within a short time during his cultivation, but now, under the overwhelming warmth pouring in from his forehead, that feeling vanished, and in a daze, he even had the illusion of being surrounded by a blood glow. Grandpa, surrounded by a blood glow, seemed to become a massive blood-colored light sphere, and he too was a blood-colored light sphere, just that compared to Grandpa. He was like a bright moon next to a firefly, but at this moment, the firefly was absorbing the moonlight, rapidly growing stronger. This was what Grandpa meant when he said that the true barbarian awakening, the first barbarian technique, could only be possessed by large tribes. The 9th bloodline suddenly condensed out, filling Su Ming's entire body with a sense of power, and the massive amount of black impurities seemed to have been completely expelled, replaced by an indescribable fragrance. Su Ming immersed himself in this feeling very warm. Grandpa continued to observe Su Ming's body, knowing that the essence of this first barbarian technique, the true barbarian awakening, is not merely to enhance the descendants' cultivation, but to expel all impurities from their body, creating a suitable physique that would allow the descendant to have a smoother path in cultivation. This was not a simple expulsion of dirt, but using one's own barbarian blood as a guide, conducted in a way that he did not fully understand. And it could only be done this once in a lifetime. If a second attempt were to be made, the one performing the technique would immediately explode, their souls scattering and ceasing to exist. As the fragrance from Su Ming's body grew stronger, a smile gradually appeared on Grandpa's face, but he did not stop. Instead, he took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and slammed it onto his right hand, followed by an even more overwhelming warmth rushing into Su Ming's body. Su Ming's body trembled sharply. His body had already stopped exuding black dirt, but at this moment, with the warmth flooding in, a thumping sound came from within him, and he saw more black dirt seeping out again. At the same time, the 10th bloodline on Su Ming's body quickly solidified from its blurry state, completely forming in just a moment, and even the 11th bloodline gradually became faintly discernible. Once this 11th bloodline solidified, it would mean that Su Ming had reached the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm. However, this 11th bloodline seemed extremely difficult to fully manifest. until the black dirt stopped seeping from Su Ming's body and his entire being was filled with a fragrant scent. The 11th bloodline still remained faintly visible. Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, the world before him appeared different, seeming countless times clearer than before. As if many subtle details he hadn't noticed previously were now fully understood. The world had changed. His eyes were as clear as water, but upon closer inspection, there was an abyss-like depth that made one unable to resist sinking into it. He saw his grandfather, but at this moment, his grandfather looked considerably older, with a hint of fatigue in his gaze, yet his eyes held deep kindness and affection as they looked at Su Ming. Su Ming stared blankly at his grandfather, kneeling in silence, and gently bowed his head to him. The vitality and fragrance you possess, I have already used the barbarian technique to conceal. Unless someone is more powerful than me, no one will notice. Do not speak of your becoming a barbarian to anyone else. Wait until I find that traitor before making any decisions. Su Ming nodded and watched as his grandfather sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in cultivation before quietly leaving. He knew about the Fengxian tribe, the only medium-sized tribe among the nearby 8 factions, which was the dominant power in the area. Su Ming had heard rumors that his grandfather from the Fengxian tribe was a powerful figure in the opening dust realm, possessing an extremely long lifespan and extraordinary strength. Will I reach the opening dust realm in this lifetime and be able to draw my own barbarian patterns? A longing appeared in Su Ming's eyes. For him, the opening dust realm was as distant as a legend. So my grandfather's true strength is so formidable. Then what about the Black Mountain tribe's barbarian lord that I heard about? Do they harbor secrets as well? Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted until now. Su Ming shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. Xianxian was the only barbarian girl from the Wushan tribe with whom Su Ming had interacted more frequently. She was the daughter of the tribe leader and would only marry the future tribe leader to ensure the tribe's continuity without branching out. Su Ming had known this for a long time and felt nothing special about it. In his heart, Xianxian was like a younger sister to him, without any other emotions involved. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, Su Ming touched the fragments around his neck, lost in thought. As dusk fell, Lei Chen arrived with questions. But upon seeing Su Ming, he was momentarily stunned. His silly expression made Su Ming laugh. He took out the herbs he had obtained from the Black Mountain tribe's barbarian skeleton. This tianyan grass was familiar to Su Ming. It was a very precious type he had only found once in the mountains over the years, and that had only been a seedling. Unlike the fully grown one before him with 6 leaves. 6-leaf tianyan grass, I need more for alchemy. I can give you 1 leaf. Perhaps it will significantly enhance your cultivation. Su Ming plucked a leaf and handed it to Lei Chen. Lei Chen grinned, scratching his head, and a bit shy, accepted it and patted his chest. Su Ming, I don't understand anything, but I told you when we were kids that I would be our tribe's grandfather in the future. With me around, I will always protect you. He then pretended to be tired, and Lei Chen immediately perked up, hurriedly getting up to take his leave. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the tribe gradually fell silent. Su Ming propped a chair against the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, rubbed the fragments around his neck, and recalled the strange place he had seen that day. I have prepared enough xianxian powder this time. I wonder if there will be any gains. Su Ming closed his eyes. He had long figured out the method to enter that strange place. It required careful cultivation to condense all the bloodlines in his chest to step into a peculiar feeling. He had tried this many times during his previous cultivation, and this time, he would put it into action. Chapter 18, The Second Door. The familiar mist still surrounded him on all sides, obscuring his view of the distance. With only the peaks within the mist faintly visible, the area was quiet, with no wind or sound. Su Ming gazed at the mountains in the mist. This was his second visit here, and he was again examining that peculiar peak, especially thinking of the countless strange characters and patterns carved on it, which filled him with a sense of awe. He took a deep breath and looked down at the pendant on his chest. The black fragments had disappeared. Su Ming pinched his body to confirm that he was not in a dream, but truly present in this place. He then put his hand into his pocket and found the small bottles containing xianxian powder still there. His gaze flickered as he quickly walked towards the mist ahead and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, stepping into the passage. He did not pause until he reached the stone door at the end of the passage. Looking at the familiar stone door with its concentric circles of lines and the 15 small holes in the center, Su Ming hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and stepping forward to take out a medicine bottle from his pocket, pouring out a pill. He pinched it between his fingers and placed it into the first of the 15 small holes. The moment his fingers touched the small hole in the stone door, Su Ming immediately felt a faint suction force suddenly arise from within the hole, pulling the medicine stone from his fingers inside. Su Ming's expression turned serious, filled with caution. He did not know if his judgment was correct, nor did he know what would happen once all 15 holes were filled. But he had considered this journey for a long time and felt a vague sense of anticipation. He did not act rashly. After the first small hole absorbed the medicine stone, Ming focused his attention, but after a long while, the small hole remained unchanged. Ming scratched his head, and in contemplation, he took out another medicine stone and placed it into the second small hole, continuing in this manner. When he painfully placed all 15 medicine stones inside, his heart grew increasingly tense. If there were no changes after placing the 15 medicine stones, then they would all be wasted. Ming anxiously watched the 15 small holes. But at that moment, soft beams of light suddenly burst forth from the 15 small holes. Ming's spirit surged, and he quickly stepped back a few paces. He saw that as the lights from the 15 small holes twinkled and grew brighter, the concentric lines on the stone door seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. Moments later, they merged into one, spinning rapidly like a vortex. The rumbling sound continued for a while, and then 15 wisps of blue smoke emerged from the 15 small holes, as if the medicine stones inside had turned directly into wisps of smoke. After the 15 wisps of smoke appeared, the massive stone door began to tremble, and a straight crack suddenly appeared in the center. The crack connected the top and bottom, and then the stone door slowly moved to both sides, opening before Ming. Ming's heart raced. He watched this scene, his mind shaken. Only after the stone door fully opened did he take a deep breath. Behind the stone door, there was no passage. Instead, it was a small stone chamber. The walls of the stone chamber were not smooth, but featured some carved patterns. In front of him, there was a large, tightly closed door on the wall. On the ceiling of this stone chamber, there are some small stones that emit a faint glow. Embedded in the walls, and a subtle fragrance wafts out, invigorating anyone who takes a whiff. Ming's eyes flickered as he cautiously approached. Scanning the walls of the stone chamber, he saw that the carvings on the walls were similar to what he had seen in the passage earlier. Figures with bare bodies and disheveled hair, refining medicinal stones in a primal atmosphere. When Ming first entered this place, he would have been completely baffled by such scenes, but now, with the success of his refining and the additional knowledge in his memory, he could understand much more when looking at these images. The figures in the images were refining different medicinal stones, and as Ming watched, he became immersed in them, forgetting the passage of time as he confirmed them with his own experiences. After finishing one image, he would quickly walk a few steps to find the next one. He did not know how long it had been, but when he finally finished looking at all the patterns, his gaze fell on the tightly closed door in the stone chamber. This door was slightly different from the first one. It was entirely black and emitted a faint fragrance, suggesting the stone was quite peculiar. It also had a heavy feeling to it, adorned with the pattern of a giant cauldron, with wisps of smoke intricately carved, making it look quite realistic. As Ming gazed at it, he felt a vague illusion that this was not just a pattern, but a real cauldron that was currently being refined. If only I had such a cauldron, Ming thought enviously, stealing a few more glances. Above and beside this cauldron pattern, he saw several different herbs, and he immediately perked up, examining them closely. His purpose in coming here was to see if there were other configurations for medicinal stones. On the left side of the cauldron pattern, 7 herbs were listed, 5 of which were clearly the ingredients for refining the clear dust powder. As for the 2 additional herbs, Ming had never seen them before. He focused intently and memorized their appearances. Below this prescription, there were 8 small holes arranged on the stone door. On the right side of the cauldron pattern, there were 8 herbs as well, and similarly, 5 of these were still the necessary ingredients for refining the clear dust powder. The 3 additional herbs made Ming's eyes light up as he recognized 2 of them, though they were not common. There were still small holes below this prescription, but the number was slightly more than on the left, totaling 12. As for the 3rd prescription above the cauldron pattern, when Ming looked at it, his expression gradually turned extremely serious. This prescription did not involve plants, but showed 3 shocking patterns. The first was a python's tail scale. The second was the 9th leg of a 9-legged spider, and the third was a palm-sized pitch-black figure, specifically its 3rd finger. Even more bizarrely, there were no small holes beneath this 3rd prescription, suggesting that this medicinal stone was exceedingly difficult to refine, hence there was no requirement to forcibly refine one. After a moment of discomfort, a memory resurfaced in Ming's mind, and he gained the refining methods and names for these 3 medicinal stones. Southern Departure Powder. Ming's gaze swept to the left side of the cauldron pattern, then looked to the right. Mountain Spirit Powder, and regarding the last one, the Soul Gathering Powder. Ming murmured as he stared at the strange prescription above the stone door's cauldron pattern. While Ming was pondering, the ethereal light surrounding his body gradually dimmed, and the glow of the cauldron on the stone door also weakened. The moment the light completely vanished, Ming immediately felt a blur before his eyes. He was not anxious. He had experienced this once before, and he could hear strange whistling sounds around him. When the whistling ceased, his vision gradually cleared. and he found himself back in his room in the tribe. Ming took a deep breath, walked to the door, moved the chair aside, and pushed the door open. Outside, it was still night, the stars twinkling in the sky, and everything was quiet, with a night breeze bringing a chill. However, in the distance on the horizon, there was a faint white line, indicating that dawn was approaching. The time inside and outside should be roughly the same. Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged again, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The methods for refining these 3 medicinal stones were all different. The 2 herbs in the Southern Departure Powder prescription were unfamiliar to him and could be set aside for now. As for the soul-gathering powder, Ming's pupils slightly constricted. If he could refine this medicinal stone, it would surely be astonishing. Unfortunately, even the stone door did not provide small holes, clearly indicating that refining this powder was quite difficult and unrelated to opening this door. After pondering for a bit, Ming figured out the general idea. The only one he could refine right now was the mountain spirit powder. Among the 3 additional herbs, while he did not have them on hand, he was certain there would be plenty in the tribe's medicinal storage. As Ming contemplated, the sky outside gradually brightened, and a new day slowly arrived. Despite having not rested all night, Ming did not feel the slightest bit tired. This sensation had become quite evident after he reached the second layer of the blood condensation stage, as if he possessed an abundance of energy. Unless he stayed up for several consecutive days, he would not feel any fatigue. At dawn, the tribe's members began their busy day anew. After washing up, Ming headed towards a house built of grass and would not far away, surrounded by a fence and always guarded by tribe members. Chapter 19, Northern Spirit. For the barbarian warriors, the circulation of blood and energy within them could resist the cold. However, since ordinary tribespeople made up the majority, most would reduce their outings during winter. Walking on the snow-covered ground, with the crunching sound beneath his feet, Ming, wrapped in a beast skin coat, walked through the tribe, looking at the familiar surroundings and the tribe members who smiled and nodded at him, feeling a warmth that seemed to completely dispel the winter chill. The tribe's houses were mostly simple. They were manageable during ordinary times, but in winter, they were difficult to shield from the wind. This required a lot of beast skins to be attached to the exterior of the houses to prevent the cold wind from entering. However, the beast skins sometimes could not stick for too long and needed to be reattached, and the firewood for heating inside the houses needed to be replenished frequently. Thus, winter was a torment for most members of the tribe. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening, just somewhat troublesome. As Ming walked, he arrived at the fence surrounding the house that was always guarded by tribe members. This was where the Wushan tribe stored their medicinal herbs. The exterior of the house was covered with thick beast skins, and several bonfires were burning, sending warmth mixed with the cold wind his way as he approached. Ming smiled and greeted the tribe members, entering the fence. Just as he was about to push the door open, a surprise call came from behind him. It was a woman's voice, sounding very pleasant, like a lark. Ming paused his steps and turned to look, softening his gaze. It was a tall woman, completely wrapped in thick beast skins, her long hair tied with a grass rope. She wore 2 exquisite white bone rings on her ears. And though her skin was somewhat rough, it could not hide her beauty. Her eyes were large, like a clear pool of water, radiating innocence, and at this moment, they sparkled with joy as she hurried a few steps to stand in front of Ming. She was not alone. A strong young man, around 18 or 19, followed her. He was even more robust than Lei Chun, and in the winter, he wore only a thin beast skin coat. His hair was disheveled, but not dirty, and combined with his sharply defined features, he gave off an imposing and proud aura. Especially his eyes, like stars, seemed to have some strange totem flickering within his pupils, giving a sense of invisible oppression that always made people feel an uncontrollable alertness, as if they had seen a fierce beast. He stood there, carrying a large bow on his back, his gaze sharp as an arrow, looking at Ming. Ming, Brother Bei Ling. Ming looked at the young man, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and spoke respectfully. The young man before him was the strongest among the younger generation of their Wu Mountain tribe. His powerful physique was such that even Grandpa admitted he was inferior, until Lei Chun was discovered to possess a powerful physique, at which point he could be compared to him. As the strongest among the tribe's younger generation, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Ming once overheard Grandpa mention that this person was the most likely to break through to the blood condensation realm and become the legendary opening dust realm expert. His name was well known in nearby tribes, and even in the Fengjin tribe, there were whispers about him. They sent someone to take him away to learn in the Fengjin tribe, and Ming never expected to see him today. The reason for the complex feelings in his eyes was that when he was young, Bei Ling took great care of him, like a true older brother, and even taught him a bit about archery. After all, Bei Ling, as the lookout of their tribe, had extraordinary skills in archery. However, all of this changed when Xianxian turned 12. Perhaps because xianxian and Su Ming became too close, Bei Ling's gaze towards Su Ming gradually turned strange and hesitant. And in the end, it became cold and distant, even ignoring him completely after they met. Later, Su Ming learned that this was because the tribe leader and Bei Ling's father had arranged a marriage. Su Ming wanted to explain, but every word he said only received that cold gaze in return. Slowly, he could only sigh, and his contact with xianxian also intentionally or unintentionally faded. He knew he was just an ordinary tribesman, and that he was an abandoned baby picked up by Grandpa during a journey more than a decade ago. Although as he grew up, the people in the tribe treated him well and fully integrated him, allowing him to experience the warmth of family. It couldn't change the inherent difference in appearance that existed between him and the tribe. Su Ming touched his nose, avoiding xianxian's gaze. His feelings for xianxian were only that of a family member, without any other emotions, and he didn't want to let Bei Ling, who had been good to him in childhood, misunderstand him any further. However, the sharp pride emanating from the other person was as strong as his blood, making Su Ming feel a suffocating illusion as he stood before him. Yesterday, Bei Ling's expression was as usual, revealing the same indifference as always. His words brief and seemingly perfunctory, as he turned to xianxian beside him. "Xian, weren't you going to get herbs for your mother? Let's go in," Bei Ling said, taking xianxian's hand and walking past Su Ming, pushing open the door to the herb storage room and entering. Xianxian wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, she didn't speak, instead nodding at Su Ming as she followed Bei Ling into the room. Su Ming stood there, silent for a while, sighed softly, and then walked in as well. Chapter 20, Cold and Sour. The herb storage room was large, and it was quite tidy inside, with rows of neatly arranged shelves, each containing various herbs categorized accordingly. In the deeper part of the room, there was a slightly smaller room, where the herbs were different from those outside, prepared specifically for the tribe's warriors, and ordinary tribesmen could not enter. Even ordinary doctors needed to be accompanied by the tribe leader or grandpa to enter that extremely important room for the entire Wu Mountain tribe. However, these regulations did not apply to Su Ming. Long ago, Grandpa had given Su Ming a special status, allowing him to freely enter here to identify herbs. Upon entering the room, Su Ming saw Bei Ling holding xianxian's hand, walking to the small room filled with precious herbs. Outside that door sat an old man in a cross-legged position. He was wearing animal skin clothing, thin and frail, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He had been closing his eyes, but now he opened a slit, took the hand slips from Bei Ling and xianxian, glanced at them, and his expression showed no change as he closed his eyes again. Su Ming slowed his steps. He knew Bei Ling didn't want to see him, so he remained silent and didn't follow into the small room. Instead, he walked around the rows of shelves outside, looking at the many herbs above, most of which he was very familiar with, having collected almost every type before. After checking all of them, Bei Ling and xianxian still hadn't come out, and Su Ming hesitated for a moment, becoming uncertain outside the small room. "Su, what are you hesitating about?" As he hesitated, an old voice came to his ears. He looked up and saw that it was the old man sitting outside the small room, who had been guarding this place for many years. "Grandpa Nansong, I'm no longer Su." Su Ming scratched his head and smiled. "I remember. The Su of your generation completed the barbarian awakening a few months ago, so I can't call you Su anymore." The old man smiled broadly, his eyes kind. "Since you are here, why not go in? Don't be afraid. Grandpa Nansong has your back. Back in the day, I dared to compete with your grandpa for women. What is there to be afraid of?" The old man winked and joked. Su Ming's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed open the door to the small room and walked in. He wasn't hesitating like the old man suggested about xianxian. Rather, he didn't know how to explain to Bei Ling, who had been kind to him, that after all these years, the other party remained as indifferent as ever. After making eye contact with Bei Ling, Su Ming walked toward a nearby shelf, ignoring the two, and began to check the herbs needed to refine the mountain spirit powder based on his memory. Xianxian also saw Su Ming and wanted to say something, but after hesitating, she didn't speak. She grew up gradually, understanding many things, and realized her relationship with Bei Ling. The faint feelings she had for Su Ming in her childhood gradually weakened. Night bone grass, thousand-leaf flower. Su Ming slowly walked around the small room, his gaze sweeping over those precious herbs, and finally found the two herbs he needed to refine the mountain spirit powder. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the last one. Su Ming pondered as he checked all the herbs in the small room. If you don't possess a powerful physique, these herbs are useless to you. It would be better to leave them for other tribesmen instead of wasting them. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Bei Ling took xianxian and left. Su Ming remained silent, looking at the figures of the two as they left, not speaking. He checked the small room again before taking the two herbs he needed and leaving the small room. The old man sitting cross-legged at the door didn't mind Su Ming taking the herbs. Instead, he looked at Su Ming with interest. Grandpa and song. It's not what you think. Su Ming touched his nose. What do you think I think? I never said anything about the complicated relationship between you and those two Xiao lawsuits. The old man laughed heartily. Su Ming's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he squatted down to look at the old man. Grandpa Nansong, have you seen this kind of herb? Su Ming said, drawing a picture of the herb on the ground. The old man smiled, glanced down, and then showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he slapped his forehead. This is the Luo Yun leaf. This herb doesn't grow in Wu Mountain. It needs a special environment. Among the nearby tribes, only the Fengxian tribe has it for sale. What do you want it for? I saw it in an ancient book with Grandpa, but I couldn't find it in Wu Mountain after searching for a long time. So that is how it is. Su Ming's face showed realization. Of course not. This is a good cultivation medicine for low-level barbarian warriors in the coagulation realm. If the Fengxian tribe sells it externally, the price would be too high. However, if you want it, I can let your grandfather take you to a place outside the Fengxian tribe, where various herbs are often traded and sold. The old man shook his head and smiled. Su Ming's mind stirred, and after asking a few more questions, he stood up to bid farewell to the old man. Under the playful gaze from before, he hurriedly left. Once he walked out of the herb storage area, Su Ming, lost in thought, walked through the snow-covered ground of the tribe. As for the other herbs like Luoyan leaves and Nansong, my grandfather said this particular item is very precious. Su Ming frowned, patting his body. Besides some stone coins he scavenged from the dead Yuqi, he had no other money or possessions. In the tribe, transactions are mostly done by barter, and money is rarely needed. However, once you leave the tribe, you need stone coins to exchange for what you need. Stone coins are a type of currency made from special stones, and only large tribes can mint them. If private minting occurs, it could lead to the extermination of that family by the large tribe controlling the area. After searching his whole body, Su Ming only found 3 stone coins, all belonging to the deceased Yuqi, with nothing belonging to him at all. Without money, how could he buy anything? If only he had 100 or 1,000 stone coins. As for the trading place, I have heard my grandfather mention its approximate location. Once the tribesmen become barbarian warriors, they can go together, and it's not too far from here. Su Ming smiled bitterly, feeling an impending headache. Chapter 21. Will we change? At noon, after pondering for a long time, Su Ming gritted his teeth, shouldered his basket, and left the tribe, accompanied by Lei Chun. Lei Chun had been to the trading place before and had just gone there a few days ago. As soon as he heard that Su Ming wanted to borrow stone coins, he immediately asked questions and then perked up, volunteering to guide him there. Su Ming, I only have 2 stone coins, and I had a hard time exchanging for them. When will you pay me back? Lei Chun looked at Su Ming eagerly as they quickly ran through the mountain forest outside the tribe. You've mentioned that all along. It's just 2 stone coins. The Yulong saliva I've given you over the years is worth how many stone coins? Lei Chun, are we not good friends? Why are you being like this? Su Ming felt a bit guilty but glared at Lei Chun, making his follow-up words turn into indistinct mumbling. That's something I exchanged with great difficulty. Lei Chun scratched his head and seemed to suddenly remember something, looking at Su Ming in surprise. Oh, I just remembered. What do you want the stone coins for at the trading place? To buy Luoyan leaves. Su Ming's body swayed, nimbly leaping through the forest, his speed even slightly surpassing Lei Chun's. What are Luoyan leaves? Lei Chun asked naively, but soon realized Su Ming had surpassed him and quickly took big strides to catch up. Su Ming, remember to pay me back. Su Ming, that's something I've saved for many years. Su Ming, my dad doesn't even know about those 2 stone coins. How did you know where I hid them as soon as you came to my house? Su Ming, what are Luoyan leaves? Why don't you say anything? Su Ming, I've been asking you for ages. Along the way, Su Ming's ears buzzed. He had long known that Lei Chun liked to talk and would go on endlessly once he started. But he never expected that he would be so relentless during this journey, constantly chattering. I'll give it to you, but I have one request. Su Ming smiled bitterly, unsure how to respond to Lei Chun. What request? Lei Chun blinked, showing a foolish expression again. Don't make that face. Even Xiao Hong can do better than you. Lei Chun, I know you've been circling around wanting to ask something, but I can't tell you. You'll know in the future. Su Ming glared, having grown up with him, understanding him as well as Lei Chun's parents did. Lei Chun, despite appearing foolish, was actually quite thoughtful. But many people were deceived by his naive face and overlooked the cunning glint in his eyes. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lei Chun scratched his nose and smiled foolishly. Suddenly, Lei Chun's body stiffened, as if frozen, his eyes widened, staring intently behind Su Ming. Lei Chun. Su Ming smiled bitterly. He was used to playing with Lei Chun and wouldn't fall for such small tricks. You told me to be quiet. I wanted to nod, but nodding makes noise too. Look how good I am like this, completely still, making no sound. perfectly meeting your definition of quiet. Doesn't this count as quiet? You told me to be quiet. Don't worry, I'll stay like this all the way. I won't make any noise, but you can't blame me for the sound I make while running. Stop. That's enough, just keep quiet. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, seeing the playful glimmer in Lei Chen's eyes, knowing he was doing it on purpose. All right, I'll tell you. I've developed a barbarian body, but it has been hidden by my grandfather's barbarian techniques, so you must not tell anyone. Su Ming's expression became serious at the end. Lei Chen was taken aback, his expression turning serious as well, nodding gravely. If I had known this, I wouldn't have asked. I just wanted to know if you were cultivating barbarian techniques. Now I'm relieved. Haha, from now on, we will be the eagles of Wushan tribe. Su Ming also smiled. And after resting for a while, they got up again and continued on their way. Although the sky was getting darker, with the bright moon appearing and stars twinkling, the ground was thick with snow and the cold wind howled. The two of them ran without pausing, occasionally chatting, revealing a strong bond of friendship. I saw Biling today. I get annoyed just seeing him, especially since he's with Xianxian. He already knows Xianxian has feelings for you. Lei Chun grumbled angrily. He has changed too much. Just because he went to the Fengzhen tribe for a few years, does he forget he belongs to the Wushan tribe? Didn't you see his expression? He even lectured me, saying this and that. Su Ming remained silent. One day, I will surpass him. Lei Chun clenched his fists while running. He is brother Biling. He took good care of both of us when we were young. Don't you remember how he privately taught you about cultivating barbarian techniques? He even got punished by Grandpa for that. And my archery skills were also taught by him, Su Ming said calmly. As for Xianxian, I have told you long ago that I only have sibling feelings for her, nothing more. Why do you keep making wild guesses? Su Ming's voice remained calm. Lei Chen wanted to say something more, but seeing Su Ming's composed demeanor, he held back his words. He understood Su Ming just as Su Ming understood him. He knew Su Ming valued loyalty. Su Ming, people do change. After a long time, Lei Chen spoke softly. As we grow up and experience things, we will change. Perhaps one day, I will change too. I think you will too, Lei Chen murmured. Will I? Su Ming ran silently. Su Ming leaned against a tree trunk, his gaze falling on Lei Chen, who was sitting cross-legged ahead. There were flashes of red light on his body, and numerous red threads were undulating. After watching for a while, Su Ming looked up at the dark sky. The bright moon cast its pure light, merging with the stars in the sky, creating a beautiful sight that made anyone looking up feel a sense of insignificance. People will change. Will I? Su Ming silently watched. Memories of Biling from his childhood surfacing in his mind. If one day I change, what will I become? Su Ming's eyes revealed confusion. This question was far too complex for a 16-year-old boy. Perhaps I will become a powerful shaman like my grandfather, traveling the land with Xiao Hong, visiting many places we have never been to, exploring various tribes, and healing many barbaric people. Perhaps I might even become a tribal chief, meet a woman I like, and live together with her. She would travel with me until our hair turns white and Xiao Hong becomes Lao Hong. Then I would share my experiences with the tribe, just as my grandfather often told us about his life. Su Ming smiled. His smile was pure, simple, and joyful. Or perhaps I would discover my own lineage and origins. Su Ming chuckled softly and sighed. Lei Chen, I will not change. Su Ming took a deep breath, under the moonlight, on this barbaric land. He murmured words only he could hear. He was sure, just like a young man believes, that the future is bright. The night passed unnoticed, and by the next morning, as dawn broke, Su Ming and Lei Chun got up early, washing up with snow water. The icy snow invigorated them. According to their journey, they would reach the tribe by noon. Lei Chun had been to the tribe several times. Rubbing the snow off his face, he said to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. And after they finished washing, they headed toward the rising sun in the sky, racing through the mountains and forests. The journey was smooth, and by noon, Su Ming saw in the distance, beyond the forest, a cluster of thatched huts bustling with people. Many tribal warriors from nearby tribes were there. We have arrived. Lei Chen looked at Su Ming, especially glancing at the basket he carried, but the basket was tightly wrapped in animal skin, preventing him from seeing what was inside. Su Ming gazed at the distant tribe. It was large, comparable to a small tribe, but there were no fences around it, only many strong men coldly watching the surroundings, maintaining order and preventing beasts from attacking. In the center of the tribe, there was a huge purple beast skin tent, heavily guarded, forbidding anyone from approaching. That was where the tribe's leader resided, said to be a very powerful barbarian warrior who only received the leaders of various tribes. As Lei Chun and Su Ming stepped out of the forest, they quietly introduced the tribe, walking towards it. Suddenly, a cold voice from a woman came from not far away. Lei Chun. Su Ming paused, immediately noticing that Lei Chun shivered at the sound. Chapter 22. The First Encounter. Su Ming could clearly feel that Lei Chun's expression was unnatural, as if he was very afraid and helpless. Following the direction of the voice, Su Ming looked over without showing any expression. At a glance, he was suddenly amazed. It was a woman, dressed in a small coat made of mink fur. And she was very tall, seemingly a head taller than the skinny Su Ming, enhancing her stunning figure. Unlike other barbaric people with rough skin, she was quite fair and exuded a breathtaking beauty. Her hair was black, tied with a red rope, forming 2 small braids by her ears, while the rest of her hair flowed down her back, stirred by the wind, adding to her allure. Her eyes were like a clear spring, containing sharpness, with a hint of cold light within. Her forehead was adorned with some sparkling crystals, reflecting dazzling brightness when illuminated by the snow below. Especially, one could faintly see her 2 white little tiger teeth when she exhaled, giving off a wild vibe that existed invisibly about her. She was not ordinary, like Su Ming. She was also a barbarian warrior. Though the aura of blood and energy radiating from her seemed to indicate she was only at the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm. She was not alone. Behind her stood 3 hulking barbarian men, as solid as mountains, with indifferent gazes fixed on Su Ming and Lei Chun. The aura of blood and energy emanating from them was only slightly weaker than what Su Ming had seen in Beiling. Each of these 3 men had some patterns painted on them, resembling centipedes, which Su Ming noticed with a subtle glance. Lei Chun, you have some nerve. The woman glared at Lei Chun, gritting her teeth. Lei Chun scratched his nose, his expression showing his usual innocence, and broke into a silly grin. Last time I was tricked by you. You sold me a worthless dyed herb for 3 stone coins. The woman stood before Lei Chun, furious. But I can't be blamed. I didn't even know what herb it was. It was just lying there, and you insisted on buying it. Lei Chun protested aggrievedly. Humph, give me the stone coins. The woman glared at Lei Chun, her disdain extending to Su Ming beside him, but after a brief glance at Su Ming's frail figure, she quickly ignored him. Lei Chun bitterly smiled, about to speak, but saw a flash of cold light in the woman's eyes, and the 3 men behind her also sharpened their gazes, causing him to swallow his words and silently lament. Lei Chun, is she the one from the Wulong tribe that you mentioned to grandfather? At that moment, Su Ming, with a blank expression, slowly spoke. As soon as he said this, Lei Chun was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. He knew Su Ming was always calm, and since he was speaking now, it meant he would help. Moreover, he understood Su Ming well. Hearing Su Ming's strange words now stirred something in his heart, and he quickly stepped back a few paces, positioning himself behind Su Ming, adopting a stance of following Su Ming's lead. Reporting to the young barbarian. It is indeed this woman. Lei Chun spoke respectfully, lowering his voice. Lei Chun's actions and words immediately drew the woman's gaze to Su Ming, revealing a look of surprise. The title young barbarian often represented the future choice for a tribal chief. After examining Su Ming carefully, she still perceived him as an ordinary barbarian. So her expression remained fierce, and her tone was cold. I don't care if you are the young barbarian. Give me back my stone coins. All right, I'll give you the stone coins, but I came here with Lei Chun today just to find you. Su Ming's expression was calm as he reached into his clothes and directly took out 3 stone coins. Give me the herbs you sold to Lei Chun. Su Ming looked at the woman and said slowly, what kind of herb is that? She hesitated for a moment, not taking the stone coins, but instead asking cautiously. That is, Lei Chun was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sharp command. Shut up. Su Ming coldly glared at Lei Chun, causing him to shudder and quickly lower his head, seeming very respectful. This scene made the woman blink, filled with more confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a purple herb from her clothes. The herb looked quite ordinary, except for its entirely purple color, which seemed somewhat sinister. Miss, do you still want the stone coins? Su Ming paused for a moment, frowning. Why wouldn't I want them? But I need to think. Unless you can prove you are the young barbarian of the Wushan tribe, I will give you this herb. The woman's eyes sparkled with cunning, making her wild aura even more pronounced. Even Su Ming felt his heart race, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, looking at the woman before him, and suddenly took a deep breath. As he raised his left hand, a powerful aura of the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm instantly radiated from his right hand. Is this proof enough? This sudden change caused the woman's pupils to contract, and even the 3 hulking men behind her immediately grew serious. Their expressions were understandable. Just a moment ago, Su Ming appeared to be an ordinary tribesman, with no trace of blood energy, but the stark contrast now left them in suspicion and uncertainty. Young master, this person must have a powerful barbarian spellcaster shielding the traces of their vitality, and this powerful barbarian is far beyond the 3 of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be unable to sense it. Indeed, I just observed for a long time without any perception, and it seems that only the barbarian lord from the Wushan tribe could achieve this. The 3 big men behind the girl whispered beside her. The girl's gaze flickered as she looked down at the purple herb in her hand, hesitating for a moment. She had traded for this herb some days ago and had talked quite a bit with Lei Chun about it, She had finally managed to obtain it. Thinking it was something unknown, she planned to ask her grandfather about it, but she found that the purple color had actually stained her hand the next day. Clearly a later addition. This made her quite angry, and she found it hard to swallow this grievance, so she often came here with the herb, wanting to encounter that damn guy named Xianxian again. Just as she was hesitating, Su Ming's slightly anxious voice came through. Everything that needed to be proven has been proven. Don't go back on your word. It's just 3 stone coins. I'll give you 5. Su Ming gritted his teeth and took out 2 more stone coins, handing them to the girl. The girl blinked, secretly thinking that this person revealed he was from the Wulong tribe right away, clearly informed by Xianxian. And he even elevated the status of the Wushan tribe's barbarian lord. It should be authentic. This item must be a treasure. The girl's expression showed pride as she shook her head. What's the matter? What's the matter? If I go back on my word, what will you do? This is mine. If you want to trade, bring 30 stone coins. As she spoke, seeing Su Ming's bitter expression and Xianxia's gloomy face, she felt even prouder, turned around, snorted, and quickly left. The 3 big men followed behind her, gradually moving away in the trading area, until the 4 of them left. The gloom on Xianxia's face cleared away, and he smiled foolishly at Su Ming, scratching his nose. Su Ming, how did you know she was from the Wulong tribe? Watching Xianxian seemingly escape, Su Ming shook his head. If it weren't for his current extreme poverty, he wouldn't have revealed his vitality. Grandpa's barbarian techniques are incredibly powerful. Unless Su Ming volunteered, it would be hard for outsiders to notice. But if he didn't do this, he would not only have to return the 2 stone coins obtained from Xianxian to the girl, but he might even end up losing one himself. Sigh. It seems I really have to use that method. Su Ming scratched his head and walked awkwardly toward the trading area. The trading area was very lively. In each tent made of plant bark, there were people trading. Even on the snowy ground outside, some spread a small piece of animal skin, placing herbs and items for sale, sitting nearby waiting for buyers to arrive. This was Su Ming's first time here, and everything was very novel to him. As he moved through the trading area, he saw many items he had never seen before, including wild animal bones and various strange-looking herbs, and even some finished medicinal liquids. There was also Wulong saliva for sale. A small bottle cost a stone coin. Su Ming paused, looking at the Wulong saliva on the animal skin beside him, blinking. How many stone coins would it take for all the Wulong saliva I've consumed since childhood? Little Hong has also drunk quite a bit. Just as Su Ming was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fixed on an item placed on the animal skin not far away. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming walked over to the animal skin, glancing at the owner of the stall, an old man about 50 years old, dressed in loose animal skin clothing, sitting cross-legged in the snow, motionless. Chapter 23. Now it's dead. As if sensing someone approaching, the old man opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Su Ming, revealing a hint of surprise. After examining him closely for a few moments, he closed his eyes again. Su Ming fixed his gaze on a blue object on the animal skin. It looked like a plate with very sharp edges, but it had several cracks on it, with the deepest one nearly penetrating the object. It lay quietly on the animal skin, occasionally emitting a faint glimmer of light, giving the illusion that it possessed life. Among the intersecting cracks, Su Ming could vaguely see some carvings depicting a fierce, ghostly face, which looked quite terrifying. This is a defective barbarian artifact. You can't afford it. As Su Ming observed, an old voice came to his ears. Su Ming looked up, and the speaker was the old man sitting cross-legged. A barbarian artifact? Su Ming gasped. He had suspected something earlier. From the leather book on animal skins, he had learned that barbarian artifacts are extremely precious items. Only strong individuals in the chi condensation realm could possess and refine them. As for those in the blood condensation realm, it is very difficult to obtain them. And even if they do, they are often inherited from tribes, which need to be protected from being forcibly taken by those in the chi condensation realm. This item is already damaged and cannot be used, but after all, it was crafted by a chi condensation realm expert, priced at 1,000 stone coins. The old man said slowly. Su Ming looked at the blue plate, his eyes filled with desire and envy, but he only had 5 stone coins in total, which was simply not enough for him. With a sigh, Su Ming glanced at the blue plate a few more times before reluctantly walking away. I wonder when I can have my own barbarian artifact. Su Ming walked through the trading area, secretly speaking to himself. There were many people setting up stalls with animal skins, but after walking around, he didn't see any for sale. However, Luo Yunyi did see some. Sold by different people, priced slightly higher, with one costing a stone coin, almost equivalent to the Wulong saliva. At this moment, the sky was darkening, approaching dusk. The setting sun in the distance cast its remaining light over the earth, yet more people gathered in the trading area, making it quite lively. Looking at the sky, Su Ming continued to wander around, stepping into some plant bark tents, where items were also sold at high prices, but they seemed to guarantee quality. Many people came and went in each tent. Under Su Ming's observation, he noticed that some barbarian people who came here didn't seem to be buying things. Instead, like him, they carried woven baskets and entered some plant bark tents to sell items to the stall owners. In this trading area, as the sky nearly darkened, after a large number of torches were lit, Su Ming quietly moved to a remote corner where the firelight did not reach. After cautiously looking around, Su Ming quickly took off the woven basket on his back, opened the animal skin covering it, and put it on his body. He then wore all the animal skins he had prepared beforehand, finally pulling out a black animal skin robe and layering it over himself, wrapping his body tightly. In this way, Su Ming could no longer be seen as he was, and even in terms of figure, he appeared quite bulky, almost like a different person from his previous thin self. After adjusting the layers of animal skin to tighten them a bit more, Su Ming glanced at the woven basket. There was still one item inside that he had specially prepared for coming here. Although it was heavy during the journey, it was quite useful. He lifted the woven basket onto his back, lowered his head, took a few steps, and then paused, pondering for a moment before bending his body, appearing somewhat hunched, and quickly heading toward a plant bark tent he had already chosen. That tent was the darkest, and the people entering and exiting it that afternoon mostly looked like Su Ming now, hiding their appearances, seemingly unwilling to be recognized. After a short while, the plant bark tent was opened from the inside, and a person hiding their appearance hurriedly walked out and left the trading area. Su Ming had seen quite a few such people that afternoon, and he was becoming more certain that anyone who left would not be pursued. So he took advantage of the fact that there were no customers in the tent right now to quickly walk a few steps, reach the outside of the tent, and without any hesitation, lifted the animal skin and walked inside. As soon as he stepped into the leather tent, Su Ming immediately sensed a gaze fixed upon him. It was a middle-aged man, bare-chested, sitting cross-legged inside the tent, with a bonfire in front of him, emitting both light and the crackling sounds of burning. One of the man's eyes was hollow, but the other glimmered with a piercing intensity, staring at Su Ming without saying a word. The firelight was somewhat dazzling. Su Ming was wrapped in animal skins, not worried about being seen, and slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse and different from his usual tone. Although he did not feel the man's vital energy, entering this tent without any sense of strangeness indicated that this person was someone who was familiar with the rules, not an unknown individual. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the bonfire, causing the flames to dim significantly, and the light in the tent followed suit. Just as he frowned, Su Ming waved his right hand, and a fragrant round object flew toward the man, who caught it in his hand. Upon inspecting it, a bright light flickered in his right eye, accompanied by an uncontrollable gasp. "How much is this worth?" Su Ming's hoarse voice rose slowly. "What kind of medicine is this? Where did you get it? What effects does it have?" The man stared at the object in his hand for a moment, then looked up at Su Ming with a serious expression, an unusual glint flashing in his pupils. The marten looked dispirited, but its eyes revealed a fierce light. With some unhealed wounds on its body, especially being bound and unable to escape, the man paused, clearly not understanding the meaning of Su Ming's words. His gaze swept over the marten, which was merely an ordinary beast, not garnering much of his attention. He casually grabbed it and said, "Look, it's still alive." Su Ming's voice was eerie in the dim light of the tent. "What are you talking about?" The man furrowed his brow. "I'm saying it's still alive. Do you know why I caught it? Because it was too curious and followed me for a long time." Su Ming raised his left hand and gently stroked the marten. But as his hand brushed over its unhealed wounds, the marten suddenly trembled. There was no scream or roar, just a shudder, and its entire body suddenly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, as if its blood had burned, leaving the man dumbfounded as the beast completely vanished, leaving only a pile of black and red bones behind. "Now it's dead." Su Ming touched the bones left behind, causing them to turn to dust and scatter on the ground. The man gasped, instinctively standing up and retreating a few steps, his eyes revealing unmistakable horror and shock. He stared at Su Ming for a while, his gaze now filled with fear and awe. "Evil and barbaric." Su Ming snorted. The man shivered, about to explain, but saw Su Ming wave his hand, seemingly impatient. "Tell me, how much is the thing in your hand worth?" "The effect of this item is simple. It can enhance the effects of medicinal herbs by 10% when consumed. As for other questions, your curiosity is a bit excessive." Su Ming spoke slowly. The man's face turned pale. The previous scene had terrified him. He hadn't even sensed the man's vital energy, and that beast had turned into blood mist right before him. "This item." The man calmed his thoughts for a moment, looking down at the round medicine in his hand. "Senior, I've never seen this before." The man hesitated to speak. If it were an ordinary customer, he would never act this way, but the shock from the earlier scene made him afraid to offend. "You can experiment with it right now. If it has no effect, I'll leave. If it does, we can discuss its value." Su Ming spoke in a calm tone, sitting there and slowly opening his mouth. The man breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully agreed, and took out a bell from his pocket, shaking it slightly, producing a ringing sound. Su Ming's gaze flickered subtly as he glanced at the bell, and his left hand, hidden in the leather robe, tightened a bit, still holding some blood and dust. The third update ended. Today was a small explosion. Please vote for me. Chapter 24. Her name is Bai Ling. Su Ming was very nervous. The sense of vital energy from the man in front of him was far greater than Lei Chen's, suggesting a cultivation level around the 5th or 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. Such a person was completely beyond Su Ming's ability to resist. If the man had any ill intentions, it would be very difficult for Su Ming to avoid disaster. However, he needed a large amount of luoyun leaves, which required a lot of stone coins. Thus, he had to take the risk. After the jungle chase with Yu Qi, he felt that some of his thoughts had changed. The knowledge described in the animal skin books he had seen over the years at his grandfather's place was deeply ingrained in his mind. He vaguely felt that if he couldn't overpower the man in cultivation, he could only make the man suspicious in other aspects, preventing any rash actions. So before coming, he chose to hide his appearance and brought a wild beast with him to serve as a deterrent at the right moment. It seemed that the effect was quite good. But Su Ming's nervousness had not eased at all. In fact, it was not only Su Ming who felt tense inside the leather tent. The man was even more nervous than Su Ming. He occasionally glanced at the spot where the beast had died, looking at the pile of bone dust, causing his heart to race, not out of excitement, but out of terror. He even felt that the person wrapped in animal skins in front of him was filled with an inscrutable mystery. This feeling of mystery, combined with the earlier shocking scene, put pressure on the man that far exceeded Su Ming's current tension. This person acted skillfully, spoke calmly, and struck fiercely. He must be a hidden barbarian from the nearby mountains and forests. However, judging from his previous words, he seemed to be quite reasonable, and this strange medicine probably wouldn't have much effect. Just as the man was feeling anxious, footsteps were heard outside the tent, and then a big man entered. Looking dazed and silent, standing to the side waiting for the one-eyed man's instructions. As the man entered, Su Ming casually glanced at him. Noting that his vital energy was thin, appearing to be at the second layer of blood condensation, like himself. Eat this and this. The one-eyed man did not hesitate, taking out the medicine stone from his hand and handing over a medicinal herb for the big man to consume together. The big man appeared normal, taking the items and chewing them before sitting cross-legged to circulate his internal blood. However, soon his expression changed, looking quite surprised. After a while, he opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the one-eyed man. There's no effect. It just feels a bit different from the usual spirit decision herb, perhaps about an extra layer. Hearing this, the one-eyed man's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He knew what this extra layer meant. If it were an ordinary herb, it might not show a significant difference, but if it were a medicine taken at the 8th or 9th layer of blood condensation realm, then its value was almost immeasurable. Even if ordinary herbs were worth 10 stones, this item might only be worth 1 stone. However, if it were a herb worth 100 or even 1,000 stones, then this increase in effect. The one-eyed man became increasingly excited as he thought about it. But he was unsure whether this item would also be effective for high-level herbs. Unfortunately, I don't have many stone coins on me. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly suppressed his inner excitement, sending the big man away and respectfully standing in front of Su Ming, forcing a smile on his face. Senior, this medicine is indeed mysterious. How about this? I will offer 30 stones in exchange for one. The one-eyed man did not dare to offend Su Ming. In his eyes, Su Ming was fierce and barbaric, and being able to produce such herbs was certainly not something an ordinary person could do. 30 stones. Such a price made Su Ming's heart race, but his voice suddenly turned cold. Senior, 30 stones is already the limit, and it is still unclear whether this item is equally effective for high-level herbs. The one-eyed man quickly opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Ming. This item can enhance the effect of any herb you take by 1 layer. If it weren't for my need to exchange for another barbaric weapon, I would never sell it. The one-eyed man struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded, asking, how many does the senior have? Including the one you wasted before, there is only 1 left. Su Ming replied, taking out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained a single clear dust pill. Upon hearing this, the man fell to daze before a wave of heartache hit him. Just as he hesitated, he saw Su Ming stand up and put the small bottle back into his pocket. He raised his left hand, which had just turned a small beast into blood mist, revealing a fierce gaze from beneath the hooded cloak, reminding him of the pill he had used in his previous experiment. He quickly spoke up, Senior, 50 stones. This is really my limit. Su Ming, unwilling to stay too long, glanced at him and decisively said, all right, adding the previous pill. That makes a total of 100 stones. The one-eyed man hesitated for a moment, but immediately took out a leather pouch from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Su Ming, which contained 2 white stone coins. The stone coins represented their value by color. Gray was the least valuable, black represented 10, while white was 50. If there was purple, it represented 100. Give me black stone coins. Ming suddenly spoke after taking a look. The one-eyed man was taken aback, but did not ask further. Instead, he took out 10 black stone coins and handed them back to Ming. After receiving the coins and putting them into the pouch, Ming tossed the small bottle to the man, picked up the woven basket from the ground, and without looking at the one-eyed man again, turned around and lifted the leather tent flap to exit. Once outside, Ming did not act rashly but wandered around the market for a few circles. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, with torches everywhere, yet the number of people in the market did not decrease significantly. However, those who appeared at this time were mostly travelers like Ming. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Ming quickly bought more than 60 stalks of luo yun leaves from several places he had already selected during the day. He then changed his outfit in a secluded corner and hurriedly left. At the agreed place with Lei Chun, he saw Lei Chun waiting there, panting heavily. Without saying a word, Ming walked past him. Lei Chun was taken aback but followed quietly, the two soon disappearing into the night forest. They rushed along, and Ming changed directions multiple times without resting at all, until the next morning when the sky began to brighten. Only then did he stop, his face pale and filled with lingering fear. Lei Chun was panting heavily. Although confused, he did not ask further, especially when Ming tossed 5 stone coins to him, which he caught and immediately grinned with excitement. After a brief rest, Ming got up again and raced off with Lei Chun toward the direction of the tribe. This time, he did not stop but went full speed, his figure often leaping with even greater speed. Although he was not as strong in cultivation as Lei Chun, in terms of speed, even Lei Chun was amazed. This time the harvest was quite significant. He originally planned to buy 5 stalks of luo yun leaves to try if he couldn't sell the medicinal stones. But he didn't expect the result to go so smoothly. As Ming advanced, he appeared deep in thought. Finally home, Ming said, "You still haven't told me how you knew Bai Ling was from the Wulong tribe yesterday?" Lei Chun, out of breath, seized the opportunity to ask a question he had been holding back for a long time. Bai Ling. Ming's mind flashed back to the tall and beautiful woman, especially the scene where she wrinkled her nose and her eyes sparkled with wild beauty. "I don't know she is from the Wulong tribe," Ming smiled. That woman named Bai Ling was the most beautiful person he had ever seen in his life. Impossible. If you didn't know, how could you say it so easily? Lei Chun pondered this question for a long time, but found no answer. Seeing Ming's unwillingness to speak only made him more anxious. Ming glanced at Lei Chun and laughed heartily. "Lei Chun, you don't have a crush on her, do you?" "Nonsense." Lei Chun shook his head vigorously, mumbling. "She is too skinny. I don't like that. I prefer women from our tribe who are a bit plumper." Lei Chun scratched his head. He had always liked the sturdier women from his tribe since he was young, and still did. Ming laughed with Lei Chun as they made their way back to the tribe, joking around. Their carefree smiles and friendships spread through the cold winter. Carried by the chilling wind, the 3 people following Bai Ling bore the Wulong totem. Only the Wulong tribe liked to paint themselves with Wulong symbols in this area. As they neared the tribe, Ming said with a smile, "Lei Chun, it seems so simple." Hearing this, Lei Chun smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected it to be that easy. At this moment, in a market far from the Wushan tribe, a significant event was unfolding. The root of this incident was that round medicinal stone. After Ming left, the one-eyed man hesitated in the leather tent for a long time, no longer seeing any customers to trade with. Instead, he gritted his teeth, took the small bottle containing the medicinal stone, and hurried to the giant purple leather tent where the market owner resided. Chapter 25, The Beginning of the Blood Moon. He waited outside the leather tent for a long time before being allowed to enter. With a respectful demeanor, he walked into the tent. Half an hour later, he left with a face full of ecstasy. Inside the purple tent sat 2 old men, both with gray hair but bright eyes. In front of them lay an ordinary small bottle, which was empty. One of the old men, dressed in a white robe, held a medicinal stone between his fingers, concentrating for a while before a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, mixed with surprise and hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he brought the medicinal stone to his nose and inhaled deeply, closing his eyes slightly. After a long time, he suddenly opened them wide. As I said, it indeed possesses that incredible effect. I have been in the Fengtian tribe for so many years and have never seen such a medicinal item. Judging by its appearance, it does not look like an ancient medicine. It bears no traces of time and seems to have been recently refined. What on earth is this? Unfortunately, too much time has passed, and that fierce barbarian is not easy to provoke. Otherwise, we could have known its origin. The other old man spoke slowly. It should be so. The old man opposite nodded. This item is too important. I will leave first. If there are any results, I will inform you. The white-robed old man stood up, cupped his fists toward the other man, and hurriedly exited the purple tent. As he stepped out, his figure twisted and transformed into a white mist, shooting straight into the sky, quickly disappearing without a trace. As dawn broke, in a vast grassland some distance from the market, there was a majestic tribe. This tribe was so large that it resembled a city, surrounded by 6 tribes similar to the Wushan tribe. In the center stood a massive city made of mud and stone. This city was grand, like a giant beast looming over the earth, with the number of tribespeople inside exceeding several thousand, far beyond what the Wushan tribe could compare to. As for the 6 tribes outside the mud city, they were directly subordinate, some having been conquered by the Fengtian tribe, while others, due to unforeseen circumstances, sought refuge here and ultimately became part of the Fengtian tribe. The Fengtian tribe is considered a medium-sized tribe, but it is one of the weaker existences among medium-sized tribes. After all, the area around Wushan is a relatively remote corner for the entire barbarian community. However, it is precisely because of this that the Fengtian tribe has become the overlord of the area, ruling over many smaller tribes and receiving their tributes. It is also the only tribe member with connections to higher circles. At this moment, as the first light of dawn barely rises in the distant sky, a white mist rushes over, condensing outside the mud city into an old man dressed in a white robe. The old man has a serious expression and immediately walks into the mud city. Whenever he encounters a member of the Fengtian tribe along the way, they all bow respectfully. In the center of the mud city, there is a completely black altar, shaped like a pentagon, standing 10 zhang high, with carvings of bird and beast totems. Exuding a primitive feeling, the old man in the white robe stands respectfully under the altar, and after a moment, a gentle voice comes down from the altar. Shurhai, what is the matter? Reporting to the barbarian lord, Shurhai discovered a type of medicine in the workshop of the Zoran tribe that has never been seen before. And this medicine possesses incredible effects, the old man in white robe says after taking a deep breath. Oh, let me see it. The gentle voice from the altar rises leisurely. The old man in white robe raises his right hand, and a flash of light appears, transforming into a small bottle that seems to be drawn by some strange power, slowly floating upwards towards the altar. The surroundings are silent. Only the whistling wind occasionally blows by, rustling the old man's clothing as he stands there motionless, waiting quietly. After a while, the gentle voice speaks again, but this time, there is a hint of suspicion. Is there only one of this item? Only one, the old man in white robe immediately replies. I have never seen such a medicine. This medicine contains a structure I do not understand, and is clearly freshly refined. Who exchanged it in the workshop? The gentle voice carries a serious tone. It was exchanged by an evil barbarian, the old man in white robe whispers. Find him, mobilize all forces, and locate this person. Tell him to join my Fengtian tribe, and I will grant him the status of a guest of the tribe. The gentle voice suddenly rises. The old man in white robe takes a deep breath and respectfully responds, yes. Although he has judged that this medicine is extraordinary, he did not expect that the barbarian lord actually wants to recruit this person as a guest of the Fengtian tribe. This guest status is extremely high, enough to stand on equal footing with various chief leaders, aside from the tribe leader and the barbarian lord. As the old man in white robe departs, this command is executed throughout the Fengtian tribe, like a large net being cast out to find the evil barbarian they believe exists. At this moment, Ming is in his own dwelling within the Wushan tribe, secretly making a decision. The next morning, he leaves the tribe alone and heads towards the direction of Haiyan Peak after entering the jungle. With familiarity, Ming leaps through the jungle. After reaching the second layer of blood condensation realm, his agility and speed have significantly increased. Even Lei Chun needs to exert himself fully to barely keep up. In this familiar jungle, Ming's speed is even faster, and by noon, he has already arrived at the foot of Haiyan Peak. Xiao Hong is not in the cave. He must have gone out to play. After scanning the cave and confirming there are no signs of trouble, Ming sits cross-legged on the ground, concentrating and circulating the blood within him. As the 10 bloodlines flicker, his body reaches its best state at this moment. He even has a faint feeling of a breakthrough, as if the 11th bloodline is about to condense. Grandpa helped me truly awaken the barbaric chi, and he said I would soon reach the 3rd layer. It hasn't been long, yet I can already feel my blood and chi are overflowing with the barbaric technique. It truly is profound. Ming opens his eyes, a gleam flashing within, as memories of the black filth oozing from his body that day rise in his mind. He decides to pause the dispersion and strive to break through the 2nd layer in one go. After a brief contemplation, Ming takes out an item from his pocket, which is the tianyan grass. He glances at the herb, swallows a cleansing powder, then picks a leaf from the grass, bites it, and swallows it. Closing his eyes again to meditate, after a moment, Ming sweats profusely, and amidst the scattering of blood light, the 11th bloodline is dimly on the verge of appearing. Several hours later, A muffled sound emanates from within Su Ming, and the 11th bloodline suddenly condenses. A stronger power of blood and qi bursts forth from Su Ming. Su Ming opens his eyes, which shine brightly. Blood condensation realm, 3rd layer. He murmurs as he stands up, excitement on his face. After stretching his body, he takes the herbs and begins the process of refining the mountain spirit powder according to his memory. Now, Su Ming is no longer the naive person he was months ago. He is quite familiar with the method of refining powders and has gained experience using the flames in this place. As the temperature rises, Su Ming casually removes his leather jacket, exposing his upper body. By the side of the wild cauldron, he occasionally smells the herbs, sometimes crushing them and throwing them into the cauldron. Time passes unknowingly. The sky outside gradually darkens, and the forest slowly falls silent. Even the sounds of birds and beasts become faint until they are imperceptible. As the sky darkens, the bright moon hangs high. But this night's moon is notably different from usual. Its color has clearly turned much redder, resembling a blood moon in the sky at first glance. This strange phenomenon seems to envelop the earth in an eerie atmosphere, especially around Wushan. The sounds of birds and beasts have almost completely vanished. Even the faintest sounds have ceased, as if they dare not make a sound. In the forest below Haiyan Peak, a red shadow flickers and moves. It is Xiao Ho, who currently looks serious, his eyes filled with vigilance, occasionally glancing up at the red moon, panic flashing across his face. As the sky grows darker, the color of the moon becomes increasingly bright red. In the end, looking around, the entire Wushan seems to have turned red. At this moment, faint roars emerge from within Wushan, and as time passes, the intensity of the roars grows stronger, eventually echoing out of Wushan. The roar seems to carry endless resentment, shaking the ears and making the heart tremble, as if the soul is about to be shaken. If one listens for too long, there is a sensation of burning blood within, instilling fear. The grandpa stands at the highest point of the tribe, on a platform built of giant trees. He holds a black-bone staff and gazes into the distance, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He has sensed Su Ming's departure, but he did not expect that today is the night of the blood moon that occurs every 3 years. Moreover, this blood moon has clearly arrived several months earlier than in previous years, making him even more suspicious. Fire. After a long time, Grandpa suddenly speaks, and immediately, the tribe members surrounding the giant wooden platform take torches and place them under the wooden structure, causing it to blaze fiercely. Grandpa stands within it, as if surrounded by a sea of fire, yet his expression remains calm, murmuring strange incantations. Not only in the Wushan tribe, but at this moment in another direction. A similar scene occurs in the Wulong tribe. The grandpa of the Wulong tribe, dressed in a loose robe, with disheveled hair, is indistinguishable as male or female. He holds a bizarre beast skull with a single horn, raised high above his head, producing a piercing, shrill sound from his mouth. Among the members of the Wulong tribe not far away stands an extremely beautiful young girl, Bai Ling, who looks pale at this moment, gazing up at the blood moon in the sky. Chapter 26. The Legend of the Fire Barbarians. This girl, Bai Ling, is very frightened. Watching the tribe's grandpa perform a ritual, observing the surrounding tribe members, each of whom, like her, wears a pale and terrified expression. The blood moon, which appears once every 3 years, only shows up after all the snow on Wushan has melted, when there are enough wild beasts for sacrifice to avert disasters. But now, it has come much earlier than expected. Bai Ling bit her lower lip, looking around in increasing fear. At this moment, Su Ming was in the molten cave, fully focused on refining the medicinal powder. He was drenched in sweat, his eyes fixed on the stone furnace, constantly adjusting the intensity of the flames. Not long after, a muffled explosion came from and Su Ming smiled bitterly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He knew he had failed again. The mountain spirit powder was much harder to concoct than the xianxian powder. Su Ming shook his head and opened it to see a waft of green smoke escaping, carrying a spicy scent. Sighing softly, he was about to continue when he suddenly felt a surge of energy and blood rolling within him. As if it were beyond his control, he frowned in surprise and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Strangely, Su Ming scratched his head and, after pondering for a moment, continued refining the powder. Meanwhile, in another direction of Wushan, within the Haishan tribe, the atmosphere was vastly different from that of the Wushan tribe and the Wulong tribe. Although there were many tribesmen standing in the Haishan tribe, their eyes looked up at the sky with a mix of fear and bloodthirsty excitement. In the center of the crowd stood a small hill made of countless red stones, on top of which was a thin, old man in a black robe. His cold gaze was fixed on the blood moon in the sky, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In ancient times, there was a tribe known as the Fire Barbarian tribe, which possessed immense power, controlling the fire of heaven and earth. capable of burning the sky in anger and reversing the universe in rage. Their reputation was so formidable that even those outside the barbarian tribe feared them. They were one of the 8 major tribes of the entire barbarian race. The thin old man spoke in a hoarse voice, almost as if he were murmuring to himself or proclaiming to the heavens. However, this tribe sought to seize the divine artifact of heaven and was punished by the barbarian god. After enduring 9 days and 9 nights, all members of the fire barbarian tribe, except for the barbarians, burned themselves, scattering their souls. But despite such calamity, the strength of the fire barbarians remained. They did not perish but sought to rebel against the barbarian god and establish themselves as true barbarians. In response to the barbarian god's punishment, they unleashed a tremendous divine power to completely annihilate this tribe. At that moment, the fire barbarian prince fought against the barbarian god. This battle was earth-shattering. Although the fire barbarian prince died, he performed a technique that instilled fear in the barbarian god, protecting all surviving barbarians in his tribe, granting them eternal life. The thin old man's eyes revealed a strange glint as he raised his right hand, and his withered fingers were immediately enveloped in black mist, transforming into menacing ghostly figures. But he was mistaken. Although he protected the entire fire barbarian tribe's warriors from death, the barbarian god used an ancient method to strip the eternal life from all those who were not dead, turning them into the wings of the blood moon. From then on, they became creatures that never saw the light of day, losing their minds, becoming nothing but bloodthirsty moon wings. Their resentment, hatred, anger, and sorrow transformed into an overwhelming grudge, staining the bright moon red every 3 years, allowing them to emerge once. Today, I, the barbarian Prince Bitu of the Haitian tribe, shall assist you. The thin old man laughed sinisterly, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, the small hill made of countless blood-colored stones erupted with a loud bang, and all the red stones shot up into the sky. The Haitian barbarian Prince Bitu floated eerily in midair, arms outstretched, his expression revealing madness and excitement. As the countless red stones spun rapidly in the air, they formed a massive pattern, a circular shape with a crescent moon, entirely crimson. Moon wings awaken, come forth from your long slumber. Bitu spat another mouthful of blood, which transformed into blood mist that merged into the giant pattern in the sky, causing it to emit a thunderous roar. Suddenly, it exploded, releasing vast amounts of red mist that rolled outwards. At that moment, the entire Wushan trembled violently, the tremor so clear it felt as if the earth was shaking. This caused an uproar in the Wushan tribe, and the same happened in the Wulong tribe. At this moment, Ming, who was in the cave of the Black Flame Peak, also felt the tremor clearly. His expression changed as he faintly heard weak roars coming from deep within the cave amidst the shaking. His heart jolted, and he immediately abandoned his refining, stepping back and crawling towards the exit. The moment his head peeked out of the small hole, he almost gasped in shock. He saw the blood moon in the sky. The blood moon. Ming's face turned pale instantly. At the same time, a strong smell of blood wafted from the Black Flame Peak. Ming dared not hesitate. He understood the blood moon and even calculated the time of its appearance. But he never expected it to come early. Ming's eyes turned red. Fortunately, he was familiar with the area, and the sharp bone-like protrusions quickly allowed him to dig a hole. He immediately crawled inside, blocking the entrance with the stones he had excavated, ignoring the searing heat within this temporary hole. Just as he burrowed into the hole, a wave of red mist surged from deep within the cave, filling the entire space before rushing out through the exit tunnel. And the sound of shrill shrieks was clear to Ming. Outside, under the glow of the blood moon, the 5 peaks of Wushan erupted like a volcanic explosion, booming loudly and releasing a large amount of red mist. This mist seemed to have existed within the 5 peaks of Wushan, and now, as it erupted, it quickly covered the sky. The mist from Wulong Peak poured out from numerous cracks in the mountain, with many also erupting from the place where Ming obtained the Wulong saliva. If Ming looked closely, he could see that over the years, he had been chased by those Wulong. The areas they dared not enter and had to avoid were precisely where the mist erupted the most. They were the moon wings. Countless in number, these moon wings filled the sky, rushing towards the Haitian tribe, Wushan tribe, Wulong tribe, and all the wild beasts in the forest with sharp, piercing shrieks. They had no intellect, filled with grievances, and were extremely bloodthirsty. They knew only of brutal slaughter, devouring blood, especially the blood of the barbarian race, which could drive them into a frenzy. They even bypassed the wild beasts to head straight for the barbarian tribes. In the distance, Lei Chun was extremely agitated, immediately searching for Ming but not seeing him. At this moment, worried and shocked by the scene in the sky, the panicked ordinary tribesmen were soon stopped by the warriors of the tribe. Gradually, everyone in the tribe turned their gaze to the burning wooden platform, looking up at the sky. Agong's face was pale, but under the flames, outsiders could not see it. His pupils contracted as he saw the distant red mist and heard the faint, maddened roars. How could this happen? Not only had the time come early, but the numbers had also increased so much. In previous years, there were only a few thousand. He gasped, and without hesitation, he shouted loudly. Ordinary tribesmen immediately hid, and the warriors obeyed, taking out all the stored meat and cutting open their wounds. Wait for my command. Agong's body trembled slightly as he glanced at his tribesmen. Closing his eyes, a similar scene unfolded in the Wulong tribe as well. Bai Ling watched the surrounding tribesmen listen in fear to Agong's commands. Her eyes filled with deepening terror. She would never forget 9 years ago when she was still a child, witnessing one of her playmates being captured by countless moon wings. Disappearing into the mist amidst her friends' piercing cries, dragged into Wushan, where only slow death awaited. The blood moon in the sky, shrouded in mist, appeared faintly, but the red shadows whistling through the fog were gradually approaching. A large number of moon wings split into 3 parts, heading straight for the nearby 3 tribes. In the Wushan tribe, Agong stared intently at the sky. At the moment the moon wings arrived, he swung the bone staff in his right hand, and the sea of fire beneath him suddenly expanded, directly enveloping the entire tribe. However, this sea of fire was strange. It did not burn any grass or houses, but instead surrounded the tribe as if it were not real. Throw the beast food, Agong growled. Immediately, the tribal warriors, in terror, threw the bloodied beasts into the sky with all their might. The update was late today. I got up late, at 12:30. It's all because of the couple next door who fought and physically clashed last night, making loud noises, very intense and tragic. I only heard the woman cursing, while the man's voice was drowned out by the sounds of fighting. Chapter 27. Tears Empty. Almost at the moment Agong's low roar echoed, a large number of moon wings came roaring through the blood mist that covered the blood moon. As they sped through the fog, they descended upon the Wushan tribe. The sharp shrieks replaced all sounds in the world at that moment, becoming the only sound of this blood moon night. Beasts stained with blood were thrown into the air by the tribespeople, and before they could fall back down, they were immediately enveloped by the countless moon wings, which gathered rapidly. Amidst the piercing screams, the beasts were covered by the moon wings, their bodies pierced by countless sharp teeth, and in an instant, they became dry corpses, their blood and life consumed by the moon wings. What remained were only the skeletal corpses falling to the ground with a thud, often twitching a few times before dying completely. Above the sky, countless moon wings ignored the beasts thrown into the air, diving straight down toward the tribe. Their scarlet eyes revealed cruelty and bloodlust. Their target was the barbaric people of the tribe. Screams, cries, and roars mixed together at this moment, forming a tune that resonated with the shrieks of the moon wings, playing in this eerie moonlit night. Yet, the sea of fire that surrounded the entire tribe now acted as a solid barrier, causing the moon wings that approached to screech and rise into the air, as if the fire, which could not burn grass or houses, inflicted fatal damage upon them. Throw again. Agong, amidst the sea of fire, looked heavily at the sky. Immediately, more tribespeople below, in fear, continuously threw the beasts they had stored for winter as if feeding or offering sacrifices, allowing the moon wings in midair to frantically devour. Time passed little by little. When all the winter-stored beasts had become food for the moon wings, turning into dry corpses on the ground, the moon wings in the sky, driven by bloodlust, began to dive down in large numbers, as if intending to break through the barrier of the sea of fire and descend upon the tribe to enjoy the barbaric blood that made them red-eyed. Agong waved his right hand, and instantly the sea of fire turned into a massive vortex, roaring and spinning, using his single strength to resist the moon wings in the sky. Meanwhile, arrows shot out from the tribe, piercing through the sea of fire, engaging in battle with the moon wings. But for these creatures with strange lives, almost immortal, such damage was utterly inconsequential. The sound of their wings flapping and their sharp shrieks made the Wushan people anxious. Soon after, several moon wings broke through the sea of fire, whizzing past within the tribe, causing instant chaos in Wushan. The same scene was unfolding in the Wulong tribe. Only in the Heilong tribe was the situation extremely strange. All the tribespeople within the tribe were prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. In the sky, the barbaric leader of the Heishan tribe, Bitu, stretched out his arms, his face filled with fervor, reciting a strange incantation to the sky. Around him, countless moon wings circled, and many of them pierced into Bitu's body, sucking his blood. But Bitu seemed to have lost all sensation of pain. He showed no resistance, but rather his fervor intensified, as his complexion gradually turned pale. The strange incantation he uttered grew louder. "Offer me your blood, O fire barbarians from ancient times. You have attained immortality, transformed into moon wings. You devour my barbaric blood, and I shall merge your fire barbarian blood into my body. Boom! Bitu roared to the sky, and in an instant, his body erupted with dazzling black light. As the black light spread, all the moon wings on his body immediately screeched, their bodies rapidly shrinking, and the red glow in their eyes dimmed. In a moment, they seemed to lose their lives and fell from Bitu's body. Yet more moon wings crazily surged in again. In this cycle, a large amount of moon wing blood was absorbed by Bitu, and his body swelled at a visible rate. A thick sense of vitality exploded from his body. With this surge, not only did the moon wings above the Haishan tribe come rushing, but even those heading toward the Wushan and Wulong tribes noticed and changed direction, heading straight for the Haishan tribe. Not far from the Haishan tribe, there was a figure cloaked in black robes, his presence starkly contrasting with the tribespeople of the Haishan tribe, all of whom were prostrated on the ground. The appearance of his black robe was something no small nearby tribe could possess. At this moment, he stood there, watching the black mountain barbarian leader in the sky, a sinister smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. I taught you how to find those moonstones to summon the fire barbarian moon wings, and told you the fastest way to become a Xianxiang realm. As for whether you can succeed, it depends on your fortune. Compared to the brutality outside, Ming was relatively safe at this moment. He pushed aside the covering stone in the cave and quickly jumped out. Many areas on his skin had already been burned into blisters. His lips were dry and cracked, and his heart raced. This place turned out to be a habitat for moon wings. Ming stared intently into the depths of the cave. He had heard many legends about moon wings since he was young, fully aware of the terror of this strange beast, especially the rumors of their near mortality, which made Ming's gaze narrow. He didn't know how the tribe was doing, and he couldn't go out now. Once he did, he would immediately be detected by those moon wings. Ming frowned, feeling anxious and worried about the current situation of the tribe, but he knew he had no way to solve it. His gaze flickered as he stared into the depths of the cave, and a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. This time, the number of moon wings was clearly much larger than usual, and looking at it, it seemed that the depths of the cave should be empty. Ming hesitated slightly and gradually walked forward, crossing over the area he had scattered, looking into the depths of the cave with determination in his eyes. Strangely, the cave, which had always been hot and even had waves of unbearable heat, now felt completely devoid of heat as Ming delved deeper, instead emitting a cool sensation from the depths of the cave. As Ming approached the depths of the cave, outside at the foot of Wushan, the three tribes were stirring again. In the Wushan tribe, over 100 moon-winged beasts had already rushed through the sea of fire, pouncing on the tribespeople of Wushan. The tribal warriors fought back fiercely. Bei Ling's eyes sparkled with cold light as he protected Xianxian behind him. A chill spread from his right hand, forming sharp ice flowers as he bore multiple wounds, blood oozing out. Suddenly, he focused his gaze on the distance, and without hesitation, he grabbed his bow from behind. At this moment in Bei Ling, as he held the bow, a chilling aura suddenly surged from him. He pulled the bowstring back with his left hand, sharply drawing it open, the arrow tip shimmering, immediately causing the ice flowers around him to rapidly converge, shooting an arrow towards the direction he was looking. In the distance, Lei Chun, filled with a bloodthirsty intent, had several moon wings on him, but he was unconcerned, instead acting frantically, grabbing one of the moon wings on his body and biting down on it. Dare to suck the blood of your grandpa, Lei? I'll suck yours too. But just as he bit into that moon wing, he immediately sensed dozens of moon wings charging towards him from the sky. With his cultivation, he simply could not withstand so many moon wings. In this critical moment, a sudden chill howled in, accompanied by an arrow tip swirling with ice flowers, which exploded above Lei Chun with a loud bang, causing the dozens of moon wings to recoil, saving Lei Chun. However, even so, the number of moon wings descending was simply too great, and some ordinary tribespeople were letting out piercing screams, seemingly being grabbed by the moon wings and lifted into the sky. At this moment, Grandpa made his move. With a swing of his bone staff, the entire tribe seemed to tremble, and a huge barbarian figure materialized out of thin air. The barbarian's eyes revealed cruelty, and upon appearing, it seemed alive, especially as it held a long dragon in its hand, which roared up to the sky and swept around. As time passed, the night of the blood moon was slowly coming to an end, but the battles within the tribe became even more intense. By the end, the moon wings no longer sucked blood but instead captured living barbarian people, seemingly intending to take them to their nests as food. As the distant sky gradually brightened, a sharp roar echoed from the distant Wulong tribe, where a white figure among the many moon-winged beasts, with a stunningly beautiful yet pale face, filled with despair, was captured along with several tribespeople, rushing towards Wushan. Behind them, an old woman dressed in coarse cloth, with an anxious expression, was desperately pursuing them. But before she could chase for long, As the screams from the Wulong tribe echoed out, the old woman's eyes filled with blood and sorrow. She suddenly turned around, abandoning the chase to protect her tribe. The white figure in the distance watched this scene, tears streaming down her face. But those tears fell from the sky, unknown where they went, and no one saw them. As the sky gradually brightened and the blood moon faded, a large number of moon wings howled, rushing towards Wushan from all directions. Among them, a group of moon wings captured several tribespeople, including the white-clad woman, heading straight for Haiyan Peak. Diving into various entrances of Haiyan Peak. Chapter 28, The Tribe from Eons Ago. Inside the molten cave, Ming cautiously advanced, slowly walking deeper. He was very alert, often moving only after clearly seeing the path ahead, and while walking, he held the bone horn, his eyes glinting, with his internal blood energy circulating, allowing him to remain ready to unleash the power of his 11 bloodlines at any moment. Despite his curiosity about the unknown, Ming's caution suppressed much of it, especially since danger existed here, making him even more vigilant. As he continued forward, the coldness within the molten cave became increasingly apparent, and since there were rarely any forks in the path, Ming's speed gradually increased. The surroundings were dark, with many cracks of various sizes in the walls, looking as if they had opened up after years of roasting. However, Ming also noticed some cracks that were clearly newly formed, as the color of the inner walls was slightly different. Strange, what kind of power could cause these new cracks in the walls? Ming's eyes flickered, and an idea began to form in his mind. Could it be that extreme heat followed by sudden cooling would unleash unimaginable power? Ming scratched his head, not wanting to think too much about it, but instead noting this phenomenon in his mind. He had no idea how far he had walked, feeling as if time was quite long. Suddenly, Ming halted his steps. The molten cave ahead had clearly expanded significantly, and the deeper he went, the wider it became. Could it be that I've reached the depths? Ming carefully looked around and walked slowly. Not long after, the cave ahead grew larger, and finally, Ming took a deep breath, contemplating everything before him. Before him was a cavern the size of his tribe, surrounded by numerous small holes, densely packed, with about dozens of them in sight. The small hole he had exited was just one of them. In contemplation, Ming moved forward, his eyes sparkling, taking a closer look at each small hole. Eventually, his eyes focused, and he jumped up, pausing slightly at each small hole to sniff. After passing all the small holes, Ming fixed his gaze on one, without hesitation, darting inside. Among these small holes, only this one had a faint smell of blood. Clearly, this hole was where the moon wings had flown out. He dashed forward, occasionally stopping to thoughtfully carve a large stone from the surrounding walls with the bone horn. The size of the stone similar to that of the passage. Although it was quite troublesome to carve, Ming remained determined, and as he moved forward, he carved out several such large stones. Each time he carved one, he would place it aside at an angle. Gradually, Ming's cautious speed began to increase. He could sense that the direction he was heading was towards the base of the mountain, hence the area was becoming larger. Ming continued to run deeper into the small hole until he felt he had gone far enough. Gradually, he saw a red glow ahead. The red glow was like fire. At first glance, it was even somewhat indistinguishable. The moment he saw that fiery red light, Ming slowed his pace, his heart racing. He sensed that this should be the end. But as he got closer, he gradually felt as if the blood within him was about to ignite, a sensation he was not unfamiliar with. The surrounding walls were covered in countless scratches, with some appearing to have teeth marks, exuding a strange atmosphere that made Ming quite nervous. However, his steps did not falter, and he gradually approached the source of the fiery red light. This was indeed the end of the passage. There was no way forward, only a much larger molten cave. Ming stood there, alert, and looked down. Upon looking down, he was struck as if by lightning, instinctively taking a few steps back and gasping in cold air. It was a vast basin, filled with countless mountain-shaped spikes protruding like sharp blades, all gray but constantly emitting cold air, enveloping the surroundings and making the molten cave extremely cold. If it were just this, it wouldn't have shocked Ming so much, but within the basin, there was something else. It was a tribe, numerous stone houses, enclosures, and stone structures for lookout posts. He even saw cooking pots made of stone in many places around the tribe. Each house had a totem outside, resembling a raging flame. Each of those stone houses was quite large and built very neatly, even seeming more luxurious than the Wushan tribe where Ming belonged. Moreover, within this tribe, Ming also saw stone-paved roads, with many protruding stones along the paths. Ming looked for a long time, but could not determine the purpose of these paths. This was not an ordinary tribe, nor was it a complete tribe. Ming's gaze fell on several houses at the edge of the tribe. Those houses seemed to have been split in half by some strange force, existing only partially in this basin. The other half was nowhere to be seen. Especially on the ground where the tribe was located, aside from the pebble-paved paths. The rest of the area resembled soil, clearly different from the rocky mountains around. All the houses in the tribe were made of stone and bore the totem of flames, which represented the name of the tribe. But one day, a dramatic change occurred in this tribe. It was inexplicably divided into multiple parts, scattering like a collapse, and was further displaced by some strange force, dissipating along with the land it occupied. A small portion of the tribe and the land was moved inside the Black Flame Peak. It was not a legend. Ming looked at everything in front of him, which was beyond belief, and murmured. His gaze swept across the tribe, eventually landing at the center, and his pupils contracted. There was something even more bizarre. It was a large tree, or rather, it resembled a large tree. Its entire body was deep red, emitting a glow like fire. The firelight Ming had seen in the passage earlier was indeed emanating from this tree. The tree was thick enough for over 10 people to embrace, its roots penetrating the ground, seeming to go deep into the Black Flame Peak and extending who knows how far underground. This tree only had a trunk at its top. It pierced through the rocks of the cave, as if what was exposed here was merely a part of its trunk. Ming's eyes were fixated on that trunk, where he noticed some familiar red flowers blooming with an eerie beauty. Looking at those red flowers, Ming thought of the strange muddy marshes in the jungle. So, the moon wings should indeed be those transformed from the immortal fire barbarian tribesmen under the fire barbarian lord's magic, as the legends say. But this was too hard to believe. Such barbaric magic actually existed. What level of cultivation had the fire barbarian lord reached? The beast skin scroll had once mentioned that after coagulating blood, one reaches the opening dust stage, and after opening dust, one reaches the sacrificial bone stage. However, there was no further description of the state beyond sacrificial bone, only referred to as a barbarian master. Ming looked at this ancient tribe before him and silently walked further in. The tribe was empty, apart from the houses and some miscellaneous items. Ming could see no corpses. The surrounding silence filled the air with a suffocating atmosphere. While pondering, he stepped onto a path filled with protruding stones. As he stepped on it, Ming felt a slight pain in his foot. He looked down but couldn't figure out what purpose this path served, so he slowly continued forward. However, as he proceeded, he suddenly halted, sensing something from the corner of his eye. He quickly looked up and saw, not far away at the edge of the divided tribe, a skeleton leaning against the rock wall. The skeleton was obscured by some houses, making it impossible for Ming to see earlier, but from his current position, it was clearly visible. The moment he saw the skeleton, Ming's pupils constricted sharply. This was the only skeleton he had seen in this place. He quickly walked a few steps to the side of the skeleton and examined it closely, causing his body to shudder violently. This skeleton was very strange. Its upper body resembled that of a human, but was shriveled, as if it were withered. The bones of the lower body were even more peculiar, appearing as if they were melting and transforming, vastly different from a normal person. Moreover, there were two bony wings on its back that seemed about to manifest, and the appearance of those bones bore some resemblance to the moon wings. It was as if this person was undergoing a transformation of their bones before death, experiencing the agony of becoming a moon wing. Yet the expression on the skeleton showed no trace of pain, instead seeming to carry a hint of mockery and pride. It was just unclear who the mockery was directed at. Its right index finger was pressed against the nearby rock wall, deeply embedded. Ming followed the finger and looked up, where he saw a line of clear writing on the rock wall. It was written in the language of the barbarians. The moment Ming's gaze landed on those characters, a sound of wings flapping suddenly came from the entrance of the passage, mixed with terrifying roars, and faintly, there were cries of despair. Ming's expression changed immediately. Chapter 29, Lamentation. The sound of flapping wings roared in, causing a sense of turbulence in the quiet ruins of the tribe. Ming's gaze flickered, but his body remained motionless. There might not be much time, but this was perhaps his last moment here. Without hesitation, Ming focused on the strange skeleton and the line of writing on the rock wall nearby. The heavens above. Why do you cry alone? The opening line of the text was this sentence, written in a wild and domineering style, making Ming's pupils shrink involuntarily upon seeing it. The meaning of this sentence left Ming somewhat confused, but in an instant, it felt vague. However, the melancholy and pride that permeated the text struck him deeply. The heavens above, why do you cry alone? Ming murmured, his gaze shifting to the remaining barbarian characters. The path of the barbarian seeks to exhaust the edges of the 8 directions. The remaining fire melds with blood, uttering words to burn the heavens, burning the sky as if a fire moon emerges from the clouds. In the vastness of the world at that time, silently thinking, blood and fire overlapping. 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law, burning the barbarian fire with 9 bows, becoming the passage of the fire sacrifice. As he pondered, the screeches and wing-flapping sounds from the entrance of the passage grew more intense. Ming's gaze flickered, and without lingering, he swiftly leaped nimbly towards the entrance of the passage. As he ran, he paid attention to the strength of the piercing screeches in his ears. After running for several dozen feet, Su Ming suddenly halted and darted into a nearby rock crevice. The gap was small, but Su Ming's body was already slender. And as he squeezed in, he immediately crouched down, even his breathing became faint. Using the cover of the rock wall, his heart raced, and he peered through the gap. Silently waiting, time passed second by second, and just after 10 breaths, Su Ming felt every hair on his body stand on end. He clearly saw a thick red mist erupting from the passage, rushing past like an explosion. In the mist, piercing roars arose, and several red shadows dashed by. Those red shadows were none other than the moon wings. Observing the moon wings from such a close distance made Su Ming's heart race. But his body remained completely still, his squinted eyes not revealing a glimmer of light. This group of moon wings was too numerous, continuously rushing past from the passage. And one even collided with the edge of the crevice, just less than half a yard away from Su Ming's crouched body. Su Ming's right hand gripped the bony edge tightly, his palm turning white from the force. In that moment, he could even feel his heartbeat fading. And he seemed to completely calm down amid this extreme tension. He stared at the moon wing that had accidentally crashed in, observing its fierce face and watching it flap its wings, darting out of the crevice. Yet, Su Ming's vigilance did not decrease. Instead, it heightened. Suddenly, cries of despair echoed. And following the crevice, Su Ming clearly saw several figures outside in the mist, being grabbed by numerous moon wings, heading straight towards the end of the passage. There were a total of 9 people. Among these 9, Su Ming couldn't see them all clearly, but in that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure in white. Recognizing a beautiful face that bore despair and emptiness, it was her. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He instantly recognized that the figure in white was the white spirit of the Wulong tribe he had encountered with Lei Chun in the tribal hall. Su Ming fell silent. The cracks here were formed like this. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he quickly stood up, striding out of the crack. Standing in the passage, the surrounding mist had already thinned, and waves of heat rushed towards him from the direction of the tribe at the end of the passage, making him sweat profusely. The rocks on the ground were quickly heating up, and standing on them gave a faint feeling of burning. Su Ming clearly knew that it wouldn't be long before the high temperature and heat here would become unbearable for him. To go or not to go? A hint of hesitation flashed across Su Ming's face, as cries of despair echoed around him, emanating a sense of tragedy that shook his heart. Forget it. I deceived her with Lei Chun in the past, and now I encounter her again. If I leave like this, I won't be able to forgive myself. Su Ming was still a child, pure-hearted, and at this moment, he took a deep breath of the hot air and quickly ran towards the end of the passage. If he could save her, he would. If not, there would be no regrets. With determination in his eyes, he gripped the bone horn tightly. The closer he got to the end of the passage, the more he could feel the insane heat rising. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and soon, Su Ming reached the end of the passage. Ignoring the high temperature of the rocky walls, he pressed his body against them and slightly leaned in to take a look. Upon seeing this, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Below the massive basin was the tribe he had seen earlier, and within it, numerous sharp spikes protruded, on which lay 7 struggling, yet alive men. Their bodies were pierced through by 7 spikes from their backs to their abdomens, blood flowing down the spikes. They were not dead yet, continuously letting out miserable wails as they felt their lives slowly draining away. All 7 of them were male. Su Ming focused his gaze and felt a slight relief. These 7 men were strangers to him, clearly not from the Wu Mountain tribe. Surrounding them, the other spikes were visibly melting at a slow pace, and as they melted, a large amount of dark red magma began to spread across the ground of the tribe, covering it like a river. Seeing this, Su Ming took a deep breath. Only then did he understand what those spikes were. With the number of spikes, it seemed that once they all melted, the basin would be filled, causing the tribe to be hidden once again beneath the depths of the magma. Su Ming suddenly raised his head and saw in the center of the tribe a red tree trunk that protruded like a large tree. Under the heat of the basin, this trunk also seemed to show signs of melting, writhing oddly. If one looked closely, they could see lines coiling within it, occasionally revealing a corner, and it was unmistakably the moon wings. However, those moon wings that had entered the trunk displayed no ferocity, but rather pain, desolation, and sorrow. They did not continue to howl, but their expressions seemed to silently weep. Many moon wings even made strange movements, repeatedly lifting their claws to bite their fingers and smear their eyes, yet no blood came from the wounds. Those moon wings were actually burrowing into the trunk. What were they doing? Su Ming stared at the trunk, feeling the heat here intensifying. He realized he could no longer stay. Finding her was futile. Su Ming shook his head. He had tried his best and was about to leave quickly, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell upon the red trunk in the center of the basin, where two faces emerged from within the tree. One he did not recognize, but the other was Bai Ling. Bai Ling's eyes were vacant, devoid of any life, as if she had lost all hope for survival, exuding a tragic beauty. Su Ming looked at her face and then at the magma slowly rising below, which had already covered a thick layer, rising to about half the height of the tribe's houses. At this moment, he could only see the rooftops of the stone houses emerging in the basin. But those rooftops were also gradually turning red. The moon wings went out, related to the blood moon, but now it seemed connected to the heat of this place. They appeared to fear the heat, only flying out to hunt after it had cooled down here. He should be able to save her. But he needed to wait a little longer. Su Ming focused on the trunk, occasionally glancing at the height of the magma in the basin. Moments later, the heat surged again, causing Su Ming to sweat profusely, and his skin began to show signs of cracking. His gaze flickered, his blood surged. 11 lines of power erupted from his body as he stepped forward and dashed out. With incredible speed, he landed on the roof of one of the houses in the basin. The moment his feet touched down, a hissing sound erupted, and white vapor immediately surrounded his feet. Without pausing, Su Ming leaped again, landing on another roof. After several jumps, he was already close to that strange red trunk. Just as he approached, Su Ming suddenly saw a woman he did not recognize beside Bai Ling let out a piercing scream, her face rapidly withering, turning into a horrifying skeleton in an instant. It was as if she had been absorbed into the trunk by some strange power, losing all her flesh and life. This sudden scene shocked Su Ming, but his actions did not halt. Instead, they became faster. Su Ming's character was such that he either did nothing or, once he made a decision, it was hard to change. Almost the moment he arrived, Bai Ling's vacant eyes seemed to have found focus. She stared blankly at Su Ming, tears streaming down her face. In an instant, Su Ming arrived without hesitation. Holding the bone horn in his right hand, he thrust it violently into the red trunk, piercing it deeply. Dark red liquid, like blood, immediately flowed out from the wound, and at that moment, a muffled roar erupted from within the trunk, filled with rage, shaking the entire basin. Su Ming's face turned pale, but his eyes shone with a cold light. After the bone horn penetrated the trunk, he forcefully opened it downward, creating a huge crack. A chill emanated from the gash. The crack appeared right beside Bai Ling, and upon opening it, Su Ming saw her body inside the trunk. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand deep into the trunk, grasping Bai Ling's arm hidden within, and, with a roar, pulled her out with all his might. With that pull, he immediately yanked Bai Ling out of the trunk. Bai Ling was completely stunned. She stared at Su Ming vacantly, allowing him to pull her along, tears streaming even more. At that moment, Su Ming's figure was deeply etched in her mind. Pulling Bai Ling, Su Ming immediately leaped backward. His heart raced as he prepared to leave quickly. But just then, the roar intensified, filling the entire basin. Suddenly, one by one, moon wings emerged from the opened crack in the trunk. Their previous expressions of sorrow and desolation completely replaced by madness and bloodlust as they charged out. Su Ming's scalp tingled as he retreated rapidly. The number of moon wings before his eyes was overwhelming, densely packed, easily numbering in the thousands. Even within the trunk, there were more moon wings. But almost the instant those moon wings charged out, Su Ming clearly saw fear in their eyes as they were swept by the heat waves. Many of them freezing midair and plummeting into the magma, shattering upon impact, leaving no flesh but only a chilling vapor rising into the air. In legend, the fire barbarians possess an immortal body, transformed by the barbarian god into moonings, and this is true. They were originally unafraid of fire, but after becoming moonings, they underwent strange changes and began to fear fire. As they died, their bodies appeared as if encased in ice. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and while retreating rapidly, he forcefully threw Bai Ling towards the exit of the passage not far away. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Su Ming's low roar jolted Bai Ling back to her senses, as if awakening from a nightmare. She landed next to the passage's exit, turned to glance at Su Ming, hesitated, and opened her mouth to speak. "Run!" Su Ming leaped, heading straight for the exit. At this moment, the lava below had already submerged some of the stone house, leaving only a few rooftops remaining. Bai Ling's face turned pale, and she no longer hesitated, quickly turning to run down the passage. Her feet ached, but she overlooked the pain. Her only thought was to escape. Su Ming bounced off the remaining rooftops, racing toward the passage. Behind him, many moonings roared but didn't dare to pursue. However, deep growls echoed from the tree trunks, inciting the moonings into a frenzy. With more than 10 recklessly charging at Su Ming's heart raced, but his mind remained calm. Everything was as he had anticipated. If he hadn't held back for a moment longer in this sweltering heat before choosing to act, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and more moonings would have appeared. Now in the passage, Su Ming could smell the scent of charred flesh beneath his feet, But he didn't pause and continued to run forward. The Moonings feared the heat, so they stayed inside the tree trunks. The further he ran down the passage, the less intense the heat felt. As he ran, the sharp roars behind him became clearer. To kill those pursuing Moonings, he couldn't afford to delay. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he noticed a large rock he had previously cut near the front of the passage. He quickly rushed over to it, gripping his bow and horn tightly, and turned to see four Moonings approaching with ferocity. Su Ming's face was pale, but his eyes were calm. Just as the four Moonings were about to close in, Su Ming kicked the large rock beside him. The rock he had measured earlier was similar in size to the passage. With the full force of his body behind the kick, it flew up with a loud boom, blocking the passage like a door. Su Ming's timing was spot on. According to his plan, he would temporarily block 3 Moonings with this stone door, leaving one for himself to kill with the bow and horn in this hot passage. But the Moonings were too fast. The stone only blocked 2, and 2 others continued to charge. Su Ming frowned and immediately turned to run. Even if he could kill the 2 Moonings, he would still be injured. And he had a better plan in mind. As he sped away, the 2 Moonings behind him gained speed and were now less than 10 yards away. Just ahead, another rock of similar size appeared. As he passed that rock, Su Ming applied the experience he had gained earlier, kicking it with a loud crash. The stone flew up to block the passage, allowing only 1 Mooning to escape while the other was temporarily trapped behind it. At the moment 1 Mooning was blocked and the other charged directly at Su Ming, his eyes gleamed with cold light. Holding his bow and horn, he charged toward the Mooning instead of retreating. The battle between man and beast erupted in the passage. If it weren't for Su Ming's training as a barbarian, he would have been unable to resist, but now he possessed 11 bloodlines and wielded a razor-sharp bow and horn, allowing him to gain the upper hand in the fight against the Mooning. With a swoosh, Su Ming's bow and horn pierced into the Mooning's body, tearing it open. But he quickly noticed that the wound was healing at an alarming rate. The Mooning appeared weak, yet showed no signs of dying. Su Ming's gaze flickered, and he quickly inflicted several more wounds, ensuring the Mooning couldn't heal in time before turning to flee. As he ran, he kicked past any large stones he had previously placed, using them to create obstacles in the passage. Although these delays helped, Su Ming excelled in speed. He dashed through the passage, quickly reaching a cavern filled with numerous small openings. "I'm here." The moment he arrived, Su Ming heard Bai Ling's faint voice. He saw her pale face, filled with panic and fear, trembling as she hid in one of the small openings. Bai Ling had arrived here earlier, but she didn't know which opening was the exit and was afraid to wander, fearing another encounter with the Moonings. At that moment, Bai Ling no longer resembled the proud and clever girl Su Ming had seen in the previous room. She appeared like a frightened little beast, her eyes filled with confusion, which made Su Ming smile. "Why are you still smiling?" Bai Ling was very nervous. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Su Ming dart over, grabbing her arm and running toward one of the many small holes nearby. "Is this the exit?" After seeing Su Ming, Bai Ling felt strangely relieved, her fear diminishing significantly as she spoke softly. Su Ming nodded but said nothing, instead pulling Bai Ling's hand and quickly running through the passage. He could hear Bai Ling's breathing, which sounded pleasant, causing his heart to race faster, unsure if it was from running or from the softness of her hand. They ran in silence, and Bai Ling didn't speak again, allowing Su Ming to hold her hand as they moved through the perilous passage. Her heart raced, echoing Su Ming's thoughts, which diluted her fear and previous despair. Yet this silence couldn't last long. Soon, Su Ming led Bai Ling into his own quenching cavern. "Here." He released her hand and, with a serious expression, began to scratch the ground with his bow and horn, revealing small fiery holes, occasionally frowning as if calculating something. Not far away, flames began to emerge from the barren cauldron, slowly igniting. Bai Ling stared blankly at Su Ming's actions, feeling confused inside. She felt as if she were still dreaming. Having been captured by the Moonings, she had already despaired. Yet the series of events made her feel as if she hadn't fully awakened from the dream. Before long, the piercing shrieks suddenly grew louder, and 3 Moonings charged at them with ferocity. Bai Ling trembled and was about to retreat when she saw Su Ming's gaze flash. He held the bow and horn and directly cut a gap in the ground, connecting it to another ravine beside the burning flames beneath the cauldron. Immediately, a curtain of fire surged up, almost forming a sea of flames, engulfing the 3 charging Moonings. Their piercing shrieks filled the air as they crashed to the ground, exploding and releasing a wave of cold air that mixed with the fire. Under the flickering flames, Su Ming's expression darkened while Bai Ling behind him felt her fear intensify. They fear fire?" After a long pause, Bai Ling spoke softly. "In life, they worshipped fire. Fire was their glory. But after becoming Moonings, they lost not only their minds and bodies, but also that glory. Having lost their glory, they are not afraid of fire. They are ashamed. Fire is born of fire and dies by fire," Su Ming murmured, Memories of the fire barbarian tribe skeletons, and that phrase surfacing in his mind. The heavens above, do you alone weep? Chapter 31, Beauty. Su Ming closed his eyes, feeling that the scenes he had witnessed that night had become a heavy sensation, wrapping around his heart. That feeling exuded desolation and sorrow. The skeleton he had seen in life was someone from the fire barbarian tribe. Why was he the only one who could end his life during the transformation into a mooning? The phrase "the husband is wild and desires." Exhausting the edges of the 8 directions, the remaining fire melts blood, thinking of burning the sky, thinking of burning the dome like fire, the moon rises from the clouds. In the vastness of heaven and earth at that time, silent contemplation, blood and fire overlapping, 9 as the extreme, 1 as the law, burning wildfire 9 times. Forming the connection of the fire worship, puzzled Su Ming. As he pondered, he glanced at Bai Ling beside him, who was surveying her surroundings with curiosity, clearly unaware of the purpose of this place. Let's go, Miss Bai Ling. Su Ming smiled slightly, leaping up and crawling towards the exit. Bai Ling hurriedly followed. She had long wanted to leave this place, as staying here made her feel uncomfortable. As soon as they exited the passage, a mountain wind howled outside, blowing against them as if trying to carry them away. Bai Ling's face turned pale, and she grabbed a nearby rock. However, for someone who had been pampered in the tribe since childhood, she had rarely climbed such peaks. Although she gritted her teeth to endure, her increasingly pale complexion revealed her fear. Su Ming glanced at Bai Ling a few times. Her beauty was something he had never seen before, especially her pale face, which at this moment bore a hint of pitifulness. Forget it, I'll carry you. Su Ming scratched his head, but his heart raced. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, then looked down at the abyss-like bottom of the peak and finally nodded gently. Su Ming perked up, crouched down, and Bai Ling's pale, delicate face flushed slightly as she silently climbed onto his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Ming blinked. He could clearly feel the softness behind him and the faint fragrance that filled his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, a myriad of indescribable thoughts arose in his heart. You better hold on tight, or if you fall, it's not my fault, Su Ming said instinctively, but there was no response from behind. After hesitating, he calmed himself and quickly crawled down the mountain. With his agility and familiarity with the mountain, carrying someone was not too much of a burden. However, for some reason today, Su Ming found himself taking a route filled with steep places, sometimes jumping down suddenly, causing exclamations from behind, only to quickly grab onto rocks or vines. Feeling the delicate body behind him tightening its grip, Su Ming wore a proud expression. Originally, he could have descended the Black Flame Peak in no time, but it took him a whole hour to slowly make his way down. When Bai Ling blushed and climbed down from his back, her face still holding traces of fear, Su Ming felt a bit regretful. He rolled his eyes, cleared his throat a few times, and looked at Bai Ling. Bai Ling bit her lower lip, her face turning red again. When she had just climbed down from the peak, she had noticed this person's deliberate actions. If it continued like this, there was a hint of shyness mixed with anger in her eyes. Hey, I'm your lifesaver. Su Ming's eyes widened. He noticed the annoyance in Bai Ling's gaze and felt a bit guilty. But thinking of how he had saved her, he became more assertive. Are you still not happy? Forget it. You are a wild warrior anyway. There are plenty of beasts here and many traps. Who knows? There might even be moon wings. But as long as you are careful, it should be fine. I'm leaving. Su Ming yawned and turned to walk toward the direction of the tribe. However, before he could take a few steps, a weak yet anxious voice came from behind. Su Ming's heart immediately filled with joy, but his expression remained unchanged, appearing somewhat reluctant. After glancing at Bai Ling, he crouched down and impatiently spoke. Bai Ling's eyes widened as she looked at Su Ming. She had a bit of understanding about this person, especially recalling the scene in the previous workshop, leaving her sometimes at a loss for words. Most importantly, this person had come forward when she was at her most desperate, and the expression he had in the cave was something she could not forget. With a flushed face, Bai Ling quietly walked to Su Ming's side and leaned down again onto his frail back. She could hear her heart pounding, unable to distinguish what kind of emotion it was. Su Ming, carrying Bai Ling, moved swiftly through the forest like a monkey. The fragrance that often wafted from behind made him very fond of it. As he walked, he unconsciously changed direction and began to circle around. After a long time, Bai Ling, who had remained silent, revealed a strange expression in her eyes, tightening her arms around Su Ming's neck slightly. We've already passed this place 3 times, she softly said, looking at a dry tree not far away. Really? Could it be that I got lost? Wait for me to take a good look. Su Ming stopped, a look of surprise on his face. After carefully looking around, he nodded with a serious expression. That's right, Sai, I haven't walked this path before. He showed no embarrassment and changed direction, continuing to run. Time slowly passed, and what could have been reached by dusk at the Wulong tribe at this moment. Su Ming had only covered half the distance by dusk. However, Along the way, Su Ming led Bai Ling past the Wu Mountain tribe, taking a distant glance. Seeing that there was nothing different in the tribe, he finally felt relieved and moved further away. As the sky gradually darkened, Bai Ling's expression grew stranger. When the night sky became completely dark, Su Ming halted his steps in a forest, looking at Bai Ling with helplessness. It seems we have to spend the night here. The forest is not safe at night. We'll leave tomorrow morning. In Bai Ling's eyes, a mischievous glint gradually appeared, reminiscent of the first time Su Ming saw her. She quietly gazed at Su Ming without speaking, and under her gaze, Su Ming felt increasingly guilty. All right, then we'll spend the night here. A moment later, Bai Ling suddenly smiled, her smile beautiful, radiating a gradually recovering wildness. Su Ming rubbed his nose and laughed as well. After piling up some dry branches on a nearby tree to create a resting place, he sat with Bai Ling on top. For a moment, both of them fell silent, seemingly unsure of what to say. I still don't know your name, Bai Ling said after a long while, looking at Su Ming. In the moonlight, her eyes were very bright. My name is Su Ming. I know yours is Bai Ling, Su Ming replied with a smile. You're not from the Wu Mountain tribe either, right? Bai Ling asked with a light laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Su Ming scratched his head, unsure of what to say. But just then, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the entire world was blanketed in soft, white snow. Wow, it's snowing. Su Ming immediately looked up at the snow filling the air, quickly changing the subject. Bai Ling's eyes seemed to hold laughter as she did not pursue the previous topic, instead looking up at the snowflakes falling on her face, feeling the cold, which was quite pleasant. The snow kept falling heavier, and in the midst of it, the two in the forest seemed to be immersed in the beauty of the snow, falling silent once again. Su Ming, thank you. The sky had already turned pitch black, but the moonlight reflecting off the snowflakes created a silver glow around them, making the forest seem less dark. Thank you for saving me. Can you tell me about yourself? How did you end up there? Bai Ling looked at Su Ming and softly asked. I often go up the mountain to gather herbs. That place was discovered by accident as a refuge from the cold. I didn't expect to encounter the blood moon yesterday. Su Ming didn't mention the matter of his dispersing, but instead shared some other things. As time slowly passed in the snowy night, Su Ming and Bai Ling gradually began to talk, slowly getting to know each other. Their voices drifted softly in the wind and snow. I don't know who my father and mother are. I am a child picked up by my grandfather, Su Ming murmured. So that's how it is. I wondered why you seemed so much weaker than others, and you're not even taller than me. Your grandfather must not treat you well. Bai Ling's eyes widened. No, my grandfather treats me very well. Besides, even though you are tall, I heard my grandfather say that in a few years, I will be the same. And you are not as strong as the girls in our clan. Su Ming smiled and said, that's because my grandfather taught me a kind of brute skill, which I heard was something my mother asked my grandmother to teach me when I grew up. Bai Ling looked at Su Ming's hair, which had been dyed white by the snow, and giggled. Chapter 32. Lisu, look at your hair, it's all white. Bai Ling covered her mouth and laughed. The brightness in her eyes made the strange feeling in Su Ming's heart even stronger. You said that, but your hair has also turned white, becoming an old lady. Su Ming pointed at Bai Ling and laughed. As the two chatted and laughed, they felt a little more familiar with each other. On this snowy night, Su Ming felt a wonderful sensation rising in his heart. He felt time passed quickly, and unknowingly, the distant sky began to turn white. That was not snow, but the early sun. A night passed like this, and when the light in the sky covered the earth and the snowflakes continued to fall, Su Ming and Bai Ling came down from the tree trunk, washed up, and exchanged smiles. Su Ming did not say anything more, but squatted down. Bai Ling's big eyes blinked, and she lightly walked over, continuing to lie on his thin back. A warm feeling quietly grew in her heart. This time, as Su Ming got closer to the Wulong tribe, he felt some strange thoughts in his heart, as if he was reluctant to part. Gradually, he fell silent, but his footsteps unconsciously slowed down, and he couldn't help but circle around. Bai Ling lay on Su Ming's back, even though she saw many familiar sights again. Knowing that Su Ming was going in circles, this time, she did not speak, but rested her head on his back, listening to Su Ming's heartbeat. When the music ended, and the sun was high, when the day turned to dusk again, the snow in the sky was still falling, but the outline of the Wulong tribe appeared in Su Ming's sight. Looking at the tribe, Su Ming put Bai Ling down and smiled. You are home. Bai Ling glanced at the tribe, then looked at Su Ming. Her beautiful face showed no sign of her thoughts. She silently nodded, walked in front of Su Ming, and gently brushed the snow off his body with her white hands. After a long time, Su Ming shook his head, took another look at the Wulong tribe, and turned to leave. When he came, there was snow accompanying him, and when he left, it was still the same. The snowflakes fell on him, on his hair, but made Su Ming feel as if something was missing. Is it affection? Su Ming ran through the forest, heading towards the Wushan tribe, frowning all the way. The image of Bai Ling appearing in his mind. It felt different from being with Xianxian. Su Ming took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously, as if wanting to disperse this strange feeling he had never experienced before. After calming down, his gaze flickered, and his speed picked up again. The tribe was very quiet. The bonfire in the center was still burning, crackling. As Su Ming walked through the tribe, looking around, he finally arrived outside his grandfather's dwelling. There was still light coming from within, indicating that he hadn't rested yet. "Is that you, Su Ming? Come in." His grandfather's voice came out, carrying a hint of fatigue. Su Ming gently lifted the leather curtain and walked in, seeing his grandfather sitting cross-legged, his gray hair slightly disheveled. "Grandpa," Su Ming said softly, sitting down beside him. "There's nothing to worry about in the tribe." His grandfather looked at Su Ming, smiled, and motioned for him to sit next to him. Then he raised his dry right hand and patted Su Ming's head a few times, his smile growing wider. "You've actually reached the 3rd level, not bad." Su Ming looked at his grandfather and slowly recounted everything he had seen in the cave, especially when he mentioned the skeleton. He clearly saw his grandfather's expression stiffen. "The heaven is vast. Why do you cry?" "Grandpa, what does this mean?" Su Ming frowned. "The legend is indeed true." His grandfather looked at the leather curtain, his gaze seeming to penetrate it, seeing the wushan. "This phrase is a self-questioning. Compared to the vast sky, what other sorrows do I have? Or are there other meanings contained within?" His grandfather sighed softly, seemingly lost in thought, his words carrying a sense of the passage of time, slowly saying, "Also, Grandpa, I saved a member of the Wulong tribe in the nest of the mooning. Her name is Bai Ling. She is the granddaughter of the tribe's brute lord." Su Ming nodded, as if recalling something, and spoke again. "Li Su, your granddaughter was saved by my family's Lo Su by accident. Perhaps this matter can reduce some of your resentment towards me." His grandfather sighed lightly, the nostalgia in his eyes becoming more intense. The blood moon is approaching, and there was a sudden powerful aura of disaster coming from the Haishan tribe that night. His grandfather closed his eyes, murmuring, revealing his worries. Lei Chun was also quite happy to see Su Ming, patting his chest and boasting about his battles with the mooning, saliva splattering everywhere. Until he talked for a long time before Su Ming left with a smile. It was already late at night. But when Su Ming's gaze fell on a nearby leather tent glowing with firelight, he showed hesitation on his face. That was the home of the lookout, and also the home of Bai Ling. Chapter 33, The Fire Brute Technique. The lonely leather tent had no warmth at all, completely different from Su Ming's previous feelings at Lei Chen's house. Su Ming fell silent, found some branches, took out fire-starting materials, and silently lit a fire in this lonely dwelling. Although he could resist the cold of the night with the 3rd level of blood condensation in his body, he didn't know why, but he always felt that this home lacked something he couldn't describe. With a soft sigh, Su Ming lit the fire, and the flames gradually spread, bringing warmth that drove away the cold in the leather tent. Sitting by the fire, Su Ming watched the flickering flames and fell into a daze. He had envied Lei Chun, Bai Ling, and Xianxian since he was young because they had homes, fathers, and mothers. Although his grandfather treated him very well, as the brute lord of the tribe, he needed to spend a lot of time protecting and helping his clansmen. From a young age, Su Ming learned to be independent, to be alone, and to embrace loneliness. Illuminated by the firelight, Su Ming hugged his knees, looking at the flames, and after a long time, he sighed. "Grandpa said I was a child picked up, so are my parents still around?" Su Ming's expression revealed a sense of loss. This feeling had been deeply hidden in him for many years. He didn't want others to see his loneliness and always used a smile to cover everything. Bai Ling's parents were also no longer around. He wondered if she was already resting now or, like him, sitting by the fire, lost in thought. Su Ming murmured, his mind conjuring up Bai Ling's figure and her silver bell-like laughter. Suddenly, he trembled, vaguely guessing why he felt a strange sensation towards Bai Ling. This might be somewhat related to her beauty, but that was not the focus. The key was that in her. Su Ming felt a loneliness that was deeply hidden beneath her smile and cunning, just like his own. As time passed, the warmth of the fire in the leather tent grew stronger, dissipating the cold, which seemed to condense on the leather, forming drops of water. The warmth of the leather tent seemed to seep into Su Ming's heart, making his feeling of loneliness appear to fade. But at that moment, as if heaven was unwilling, a strong wind suddenly howled, sweeping in from the distant world outside the tribe, bringing with it a large amount of snowflakes. The wind was strong, blowing through the tribe, like an invisible giant hand sweeping across. The leather tent where Su Ming was located immediately creaked louder, and even the door of the tent was violently flung open. The cold wind, accompanied by a wailing sound, instantly filled the tent, and the snowflakes mixed and fell onto the fire, causing it to emit a struggling sound before quickly extinguishing. Su Ming looked up at the door swaying in the wind, watching as the warmth that had barely existed in the tent dissipated in an instant. He silently stood up, walked out of the tent, and stood in the wind and snow, looking up at the sky. The world swept by the wind, and snow had a blurred moon covered by clouds. Looking at the moon, Ming thought of Moon Wing, remembered the skeleton he saw in the Fire Barbarian tribe, and the words carved by that skeleton before its death. The way of barbaric desire, exhausting the edges of the 8 directions, the remaining fire merges with blood, uttering the burning of the heavens. Burning the dome like the fire moon emerging from the clouds, in the vast world, at that time, meditating silently, blood and fire overlapping, 9 as the extreme. 1 as the law, burning the barbaric fire 9 times, achieving the communion of fire worship. Ming murmured. These few sentences had appeared in his mind many times. And he was always pondering, but he always felt that something was subtly missing. The way of barbaric desire. The barbaric desire here can be understood as the desires of the barbarians, expressing some negative things, but who is the husband referring to? Is it a self-allegory of that skeleton? It doesn't seem like it. In the wind and snow, Ming simply sat outside the tent. In his view, there was no difference between inside and outside the tent. There was no warmth. Fortunately, outside, there was the wailing wind to accompany him, and he could see the moon. Husband, who is it? I don't understand. Then exhausting the edges of the 8 directions, the remaining fire merges with blood, uttering the burning of the heavens. Burning the dome seems to express a picture, as if saying that if one can merge fire into blood, then with a thought, one could burn the heavens. Ming's gaze became sharp as he looked at the moon in the snow, pondering. If the fire moon emerges from the clouds, in the vast world. Grandpa said that the sun is yang and the moon is yin. This statement makes a lot of sense. During the day, one usually feels warmth, while under the moonlight, it often feels cool. But what is the fire moon? The color of fire is red. Could it be referring to a red moon, a blood moon? Ming frowned, puzzled. The time of silent meditation, blood and fire overlapping, 9 as the extreme. 1 is the law, burning the barbaric fire 9 times. Achieving the communion of fire worship seems to talk about a certain action of fire worship. Ming looked at the moon in the sky, and suddenly, it was as if a lightning bolt flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to sparkle with clarity. Could it be that what these few sentences refer to is a barbaric technique? Ming's breathing became slightly hurried. He took a deep breath and, after carefully analyzing in his mind for a moment, increasingly felt that these few sentences contained a barbaric technique. Exhausting the edges of the 8 directions, the remaining fire merges with blood, uttering the burning of the heavens. Burning the dome speaks of the effect and power of this barbaric technique. The time of silent meditation. Blood and fire overlapping, 9 as the extreme. 1 is the law, burning the barbaric fire 9 times. Achieving the communion of fire worship speaks of how to cultivate this barbaric technique. Exactly, it should be this way. As for the sentence, if the fire moon emerges from the clouds, in the vast world, it expresses the precondition for cultivating this barbaric technique. Ming's spirit was invigorated. The words he had pondered over for several days suddenly became clear with this analysis, but shortly after, his brows furrowed again. Still not right. The precondition for cultivating this barbaric technique requires the fire moon to emerge from the clouds, but now it is not. Could it be that he needs to wait for several years until the blood moon appears again before he can cultivate? Ming showed a contemplative expression until the moon in the sky was gradually replaced by the light of dawn, and until morning came. He still had not thought of a method to cultivate. With a light sigh, Ming stood up, stretched his body. And as the clan members gradually walked out of the leather tents to start a new day of work, Ming walked out of the tribe. The requirement for the 4th layer of blood condensation realm is 25 bloodlines. Now I only have 11, so I need to hurry up and cultivate. And that mountain spirit powder, I wonder what its effect will be after refining it. I hope this powder will help my cultivation. Ming's body rushed through the mountains and forests. After reaching the 3rd layer of blood condensation, his speed had significantly increased compared to before. By noon, he arrived at Black Flame Peak. After a few leaps, he climbed towards the melting cave. Just halfway up, a smile appeared on Ming's face. He faintly heard Xiaohong's voice. Looking up, he saw a fiery red figure lazily lying at the entrance of the melting cave, quickly gnawing on wild fruits with both hands while glancing around. When Ming looked at it, Xiaohong also saw Ming. Its eyes brightened, and it threw away the half-eaten wild fruit, leaped up, and ran towards Ming, climbing onto his back and letting out an excited cry. Ming smiled happily and continued to climb. Before long, he reached outside the melting cave, took a deep breath of the mountain wind, and went in with the little monkey through the entrance. Time passed quietly day by day. Ming once again returned to the immersed life of refining powders and cultivating that he had experienced in the previous months. Even at night, he would look at the moon in the sky and ponder the words about the fire moon emerging from the clouds. In fact, to facilitate observing the bright moon, he put in some effort to create several hollow small holes in the rock wall of his refining cave, allowing him to see the moon outside clearly even when sitting inside the cave. This is a deep blue medicinal stone. The medicinal fragrance is not strong, but when placed near the nose, it gives the illusion of having breathed in the mountain wind, along with an indescribable feeling circulating inside and outside his body. Mountain spirit powder. Su Ming squatted on the mountain wall outside the melting cave, facing the sunset, looking at the medicinal stone in his hand. He found the refining of this medicine much more difficult than the clear dust powder, with a high failure rate. Having used up more than half of the luo yun leaves he bought, he had only refined 2 pills. As a result, Su Ming was really reluctant to use one of them to experiment with its medicinal properties. It shouldn't be a poisonous stone. Su Ming inhaled the medicinal fragrance, observing it carefully for a long time, and according to his experience, gradually, as the sky darkened and the night fell, Su Ming's eyes flashed with determination. He took the medicinal stone and put it in his mouth. Unlike the clear dust powder, the medicinal stone did not dissolve upon entry. Su Ming frowned and bit down hard several times before he could crush the stone and swallow it. Strange, Su Ming's eyes showed contemplation. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he took out a small bottle containing clear dust powder from his pocket, took out a pill, and swallowed it. The clear dust powder quickly melted in his mouth, and a wave of warmth immediately spread throughout his body. But at that moment, a sudden surge of astonishing heat erupted from within his body. Chapter 34. Fire Moon emerges from the clouds. This surge of heat came very suddenly, as if it had been hidden in Su Ming's body all along and was activated by the clear dust powder. Su Ming's body shook violently. In that instant, he had the illusion that his entire body was about to be burned, even reminding him of the man from the Black Mountain tribe who died under the blood powder. Su Ming did not panic but remained calm. Although it felt like burning, his calmness allowed him to slowly discern the difference. This burning sensation was not the boiling of blood, but rather the speed at which blood flowed through his body had reached a terrifying level. Because the flow was too fast, it created the illusion of burning. He could even hear his heartbeat accelerating wildly, as if it were about to explode. What powerful medicinal properties! Su Ming's complexion turned rosy, but the calmness in his eyes did not wane in the slightest. Slowly murmuring to himself, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the operation of his vital energy and blood. A large amount of sweat poured out from his body, and at the same time, 11 bloodlines appeared, emitting dazzling red light. The red light illuminated the melting cave, making it seem as if it had transformed into a blood-colored yellow spring. As the vital energy and blood in his body circulated, the red light emanating from him grew stronger, and one could even see numerous veins bulging on Su Ming's body, writhing as if alive, making Su Ming's appearance somewhat fierce at that moment. Time passed quickly, and in just 1 hour, Su Ming's entire body felt as if it had been soaked in water, dripping with a large amount of sweat. His body was a fiery red, and the 11 bloodlines flickered, resembling 11 gaping flesh wounds. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, and let out a roar. With his roar, a rumble came from his body, and the 12th bloodline suddenly emerged. The speed of its appearance was almost instantaneous, transitioning from faint to fully solidified, causing Su Ming's vitality to increase once more. However, this was not the end. After the 12th bloodline appeared, although the fiery red on Su Ming's body slightly eased, it was soon followed by another low growl, and the 13th bloodline erupted. When the 13th bloodline emerged, Su Ming's hair stood on end without wind, and a powerful feeling suddenly erupted from his frail body. The blood within him flowed rapidly, and at this moment, he no longer felt a lack of blood. Instead, it was overly abundant, as if without condensing the bloodlines, his flesh would collapse. 2 bloodlines appeared continuously, yet the fiery sensation within his body still lingered. Su Ming's expression twisted as he felt the heat throughout his body was almost unbearable. He raised his right hand and instinctively tore off his beast skin clothing, exposing his upper body, clearly revealing the 13 bloodlines, which were irregularly scattered across his chest, back, and arms. The bloodlines were a deep red, as if they could drip with fresh blood, and a large amount of sweat flowed down Su Ming's body, illuminated by the red glow, creating an eerie beauty. Su Ming's eyes turned even more bloodshot, yet there was no madness within. He remained calm, as everything was still under his control. Feeling the vitality within him, Su Ming did not hesitate to repeatedly circulate his blood according to the legacy of the Xiao man, refining it to make his blood viscous. Half an hour later, with a roar towards the sky, a faint 14th bloodline appeared on Su Ming's body. 14th bloodline, come out. Su Ming trembled, the powerful sensation becoming even stronger in his body, and he saw the 14th bloodline rapidly solidifying, looking like it would fully appear in no time. However, after a moment passed, the 14th bloodline still struggled, as if it always lacked the power to fully condense. Su Ming felt the circulation of blood within his body slowing down. The heat was almost completely dissipated, and if this continued, with the 14th bloodline not yet condensed. He would have to wait for the next opportunity. Su Ming's eyes flashed. Without thinking, he raised his right hand and grabbed towards the side, where there was a mountain spirit powder. Grabbing this medicinal stone, Su Ming immediately put it in his mouth, biting down hard to crush it and swallow it, then took out a clear dust powder and swallowed it all. His body trembled violently, and the dissipating fiery red on his skin surged again, reaching an astonishing level in an instant. The fiery feeling within him went wild, surpassing the previous intensity, reaching a level that Su Ming could barely endure. 15th bloodline. Come out. A fierce determination surged within Su Ming, something he didn't even realize but had been accumulating in every aspect of his life for a long time. With his roar, the rumbling within him erupted again, and the 15th bloodline instantly solidified, emitting an eerie red glow. With the emergence of the 15th bloodline, Su Ming's bare upper body appeared as if it had 15 scars, radiating red light, making him look even stronger. But just 15 bloodlines were not enough for Su Ming. Under his continuous operation, time flowed on. Suddenly, the 16th bloodline condensed out. At this point, the fiery sensation on his body largely dissipated, as if everything was about to end. But Su Ming's gaze flashed with coldness as he silently raised his right hand and struck his chest hard. With this strike, a powerful force surged into his body, stimulating his rapidly beating heart. 17th bloodline, appear. Under the stimulation of this force, his heart erupted with more blood, which rushed throughout his body, and the 17th bloodline appeared at his heart. After the appearance of the 17th bloodline, Su Ming's body felt as if the flames had extinguished. No longer warm, and the overwhelming sensation within him vanished instantly, leaving him feeling empty. He knew this was the result of the medicinal effects dissipating. At the same time, a slight stinging pain emerged from his body, indicating that his body had sustained some injuries from the previous intense training. For a shaman practitioner, a bit of pain and injury is nothing, Su Ming murmured, feeling the power in his body was noticeably stronger than before, a glint of decisiveness flashing in his eyes. He did not get up, but instead took out a herb from the torn beast skin clothing beside him, which was the heavenly rock grass. This herb was the strongest he had obtained apart from the medicinal stones. Other than giving a portion to Lei Chun, he rarely used it, but at this moment, he decisively took it out, wanting to make a concerted effort to elevate his cultivation as much as possible. Holding this herb, Su Ming set aside one leaf for future needs, swallowing the rest, and also taking the clear dust powder to enhance the medicinal effects. A cool sensation suddenly erupted within him, merging with the lingering heat, and a chill appeared on Su Ming's body, highlighting the 17 red bloodlines even more vividly. Xiaohong knew Su Ming was cultivating and occasionally glanced at him while lying beside him, soon falling asleep with a yawn. The sky gradually transitioned from morning to noon, then slowly to dusk, and soon it was pitch black, with only the bright moonlight illuminating the falling snowflakes on the ground. At this moment, there were not 17 bloodlines on Su Ming's body, but 19. The additional 2 were on his arms, flickering with a red glow. In the deep night, Su Ming radiated a red glow, surrounding the entire cave, and he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His eyes revealed a piercing brilliance as he saw Xiaohong lightly snoring, occasionally tugging at her hair in her deep sleep, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. However, just as he closed his eyes, Su Ming suddenly opened them wide again, faintly sensing that the bright moon he had seen through those small openings seemed a bit different. Looking again, his eyes widened in shock. The moon in the sky had a hint of red. Chapter 35, The Mockery from Ages Past. Su Ming was taken aback when he looked again. The moon's red seemed to have vanished, as if the previous scene was merely an illusion. Su Ming's expression was serious. He did not believe he was experiencing such an illusion. At this moment, he focused his gaze through the small holes, staring at the bright moon outside, and fell into contemplation. Time slowly passed, and as Su Ming continued to look, since he no longer circulated the blood and energy within his body, the red glow in the cave quickly dissipated, returning to normal. After a long while, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Could it really be an illusion? Su Ming sighed lightly, just about to close his eyes and ignore the matter, but at the instant his eyelids were about to shut, his pupils suddenly contracted. Something was off. He faintly sensed some thoughts, but they were elusive, seeming ready to vanish at any moment, making them hard to sort out. Red moon, red. Su Ming muttered, suddenly looking down at his own body. The moment he had seen the red moon flashed in his mind. It seemed he was in a state where the effects of the medicine had completely faded, his blood circulating, emitting a red glow that illuminated the cave. His gaze gradually brightened with his thoughts, and the hazy ideas in his mind slowly became clearer. Moments later, without hesitation, Su Ming opened his eyes and began circulating the blood within his body. Instantly, all 19 bloodlines on his body appeared, emitting a dazzling red light. enveloping his body in a crimson glow and illuminating the cave in red. Su Ming's eyes focused on the bright moon outside the small holes, under the surrounding bloodlight. He took a deep breath. His expression grew more serious, and he gained insight. At that moment, the moon he saw was distinctly red. The red was not from the moon itself, but rather the area was suffused with red light. Looking at the moon through the red glow naturally gave him the illusion that the moon was turning red, with the desire of the barbarian path. Reaching the edges of all directions, the remaining fire merges with blood, thinking of burning the heavens, thinking of burning the firmament like a fire moon emerging from the clouds. In the vastness of the world, at that moment of silent contemplation, the blood fire overlaps. 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law, burning the barbarian fire with 9 bows, becoming the passage of fire worship. Su Ming murmured as he looked at the red moon. The meaning of silent contemplation at that moment was to silently think and imagine at the moment of seeing the fire moon. However, what he was imagining was the overlapping blood fire, 9 as the extreme, 1 as the law, burning the barbarian fire with 9 bows, becoming the passage of fire worship. No, this phrase had nothing to do with imagination. It was about action. Su Ming furrowed his brows. At this moment, his blood continuously circulated, causing the red glow here to grow denser, making the red of the bright moon even clearer in his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Ming, as if thunder had roared through his mind. Could it be that the phrase should be read as like the fire moon emerging from the clouds? In the vastness of the world, at that moment of silent contemplation? If so, the meaning would be vastly different. It was not about imagining at the appearance of the fire moon, but imagining the fire moon appearing. Su Ming's whole body trembled. He faintly felt he had grasped the key point. He took a deep breath and silently envisioned the moon in the sky turning red. This imagery, as time passed, was repeated in his mind again and again. In the end, he became almost entirely immersed in it, forgetting the circulation of blood within him, neglecting the fact that the snow light in the cave had already dissipated and returned to normal. He tilted his head back, his eyes fixed on the bright moon outside the small holes, the fantasies in his mind increasingly overlapping. Red moon, burning moon, Su Ming murmured. In his eyes, the moon exuded red, the red growing more intense, slowly turning the entire moon completely crimson. In that instant, the hairs all over Su Ming's body stood on end. He faintly sensed that within the red moon, countless red threads seemed to descend from the sky, drifting through the small holes, merging with his eyes and subtly flowing into his body, blending with his blood. A wave of coolness spread throughout him, and after merging with his blood, his internal energy and blood began to circulate on their own, flowing slowly. Unconsciously, Su Ming felt as if all of heaven and earth had completely vanished, leaving only that red moon in his sight, growing larger and clearer. The red in the moon seemed to contain a strange power. As the moonlight fell, it penetrated into his body. As time gradually passed, Xiao Hong had long awakened, staring blankly at Su Ming not far away, her eyes showing confusion. She looked up through the small holes at the moon outside, but to her, that moon appeared no different from usual. She scratched her head, unable to understand what Su Ming was lost in thought about. No one noticed that at this moment, within the 5 peaks of Wushan, where all the moon wings rested and slept, strange changes were also occurring, especially deep within the Black Flame Peak, in the basin covered by fiery magma. On the massive red trunk, countless lines wandered, occasionally revealing the faces of the moon wings. The expressions on those faces were neither ferocious nor sorrowful, but rather a kind of obsession and excitement. It was unclear what they were excited about, but one could see their agitation from the rapid movements as they swirled within the trunk, extremely intense. It was as if they were struggling to break out from within the trunk, but were being held back by some force, unable to emerge. It was also as if they sensed something, perhaps a call, perhaps a worship, or perhaps they felt the remnants of their ancient past, beneath the bubbling fiery magma. In the remnants of the fire barbarian clan from ages long past, the bones at the edges, soaked in the hot lava, seemed unchanged. However, the inscriptions on the wall that Su Ming had seen, marked by his finger, were completely blank. There was nothing there. It had not been erased by anyone, but rather seemed as if it had never existed throughout the ages. The nearby bones, though merely bones, at this moment, bore an expression of mockery and arrogance that was particularly vivid. Perhaps what it mocked was not the scenes of its own death, but rather the moments after death. As night fell, when the moon in the sky began to show signs of fading, as if the first light of dawn was about to rise, within the Wushan forest, a figure cloaked in a black robe slowly walked into the distance. This figure was the one who had existed in the Black Mountain tribe that day. He walked slowly, but with each step, his body seemed almost ethereal, directly passing through countless dead trees. Here, it still wasn't clear where he was. This figure seemed to sigh lightly, emitting a hoarse voice, gradually moving toward the distance. disappearing as the first light of dawn appeared in the sky. Chapter 36, Xiaohong's Ecstasy. A night passed, and as the darkness of dawn was driven away by the light of the rising sun, when the bright moon in the sky turned into a crescent and disappeared, Ming in the black flame peak cave trembled, slowly lowering his head, which had been held up. His eyes were filled with confusion, uncertainty, and a hint of emptiness. However, this indescribable gaze was seen by Xiaohong beside him. The little monkey immediately bristled, backing up against the rock wall, its expression showing terror and shock. It saw that in Ming's pupils, a faint shadow of a blood moon was slowly dissipating. After a long while, when the shadow of the blood moon in Ming's eyes completely vanished, he awakened from his daze. Xiaohong stared blankly at Ming, her expression filled with doubt. Ming took a deep breath. To him, the night felt as if it had lasted only a moment. Now that he was awake, the memories of the night brought him many questions, yet all these confusions turned into a daze as he checked his body. My injuries are all healed, Ming murmured. His body, which had previously endured a forced descent, had left some injuries. These injuries were not serious, according to his feelings. He would need several days of meditation to nourish and recover. But now, after just one night, they had all improved. After a long while, Ming took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head, but what he saw was only the bright sky and sun outside the small holes. Indeed, it was a barbarian technique, a technique of the fire barbarian clan. This technique should possess extremely powerful capabilities. Now, after just meditating for a night, I have completely healed my injuries. Ming's eyes flashed, and he immediately circulated the blood and energy within his body. Soon, 19 bloodlines appeared on him. However, after the appearance of the 19th bloodline, Ming's expression became strange. He faintly felt that he still had some remaining strength. With a serious expression, Ming circulated his blood and energy again. After the blood and energy circulated around his body several times, a 20th bloodline surprisingly condensed at Ming's chest. This scene made Ming's eyes widen. After a moment, when he dispersed the blood and energy, he was even more shocked by what had happened during the night. His heart raced. The powerful effect of the mountain spirit powder had already startled him, and now he sensed the strangeness of the fire barbarian technique. It seemed to open up a path to the future for Ming, opening the dust. Perhaps in this life, Ming, can truly reach the level of opening the dust and become a powerful practitioner. Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. At this moment, Xiaohong, who had been nearby, ran over and climbed onto Ming's shoulder, staring at him with wide eyes, looking quite puzzled, even raising a paw to try and grab Ming's eyes. Ming laughed heartily, playfully pushing Xiaohong. After they played for a while, Xiaohong seemed to remember something. It hissed a few times at Ming, raised its right paw, took a deep sniff, and showed an intoxicated expression. After a few more sniffs, it put its right paw in front of Ming, as if wanting him to smell it too. Ming was taken aback. He had often seen Xiaohong make such movements over the past few months and had some guesses, but he always felt something was off. Now, seeing the outstretched right paw, he hesitated for a moment. Noticing Xiaohong's expectant gaze, he leaned in to take a sniff. A faint, fishy odor wafted by, making Ming laugh and push it away. Xiaohong's eyes immediately widened, seemingly unhappy with Ming's action of pushing away its right paw. It hissed a few times at Ming before running off to sniff around on its own, wearing an intoxicated expression, as if it had previously grabbed something. It never had this habit before. Ming looked at Xiaohong's expression, growing even more curious, and secretly made a decision. Days passed in a blink. During these days, Ming immersed himself in the refining of the powder. The powerful effect of the mountain spirit powder excited him, and he developed the idea of refining more. Unfortunately, the failure rate of this powder was quite high. Ming had used half a luoyun leaf before and only managed to refine 2 pills. Besides refining the powder, during the day, Ming often sat cross-legged to circulate the blood vessels within him, solidifying his 3rd level of blood condensation. A powerful feeling spread throughout his body. According to Ming's analysis, he should now be able to face the man from the Black Mountain tribe who had died under the blood powder back then. At night, Ming would give up refining the powder and instead sit in the cave, gazing at the bright moon, silently imagining the moon as red. However, the effects seemed not as extraordinary as on the first day. Nevertheless, during these days of practice, Ming's bloodlines once again condensed, resulting in a total of 22 bloodlines for the barbarian warrior. That night, as Ming sat cross-legged gazing at the bright moon, imagining it as red, Xiaohong, who had not gone out for many days, quietly climbed up. Its eyes moved excitedly, intoxicatedly sniffing its right paw while glancing at Ming a few times. Seeing that Ming would not notice it, it suddenly dashed towards the exit. The moment Xiaohong's figure disappeared from the cave, Ming immediately opened his closed eyes. a smile appearing on his face as he quietly left the cave. He wanted to see what Xiao Hong was so intoxicated by. After all, Su Ming was still a young man, full of curiosity, especially after observing Xiao Hong's actions. His curiosity grew even stronger. With Su Ming's current cultivation having 22 bloodlines, he had reached a remarkably strange level of speed and agility. Even walking on snow, if he did not want to, there would not be a single footprint. Following closely behind Xiao Hong, Su Ming remained undetected. In the night, Xiao Hong moved quickly down the mountain, soon reaching the foot of it. Su Ming followed, a smile on his face. However, after half an hour, this smile froze, replaced by a strange expression. He saw Xiao Hong jumping through the forest, seemingly moving towards a specific target, progressing very familiar. Eventually, it stopped outside a hole in the ground surrounded by a lot of broken grass and trees, looking quite chaotic. Xiao Hong walked lightly outside the hole, its expression a mix of vigilance and anticipation. After observing for a moment, it suddenly rushed into the hole. Su Ming, watching from a distance, frowned. With his experience in the forest, he could tell at a glance that there must be a large wild beast hibernating inside that hole. Just then, an angry, piercing low roar suddenly echoed from within the hole. A red figure rushed out, running while emitting a sharp screech, its face displaying pride. And on its right paw, Su Ming clearly saw a large clump of black fur. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, and then the ground seemed to tremble as a gigantic beast, resembling a bear, roared out from the hole. This beast was pitch black, with long fur, and its eyes glowed a furious red. However, upon seeing this beast, Su Ming's expression turned even stranger. He noticed that the lower part of the furious beast was rather bare, with only scattered fur, looking quite desolate. It was evident that it had been pulled out multiple times, not just once. Connecting this with the object in Xiao Hong's paw, Su Ming couldn't help but recall that just a few days ago, under Xiao Hong's instigation, he had taken a sniff of it, and his eyes widened in shock. Su Ming's mind went blank, his expression odd. He turned and dashed in the direction Xiao Hong had gone. He was much faster than Xiao Hong, and before long, he spotted Xiao Hong's figure from a distance. Xiao Hong had stopped outside a thicket of dry wood, looking around. It quickly wiped the black fur it was holding against its lower body, its pride evident, clearly visible to Su Ming from afar. The look on its face seemed to suggest it felt as powerful as a bear, yet the expression also exuded a sense of lewdness. Su Ming stared blankly as he watched Xiao Hong do this, then proudly walked towards the thicket, opening its mouth to emit a series of screeches. Following this, Su Ming saw a group of female monkeys, smaller in size and not red-haired, quickly emerge from the thicket, surrounding Xiao Hong. He watched as the small monkeys sniffed at Xiao Hong's right paw, displaying surprise and fear. Eventually, under Xiao Hong's proud gaze, they all went deeper into the forest together. Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly and sighed deeply. He understood now. Xiao Hong was using the bear's might to attract mates. With an indescribable feeling, Su Ming shook his head, hurriedly leaving the area, trying to forget the scene of days ago when he had sniffed Xiao Hong's right paw under its urging. Just as he imagined the moon to be red, Su Ming rubbed his nose, forcing himself not to think about it anymore. Immersing himself once again in the strange state of gazing at the red moon, as if the red essence blended with the moonlight and flowed into his blood. Days passed, and that night, as usual, Su Ming sat cross-legged gazing at the bright moon. But as the moonlight grew brighter, gradually, a faint blood moon appeared in his eyes, flickering. Suddenly, in his left eye, the blood moon seemed to ignite, and Su Ming's body jolted. A phrase involuntarily emerged in his mind. Blood-fire overlaps. 9 is the extreme. 1 is the law. Ignite the barbarian fire with 9 bows. Become the passage of the fire worship. Chapter 37. Blood-fire overlaps. Su Ming's eyes, with the faint shadow of the blood moon, became increasingly clear, flickering with an eerie light, as if they were constantly burning, causing a slight stinging sensation in his eyes. This stinging feeling was initially not very obvious, but as time passed and the bright moon in the sky reflected upon him, the sensation intensified. Eventually, the stinging became so severe that Su Ming trembled all over, as if he could no longer bear it. He wanted to close his eyes and stop looking at the moon, as if the source of his pain was not the fire, but the moonlight itself. Yet at the same time, he felt an overwhelming urge, as if this change was the key moment in his cultivation of this strange barbaric technique. If he closed his eyes, it would mean giving up his training, and he had a premonition in his mind that if he gave up now, he might never be able to cultivate this technique again. How could the blood fire burn again and again? Su Ming's eyes were filled with blood vessels. The red moon shadow entwined among them replaced his pupils, making him look shocking at this moment. Moreover, in his eyes, the seemingly burning blood moon shadow seemed to have dried up all the moisture in his eyes, causing them to show signs of withering. As if his eyes would soon completely wither, Su Ming let out a roar to the sky, His expression twisted, blood circulating within him, but no matter how it flowed, it couldn't alleviate the dryness of his eyes. Instead, the feeling of withering intensified. Gradually, the moon appeared to become blurry in Su Ming's sight. At that moment, if there were others besides Su Ming, they would clearly see that his eyes were still emitting red flames, the firelight like blood, burning fiercely. How could it burn again and again? What could he do to make the blood fire burn again? In his struggle, unable to comprehend the meaning of the strange barbaric technique, as his vision became increasingly blurred, he slowly wanted to close his eyes. He knew that if he did not close his eyes, he might never see light again. But just as his eyes were about to close, leaving only a slit, a strange image flashed through his mind like lightning. The image was of the mooning expressions filled with pain and sorrow he had seen deep in the cave when he saved Bai Ling on those red trunks. Those moonings were continuously repeating in action, biting their claws to smear their eyes. Su Ming's body trembled as if he understood something. In the moment before his eyes completely closed, he suddenly opened them wide again. At the same time, his right hand suddenly lifted and bit down hard on the corner of his mouth. Instantly, blood spread from his fingertips, staining them red. As he raised his hand and smeared the bloodied fingers over his eyes, a smear of blood was applied to his eyes. And at that moment the center of his brow seemed to roar, a cool sensation instantly emerging in his eyes. Moreover, at that moment, the entire black flame peak seemed to tremble slightly, but strangely, not a single snowflake moved, as if it was not the mountain that trembled, but its soul. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible aura suddenly erupted from within the black flame peak, crazily converging towards the spot where Su Ming was seated. Su Ming did not know what this was, but he could feel that this trace of aura rushed in an instant, suddenly merging with his eyes, as if his eyes had become a vortex, sucking these auras into them. The incoming auras seemed like a light rain that extinguished flames, and as they continuously arrived, the blur in front of Su Ming quickly dissipated, replaced by clarity, though that clarity contained blood light, and at times Su Ming's world turned blood red. In that instant, the burning sensation in his eyes that felt like it would dry up transformed into a wave of coolness, abruptly disappearing. And the pain within him also vanished in that moment. Following that, as the strange aura surged into Su Ming's eyes, it spread throughout his body, merging with his blood, circulating throughout. On Su Ming's body, 22 blood lines emitted blood light, enveloping him, and suddenly the 23rd appeared. Moreover, after the appearance of the 23rd bloodline, a flash of bloodlight in Su Ming's eyes heralded the emergence of the 24th bloodline. After a long time, as the sky outside gradually brightened, the moon seemed to be fading, about to be replaced by the rising sun. Su Ming suddenly stood up and rushed towards the exit, quickly standing outside. The mountain wind wailed, blowing his long hair, and on his body, 24 bloodlines appeared menacingly, making Su Ming look extremely eerie. He stood there, looking up at the waning bright moon, suddenly taking a deep breath towards it. At that moment, Su Ming saw the bright moon flicker violently. A strand of red moonlight descended directly into his eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Su Ming's body trembled, and on his neck, the 25th bloodline erupted with a boom. The blood condensation realm, 4th layer. In almost all the small tribes, the 4th layer of the blood condensation realm would be highly valued, as this represented that a tribesman who reached the 4th layer could become a member of the hunting team, meaning that this tribesman would thereafter be a backbone force in the tribe's battles and defenses. Similarly, this 4th layer also represented the peak of the early stage of blood condensation. Taking one more step into the 5th layer would allow one to become a mid-stage barbarian warrior. More importantly, once he reached the mid-stage of blood condensation, Su Ming would have the hope of displaying new barbaric techniques. For the first time, Su Ming felt a surge of power within him. He was calm, his eyes gazing at the fading bright moon and the illuminated sky, as a cool breath flowed from his eyes and around him. A multitude of such auras surged from the mountain, approaching. At this moment, he even had a strange feeling that he could control the light of the moon. Under this strange sensation, Su Ming slowly raised his hand and gently waved it at the moment the bright moon disappeared. Chapter 38. I want to become stronger. In the instant Su Ming waved his right hand, the crescent moon in the sky, which had been blurry, suddenly emitted an extreme silver light. A light that outsiders could not see, but only Su Ming could witness clearly. Su Ming's eyes widened, gasping as he stared at his right hand. And after a long time, he reacted, abruptly looking up at the sky, where the moon had disappeared, and the rising sun illuminated the entire world. Is this the fire barbaric technique? But this technique is related to the bright moon, yet contains no trace of fire intent. Why is that? Su Ming murmured, his heart racing. That moment when his right hand invoked the power of moonlight contained an inexplicable strangeness, yet the sharpness within it made Su Ming's heart race. He clenched his right fist tightly, his gaze flickering as he punched down onto a nearby large rock. His blood and energy circulated, and as the 25 blood lines intertwined. When his fist struck the rock, a dull rumble echoed, and cracks appeared on the surface of the large stone. At the same time, an immense recoil surged into Su Ming's right hand, crashing into his body, but was offset by the circulation of his blood and energy. Stepping back, Su Ming looked at the large rock now cracked with several fissures, and his eyes gradually revealed excitement. With my current strength at the 4th layer of blood condensation, I can only create cracks in this large stone. If I were to use the spirit-devouring barbaric technique and find the right beast spirit, perhaps I could shatter this stone, but that would be my full strength. Compared to that strand of moonlight, there was clearly a gap. That sliver of moonlight could be like this, but once there was a bit more, Su Ming took a deep breath and then laughed, looking quite happy. He felt the changes within himself, sensed the power that existed in his body, and was even more eager for the arrival of the moonlit night. For the first time, Su Ming had a strong anticipation for the night to come on this day. He occasionally looked up through the small holes to check the sky, feeling as if this day was particularly slow. Gradually, when the sky darkened again and the moonlight fell upon the earth, Su Ming suppressed his excited emotions, gazing at the bright moon, deeply exhaling, his eyes shining with brilliance. From that barbaric inheritance, Su Ming clearly knew that once he reached the 5th level of the blood condensation realm, or even higher, he could unleash 2 extremely powerful barbaric techniques inherited from the medium-sized Wushan tribe hundreds of years ago: the dark blood dust and the 3 killings slash. Among them, the dark blood dust required condensing a drop of barbaric blood within the body, allowing it to explode with astonishing power in an instant. As for the 3 killings slash, Su Ming felt his heart race every time he thought of it. The dark blood dust required at least 50 bloodlines to perform. The 3 killings slash was even more difficult, requiring 200 bloodlines to initially use it, but could slash 1 killing. The 5th level of the blood condensation realm required 53 bloodlines, and to become a 6th level barbarian, one would need 109 bloodlines. As for the 7th level, it required 243 bloodlines. The pinnacle of the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm was the 8th level, requiring 399 bloodlines. Levels above the 9th were the late stage of blood condensation, and up to the 11th level, the required number reached the limit of an ordinary barbarian: 781 bloodlines. If one could achieve more, it would not only strengthen their power, but also increase the chances of advancing to the dust-opening realm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he looked at the moon in the sky, his anticipation growing stronger. As he silently contemplated the moon in his mind, it gradually transformed into a red moon in his view, and the feeling of burning within him resurfaced. This time, Su Ming did not hesitate. He bit his fingertip and immediately raised it, smearing the blood on his eyes. His entire body seemed to rumble, and the strange changes that appeared around the black flame peak yesterday resurfaced. "I want to become stronger," Su Ming murmured as 25 bloodlines emerged within him, the bloodlight flickering as he continuously absorbed the mountain air from all directions. At the same time, the blood moon in his eyes flashed fiercely as he raised his right hand again, wiping it over his pupils once more. With the barbaric will, I exhaust the edges of the 8 directions, merging fire and blood, chanting to burn the sky, burning the vastness like the moon emerges from the clouds. In this boundless world, I meditate, blood and fire overlapping. 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law, burning the barbaric fire, 9 bows, forming the connection of the fire worship. 9 is the extreme, 9 is the extreme. This phrase, in my view, means that the blood and fire overlap 9 times. After the second time Su Ming wiped his eyes with his right hand, his whole body trembled violently, and the entire black flame peak suddenly shook. Though this tremor was still imperceptible to anyone, a more overwhelming mountain aura rushed into Su Ming's body, making him feel as if he might explode. On his body, the 25 bloodlines glowed brightly, as if they were alive, twisting. In that instant, a 26th bloodline appeared on Su Ming, and it didn't stop there. The 27th, 28th, 29th, all the way to the 33rd bloodline appeared simultaneously. Su Ming's breathing quickened, his heart raced faster, and the feeling of possessing formidable power made him immersed in it. Seemingly unwilling to wake up, yet his mind remained clear. With a flash of the blood moon in his eyes, he slowly raised his right hand and bit his 3rd fingertip. The blood on his fingertip seemed to possess a strange power. Su Ming looked at the blood and slowly brought it to his eyes. He was going to attempt the 3rd blood and fire overlap. He had an extremely strong feeling that if he could achieve the blood and fire overlap 3 times, his cultivation would make a tremendous leap. The intensity of this feeling made his body tremble as he stared at his finger. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming pressed it fiercely against his right eye, gently wiping it. Just as he brushed a sliver, the entire Wushan shook. Not only did the black flame peak tremble, but the other 4 peaks also shook as if their souls were vibrating. Countless birds and beasts looked up in terror, afraid to move an inch. However, to anyone watching, the mountain still appeared unchanged, seeming to have no significant alterations. The Wulong tribe was unaware, and the Wushan tribe was the same. Only within the Black Mountain tribe, Bai Tu, who was sitting and absorbing the blood of the moon wing to break through to the dust-opening realm, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. When he opened his eyes, a trace of horror appeared in them, and he immediately got up and exited his dwelling to look at the sky. Yet, in that moment, the feeling vanished, and no matter how he observed, he couldn't find the source of his fright. In addition, at the moment Su Ming attempted the third blood and fire overlap, all of the moon wings deep within the 5 peaks of Wushan showed signs of excitement, as if they were crazily trying to break free from the strange tree trunks they resided in, seeking their king, but they were enveloped by some force, unable to escape. Similarly, the bizarre red tree within Wushan trembled, making it hard to tell whether it was excitement or fear. Within the cave, after Su Ming smeared a bit of blood from his fingertip into his right eye, he had to stop trembling. The overwhelming aura that surged from the entire Wushan rushed into his body, causing the bloodlines on his body to rise at a speed so terrifying that even Su Ming felt it was frightening. 34, 35, 36, 42, 44. All the way to 47. Su Ming could no longer continue. The feeling of explosion in his body became clearer. At this moment, he faintly heard what seemed to be the howls of the moon wings echoing throughout the Wushan. His right hand shot up, breath quickening, panting heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the soul movement of Wushan dissipated, the overwhelming aura that had rushed in also vanished, and the howls that had been faintly heard were gone without a trace. Everything returned to normal, but Su Ming knew that everything just now was absolutely not normal. Such powerful barbaric techniques. I can feel that if the third blood and fire overlap is completed, my bloodlines will double. This was only the 3rd time. And if it were 9 times? Su Ming gasped, feeling a sense of fear about continuing his cultivation. This was only 9 times, according to my understanding. After the 9 blood and fire overlaps, I could bow 9 times to the fiery moon in the sky, and then the fiery barbaric could reach the heavens. Su Ming murmured, feeling the incredible power within him that he could hardly believe. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. With the combination of medicinal stones, I have hope for the dust opening. Su Ming clenched his fist. Chapter 39, Hostility. Little Red also noticed Su Ming's gaze, turned around to look at him, and immediately ran over, extending her right paw, showing off proudly, and seemed to want Su Ming to smell it, as if thinking that good things should be shared by everyone. Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, no longer paying attention to Little Red, and once again immersed himself in his cultivation. With the previous days added in, a month quickly passed, and the time for Su Ming to meet his grandfather and head to the Fengxian tribe was drawing near. However, the further it went, the more difficult it became to condense the bloodlines. In recent days, no matter how Su Ming practiced, he could no longer condense anymore. He understood that this was related to his inability to complete the 3rd blood and fire overlap. In addition, Su Ming also tried multiple times to control the moonlight when the bright moon appeared at night, according to the feelings from his heart, but the effect was not obvious. It seemed that what he could control was only a sliver, unable to increase further. But even though it was just a sliver of moonlight in Su Ming's hands, it was incredibly sharp, more astonishing than the bone horns. Most importantly, this sliver of moonlight was invisible to Little Red. Thus, Su Ming could somewhat confirm that apart from himself, others could not perceive it. That morning, Su Ming stood up from his meditation, glanced around the cave, and after a moment of contemplation, moved the ancient cauldron aside. He was unsure how long this trip to the Fengxian tribe would take, and needed to make some preparations. After organizing his things, Su Ming exited the cave. Xiao Hong had already woken up and, seeing that Su Ming was leaving, quickly followed him. Upon exiting the cave, it simply sat on Su Ming's shoulder, too lazy to climb down the mountain itself. Unfortunately, the mountain spirit powder was too difficult to refine for that second door. Beneath the pattern of the mountain spirit powder, there were 8 small holes, clearly requiring the offering of 8 unknown mountain spirit medicinal stones, which he didn't know how long it would take to accumulate while ensuring his own cultivation. Moreover, the opening of the second door also required a medicinal stone called Nanli, and he had never seen the herbs needed for this stone. Fortunately, there was a diagram given to him by Grandpa, which contained some introductions. Standing outside the cave, Su Ming looked at the early morning sun in the distance, breathing in the cool air, murmuring to himself. Only by possessing enough of these 2 types of medicinal stones could one open that second door. However, it was fortunate that the last type called nascent spirit powder seemed to have no specific refining requirements. yet the more so it was, the more it indicated the preciousness of this nascent spirit powder. While Su Ming was contemplating, Xiaohong on his shoulder seemed to grow impatient, tugging at Su Ming's hair and shrieking repeatedly. Su Ming reached out and patted the little monkey's head, then leaped down the mountain. The cold wind howled, blowing through his clothes and hair, causing Xiaohong to grip Su Ming's hair tightly and keep howling. Xiaohong remained sitting on Su Ming's shoulder, seemingly finding it quite comfortable, and kept sniffing its right paw, intoxicated. At this moment, seeing Su Ming stop, it showed a hint of surprise. How about taking a look? Xiaohong, have you ever seen the white spirit? Oh right, you haven't. How about I take you to see it? Su Ming whispered. Xiaohong's eyes widened, scratching its facial fur, but it did not make a sound. All right, since you want to see her, I'll take you to have a distant look. Su Ming found a reason to move forward, smiling as he patted Xiaohong's head again. When Xiaohong showed a dissatisfied expression, he hurried down the path to the left. By dusk, the distant sun emitted a reddish glow, transforming into the setting sun. Su Ming arrived at the place where he had initially bid farewell to the white spirit. Squatting there, he could see the outline of the Wulong tribe and the tribespeople moving inside, but he could not see that white figure. After a long time, Su Ming remained silent. He did not know what he was thinking, only feeling that the white spirit was very beautiful, the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. And he wanted to look at her a little longer. After hesitating for a while, he quietly sat there, not making any rash moves, but instead watching the sky. As the sunset gradually faded and it seemed about to turn dark, his gaze flickered, and after taking a few steps forward, he quickly moved closer to the Wulong tribe. But he had to be cautious, approaching slowly. He could not get too close. After all, this was not the Wushan tribe, and if discovered, it would be dangerous. Although the Wushan tribe and the Wulong tribe did not have a vendetta like the Haishan tribe, it was still not peaceful when encountering each other in the wild. There was often hostility, not to mention someone like Su Ming, who was lingering outside the Wulong tribe. Sigh, I shouldn't be doing this. Su Ming murmured as he quietly moved forward. When he was still 1,000 feet away from the Wulong tribe, he stopped. For someone like Su Ming, who grew up in the tribe and had gone alone to Wushan to gather herbs in his youth, caution and vigilance had become instinctive traits. Even Lei Chun had not experienced this. So even though he felt an inexplicable urge to see the white spirit, his subconscious instinct made him choose to stop cautiously 1,000 feet away as it was getting dark. Squatting there, he took a distant look at the Wulong tribe, and then his eyes revealed determination. No longer hesitating, he suddenly turned around and quickly distanced himself from the Wulong tribe. But just as he took a few steps away, Su Ming suddenly felt all the hair on his body stand on end. A sense of crisis even stronger than when he first encountered those two Haishan tribe warriors surged over him. As his body leaped, without thinking, he twisted sharply, hugging his head with his hands, curling his whole body into a ball, cradling Xiaohong in his arms, as if freezing in midair. At that moment, a sharp whistle echoed through the air, and a massive spear nearly 3 meters long shot out like lightning from the giant wooden fence of the Wulong tribe, rushing past Su Ming's side and crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the earth and causing snowflakes to explode. A wave of air erupted, spreading in all directions. Fortunately, Su Ming's alertness allowed him to dodge in advance. As the air wave rolled, he swayed and, after landing, sprinted forward with all his might. Want to escape? A cold snort came from afar, and a young man dressed in coarse linen with long hair, his eyes sharp, stepped forward in pursuit. Chapter 40, Seacombe. The young man looked about 18 or 19 years old, extremely strong, enough to rival Lei Chun. He held a spear that, although only half a meter long, was entirely black and exuded an astonishing chill, with a hint of golden light at the tip. Most importantly, this spear was not made of stone, but from something Su Ming had never seen before. From a distance, he felt a shock in his heart when he laid eyes on it. It felt familiar, very familiar. Yet he could not tell where this familiarity came from. But the sense of danger emanating from it made Su Ming's mind instantly clear of everything else, leaving only the calmness within his instincts. The young man was not wearing animal skins, but coarse linen clothing, indicating he held a considerable status in the Wulong tribe. I do not regret approaching this Wulong tribe. Su Ming's eyes flashed as he gave himself an answer in his heart. I did not get within 1,000 feet. According to the tribe's rules, at 3 people down, being outside 1,000 feet does not count as hostility. I have no malice. I just have a friend who is from your Wulong tribe and wanted to visit. As Su Ming sprinted forward, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the blood condensation realm, he moved across the snow-covered ground without leaving a trace, his words flowing out as he vanished. As an outsider, how could I casually step into your Wulong tribe? Su Ming's body did not stop for a moment as he spoke with a smile. That makes sense. Then what is the name of the person you know? The young man maintained his composure, but his eyes narrowed as he continued to chase. Su Ming saw the fleeting killing intent in the young man's eyes after hearing this question, and he immediately understood. He had been pondering that with his cultivation. Being no closer than 1,000 feet, even if he attracted the attention of the Wulong tribe, they wouldn't directly shoot that terrifying spear at him. There had to be a reason for it, especially since this young man of obviously high status was pursuing him alone, leading Su Ming to form a guess in his heart. Su Ming's pupils constricted. This was a barbaric technique. Moreover, the aura of blood emanating from this young man clearly revealed his formidable cultivation, slightly higher than Su Ming's, seeming to be at the 5th level of blood condensation. Though evidently, he had only recently entered this level, only possessing a few bloodlines. But possessing a barbaric weapon made a difference. See you in the afterlife. Although there was over 700 feet between Su Ming and the young man, and both were continuously sprinting away from the Wulong tribe, the pursuer was only this young man. But as the spear was enveloped in black mist, the feeling of crisis intensified within Su Ming, and as the young man spoke, he revealed a murderous intent, pointing his right hand sharply at Su Ming. Instantly, the spear wrapped in black mist shot towards Su Ming with a piercing whistle. As he moved forward, the golden light at the tip of the spear suddenly flashed, as if it had broken through the void, arriving at an unimaginable speed, closing in on Su Ming within less than 300 zhang. A barbarian weapon. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he recognized this object. 49 bloodlines within him surged simultaneously, causing his internal energy to erupt suddenly, pushing Su Ming's speed and agility to their peak. Almost at the moment the spear was about to strike, Su Ming abruptly crouched down. The wind howled as the spear whooshed past just 7 inches above his head, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous roar. This strike was surprisingly equal in power to the spear that had just come from the Wulong tribe. If it were an ordinary barbarian warrior at the 4th level of blood condensation, it would be very difficult to evade, but Su Ming excelled in speed and agility. After dodging, he didn't even glance at the spear embedded in the ground. Instead, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he rushed away into the distance. He didn't need to think too much about whether to take the spear. Although the Beast Skin book had mentioned that only those in the dust opening realm could claim a barbarian weapon, below that level, it was impossible. However, the way it had been thrown out so casually made it seem easy to take, which was rather strange. There must be something odd about it. At this moment, the sky was not far from nightfall. Soon, the young man reached the spot where the spear had struck. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he snorted. But his brow furrowed slightly. The fact that he had been evaded made him feel a sense of vigilance, and he also noticed the other party's caution. Unfortunately, if he truly had the intention of picking up my barbarian weapon, he would have already died on the spot. Sikong hesitated for a moment, but seemed to think of something, carefully grasping the spear and chasing after him again. In the forest, Su Ming ran like the wind, his speed increasing with each flash, but Sikong was closely pursuing him. The spear that occasionally whistled through the air seemed to prevent Su Ming from creating any distance, maintaining a gap of several hundred zhang as they moved deeper into the forest. But in reality, if Su Ming truly wanted to escape, with his speed and understanding of the forest, it wouldn't be very difficult. It was just that he didn't have the intention to pull away. This was the second time he had seen a barbarian weapon, and experiencing it firsthand had ignited a strong impulse within him. He wanted to obtain this object. As he dashed, he occasionally glanced at the sky. When he saw the sky gradually darkening and the moon faintly appearing, a flicker appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Barbarian weapons were unusual objects, and the one he had used before was quite simple. It was likely that there would be a backup plan in place. Now that he was unable to catch up, if he were in Sikong's position, he would also consider enhancing the power of the weapon. However, judging by Sikong's cautious demeanor, it was clear that any backup plan he had would come at some cost. Su Ming was curious about the true power of this barbarian weapon. Just then, a few hundred zhang ahead, Su Ming suddenly spoke as he ran. Are you really trying to kill me just because you are chasing me so relentlessly? There is not a shred of enmity between us. If you wish to kill me, you should at least give me a reason. There's no need for so much nonsense. You trespassed into my Wulong tribe. Anyone from my tribe can be killed. Killing you, even if your Wushan tribe seeks revenge, it would be your own fault. Sikong sneered, gripping the spear tightly in pursuit, the icy sensation flowing into his arm. Sikong's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, gripping the black spear in his right hand. He raised it high. Instantly, the surrounding forest seemed to erupt with countless howls, and large amounts of black mist rapidly spread from the spear, swirling around it, making it appear as if it were a black dragon. This dragon had countless claws and long whiskers that swayed, looking extremely ferocious. No matter who you are today, you will undoubtedly die. Sikong grinned savagely, his face slightly pale. Clearly, using the power of this spear was a considerable burden for him. As he prepared to throw the spear at Su Ming suddenly spoke. It's because I saved Bai Ling, isn't it? Su Ming suddenly said. Upon hearing this name, Xikong paused for a moment. But in that instant of hesitation, he saw the figure fleeing ahead suddenly stop, turn around to look at him, and raise his right hand, sweeping it toward him. An unprecedented sense of crisis erupted in Xikong's heart. His pupils contracted sharply, and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to throw the spear in his hand, his body suddenly trembled as if a gust of wind had struck him, or a blinding light had pierced his eyes. He looked at Su Ming standing there, his pupils reflecting the shadow of a blood moon. This shadow of the blood moon became everything in his sight. A sudden sharp pain coursed through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with confusion, disbelief, and astonishment. Trembling, he collapsed into the snow. As he fell, the spear that had not yet been thrown, which had transformed into a dragon, gradually dissipated all its black mist, returning to an ordinary object that fell to the side. Blood began to flow from his body, soaking into the snow. One could faintly see a silver thread coiled around his body, deeply embedded in his flesh, as if with a little more force. It could tear him apart completely. He had not died yet. He was still breathing, just unconscious from the sudden pain. Su Ming's heart raced, and he glanced at the spear with lingering fear. The scene from before, when it had been wielded by the other party, had made him acutely aware of life and death. In combat, one must not be distracted or hesitate. If one can kill with the fastest strike, one must never hesitate until the last moment. Su Ming murmured, remembering this lesson. He had obtained a barbarian weapon. In this battle, he had won by a stroke of luck. Su Ming crouched down, looking at the unconscious Xikong. After hesitating for a moment, he bandaged his wounds. He didn't want the other party to die, nor did he want to bring trouble to his tribe. In his judgment, the other party would wake up soon. Then, with a fervent gaze, he looked at the black spear beside him. After observing it carefully for a while, he gradually noticed some clues. There were many places on the spear with tiny, subtle thorns that were difficult to see unless one focused intently. After watching for a while, Su Ming cautiously grasped the only thorn-free small part of the spear and quickly left. Chapter 41. Repaying Debts. Taking such a precious barbarian weapon was somewhat inappropriate. Without a proper explanation, he could be accused by the Wulong tribe of theft, and he might even be labeled as a treasure thief. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming glanced at Xikong and made a decision. He took out several kinds of herbs from his pocket, crushed them, and applied their juice on Xikong's lips several times. Then he squatted down beside Xikong, placing his left hand on Xikong's head, patting him repeatedly, as if trying to wake him up. Before long, Xikong's body twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, everything was a bit blurry, but amidst the blur, he saw Su Ming's smiling face. Xikong was momentarily stunned, then immediately widened his eyes. The pupils contracted as he retained the confusion and disbelief from the previous scene. His mind was blank, as if he had seen something before fainting, yet it felt as if he hadn't seen anything at all, creating a sense of disarray. But just as he was about to move, the black spear that Su Ming held in his right hand suddenly transformed into an arc, directly pointing 3 inches from Xikong's throat. With just a slight exertion, it could pierce through his throat, killing him instantly. Don't move. The golden glint at the tip of the spear, as Xikong looked at it, felt like a light of death, causing his body to tremble slightly. The gaze he directed at Su Ming was filled with fear and shock. What are you going to do? I am the son of the Wulong tribe leader. If you kill me, the Wulong tribe will never let you go. I know you are from the Wushan tribe, and if you kill me, the Wushan tribe will not spare you either. He still cannot understand how he failed until now. He only feels a wave of pain throughout his body as he falls into unconsciousness at the opponent's gesture. The more unimaginable it is, the more mysterious he finds the smiling boy in front of him. This strong sense of mystery transforms into fear, especially with the spear pressing against his throat, causing him to instinctively move back a little, despite his fear. But at that moment, as he shifted backward, he immediately tasted a bitter flavor in his mouth. He subconsciously licked his lips, and the bitterness intensified, draining the color from his face. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and his expression turned to one of terror as he wiped his mouth with his hand, discovering some brown liquid on his fingers. What did you make me eat? Nothing much, just some ordinary herbs. With a slight toxicity, Su Ming replied with a mysterious smile, teasingly. Hearing this, Xikong's eyes filled with despair, and his body trembled. The bitter taste in his mouth became more pronounced, even giving him the illusion that his tongue was numb. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Xikong suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Su Ming. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But I do have the antidote, Su Ming said, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. So you're the son of the chief of the Wulong tribe, huh? What's your name? Su Ming asked, feeling a bit guilty, but he always managed to keep his composure, smiling as he spoke. My name is Xikong. You can't kill me. It would bring trouble to your tribe, Xikong said, his expression fierce, but deep down, he felt quite nervous. He sensed that not only was his tongue numb, but his chest was also feeling tight and painful. Moreover, from Su Ming's expression, he could see no hint of what might happen next, which made him even more alarmed. "Xikong, how about we discuss something?" Su Ming looked up at the bright moon and spoke leisurely. Xikong's pale face couldn't hide the growing fear in his eyes, and he nodded immediately. "I have my eye on that broken spear. Let's negotiate. How about you sell it to me for 5,000 stone coins?" Su Ming blinked expectantly at Xikong. Xikong paused, looking at the spear tightly gripped in Su Ming's right hand and the tip pressing against his throat. How could he dare to refuse, especially with the bitter taste in his mouth? Moreover, he had previously chased after Su Ming, so he felt certain that Su Ming must have fed him some kind of poisonous herb. He thought about taking a gamble that the person in front of him wouldn't dare to kill him. Considering his noble status, his death would surely spark a revenge war between their two tribes. But now, the bitterness in his mouth made him reluctant to take that risk. He was afraid of the consequences, especially since he was feeling pain in his head from the pressure exerted by Su Ming. Xikong hesitated briefly and then quickly nodded. Su Ming grinned widely, and without warning, he tore off a large piece of clothing from Xikong, causing Xikong's heart to leap with fear, and his pale face lost even more color. "Since it's a transaction, let's write a receipt. It should state that I, Xikong, sell this spear for 5,000 stones due to a lack of stone coins," Su Ming started to say, but suddenly hesitated and quickly shook his head. "This is the antidote." Su Ming snatched the coarse cloth from Xikong, carefully examined it, and then an excited look appeared in his eyes. He blew on it a few times until the blood on it dried, then folded it up and tucked it into his clothes, patting it with a smile as he looked at Xikong. "Xikong, remember, debts must be repaid. I'll only wait for you for 10 years. Su Ming's eyes glinted with cunning as he placed the herbs down, swayed his body, and hurried away into the distance. Left behind in the snow was Xikong, whose face was bitter. He quickly picked up the herbs, but hesitated for a moment before daring to eat them. Instead, he quickly got up and ran towards his tribe. After he left, a vague figure suddenly appeared in the quiet snowfield. It was a gloomy-looking old woman holding a huge bone staff, with a human skull embedded in it, emitting a faint glow. Is that the baby from years ago? What kind of barbaric technique did he use? Even I can't discern its nature. I've never seen anything like it. The old woman gazed at the spot where Su Ming had left, her eyes flickering as if deep in thought. After a long while, she turned and walked towards the Wulong tribe, slowly disappearing into the snow. Su Ming ran through the forest, occasionally glancing at the spear in his hand with a silly smile, clearly delighted. Along with him, the little red creature on his shoulder also kept eyeing the spear, emitting a series of roars, as it could vaguely sense the immense power contained within it. "Let you stop me from seeing Bailing, from the looks of it. He seems to like Bailing. So, I suppose many in the Wulong tribe must know that I saved Bailing." Su Ming paused, a contemplative look in his eyes. "I wonder how much of the process Bailing shared. If she told everything, my refining cave might not be safe anymore." Su Ming suddenly felt a bit anxious. Furrowing his brows, after thinking for a long time, he walked silently through the night forest, lost in thought. The little red creature blinked its eyes, observing Su Ming's contemplative expression. After a moment, it seemed to think of something, and its expression brightened. It grinned and leaped off Su Ming's shoulder, disappearing into the forest in a few flashes. This forest was the little red creature's home, so there was no worry about it encountering danger. At this moment, it wasn't too far from its tribe. As Su Ming continued forward, he forced himself not to dwell on his thoughts and instead focused on running towards the tribe. It held a large clump of black fur in its hands. After catching up to Su Ming, it immediately forced the fur into Su Ming's hands, whose expression was strange. Then it stepped back a few paces, pointed at the fur, and then at its own belly, performing several odd gestures as if teaching Su Ming how to use the fur. It patted its chest, letting out a few proud roars, as if trying to tell Su Ming about the effect of the item. Su Ming looked at the little red creature and slowly began to laugh. Seeing Su Ming stop frowning, the little red creature also revealed a smile, seeming to think it was right that Su Ming was worried about this matter. "Little Red." Su Ming crouched down, waving at the little monkey, which immediately ran up close. Su Ming looked at Little Red with a gentle gaze, gently patting its fur a few times, feeling warmth in his heart. "Also, about the herbs and stones I gave you, don't think they're not tasty. You need to eat one every day, along with the herbs I taught you to recognize. You must remember that," Su Ming said with a smile, glancing at Little Red before standing up and heading towards the tribe. Chapter 42. Teaching. The girl was named Ula. She was identified as possessing a barbaric body during the barbaric awakening. Several months have passed, and she has reached the pinnacle of the second layer of blood condensation, seemingly on the verge of condensing her 11th bloodline to become a third-layer barbarian. Behind Grandpa stood two others. One was the lookout of the tribe, the father of Bailing, his strong body resembling an iron tower with sharp yet gentle eyes. The other was the cold-faced leader of the hunting team, Shan, dressed in animal skins that emphasized his fierce demeanor. He was not one to speak much, but most of the barbarians in the tribe respected him greatly. Moreover, his hunting team was crucial for protecting the tribe and providing food, which elevated his status within the tribe. My Wushan tribe is small and cannot compare to the Fengxian tribe, so every few years, we must pay homage to the Fengxian tribe to show respect for their leadership. In the past, I seldom went, but this year I will go personally. This journey will not only include my Wushan tribe, but also the Wulong tribe, Heishan tribe, and several other smaller tribes from more remote areas gathering at Fengxian. Thus, this journey will be a test for you. Whether you can stand out among many peers from other tribes and not tarnish the name of my Wushan tribe depends on you. The reason for choosing you is that you are the elite of my Wushan tribe, and gaining some experience will greatly benefit you in the future. Bailing lowered his voice, his gaze falling on Lei Chun, then glancing at the girl named Ula, and finally turning to Su Ming beside him, frowning. Grandpa, will this trip have a grand trial like the previous 2 times? Bailing hesitated for a moment and respectfully asked his grandfather. After seeing his grandfather nod, Bailing's eyes flashed, and he pointed at Su Ming with his finger. Grandpa, I suggest that Su Ming not go. He is not a barbarian warrior, and even if he goes, he will be of no use or help. It would be better to leave the spot for other tribesmen. As soon as Bailing said this, Lei Chun beside him immediately showed a hostile expression, stepping forward and shouting loudly in disagreement. Just because he is not a barbarian warrior means he can't go? Bailing, what do you mean? The girl named Ula looked calm, her gaze sweeping over the silent Su Ming, containing a hint of disdain, but she did not speak up. Grandpa, every time we worship, only 4 juniors from the tribe can participate, and in the grand trials of previous years, only I from the Wushan tribe could make it into the top 50. This year with Lei Chun here, perhaps he can too. Even Ula, although her cultivation is not high, managed to achieve 9 flashes in the barbarian trial. Maybe she can enter the top 100. Such results would be much better than previous years. If we can have one more person enter the top 100, wouldn't that be even better? And Su Ming, he is just wasting a spot. Bailing spoke calmly, not even glancing at Lei Chun, who was glaring at him. Su Ming will not participate in the grand trial. I will take him with me. I have my own arrangements. Grandpa slowly spoke. Bailing wanted to say something more, but the lookout standing behind Grandpa shot him a fierce glare, causing Bailing to swallow the words he was about to say. He had always been very afraid of Grandpa since he was young. All right, time is short. Let's go. Grandpa raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the clear sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, shaking the surroundings, and the many white clouds in the sky immediately turned dark. At the same time, a pattern made of numerous bloodlines appeared clearly on Grandpa's face, resembling a giant black python. Once this pattern emerged, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to ripple as if an invisible hand was stirring them, and in an instant, they coalesced into a giant, fierce black python, about several dozen zhang long. This scene shocked both Lei Chun and Ula, leaving them in a daze, while Bailing still managed to maintain a semblance of calm, forcing himself to appear indifferent. Su Ming, on the other hand, looked at the gigantic python, taking a deep breath, his eyes revealing desire. The lookout standing behind Grandpa showed a hint of reverence as he looked at the giant python, and the mountain scar, when looking at the giant python, had a fleeting glimmer of fervor in his eyes. The python had taken form, with its scales clearly visible, emanating an extremely powerful aura that washed over them. The python tossed its large head, and the fierce red in its eyes slowly dissipated, transforming into a gentler demeanor as it lowered its head and obediently lay beside Grandpa. Grandpa stepped onto the python, standing atop its head. Everyone get on. Su Ming, come to my side. Grandpa's voice was stern, causing Su Ming to grimace as he approached Grandpa. As soon as he sat down, he noticed Grandpa glaring at him. Grandpa, I was wrong, truly wrong, Su Ming quickly whispered. Grandpa ignored him and waited for the lookout and the mountain scar to climb onto the python before raising his right hand in a wave. Instantly, the python let out a roar and flew into the sky, heading toward the clouds. Below, the tribe shrank to a small as the python ascended, with the howling winds and thunderous roars making Su Ming's face turn pale. In the midst of this fierce wind, Su Ming felt his breath quicken. But soon a gentle power enveloped him, a result of Grandpa's authority, allowing Su Ming to endure the discomfort of being in the sky for the first time. Do you still think you were wrong? What was wrong with you? Clearly, it was Nala from the Wulong tribe who borrowed 5,000 stones from you and pledged his spear, right? The howling wind surrounded them. But Grandpa's words clearly reached Su Ming's ears, and with Grandpa's bloodline pressure, only the 2 of them on the python could hear it. Grandpa, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have taken Sikong's barbarian weapon, nor should I have had greedy thoughts, Su Ming said, glancing at Grandpa's expression while speaking cautiously. I shouldn't have let him write that blood letter. Sigh. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Su Ming looked at Grandpa with eager eyes. Oh, is that all the mistakes you've made? Nothing else? Think again, what exactly did you do wrong? Grandpa looked at Su Ming and said slowly. Su Ming was taken aback, instinctively scratching his head, pondering Grandpa's words, sensing that there might be deeper meanings within. Aside from those mistakes, could there be others? Su Ming furrowed his brows, thinking seriously for a moment, and suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly raised his head. Grandpa, I understand now. I should have killed him and dealt with the body before taking the barbarian weapon. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Grandpa's pupils noticeably contracted, staring blankly at Su Ming, as if looking at someone who contained meanings beyond Su Ming's understanding. Oh, why do you think the mistake lies here, and that you should kill him? Grandpa asked Su Ming slowly. Because he wants to kill me. Grandpa, you don't understand. He really wants to kill me. If I hadn't been cautious, you wouldn't have seen me again. But I feel some reluctance. I think if I really kill him, it will bring trouble to the tribe. Su Ming recalled a scene from days ago, still feeling uneasy. After hesitating, he explained in a low voice. You're right, Su Ming. Remember one thing. If you encounter someone who poses a threat to your life in the future, you must eliminate the danger in advance. Grandpa closed his eyes for a long time, then slowly opened them, looking at Su Ming with a kind gaze. However, the mistake Grandpa refers to is not this. Think again, what else have you not considered? Killing is easy, but how do you ensure your safety after killing? How do you find a way out of a dead end in a crisis? Grandpa looked at Su Ming and spoke softly. Su Ming scratched his head. He was still a youth, despite his impressive performance. Ultimately, he was still just a boy. He felt somewhat confused by Grandpa's words, but more so, he felt lost. Think about it. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. Wait until you understand, and then tell me. You need to learn to think, to ponder. Grandpa closed his eyes. Such moments had often occurred during Su Ming's growth over the years. Grandpa's teachings played a crucial role in Su Ming's development. Time slowly passed, and soon half an hour had gone by. When they were still a short distance away from the Fengtian tribe, a strong wind seemed to blow from afar, causing the python's body to tremble slightly, jolting everyone on it. In the tremor, Su Ming felt as if thunder had passed through his mind. Grandpa, I understand. Su Ming murmured, but cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 43, Mo sang. Oh, what do you understand? Grandpa opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming. I can't kill Xikong. With his status, even as the son of the Wulong tribe's chief, he can't invoke the protective spear power of the tribe. And most importantly, he couldn't have come alone to hunt me down without the entire Wulong tribe knowing. The more Su Ming spoke, the more alarmed he felt, cold sweat breaking out on him. It seemed like he was being pursued by only Xikong, but in reality, Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly. In fact, the Wulong tribe's barbarian lord and chief must know about his pursuit of me, but they did not stop it. Instead, they allowed the situation to develop. Moreover, they might be following closely behind, witnessing my battle with Xikong firsthand. Su Ming took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he feared that the power of moonlight would be noticed by the other party. However, the more he analyzed the situation, the more alarmed he became, as if a real painting scroll was slowly unfolding before him. But soon, Su Ming frowned, displaying a look of confusion. He didn't understand why. Since the barbarian lord or the patriarch of the Wulong tribe was following behind, they would let him easily take the spear. Aegon calmly spoke up, pointing out the biggest question in Su Ming's heart at that moment. Su Ming remained silent, lost in thought. After a long while, he looked at the vast world in the distance and spoke slowly. The one secretly following me and Xikong cannot be the patriarch of the Wulong tribe. Otherwise, upon seeing Xikong injured, he wouldn't be able to hold back. I think the one following behind should be the barbarian lord of the Wulong tribe. But I still don't understand why the barbarian lord would let me take that barbarian spear. That's right. The one following you is obviously the barbarian Lord Lisu of the Wulong tribe. Aegon's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Your analysis is correct. If the patriarch of the Wulong tribe was following, how could he just watch you bully his son? As for your question, Aegon can give you an answer. This chase seems like a pursuit, but in reality, the Wulong tribe will not kill you. After all, you saved Bai Ling. If they repaid kindness with enmity, it would definitely provoke my Wushan tribe, especially at this critical moment. They wouldn't do that. Aegon's eyes flickered with wisdom as he analyzed the situation for Su Ming. Are they trying to intimidate me? Su Ming's expression showed realization, but it soon turned into distress. Haha, exactly. They are intimidating you. The one who wants to spy on their tribe's girl, trying to scare you away so that you will never dare to approach the Wulong tribe again out of fear. Xikong probably doesn't know this. His killing intent is real. It seems he has intentions towards Bai Ling, and he is being used by the barbarian Lord Lisu in his anger. If you can't defeat him, the worst that will happen is that you get injured, and she will secretly intervene, making it seem like you narrowly escaped with your life. You are still too young to see through this matter. If it were Agong, he wouldn't run at all. He would boldly go directly to their Wulong tribe, in front of them, to find the girl you like. You are her lifesaver and my child. How could they easily harm you? Agong smiled and patted Su Ming's head. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, showing a look of regret on his face. This might also be a test from the Wulong tribe for you. After all, the girl you like is the granddaughter of Li Su. Agong said with a smile, looking at Su Ming. Agong, that barbarian lord of the Wulong tribe, is too cunning. Su Ming said with a bitter face. After Agong's words, he had already understood the situation. Don't be discouraged. Besides not seeing through their intentions, you did quite well. I believe Li Su didn't expect that you not only didn't get flustered under Sikong's pursuit, but actually subdued him. As for why Li Su let you take that barbarian spear, Agong's eyes flashed. She saw that you weren't scared away, so she deliberately let you take it to inform me about your saving of Bai Ling. To balance the debt, the Wulong tribe is somewhat different from us, especially Li Su. She is not skilled in barbarian arts. She excels in crafting barbarian tools. Not genuine barbarian tools, but imitations. For example, the spear you obtained is an imitation crafted based on the Bloodscale spear, one of the 3 great barbarian tools from the Wushan tribe back in the day. Agong raised his right hand and patted Su Ming's arm. Immediately, Su Ming felt a chill merge into him, and soon, a black line slowly appeared on his right arm. This spear, Agong has already refined for you. Made some changes so that the Wulong can transform into a black carving, allowing it to merge into your body. When you need it, just think of it silently. Agong raised his right hand and smiled. Su Ming looked at the black line on his right arm, hesitating for a moment, just about to speak. Agong knows what you want to say. Let me ask you, now that you have taken the Wulong tribe's item to offset the debt of saving Bai Ling, how do you feel about this matter? Su Ming pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Agong laughed heartily, patted Su Ming on the head, his eyes full of appreciation. A flash of jealousy crossed his gaze. Su Ming, if you were a barbarian warrior, that would be fine. But you didn't possess a barbarian body when you first activated your barbarian skills. Why, as an ordinary person, does xianxian have feelings for you? And more importantly, why is Agong so good to you? Is it just because you are Agong's adopted child? You have no blood relation, while I am the hope of the tribe. Yet Agong has never smiled at me, nor has my father, who often sighs that I have the potential to become the leader. Su Ming, without you, whether it's Chun Xian, my father, or even Agong, they would not treat me the way they do now. Su Ming, you have always thought I was indifferent to you because of Chun Xian, always wanting to explain, but you don't understand. I don't want to hear your explanation. A child who was picked up, who isn't even one of us from the Wushan tribe, and doesn't even look like a barbarian. What qualification do you have to explain to me? What qualification do you have to make me waste time listening to your explanations? Bai Ling's breath quickened, and it took a long time for him to calm down. When he raised his head, everything returned to normal, still cold and proud. Standing not far away, Bai Ling's father, the leader of the Wushan tribe, frowned slightly, glanced at Bai Ling, then looked at Su Ming's back, sighing inwardly. At the tail of the Wumong, beside Lei Chun, the leader of the hunting team, Shan Hen, had a strange light flash in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Few could discern his thoughts, as he was usually silent in the tribe. Time quickly passed. From the Wushan tribe to the Fengzhen tribe, if Su Ming had walked, it would have taken nearly 2 days, but on Agong's Wumong, it took less than an hour to see a vast tribe on the ground. In the center of the tribe was a massive earth and stone city. From the sky, the city didn't seem large, but as the Wumong descended, the city clearly appeared in Su Ming's view. This grand earth and stone city contained numerous earth and stone houses, looking orderly and neat. Though it couldn't compare to the ancient Holman tribe Su Ming had seen, it was far superior to his own Wushan tribe. Just this one city was not something the Wushan tribe could possess. The city walls were several zhang high, and one had to look up to see them from below. Even now, as Su Ming looked from midair, he felt his spirit sway. Not only him, but Lei Chen also lay on the Wumong, peering down with a look of envy and shock. Ula was the same, staring blankly at the enormous earth and stone city, something she had never seen before. Only Bai Ling remained calm. Inside the massive city, it seemed to be able to house thousands of people, with even more space available. In the center of the city stood a tall altar, entirely black and pentagon-shaped, over 10 zhang high, faintly adorned with totems of birds and beasts, exuding a primitive aura. The most striking feature of the city. If it were just this earth and stone city, it wouldn't showcase the might of the tribe nearby. Ruling over the surrounding areas and accepting tributes from countless small tribes, and being the only tribe member connected to the upper echelon. The strength of the Fengzhen tribe was evident. Surrounding this earth and stone city were 6 tribes similar to the Wushan tribe. These 6 tribes were directly affiliated with the Fengzhen tribe, now becoming part of the Fengzhen tribe. Su Ming stared blankly at the huge tribe below. The strength of the Fengzhen tribe exceeded his imagination. To him, such a tribe seemed like the heavens, capable of destroying any enemy. As the Wumong approached, Su Ming saw many tribespeople from the Fengtian tribe looking up, seemingly at them. Among these unfamiliar Fengtian tribespeople, Su Ming couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he sensed a certain arrogance in their expressions. Once, my Wushan tribe was an affiliated tribe, but now it is the strongest tribe in all directions nearby. Grandpa, was our Wushan tribe ever as large as the Fengtian tribe? The question came from a girl named Ula. Grandpa didn't respond, his eyes showing a hint of gloom. Just then, suddenly, a gentle laughter came from within the Fengtian tribe. Ma Xiang, it's not easy for you to come to my Fengtian tribe. Chapter 44. Are you Su Ming? In the center of the mudstone city, on the pentagonal altar, a middle-aged man in a purple robe was looking up at them with a smile on his face. Originally, there was some distance between Su Ming and the middle-aged man, but for some reason, upon hearing this person's voice, Su Ming immediately saw his appearance as if he were observing him up close. This strange scene made Su Ming's heart tremble, and at the same time, as the man's laughter and words came, the blood energy within Su Ming's body began to flow, seemingly out of control. As if a single glance from the man could cause his blood to erupt from his body, leading to instant death. Not only did Su Ming feel this way, but at that moment, Lei Chun, Ula, and even Bei Ling all had the same illusion. Lei Chun's body shook, and disbelief showed in his eyes. Ula trembled even more, as if the middle-aged man before her possessed a power that compelled her to kneel and worship. Even Bei Ling's father, the leader of the Wushan tribe, was subtly trembling, slowly lowering his head towards the middle-aged man who was stepping onto the altar from below. Aside from the leader, the head of the hunting team, Shan Hen, was breathing rapidly, his eyes revealing a hint of fervor and desire. Such a look was extremely rare for someone who was usually taciturn. Kaichin realm. Su Ming's heart seemed to shout, and at that moment, these three words flashed in his mind. Kaichin steps into the void, barbaric patterns in the sky. Words move barbaric blood, energy breaks the heavens. This was the description of the Kaichin realm from the beast skin leather book. Su Ming stared blankly at the man in the purple robe who was stepping into the void from below. This man looked to be in his 40s, slightly thin, but extremely handsome. On him, there were few traces of the barbarian tribe, with only the eerie bone rings in his ears revealing a hint of it. The beautiful purple robe was unlike anything Su Ming had ever seen. It was far beyond coarse cloth or the beast skin clothing he wore now. As the man approached, the Fengtian tribe behind him seemed to warp, as if at that moment, the world lost its color, and everything except him ceased to exist. In that moment, the wailing of the wind stopped, and the clouds froze. The middle-aged man, with long hair and a smile, slowly approached. His smile was like a spring breeze, causing Su Ming and the others to feel their blood energy calm down. But as he got closer, a feeling of suffocation emerged, as if they dared not breathe. Especially his gaze, which seemed to contain the vastness of the sky, left people feeling blank, as if all secrets would be exposed to him, leaving them feeling naked. The giant python also froze in midair, not daring to move, as if sensing the man's terror. Grandpa slowly stood up, hiding the complexity in his eyes at the moment the man appeared. Ma Xiang, I pay my respects to the barbarian of Fengtian. Grandpa's face was aged, and he bowed to the middle-aged man. Ma Xiang, there is no need for such formality between us. The middle-aged man's voice was gentle, but he did not stop Grandpa's bow. After Grandpa bowed, he waved his right hand, as if to lift Grandpa up. However, Grandpa's body shook, yet he did not rise. Instead, under that force, he calmly bowed again. After this bow, the power surrounding Grandpa seemed to collapse, gradually dissipating, and only then did he stand straight. The purple-robed man looked at Grandpa with deep meaning, smiling and shaking his head, pointing at him. You, still with the temper of your youth. It's been so many years. Why did you think of coming to find me this time? The request made by the barbarian back then, Ma Xiang has pondered and made a decision. Grandpa's expression remained normal as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed man's expression immediately became serious. Su Ming and the others had long stood up, respectfully standing aside. Su Ming was closest to Grandpa. He could vaguely sense Grandpa's feelings facing this old friend and understood why Grandpa had never come to Fengtian. The barbarian of the Fengtian tribe was not as strong as me before he turned 20. It wasn't until he was 34 that he could barely fight me. At that time, Grandpa was well known among the nearby tribes. I pay my respects to the barbarian of Fengtian. Shan Hen was the first to bow, followed by everyone else. Lei Chen's heart raced, his face turning pale from nervousness. Ula was the same. Even Bei Ling lost all indifference, now showing utmost respect. I remember you. Your name is Bei Ling, right? The middle-aged man pointed at Bei Ling. Bei Ling was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with joy, his voice trembling as he quickly replied, I am Bei Ling. The purple-robed man smiled and nodded, then looked at Grandpa, just about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed. Looking into the distance, Grandpa remained silent, sensing something, and looked over at the middle-aged man. In the distance, it seemed a wild wind was howling, and a huge black line was rushing towards them. Before long, as the black line approached, they could clearly see it was a giant black dragon over 10 zhang in size. The dragon had numerous legs, looking extremely fierce and terrifying, surrounded by swirling black mist, on which stood 6 people. Su Ming looked at the approaching dragon and smiled at one of the figures dressed in white among the 6. The foremost figure was a silver-haired old woman, dressed in a black robe. Though she looked somewhat aged, it was clear she must have been extremely beautiful in her youth. But her cold expression made one feel a chill. Su Ming noticed that Grandpa's gaze towards the old woman was somewhat different. Behind the old woman was a giant man like an iron tower, who was very tall and equally cold in demeanor. His blood energy was so strong that it seemed to surpass even Shan Hen and the leader slightly. Next to the old woman was a young girl in white clothing, her beautiful eyes sparkling but tinged with a deep sorrow that lingered. However, as soon as she saw Su Ming, that sorrow vanished instantly, replaced by surprise and joy. She even winked at Su Ming. Among the remaining 3, Su Ming recognized one of them as Seacombe, who stood on the dragon's back, glaring at Su Ming with hatred. The other 2 were young, roughly the same age as Su Ming, a boy and a girl. They looked like siblings, both silent, but the girl was quite robust, looking very plump, yet her appearance was beautiful. As the dragon approached, the old woman and the others all bowed to the purple-robed man, their expressions filled with respect. Even the dragon beneath them trembled, seemingly in fear of the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man maintained his smile, nodded in acknowledgement of the dragon tribe's bowing, when suddenly a figure rushed up from the Fengxian tribe below, surrounded by purple mist, appearing in midair and respectfully bowing to the purple-robed man. This figure was an old man in a white robe, the same old man who had taken Su Ming's medicine stone that day. Shihai, host the guests well. After the purple-robed man spoke, and Shihai respectfully responded, he turned to Grandpa Mo Xiang of the Wushan tribe. Mo sang, a tribe has offered some mulberry leaves as tribute. I know you liked this item back in the day, so I was waiting for you to meet me before tasting it together. Looking at the figure of the man in the purple robe, Su Ming felt a hint of longing in his eyes. I wonder when I will reach such a realm in the opening dust realm. As Su Ming secretly anticipated, Shihai, with a smile on his face, looked at the crowd. Besides these juniors, you are all old friends, and since you arrived early, the other tribes have not yet come. I will host this gathering. So please enter Fengxian City. Shihai had other matters on his mind, suppressing the smile that lingered, and after some polite exchanges, he led everyone toward the Mudstone City. During this time, Lei Chen approached Su Ming, seemingly reminded of the matter with Bai Ling, feeling a bit guilty, as if standing next to Su Ming allowed everything to be blamed on him. Su Ming occasionally glanced at Bai Ling, who also wore a smile, occasionally locking eyes with Su Ming. In that moment of eye contact, Su Ming felt his heart race. Soon, the people from the 2 tribes entered Fengxian City, landing in a large square. The black dragon dispersed, transforming into black mist that quickly merged with the old woman of the Wulong tribe. As for the python, it turned into pieces of white clouds and vanished without a trace. However, this courtesy was merely superficial. Hidden beneath that attitude was still a sense of arrogance. Under the leadership of Shan Hen and Liao Shou, Su Ming and the others were about to leave, but at that moment, a voice came from within the Wulong tribe. Are you Su Ming? Su Ming paused, turning around to see the old woman from the Wulong tribe staring at him with a gloomy expression. Chapter 45, the 16-year-old that year. Su Ming felt quite nervous. And this sense of tension stemmed not only from the fact that the other party was the Wulong tribe's barbarian lord, but also because this person was Bai Ling's elder. At the same time, it included the speculations and analyses his grandfather shared with him on the way to Fengxian tribe. Junior Su Ming pays respects to the barbarian lord of the Wulong tribe. Su Ming took a deep breath, respectfully bowing to the old woman. The old woman's expression was dark as she stared at Su Ming, seemingly lost in thought. The surrounding crowd fell silent because of this. And even the guide from the Fengxian tribe looked at Su Ming, while Shihai, who was originally preoccupied, paused in surprise and glanced over. This barbarian lord must have left here. Where can I find him? Lei Chen stood beside Su Ming, glaring at the old woman looking at Su Ming. Although he respected the barbarian lord of Fengxian, he held no respect for this old woman. Bai Ling frowned, his gaze on Su Ming, flashing a hint of displeasure. He couldn't understand why Su Ming had offended the Wulong tribe. All these years have passed, and you've grown so much. The old woman stared at Su Ming for a long time before slowly speaking. From her words, it was hard to discern her emotions. Su Ming felt even more nervous, standing there not knowing what to say. At this moment, he could clearly feel that almost all eyes were focused on him. This feeling was rare for him, and he was quite unaccustomed to it. Behind the old woman, Bai Ling's face was pale, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her clothes, while the person beside her, Sikong, looked smug, glaring fiercely at Su Ming. Unfortunately, the old woman continued to speak. Your grandfather only raised you, but he did not teach you how to be civilized, making you so lacking in discretion. Don't you think about what your identity is? The old woman's words were few but carried a tone of sarcasm that was quite incompatible with her identity as a barbarian lord. Su Ming's face instantly turned pale. This was the most vulnerable part of him, especially in front of so many people. He bit his lip, remaining silent. Grandfather. Bai Ling looked at Su Ming's pale face, her heart immediately aching, and she spoke up, looking at the old woman with anger in her eyes. Standing beside Su Ming, Lei Chen's eyes widened. He didn't care who the other party was. Seeing Su Ming humiliated ignited his anger, and he was about to step forward. But just as he took a step, the old woman's eyes flickered with a strange light, and Lei Chen's entire body trembled. At that moment, the silent Liao Shou from the Wushan tribe furrowed his brows and stepped forward forcefully. Barbarian Lord, is it necessary to deal with the children of our Wushan tribe in such a manner? Liao Shou's expression darkened as he slowly spoke. Almost at the moment he stepped forward, a strong man standing behind the old woman suddenly raised his head and took a step forward, releasing a momentum even stronger than Liao Shou's. Following this, Shan Hen, who had remained silent, narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing within, as if transforming into a venomous snake, coldly staring at the man from the Wulong tribe. Tension filled the air. Shihai watched this scene from a distance, a smirk on his lips. In his view, these two small tribes were once one family hundreds of years ago, but now, look at them. After pondering for a moment, he did not intervene but chose to stand by and watch the excitement. Su Ming lowered his head, and in the silence, Lei Chen's anger had not dissipated. Although afraid, he was about to speak when he saw Su Ming raise his right hand, grabbing his arm. Lei Chen was taken aback. Su Ming slowly lifted his head, his face still pale, his frail body resembling a forever young Lai Su, his appearance still carrying a hint of childishness, untouched by the ravages of time, and scathed by the storms of life. He was still just a child. His eyes were clear, very clean, very transparent, with little impurity. Biting his lip, he looked at the old woman from the Wulong tribe, releasing his grip on Lei Chen's arm and stepping forward. At this moment, he was still the center of attention, but he did not mind. Instead, step by step, he walked past Lei Chen, past Liao Shou, and stood a zhang away from the old woman. There he stood quietly, gazing at the old woman who was looking at him. I do not know discretion, and I have no parents. In your eyes, I have no qualifications or identity. But my grandfather once told me that the rain from the sky is only a part of what you see. You will never know how much rain will fall after it stops. The muddy water on the ground is just the surface. You cannot see the bottom. This year, I am 16. Su Ming lowered his head and spoke softly. After finishing, he turned and slowly walked away. Liao Shou and Shan Hen saw that the old woman had nothing more to say and slowly stepped back, leading Bai Ling and Ula, guided by the Fengxian tribe's hosts. Gradually moving away, the old woman watched Su Ming's departing back, furrowing her brows, her eyes flashing with something incomprehensible to outsiders, before turning and walking away. Every time the various tribes paid their respects, they would be invited into the Mudstone City and arranged to stay in designated locations until the worship was over. The Wushan tribe was assigned to the southern part of the Mudstone City, in a large house connected by 9 rooms, surrounded by some fences, making it look as if it had been separated from the rest. At this moment, in one of the rooms, all the clansmen from the Wushan tribe gathered here, sitting cross-legged and listening to Liao Shou, who was seated at the front. The number of Fengxian tribe members far exceeds our Wushan tribe. As a result, they have far more barbarian warriors than we do. Moreover, the Fengxian tribe is the overlord of the surrounding area, and their tributes every few years have allowed them to almost monopolize all the herbs here. They even possess numerous barbarian images. Liao Shou's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke solemnly. A medium-sized tribe is not something our Wushan tribe can compare to. I do not know the exact number of barbarian warriors in the Fengxian tribe, but it must be in the hundreds. Among these barbarian warriors, there are enough herbs and various inherited barbarian images that no small tribe can rival. Their cultivation speed is faster than ours, their external conditions are better than ours, and even the probability of exceptional talents emerging among them is far greater than in our Wushan tribe. At the same time, I hope you can take a look at the outstanding figures from other tribes to find your own gaps and goals. But you must remember one thing. In the Fengxian tribe, private fights are absolutely not allowed. You can rest assured that this is not just our rule. Other tribes also abide by this. Additionally, your time in the Fengxian tribe will be a bit longer, as the once every few years pilgrimage offering is also the time for the grand competition held by the Fengxian tribe. If you can achieve a good ranking, it will be of great benefit to you personally. Bai Ling, you have been in the Fengxian tribe for several years and are quite familiar with it. Please introduce the strong individuals among your peers in the Fengxian tribe. Biling nodded as he sat aside. There are many strong individuals in the Fengxian tribe, especially among our peers. There are 7 people who need special attention. The first one is named Yuan. Why did the barbarian lord from the Wulong tribe say those things to you? Shan Hen calmly looked at Su Ming and spoke in a low voice. It's nothing, Su Ming said after a moment of silence, shaking his head. Shan Hen's brows slightly furrowed, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up towards the outside of the house, at the same time as the lookout also focused his gaze. They saw a Fengxian tribe member, looking to be around 30, quickly walking towards them. Who is Su Ming? The barbarian lord has summoned you. Please come with me. Su Ming was taken aback, stood up from his seated position, and looked at the lookout above. After the lookout nodded slightly, he stepped out of the house and stood in front of the Fengxian tribe member. I am Su Ming, he said calmly. The Fengxian tribe member sized up Su Ming a few times, then turned and left. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before following him. As he walked out of the house, he heard Biling's voice behind him. In previous grand competitions, nearly 100 people participated, but almost all of the top 50 rankings were from the Fengxian tribe, especially the top 10. To my knowledge, no outsider has ever appeared in 50 years. I expect this year's grand competition will be the same. Remember, we must work together to enter the top 50. As long as I enter the top 50, even if it's just at the end, it will be a great achievement for our Wushan tribe. Chapter 46, Grandpa's Secret. Su Ming silently walked through the mudstone city belonging to the Fengxian tribe. Ahead of him, the guiding tribe member walked alone, exuding a sense of pride that Su Ming could clearly feel. He indeed had the qualifications to be proud. Su Ming looked at the city before him, at the mudstone houses, and couldn't help but recall the skin tints in his own tribe, which were incomparable, if not entirely unworthy of comparison. Especially along the way, Su Ming saw far too many Fengxian tribespeople. In his 16 years, he had never seen so many barbarian people, making it extremely lively. Among the crowd, men and women, even those dressed in animal skins, looked far better than the simplicity of what Su Ming wore. Among them, there were many wearing the coarse linen garments that only grandpas possessed. These people, without exception, exuded a powerful aura of blood and energy as warriors. Su Ming looked at everything he saw and then glanced at the distant city walls. He remembered seeing, while in midair, that there were 6 tribes surrounding this mudstone city. Like Wushan, clearly, they did not have the qualifications to reside in this city for long and could only stay outside. Along the way, Su Ming also saw many trading houses. Although the crowds there were not large, every person coming in and out made Su Ming's heart tremble. The ground was not dirt but was paved with many stones, crushed and flattened by some method. Walking on it felt very hard, making Su Ming, who was used to the soft dirt, feel a bit uncomfortable. In the distance, around the mudstone city walls, Su Ming saw several giant bows about 10 feet in size, completely black and exuding a sinister aura that sent a chill to the heart. The pride in their smiles seemed to transform into mockery, not mocking Su Ming, but rather mocking the small tribespeople who came here, all equally stunned. Quickly follow me. Don't keep the barbarian lord waiting. The Fengxian tribe member patted Su Ming on the shoulder and turned to walk faster. Su Ming remained silent and quickened his pace to follow. In the center of the mudstone city, within a huge 5-pointed altar, there were 3 secret rooms. At that moment, in one of the secret rooms, the barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe, a purple-robed man of the Xianxian realm, sat cross-legged. Opposite him was the composed grandpa of the Wushan tribe, Mo Sang. Between the two, there was a chess set made mostly of animal bones, looking quite rough, and the chessboard was made from a large stone that had been carved. Besides the chessboard, each of them had a stone cup the size of a fist beside them, from which steam rose, carrying a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. This chessboard came from the Tai tribe, said to have been replicated by the ancient barbarians of Tai from a distant place. Unfortunately, I haven't played in many years and cannot compete with you. Grandpa picked up a chess piece and placed it aside, speaking softly. Mo Sang, I have always envied you. The purple-robed man sighed lightly, looking at the aging Mo Sang before him, memories of their younger days flashing in his mind. The other, in their youth, was so spirited and proud among their peers, known to all. But now, who would have thought that the once great talent has become an elderly man in his twilight years? You shouldn't have been born in the Wushan tribe. If you had agreed to Grandpa's request back then and were willing to become one of us, then the current barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe would not be me, but you. Moreover, you wouldn't struggle to advance in your cultivation, and you would have stepped into the Xianxian realm much earlier. In fact, Grandpa once said you were the most likely person he had ever seen to become a Jigu realm individual. As the words Jigu were spoken, the purple-robed man's eyes shone brightly, filled with longing. Jigu, to sacrifice one's 13th vertebra, unlocking the seal of fate, making that 13th vertebra a true barbarian bone from the era of ancient barbarians. The purple-robed man said, but the light in his eyes dimmed. I cannot do it. Mo Sang fell silent. Bitterness and reminiscence etched on his face at the mention of Jigu. If you had agreed to Grandpa's request back then and married Wen Yan, joining Fengxian, Grandpa would have devoted the entire tribe's strength to help you achieve Jigu. Once you reach that realm, how could our Fengxian tribe remain hidden here? The purple-robed man forced a smile. Jingnan, it's all in the past. Mo Sang said slowly. Yes, it's all in the past, the purple-robed man replied. Hearing Mo Sang finally speak his name, shaking his head with a sigh. This is the first point. Mo Sang picked up the stone cup, blew on it to disperse some of the rising steam, and slowly took a sip. I want to hide it from you. He can step into the Kaichin realm at any time. Mo Sang, if you ask me to take action and eliminate him, this matter. Jingnan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot do this. If he becomes a Kaichin realm individual, it will be a great help to our Fengxian tribe. Even if you had agreed to my request back then, I still cannot do it. It's fine. Grandpa smiled slightly, already knowing it would be so. The Jingnan before him was not as friendly as he appeared on the surface. Both understood the entanglements between them. You have your difficulties, I understand this. Moreover, between him and me, there will eventually be a resolution. I have come this time to make a deal with you. Oh, what do you have to say? The barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe, Jingnan, said, his gaze subtly shifting. Grandpa whispered something, his words very faint. Only Jingnan could hear. Upon hearing it, his expression remained unchanged, but he closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Grandpa did not urge him, but instead picked up the stone cup and slowly savored it. Time gradually passed, and the secret room was silent. No one knew how long had passed when suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside the room. Reporting to the barbarian lord, Ming has arrived. Let him come in. Jingnan still kept his eyes closed, not opening them. Footsteps slowly approached in the silent secret chamber. Ming felt quite nervous as he stepped forward. The lights here were dim, and as he moved forward, he saw his grandfather and the man in the purple robe at the end of the path. Upon seeing his grandfather, Ming felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Ming, come to my side. His grandfather smiled and waved at him. Ming hurriedly took a few steps forward, standing behind his grandfather, lowering his head and saying nothing. State your second request. After a moment, Jingnan opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his gaze as he stared at Grandpa Mo Sang and slowly said, I want a drop of your barbarian blood. Grandpa Mo Sang also stared at Jingnan and slowly spoke. After pondering for a while, Jingnan's gaze crossed Mo Sang and glanced at Ming. Although Ming kept his head down, he could still feel the gaze of the man in the purple robe piercing through him like a needle. 2 requests, no changes. First, the barbarian technique, the true method of barbarian awakening. If you agree, I will give it to you afterwards. Grandpa Mo Sang handed a stone cup to Ming behind him, signaling him to drink. Ming accepted it without hesitation, downing it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, feeling quite comfortable. Jingnan frowned and pondered for a moment before looking at Grandpa Mo Sang and suddenly spoke. All right, I can agree to your 2 requests, but regarding the barbarian blood, you know that this trial has 3 rounds. And I will give barbarian blood to the top 3 in each round. To avoid waste, I want to add a premise. If this child can rank in the top 40 in any round, I will give him the barbarian blood. If he fails to do so, you need to change your request. Grandpa thought for a moment, but felt that the other party seemed to be deliberately making things difficult. After considering for a long time, he nodded, thinking about how to change the request to benefit Ming similarly. Listening to these words, Ming looked at the white hair and wrinkled face of his grandfather, recalling the mocking words of the old woman from the Wulong tribe, the indifference from Biling, and even the loneliness he felt throughout his life, fantasizing about the leather book under the night sky. All these thoughts swirled in Ming's mind, transforming into a determination he had never felt before. This resolve was even stronger than when he worshipped the barbarian idol. Grandpa stood up, signaling Ming to follow him. Just as they were about to leave, Jingnan, sitting cross-legged, stared at Grandpa Mo Sang with a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and suddenly spoke. Mo Sang, I have a question that I've buried in my heart for over 10 years and have always wanted to ask you. Now that you have come to my Fengxian tribe, I hope you can tell me the answer. Grandpa did not pause his steps, walking ahead while Ming followed behind. Hearing the voice of the man in the purple robe from behind, you clearly only have the cultivation of the 9th layer of blood condensation. Yet whether it was back then or now, I still sense a faint aura that absolutely belongs to the opening dust realm from you. The purple-robed man spoke quickly, not revealing all his thoughts, but the presence emanating from the other party made him feel a hint of terror. It was the same back then, and it was still the same now. Chapter 47, 6 numbers. Ming was shaken by these words, and he vaguely understood that the relationship between Grandpa and the barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe was not as he had perceived. There might be some past entanglements between the two. It was precisely because of this that Grandpa had been unwilling to come to Fengxian over the years, which was related to this matter. At the same time, the barbarian lord of the Fengxian tribe must also have some reservations, which is why he remained somewhat polite to Grandpa, who only had the cultivation of blood condensation. Su Ming's mind recalled the scene when Grandpa had walked in the air with the man in the purple robe on the giant python, and his heart began to race. In the altar, Jingnan fell silent, looking in the direction of Mo Sang's departure, his expression gradually darkening. After a long time, he took out a small bottle from his pocket. The bottle was purple, looking extremely brilliant, and it was clearly a precious item for him to carry around. Opening the bottle, a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out, revealing a medicinal stone inside. Xianxiasan. Unfortunately, 1 grain is not very effective for me. If I could have 8 more. A hint of desire flashed in Jingnan's eyes. I must find that evil barbarian who refined this. At all costs. I must locate this person. I have already secretly sealed off the surrounding 8 directions. This person cannot escape. I can feel that he is nearby, very close to me. At this moment, dusk had fallen outside, and the city of Mudstone was about to enter the moonlight. However, there were still many tribespeople in the city, bustling and lively, with several places lit up with bonfires. These bonfires were placed in some vessels Su Ming had never seen before, floating in midair and illuminating the entire city. Grandpa walked ahead while Su Ming followed behind, both of them remaining silent. 7 days later would be the day of this Fengxian Great Trial. The so-called Great Trial was hosted by the Fengxian tribe, and all the small tribes that came to pay their respects had to send participants. It was a grand event among the younger generations. Grandpa hoped that Su Ming would participate, without worrying about revealing his cultivation, as Grandpa would make arrangements. Take this item. Aside from Jingnan, no one else will know it's you. Su Ming, what I can help you with is limited. From now on, you will need to rely on yourself. Grandpa gently patted Su Ming's head and said kindly. He raised his right hand as if casually waving. And suddenly a faint sense of vitality appeared and vanished from Grandpa, followed by a black straw hat appearing in his hand. This item was obtained by me in a large tribe back in the day. It can be considered a barbarian tool. When infused with barbarian blood, it can slightly alter your shape and appearance. Although the change is minimal, it can make you look like a different person. This was something I liked very much in my early years. This item has accompanied me for many years, and now it has no use for me. I give it to you. Grandpa took the black straw hat and patted Su Ming's body. Immediately, Su Ming felt a jolt throughout his body, as if a cool sensation had entered him, and the hat vanished in an instant. However, despite its disappearance, Su Ming felt a connection, as if this item, like the replica blood-scaled spear, had melted into his body. Soon after, the method for using this hat to change his appearance was transmitted from Grandpa's mouth into Su Ming's mind. During the Great Trial, you should stay in your residence and not follow us. After we leave, change your appearance. I will arrange for someone to come and take you to participate in secret. Grandpa smiled slightly. Su Ming wanted to say something but hesitated and did not speak. However, he was determined in his heart that even if he had to risk everything, he could not disappoint Grandpa. Top 40, top 40. Su Ming gritted his teeth inwardly. Su Ming, since you were young, Grandpa has taught you to think more and ponder more. This will be a great help to you in the future. Now, Grandpa will give you a question to see if our little Razu can figure it out. Grandpa tilted his head, looking kindly at Su Ming, winking and smiling. Listen carefully. Su Ming, I will only tell you once. 32, 79, 248, 371, 563, 781. Su Ming was taken aback, mumbling these 6 numbers, but unable to figure out their meaning. Looking at Grandpa's smile, he seemed not to reveal his intentions directly. So Su Ming memorized these 6 numbers and fell into deep thought. The moonlight shone on them, gradually elongating their shadows. In the hazy distance, Su Ming and his grandfather walked further and further away. Time passed, and it was now deep in the night 6 days later. The grand ceremony of the Fengxian tribe would begin at dawn. During these 6 days, Su Ming was cautious while meditating and circulating his vital energy in the separate house arranged for the Wushan tribe and the Fengxian tribe. He always felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him, yet he could not find anything amiss. In such a hazy gaze, Su Ming's training was occasionally interrupted. Each time that strange feeling was at its strongest, he simply lay there, giving up on cultivation and closing his eyes to sleep, pondering those 6 numbers, unable to comprehend them no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't until the 5th day that the feeling of being watched completely dissipated, which made Su Ming quite anxious. He had speculated who might be observing him in secret, some figures flashing through his mind, but he still couldn't confirm it. No matter how he looked at their expressions, they seemed somewhat familiar. Su Ming, you don't know, but there are places in this mudstone city where I've never seen so many women in my life. Su Ming, there's a kind of water here, they call it wine. Have you tasted that flavor? Su Ming, guess what I saw today? I saw the Black Mountain tribe arriving, carrying their tribesmen here on a dark cloud. However, the barbarian chief of the Black Mountain tribe didn't come. The leader is said to be their tribal chief. Su Ming, stop sleeping and listen to me. I met a tribesman from the Black Mountain tribe at the place where I was drinking today, about the same age as us. That guy was particularly arrogant. If it weren't for the ban on private fights here, I would really want to go up and beat him up. Su Ming, I finally saw Bai Ling today. Isn't it strange? Did she really get tricked by us? She didn't even ask me about that stone coin, but after seeing me, she did ask about you. Su Ming, I found out that I've fallen for someone. It's the girl I told you about yesterday after seeing Bai Ling. She was accompanied by a woman from the Wulong tribe, who is very curvy and much prettier than Bai Ling. Su Ming, I finally know her name. It's Bai Fong. What a lovely name. Over the past few days, Lei Chun had almost daily shared his observations and thoughts with Su Ming, especially in those last few days, where he spoke almost entirely about the girl named Bai Fong. As for Bai Ling, he often went out, and even when he stayed in the house, many young men from the Finchuan tribe would come to see him, looking quite friendly. However, on the deep night of the 6th day, when Su Ming stepped out of the house and looked at the bright moon in the sky, he saw Bai Ling being led away by the Finchuan tribe, seemingly unwilling. I don't want to go outside the gate today. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment and spoke softly. Not going. That's fine, but Bai Ling, you are the one whom Wu Xin personally requested to participate in our ceremony. If you don't participate, you won't get the barbarian blood from my Finchuan barbarian chief. Don't forget, last time, how did you enter the top 50? The Finchuan tribesman who was leading Bai Ling out was a youth of about 18 or 19. Smiling as he spoke slowly, there were 2 others nearby, their gazes sweeping over Bai Ling with a hint of disdain. Bai Ling remained silent, slowly nodding his head, and walked out with these 3, disappearing into the night. From a distance, Su Ming watched this scene, frowning slightly. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the bright moon in the sky and slowly walked out the door. Wu Sun, Su Ming vaguely remembered, was a name mentioned by Bai Ling. It was said that he was one of the 3 strongest younger generations in the Finchuan tribe. This time's grand trial was recognized by almost everyone, and he was certain to rank in the top 3 in all 3 tests. Bai Ling had briefly mentioned this person without going into detail. Quickly moving on to the next individual. Walking through the dimly lit corners of Mudstone City, Su Ming's body gradually changed with his steps. After a moment, he had grown 7 inches taller, his physique had become much stronger, and even his hair had grown quite a bit. His appearance transformed from delicate to ancient, exuding a fierce aura, making him look almost indistinguishable from the ordinary weak tribesman. Even his clothing had undergone a subtle change, which was quite strange. After moving his body around, Su Ming felt no discomfort, just as he normally would. As the blood energy circulated within him, the 49 bloodlines did not surface on his skin, yet a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. In the moonlight, even those at the 5th level of blood condensation realm were not my match. Plus, with the bloodscale spear, even if they were at the 6th level of blood condensation, what could they do to me? Su Ming's gaze flashed as he looked up at the bright moon and walked forward. Bai Ling had just entered the 6th level of blood condensation realm, while his father, the lookout, and the hunting team leader were at the 8th level. Among the younger generation, reaching the 8th level was extremely rare, and they could certainly surpass their peers. Wu Sun was on par with the other 2, and Su Ming was certain that his cultivation would not reach the 8th level. Su Ming was walking slowly, his movements secretive, only taking dark corners, keeping a distant watch on Bai Ling and the 3 others ahead as he followed them. The other 3 seemed to be at the 5th level of blood condensation realm, but judging by Bai Ling's wary expression, it seemed that Wu Sen's cultivation was higher than his, above the 6th level but below the 8th. Su Ming had an 80% chance of determining that Wu Sen's cultivation was at the 7th level of blood condensation realm. Though I may not be able to defeat someone at the 7th level, under the moonlight, even if a conflict arises, he won't be able to keep me here. Su Ming had strong confidence in his speed. The reason he followed behind was not merely out of curiosity, but because Bai Ling's previously unwilling expression reminded him of the Bai Ling he called Big Brother in his childhood. With a complex emotion, he followed slowly. As time passed, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and soon Su Ming saw the 4 of Bai Ling disappear into a seemingly ordinary mudstone house, which was quite remote, located in a corner of Mudstone City. Chapter 48, Thunderstrike. Outside the house, Su Ming stopped his steps, standing in the shadows like a hunter, staring at the house for a while. Gradually, his brows furrowed, as if he sensed something. He swiftly moved to the door of the house, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The room was empty. Interesting, Su Ming murmured to himself, lowering his gaze and scanning the surroundings. At the end of the room, there was a hole in the ground. He hesitated for a moment, squatting beside the hole to take a careful look, and then reaching in to touch it. It was dry soil, clearly indicating that this hole had existed for a long time. His gaze flickered, and he jumped into the hole. This was a passage. And Su Ming made no sound, quickening his pace as he followed the passage upward. As he moved forward, he silently calculated the direction of the passage, easily discerning that it was a road that directly crossed the city walls of Mudstone City and extended outward. On the ground of the passage, there were some disordered footprints. Su Ming occasionally stopped to observe carefully, silently counting in his heart. There seemed to be about 7 or 8 people. Su Ming pondered for a moment, taking out a bone horn, digging deep holes in the ground as he walked. For this dry soil, the bone horn worked effortlessly. At one point, Su Ming looked up at the top of the passage, where some thick logs were supporting it, seemingly to prevent the passage from collapsing. After glancing at it a few times, a smile appeared on his lips. Not long after walking several thousand zhang, Su Ming paused his steps. Not far ahead, he saw a beam of moonlight shining down, clearly indicating the exit. Vaguely, he could faintly hear voices outside the exit, as if someone was singing, exuding a strange quality. It seemed that the distance was not too close. Su Ming arrived at the base of the exit and quickly looked up, then immediately stepped back. In that glance, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged above, seemingly guarding this hole. Just one person guarding it. Judging by his aura, he was only at the 4th level. Su Ming's expression remained calm as he stepped forward and suddenly leaped up. Just as his body burst out of the exit, the young man from the Finchuan tribe, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes wide, seemingly taken aback. But in the moment he was lost in thought. Su Ming raised his right hand and gently waved it. The young man immediately felt intense pain throughout his body, as if a fiery red light was spreading in front of him, like countless needles piercing him. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. And just as he was about to let out a piercing scream, a cold hand with strong power reached out from behind his head, firmly covering his mouth, turning his cry into muffled struggles. Soon, his body began to convulse, and he fell into unconsciousness. Behind him, Su Ming remained calm, gently laying the person down and squatting there, looking around. It was deep night, and everything was quiet. In the distance, the outline of the Mudstone City could be faintly seen under the darkness, along with the flickering campfires of the surrounding subsidiary tribes. In another direction, Su Ming also spotted a campfire, but the color of the flames was not red, it was green. The green flames emitted an eerie aura, containing a sense of dread under the moonlight of this deep night. The chanting sounds came from that green campfire. Su Ming frowned and quietly approached that ominous place. Slowly, as he got closer, he crouched down and saw a scene that shocked his mind. The bonfire emitting green light blazed fiercely, with a large number of dry branches piled on it. Inside the fire, Su Ming saw some corpses, which had clearly been dead for a long time, burning and making soft crackling sounds. Surrounding the bonfire sat 7 people, with one person sitting directly in front of it. The other 6 sat on both sides in groups of 3, one of whom was Bei Ling. The person sitting directly in front was a young man in a black robe, bald, and quite handsome, but under the flickering light of the bonfire, he exuded a sinister vibe. Su Ming remained silent, crouching there and observing intently. Gradually, he discerned some clues, faintly. There seemed to be 6 auras emanating from within the green bonfire, being absorbed by the 6 people around the bald young man, causing their faces to grow increasingly pale and their bodies to tremble faintly. Soon, one of the 6 people standing on the sides walked up to the bald young man, knelt on one knee, and clapped his hands on his chest. Immediately, his body trembled more violently, and a drop of green blood was slowly forced out from his forehead, flying towards the bald young man. At the same time, a drop of dark green blood the size of a fingernail oozed out from the bald young man's forehead, merging with the blood offered by the other person. After merging with this green blood, numerous bloodlines suddenly appeared on the bald young man's body, but within those bloodlines, there was a faint green essence. A powerful sensation of vitality erupted from the bald young man's body. Su Ming squinted his eyes, realizing he had misjudged. This person was indeed not at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, nor was he at the 7th layer, but rather at the 6th layer. However, he was at the peak of the 6th layer, seemingly trying to break through to the 7th layer. Wu Sun, over the past few days, I have given you more than 10 drops of phosphorus blood, and you are already quite weak. The trial will take place tomorrow morning. So today I will only give you 1 drop, is that all right? Bei Ling opened his eyes, looking at the bald young man with a complex expression, speaking softly. The bald young man was indeed Wu Sun, his eyes containing a hint of green as he stared at Bei Ling. Do you want to back out? I said before, if you help me break through to the 7th layer, if I obtain the Agon barbarian blood, I can share a bit with you. It was the same back then. At worst, you won't participate in the first 2 trials, and I will give you a bit of barbarian blood for the final trial. And entering the top 50 will be no problem. Bei Ling hesitated for a moment, seeming to struggle, but soon gritted his teeth, stood up, and knelt in front of Wu Sun, clapping his hands on his chest. Immediately, his body trembled, and a drop of green blood flew out from his forehead. But just as the blood flew out, Bei Ling's expression turned fatigued, as if he was about to retreat to adjust his breathing. In that instant, Wu Sen's gaze flickered, and his right hand swiftly raised, directly pointing at Bei Ling's unguarded forehead. You! Bei Ling's body shook violently, just as he was about to resist. But after that finger landed, it was as if a gap had been opened in his forehead, and drops of blood quickly flew out. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and a whistling sound arose as a black spear, like a gigantic black dragon, rushed towards the bald young man Wu San, instantly passing over the crowd and Bei Ling. Heading straight for Wu Senator with a loud crash, the bonfire exploded violently, and a large amount of green flame scattered. A strong figure suddenly appeared, moving so fast that he stood in front of Bei Ling almost at the moment the flames exploded. He raised his right hand and grasped the blood belonging to both Bei Ling and Wu San, which had fallen to the ground. This strong man, with an ordinary appearance, was none other than Ming after changing his form. This blood is good. I'll take it, he said in a hoarse voice, his left hand moving, causing the black spear that had pierced the ground to transform into a mass of black mist, which he grasped in his hand. Ming slowly opened his mouth, looking at Wu San, who was retreating quickly after the flames collapsed. Wu Sen's expression was quite grave and carried a hint of ferocity. You seek death, Wu San roared, and immediately a large amount of green aura erupted from his body, forming a vague, 3-meter-tall silhouette around him. That green figure howled silently towards the sky, raising its arms and leaping towards Ming like a zombie. At the same time, the others reacted, channeling their vitality. But they had previously offered their green blood from their foreheads more than once, and at this moment they were weak. Just as they were about to take action, they saw Ming sneer, plunging the spear in his left hand fiercely into the ground. Vitality surged into the spear, causing it to erupt with a large amount of black mist. As it pierced the ground, a rumbling sound erupted, and the ground trembled, creating a shockwave that swept outwards, forcing those weakened individuals to retreat. Immediately after, Ming swayed his body, moving rapidly towards Wu San, while raising his left-hand spear, black mist soaring into the sky, faintly transforming into a vague black eagle, spreading its wings and unleashing a fierce wind as it charged towards the zombie-like figure. At that moment, the moonlight in the sky seemed to shine brilliantly, and unnoticed, a beam of moonlight appeared, merging into the black eagle, joining in the fight against that green vague figure. With a thunderous crash, after a loud sound, Ming's body was sent tumbling back, staggering a few steps before quickly retreating towards the entrance of the cave. Just as he was retreating, an angry roar sounded, and the green vague figure collapsed, revealing Wu Sen's ferocious expression, with a wound on his chest bleeding. You dare to hurt me. His eyes were filled with intense green, and he suddenly charged forward, pursuing. The two disappeared into the cave in the blink of an eye, leaving the others, including Bei Ling, looking horrified at each other, not daring to follow. However, not long after, a muffled sound echoed from the ground, as if the underground passage had collapsed, accompanied by faint angry roars. After a long time, Wu San emerged from the cave entrance, his appearance extremely disheveled, exuding a tremendous rage, yet underneath that anger lay an urgent anxiety that went unnoticed by outsiders. Chapter 49, The Third Method. On a windy moonlit night, in the mudstone city of the Fengxian tribe, the wailing wind whistled past, as if resentment had merged into the wind, stirring up the dust of the earth, sweeping towards the vastness, making the moon in the sky appear blurred. Several figures raced through the deep night of the mudstone city, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately remained lost without a clue until the distant horizon began to turn white, slowly dispersing. The other party's cultivation is not an ordinary barbaric method. The barbaric statue they worshipped in their early years is said to be an extremely mysterious one among the statues in the Fengxian tribe, requiring the use of corpse energy for cultivation, condensing barbaric blood into a corpse. Once fully realized, it can withstand mountain collapses and remain unscathed even when the ground sinks. Who could be the one fighting against Wu Sen? This person's cultivation level is indiscernible, but being able to make Wu Sen so embarrassed must mean they have a formidable reputation. Could it be that Bei Ling's expression is grim? He is the strongest among his peers in the Wushan tribe, but he understands that outside of the Wushan tribe, he is nothing. On the table in his room, a mass of fresh blood floats, emitting a faint green glow, flickering eerily. This blood is the essence forced out of Bei Ling by Wu Sen's finger pointed at his brow. After a moment of hesitation, Bei Ling suddenly turns to look behind him. The area is pitch black and eerily quiet. His heart races, and after a brief silence, he immediately steps into the room, staring at the familiar blood on the table, his expression fluctuating. Who is he, and why has he been helping me for so long? Bei Ling grabs the blood, and the moment he touches it, The blood immediately merges into his body, transforming into a surge of heat, causing him to sit cross-legged and circulate his bloodline. Meanwhile, in another room in the Wushan tribe's residence, Su Ming sits cross-legged on the ground, his complexion pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes are extremely bright as he looks down at a mass of dark green blood in his palm, revealing a cold smile. This is the pride of the Fengxian tribe, not allowing anyone to overshadow him. He is a figure who must remain high and mighty. It's not such a big deal. If I can complete the third combustion of blood fire with this spear, even if I can't kill him, it wouldn't be difficult to seriously injure him. Su Ming wipes away the blood at the corner of his mouth, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I am only lightly injured. I can recover by circulating my qi and blood, but the barbaric method this person practices is truly peculiar. The images of the burning dry corpse pyre and the green flames emitted flash through Su Ming's mind. If given the chance, I must meet all these proud sons of heaven. However, seeing Wusun's frantic appearance in the cave, this object is of utmost importance to him. Su Ming glances at the dark green blood in his hand, puts it into a small vial, then thinks for a moment, raises his hand to grasp the air. As if a strand of moonlight suddenly appears, wrapping around the outside of the vial before disappearing. He stores the vial in his bosom, closes his eyes, and circulates his qi and blood, waiting for dawn to arrive. Time passes, and soon the sky outside is no longer pitch black. As the white light at the horizon grows brighter, dawn quickly arrives. This day's dawn will be different. It is the day of the grand trial hosted by the Fengxian tribe, with participation from various nearby small tribes, held once every few years. Each grand trial not only tests the younger barbarian warriors, but also serves as a showcase for all tribes, demonstrating the future of each tribe and whether there are any outstanding individuals, which will determine the Fengxian tribe's attitude moving forward. When dawn arrives, Lei Chun, Ula, and Bailing, under the guidance of Grandpa, the lookout chief, and Shan Hen, leave their residence with the welcoming tribesmen from the Fengxian tribe. Su Ming stands outside the house. Watching the group depart, he sees Lei Chun waving at him, a confident smile on his face. He notices Ula's calm demeanor with a hint of disdain in her gaze, and sees Bailing, who is silent and has returned to normal but doesn't even glance at him. There is also Grandpa, who nods with a meaningful smile, and the lookout chief, who seems to have a trace of regret in his expression. Finally, Su Ming notices the taciturn Shan Hen, who, before leaving, squints his eyes as if a strange light sweeps over him. Until these people disappear from his view, slowly becoming unnoticeable, Su Ming remains standing there. But his body gradually changes, his appearance slowly transforming. Moments later, the Su Ming standing there has become a strong young man, his skin slightly dark, exuding a fierce aura, indistinguishable from ordinary barbarians. However, this version of Su Ming is different from the one from last night. The hat that Grandpa gave him, which has merged into his body, is extremely mysterious and can change its form at will. Standing there, Su Ming is not in a hurry but gazes at the sky, calmly waiting. He knows that today is very important for him and equally important for Grandpa. Today, perhaps Su Ming can soar high, or perhaps he will plunge into the abyss. Su Ming is unaware if there is a force in the dark interfering with the lives of all beings, manipulating people's destinies. Now he looks at the sky. It is very blue, the blue canopy seemingly without bounds. Sometimes he feels as if the sky has a spirit, but this spirit is too cold. If it were not cold, why are the people Su Ming sees so varied? Some are proud sons of heaven, some are ordinary, some like Grandpa, who are exceptional yet faded with age, and others like the purple-robed ones who tower above all to open the dust. There are Bailing's complex inner feelings and Wusun's seizing of cultivation. This statement is very simple, yet very complex. Simply put, heaven exerts pressure, wanting to force the barbarian tribe to either comply and endure or rise in anger and rebel. But the last part is a question. In Grandpa's understanding, perhaps this question is asking whether, aside from rebelling, there is another way to resist. When you grow up, perhaps you will understand deeply. If one day you reach the realm to speak this sentence, perhaps you will think of a third way apart from submission and rebellion. After all, this leather book is the last place Grandpa visited in his life, the most magnificent sacred ground of the barbarian tribe that Grandpa has ever seen. It is called Dayu. The owner of this leather is the barbarian lord of Dayu. Dressed in a white robe, with white hair and a weathered face, he exudes a sense of wisdom. He is Shihai. Shihai looks at Su Ming, observing the unfamiliar face before him. He does not understand why the barbarian Lord Jing Nen arranged for him to come here and bring someone to secretly participate in the grand trial. Come with me. Su Ming appears ordinary in Shihai's eyes. After saying this, he turns and walks away. Su Ming maintains a calm demeanor, following behind him. As soon as they exit the door, Shihai flicks his sleeve, and immediately a mist spreads from his body, enveloping Su Ming in an instant. Su Ming's heart stirs, but he does not retreat. Instead, he allows the mist to swirl around him, slowly rising with Shatter, transforming into a misty rainbow that rushes into the distance. This is Su Ming's second time looking down at the earth from the sky. He still feels somewhat nervous. Shatter notices his tension but does not comment, instead accelerating their speed. Before long, they leap over the Fengxian tribe on the ground, heading towards a vast plain directly north. Su Ming gazes at the vast plain ahead. From the sky, it resembles a sea of land, boundless. However, as the mist they are in rushes forward, Su Ming suddenly feels a jolt throughout his body, as if he had collided with an invisible barrier. The moment he penetrates through, the surrounding world distorts, rippling like the surface of water. And he hears Shurhai's cold voice in his ear. We have arrived. This is no longer a flat plain, but in front of him stands a mountain. Su Ming has never seen such a colossal mountain. It towers countless heights above Wushan. In comparison, Wushan is like an infant, while this mountain is like a towering giant. It seems to pierce the clouds, its peak hidden from view, only half visible, shrouded in countless white clouds and mist. The scale of this mountain is unbelievable. On the mountain, Su Ming faintly sees countless small paths winding upwards, disappearing into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there is a gigantic circular plaza, and around it stand 9 imposing statues, each exuding the primal aura of the wilderness, quite fearsome. At this moment, the enormous plaza is already filled with hundreds of people, scattered about, seemingly buzzing with discussions. Chapter 50. Little brother, I have a connection with you. In those gazes, Su Ming did not see Grandpa and the others. Most of the barbarians in this place were from the Fengxian tribe. Although he arrived later, they seemed to have gotten there before him. After Shatter set Su Ming down, he handed him a black token without saying a word and immediately transformed into white mist and disappeared. Standing alone here, Su Ming looked around and saw no familiar faces, which made him fall silent. He lowered his head to look at the black token in his hand, which had a barbarian number written on it, 109. The black token looked very ordinary, made from stone, and felt somewhat cold in his hand. This time, the grand competition was said to have the largest number of participants, with over 100 people. Just over 100, and this was only the first round. It was likely that many of these people would not participate in the second and third rounds, as if one's strength was insufficient, it would only lead to humiliation. You're mistaken to say that. The 3 rounds of the grand competition, the first round is the most difficult. You should know that the second round tests speed, and the third round is for actual combat. These 2 rounds require a certain level of cultivation and involve luck, which can be tracked. But this first round, while it seems to have no requirements for cultivation, is actually a test of perseverance and potential. Such matters cannot be faked, yet they are extremely cruel. Regardless of your cultivation level, if your ranking in this first round is poor, it indicates a lack of perseverance and insufficient potential. Such tribespeople will not be given much importance in the tribe. Su Ming toyed with the Blackstone token, while the voices of the people around him discussing caught his attention. However, it was said that in every grand competition, the top 50 were mostly warriors from our Fengxian tribe. Other tribes were merely subordinate. Especially in the top 10, it was said that no one from outside the tribe had ever made it. Of course, this time would be no different. In fact, the top 10 and even the top 40 were just those few people. Especially for the top 10 selections, apart from the outstanding talents in the tribe, it was impossible to have anyone else. As Su Ming listened, he gradually heard more of such discussions. The people here were not all participants in the first round. Most were here to watch. Just as he was listening, his mind was still on the 6 numbers Grandpa mentioned. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to sense something and looked to his side, where he saw an old man quietly approaching. Noticing Su Ming looking at him, the old man quickly smiled and walked a few steps closer to Su Ming. This old man was dressed in animal skins, with some bone rings hanging from his ears. Judging by his appearance, he should also be from the Fengxian tribe. Young man, I see you have a stone token in your hand, indicating you are here for the first round, so I came to chat with you. No ill intent. The old man had a somewhat comical appearance, with a sharp nose and a wide mouth, making his facial features seem to shift when he smiled, leaving a deep impression. Su Ming maintained his usual expression and nodded slightly after hearing the old man's words. Young man, I speak plainly, so don't take offense. Although my cultivation is not high, I've lived a long life and have trained my eyes well. I see your talent is quite ordinary. The old man blinked. This grand competition occurs every few years, and I always come to see the excitement. With a talent like yours, it's likely difficult to enter the top 50. Based on my experience, you might just make it to around 100. However, the old man took a few steps closer, his expression mysterious. He looked around to ensure no one was paying attention, then quickly spoke in a low voice. But, young man, meeting me is your good fortune. I have a kind of herbal medicine that can help a person unleash their potential for a short time. If you take it before the first round, you might just enter the top 50. If you buy more and take them together, even entering the top 10 is not impossible. The old man said in a low voice, slightly opening his clothing to reveal some herbs before quickly covering them up, his face showing a more intense look of mystery. As if he feared too many people would see. Ming was taken aback, looking at the old man, unable to speak for a while. Don't believe me? The old man saw Ming's expression and immediately spoke again in a low voice. Young man, you are still too young. Even if this is false, you should give it a try. After all, once your ranking rises, everything in your tribe will be completely different. I can see you're not very successful in your tribe. Well, if your herbal medicine is truly effective, why is it that every time in the grand competition, the top 50 are always from the Fengxian tribe, with no outsiders ever entering the top 10? I wouldn't buy it. You should hurry and sell it to someone else. Ming frowned and took a few steps back. The old man widened his eyes, raised his right hand, and gave a thumbs up, repeatedly praising. Impressive. You truly are a wise one, to think of this so quickly. It seems I misjudged you, although your talent is lacking. Your mind is extremely clever. However, young man, you are mistaken this time. The top 10 in the first round have not always been free of outsiders. 50 years ago, there was someone who ranked first multiple times. You should have heard of him, that barbarian from the Wushan tribe, Mo sang. Do you know why he succeeded? It was because he bought a lot of my herbal medicine back then. And there was that other person from the Heishan tribe, who also bought my herbal medicine and ranked in the 40s, and someone from the Wulong tribe, who did the same. The old man continued to chatter. And Ming frowned and took a step back again. Young man, I have a connection with you, so I'm selling it to you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't sell it even if they begged me. I sell this herbal medicine to others for 10 stones each, but to you, just 3 stones. How about it? 3 stones is a bargain. Wow, such cheap herbal medicine. If I shout out, a crowd will gather around me immediately. Today, we have a connection. So I'll throw in an extra one for you. The old man kept talking, excitement building as he clapped his hands, as if he was getting carried away by his own words, which left Ming stunned and instinctively stepping back a few more steps. Just as the old man was about to continue, suddenly the crowd in the square erupted in an uproar. A huge black python suddenly twisted into the scene, with several people standing on it. Among them were Grandpa and the others. It was the Wushan tribe. The barbarian prince of the Wushan tribe was said to have very high cultivation, but unfortunately, there was no successor in the entire tribe. However, it was heard that a junior named Bailing had emerged, who ranked 49th in the last grand competition. Lei Chun and Ula looked around with excitement. Did you see that old man and that cold-faced kid? They are the barbarian Prince Mo sang from Wushan and that Bailing I mentioned earlier. The old man beside Ming maintained his mysterious expression and quickly spoke. Just as he was speaking, the crowd erupted again, this time noticeably louder than before. 5 people walked in slowly from the front of the square, with the first person wearing a black robe, bald. And it was the bald young man Wu Sun from last night. His expression was grim, with a hint of anger, clearly humiliated by last night's events. Especially the emerald green blood that belonged to him, which made him anxious, but he did not show a hint of it on his face. The 4 people behind him were also silent, gradually approaching the square. Wu Sun, our Fengxian tribe will definitely have someone in the top 3 in this grand competition. It is said that the barbarian techniques he practices are quite strange. Lower your voice. This person is unpredictable. Shut up. Wu Sun suddenly roared as he walked, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Wu Sun, with a dark expression, walked past Ming, but in that moment, he turned his head and gave Ming a cold glance, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. However, after scrutinizing him for a few moments, he realized he was not the person he had encountered before. With a cold snort, he moved on, sitting cross-legged at a distance, surrounded by the 4 who seemed to be guarding him. This Wu Sun practices the blood-devouring corpse chi technique, worshipping an evil idol of the Fengxian tribe. Filled with malice and a dark personality, he is not a good person. The old man beside Ming seemed quite angry, but was afraid of being overheard, muttering in a low voice. From his appearance, it seemed he had suffered a loss while trying to sell something to Wu Senator. I said, little brother, you'd better not provoke this person, but even if you do, it's fine. I have another kind of herb here that guarantees you'll become immensely strong after taking it. The old man's eyes turned, and he began to persuade again. Ming frowned, feeling that the old man's chatter far exceeded that of Lei Chun. In fact, if compared, Lei Chun could be described as taciturn. The old man kept urging, showing a tendency that if you didn't buy one, he wouldn't let up. Just then, the space outside the square twisted again, and this time, more than 10 people surged in. They were chattering and laughing. And at the center stood a person who stood out like a star among the moon. This person was not tall, slightly plump, laughing heartily, chatting with those around him. and occasionally waving his hands as if illustrating something. He exuded an indescribable aura that was very noticeable among the group, drawing people's gazes to him at first sight. Xianxiang. In the distance, Wu Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the slightly plump man, squinting. Su Ming's attention also focused on this person, clearly sensing a vague aura within him that was not merely the power of vitality, but a feeling that was difficult to articulate. Xianxiang. He is a well-known figure in our Fengxian tribe. He's a great guy, far superior to Wu Sun, the old man quickly whispered. I tell you, don't tell anyone else. But Xianxiang is one of my big clients who often comes to buy herbs from me. Not seeking a ranking, just hoping to maintain over 7,000 votes daily. Thank you, fellow friends. Chapter 51, The Edge. Before long, many others from tribes other than the Wushan tribe began to arrive for this first round. Some coming with their tribes, while others came alone. Gradually, the number of people in the square increased, with a constant buzz of discussions, making it quite lively. After all, such a grand event occurs once every few years, and this time, the turnout was noticeably larger than in previous years. Taking advantage of the crowd, Su Ming quickly took a few steps forward, weaving into the crowd to avoid the persistent old man. The old man's incessant chatter was giving Su Ming a headache. And now that he had avoided him, he looked back through the crowd at the old man who was scanning around, quickly lowering his body to avoid being seen. Although there were many people here, Su Ming hardly knew anyone. Standing in the crowd, he felt quite ordinary, and no one paid him too much attention. He was very unremarkable. In fact, it wasn't he, just Su Ming, among the crowd, besides the members of the Fengxian tribe. Many participants from other tribes were also here for the first time. Look, that's Wu Sun. I heard he is a prodigy from the Fengxian tribe. Isn't that Xianxiang? His name is well known. I heard about him before, but this is my first time seeing him. I didn't expect him to look like this. But he really has an aura. Next to Su Ming, those who were also here for the first time whispered among themselves, most showing envy in their expressions. This might be our chance, if we can catch the attention of Wu Sun or Xianxiang and have them choose to be around us. Our status in the tribe will surely be different. Hey, there are quite a few people thinking like this. Didn't you see how many people were trying to approach them? Why don't we try too? A young man with a simple appearance smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled politely and chatted with the youth for a moment. Brother, not everyone has arrived yet, but it looks like the first round is about to start. Why don't we go over to Xianxiang and have a chat? What about you guys? Let us go together. Otherwise, if you're alone, you might not get noticed. The youth quickly urged Su Ming and a few others. Look at Wu Sun's grim expression. He must be in a bad mood. So let us not provoke him. Xianxiang seems quite approachable and should be easier to engage with. Under the youth's persuasion, the people around were persuaded, and soon 7 or 8 of them headed towards Xianxiang. Su Ming was initially unwilling to go, but being pulled by the enthusiastic youth, he followed the crowd. As they approached, the space outside the square twisted again, capturing everyone's attention. 5 people walked in, led by a burly man in his 40s wearing coarse linen garments, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality. He had a prominent scar on his face that extended from his left eyebrow to the right corner of his mouth, making him appear quite menacing. It's the Xian tribe. This must be the tribe leader of the Xian tribe. I heard he has a scar on his face. So it must be him. Yes, I heard that the Xian tribe's strong man didn't come this time. Instead, their tribe leader is leading them. The burly man was followed by 4 others, who walked slowly towards the square. At first glance, the 4 seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that 3 of them were young peers, and the other was a strong man in his 40s. Strangely, the strong man trailing behind, and the other 2 youths seemed to be closely following another young man. Almost like attachments, their steps subconsciously synchronized with his. This was a young man dressed in black animal skin, with long hair, appearing to be about 18 or 19 years old. His face was obscured because the collar of his clothing was raised high, covering everything below his eyes, and he kept his head lowered, making it impossible to see clearly. He remained silent, showing no reaction to the gazes from all directions, and gradually walked toward the crowd with his tribe leader, sitting cross-legged in a corner far from the Wushan tribe. From their sitting position, it was also evident that this young man was different. He sat alone on one side, seemingly out of place among the other tribe members. However, after sitting down, he slightly raised his head and glanced towards the Wushan tribe, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Su Ming's gaze, along with the surrounding crowd, focused on the Xian tribe members, especially the tribe leader and the obviously aloof young man, drawing Su Ming's attention. He was not surprised by the tribe leader's strength, but the aloof young man gave him a sense of crisis. He could almost ascertain that this person was extraordinary. However, he felt quite annoyed by this pretentious behavior. In comparison, Su Ming even thought Wu Sun was much better in this regard. At least Wu Sun didn't act so pretentiously to appear mysterious. The arrival of the Xian tribe did not spark much discussion. people still paid more attention to the few prodigies from the Fengxian tribe, as their fame was well known in the surrounding areas. Under the enthusiastic crowd surrounding him, Ming walked towards Chong, who was surrounded by a group of people, making him seem so inconspicuous and ordinary that no one would spare him a glance. I'm telling you, I never go to those places in the tribe. Even if I do, I just take a look at the excitement. You don't believe me? As they got closer, Ming saw Chong gesturing with his hands, speaking to those around him, prompting rounds of laughter from the crowd, most of which were in a tone of flattery. Even those from other groups who wanted to get acquainted also unconsciously laughed along, as if trying to use laughter to blend into this circle. Ming's companions, including the enthusiastic young man, were doing just that, laughter ringing out continuously. Ming stood there, smiling lightly, feeling very calm inside as he watched Chong surrounded by many people. The other party had a high status, one that he could not compare to. Looking at the few people beside him, they were constantly laughing, trying to blend into this circle, even hurriedly introducing themselves when they found an opportunity. Although there was no flattery on their faces, anyone could see the deep-seated desire for connection. At this moment, the Wulong tribe appeared from outside the square. The arrival of this small tribe would not normally attract much discussion, as it was far less famous than the Heishan tribe. However, at that instant, even Chong, who was joking, and Wu Sun, who was sitting solemnly in the distance, all looked up. Along with them were the mysterious young man in black from the Heishan tribe, who was covering most of his face, and nearly all the barbarian people around. What caught their attention was a stunning girl in white among the few members of the Wulong tribe. The girl had a decorative crystal chip in the center of her brow, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Her beauty radiated a wild charm that could make anyone's heart race. She was Bai Ling. Under the gaze of so many people, Bai Ling's delicate face flushed slightly, but she did not lower her head. Instead, she quickly scanned the crowd and, upon finding the Wushan tribe, immediately showed joy. However, upon closer inspection, that joy dimmed. She did not find Ming. Lowering her head, Bai Ling followed the old matriarch of the Wulong tribe toward the square. At this moment, she did not notice that in the distant crowd, there was an ordinary boy with no remarkable features, quietly watching her. She also did not notice the glint of desire and greed in the eyes of the mysterious young man from the Heishan tribe upon seeing her. Wu Sun glanced at Bai Ling before closing his eyes. Although Bai Ling was stunning, Wu Sun felt no stirrings of the heart. His anxiety kept him from focusing on anything else. Ming watched that breathtaking face, standing silently, and he suddenly felt that the distance between him and Bai Ling was very far, very far. Bai Ling. A cheerful voice came from near Ming. The voice was not loud but spread out, reaching Bai Ling's ears. Brother Chong. Bai Ling looked up and saw Chong walking out from the crowd, a smile appearing on her face, though that smile still concealed a hint of melancholy. Chong laughed heartily, and the people in front of him mostly made way. Ming stood there without moving, watching as Chong walked past him toward Bai Ling. As he watched, Ming closed his eyes. He did not know what he should feel at this moment. He just felt very calm. With his eyes closed, he seemed to ignore everything around him until someone grabbed his arm, shaking it excitedly. Yuan. It's Yuan. Look quickly, that's Yuan, the strongest among the younger generation of the Fengxian tribe. Yuan. 2 consecutive times, he ranked first in all 3 trials. This person has remarkable talent, the best among the nearby tribes, and is said to be the most likely to become a Kai-Chun realm expert among our generation. And he is being fully cultivated by the entire Fengxian tribe, the future barbarian lord of Fengxian. Ming opened his eyes and saw a person walking from the distant square. This person was dressed in a red robe, lacking Wu Sen's gloom, Chong's star-like attention, or the mysterious air of the young man from the Heishan tribe. He was just one person, walking alone step by step. Chapter 52. Opening Fengxian Mountain. The red robe was like fire. It seemed that there was an invisible flame on this person, causing anyone who looked at him to be blinded and forced to bow their heads before him. He had an ordinary appearance, not handsome, and his physique was not particularly strong, but as he walked, there was an indescribable feeling that emerged in the hearts of all who watched. With black hair cascading over his shoulders, Yuan walked slowly. He did not have Wu Sen's gloom, but within his calm demeanor was a terrifying presence that was even more shocking than Wu Sen's. He did not have the star-like attention of Chong, yet even alone, he exuded an imposing aura that overshadowed everything. He also lacked the mysterious air of the young man from the Heishan tribe, but with his arrival, his strength and name created a sense of mystery that far surpassed that of the young man in black. He was mysterious because he was Yuan, the most outstanding peer of the entire Fengxian tribe, the proudest among the nearby tribes, and was hailed as the future Kai-Chun powerhouse. Calmly walking, like a king, he needed not speak to anyone. Countless people, ignoring Wu Sun, ignoring Chong, instinctively bowed their heads to make way for him. There were no voices of discussion. After he appeared, all sounds ceased abruptly, and even when he reached the center of the square and sat cross-legged, this silence remained unbroken. After a long time, faint conversations slowly began to awaken around them. Hey, have you seen a big shot? Being able to see Yu Wang, this trip here was not in vain. The honest young man beside Su Ming said, his eyes filled with envy and satisfaction. Su Ming remained silent for a long time before gently nodding. After Yu Wang, others continued to arrive until half an hour had passed, and everyone was present. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Amidst the rolling clouds, a deafening thunderclap erupted, shaking the surroundings, causing most people here to be startled and look up, only to see the clouds rapidly gathering from all directions, merging together in an instant to form a towering cloud figure. Sitting cross-legged atop this cloud figure was a man in purple robes, who was none other than the barbarian Lord Jing Nan of the Fengxian tribe. He sat there, not looking down, but gazing at the distant high mountains, fixed on the towering peaks that could only be seen halfway up. This mountain is the treasure of our Fengxian tribe, bar none. It has been passed down since the ancients and is the foundation of our tribe. Without this mountain, perhaps there would be no Fengxian tribe. What you see is not the complete mountain. That is merely the tip of Fengxian Mountain. At the peak of this mountain resides a sealed strange beast, which has been in slumber for countless ages, never waking. Perhaps it will never awaken. This mountain has a formidable presence, its might oppressive, surrounding the entire peak. The higher you go, the heavier the pressure. There are 218 steps leading directly to the mountain's top. Here is the first trial. As in previous years, there is no time limit. All participants in this first trial may use their tokens to find any path up the mountain, and the ranking will be determined by the number of steps taken. Many of you are here for the first time. To be fair, I will tell you that at night, the mountain's pressure is the strongest. Now, I will open the seal of this mountain. You all, hurry and enter. As Jingnan spoke, he raised his right hand and waved toward the giant mountain. With that wave, the cloud figure let out a shocking roar, striding rapidly toward the mountain, its massive arms raised as if to tear apart heaven and earth, fiercely rending the mountain. With this tear, the heavens and earth roared, and a massive crack appeared out of thin air, vertically opening to both sides, as if there was an invisible curtain outside the mountain that was now violently torn apart, revealing the true scene within. It was still that high mountain, but now it was filled with rolling black mist. The mist exuding an eerie aura that made one's heart race with fear. At the same time, an indescribable pressure emanated from the torn crack, sweeping through like a violent wind, lifting the long hair of countless people and causing some tribesmen to turn pale and instinctively step back, as if what lay within the crack was not a mountain, but a towering and extraordinary beast of heaven and earth. In the moment the crack was torn open, several blurred shadows quickly solidified beside the cloud giant in the sky, transforming into 8 figures. Among them was Shihai, one of the 8, each possessing astonishing cultivation. Upon their appearance, they bit their tongues and spat out blood, which merged together to form a complex pattern, glowing red as it surged towards the crack, seemingly imprinting itself onto the mist-covered mountain within. The mountain, shrouded in mist, erupted with a roar at that moment, as the mist rolled upward, revealing ancient, weathered steps at its base. The moment your tokens leave your bodies after entering this mountain, they will dissipate, and you will be disqualified and automatically forced to leave. This is also a way for you to choose to stop if you cannot endure any longer. At the same time, this token records the number of steps you have taken, which will be displayed externally. The speaker was Shihai, one of the 8, who roared down at the crowd below. A figure suddenly shot up, transforming into a long rainbow that rushed towards the crack. It was Yu Wang, dressed in a red shirt. Following him was Wu San, then Shen Shong, and gradually, a large number of tribesmen participating in this first trial surged in one after another. Bei Ling, Lei Chun, Wu La, and even Bai Ling were among them, each entering the crack and searching for an unoccupied path. Whenever a step was chosen by someone, mist would immediately descend to envelop that path. Su Ming did not stand out alone, but chose to enter the crack with a large group of people. The moment he stepped into the crack, he distinctly felt that this place was different from the outside. There was a pressure here, a sensation as if invisible hands were pressing down on his body, making him quite uncomfortable. The many paths ahead were shrouded in mist, indicating that others had already entered. Su Ming did not rush, but ran towards the distance, as there were many like him still searching for paths. Thus, the base of the mountain was not orderly. Some paths looked shorter, and such paths were often quickly seized. Whoever stepped on them first would claim them. Su Ming did not join in, but moved to a farther spot where several paths were available. He stood there, pondering, just about to proceed when he suddenly glanced to his right, his pupils slightly narrowing. He saw a young man from the Black Mountain tribe, dressed in black beast skin, deliberately shrouding most of his face in mystery, walking coldly toward a path, without sparing Su Ming a glance. Soon after, he was enveloped by thick mist, obscuring everything around him, leaving only the winding steps faintly visible ahead, along with the dim sun in the vast sky. The surroundings were silent. This stillness even giving the illusion that there was only one person within the mountain. Su Ming took a deep breath, not immediately climbing up, but feeling the pressure of this place. After becoming somewhat accustomed to it, he finally lifted his foot, his gaze firm and resolute, stepping up one step at a time. At this moment, he was unaware that as all of them stepped into the crack, the external crack slowly began to close, and the 8 figures in the sky descended, sitting cross-legged in the corners of the square. The Wind River Barbarian Lord, Jing Nan, also dissipated the cloud giant, landing in the square beside Gong Mo Sang, an invisible wave of energy swirling around them, preventing anyone from probing. Hundreds of people remained in the square, their eyes fixed on the 9 enormous statues surrounding them. Gradually, lines of text began to emerge on these 9 statues. First place, Yi Wang, 97 steps. Second place, Wu Sun, 51 steps. Third place, Chen Qiong, 47 steps. Fourth place, Bai Su, 46 steps. 103rd place, Mo Su, 6 steps. All participants in this first trial had their step counts clearly displayed thanks to their tokens, visible to everyone. First was indeed Yi Wang, 97 steps, far surpassing second place. Look, it has changed again, 115 steps, and it's only been a short time, so fast. Who is this Bai Su? I haven't heard of him. He isn't from our Wind River tribe, yet he's ranked so high in the early stages. I heard that in the last grand trial, Yi Wang reached 803 steps. I wonder how far he can go this time. The higher you go, the harder it gets. It's said that throughout history, no one has ever reached above 930 steps. Jing Nan, the Wind River Barbarian Lord, also gazed at a statue beside him, smiling as he glanced at the name Mo Su. Mo Sang, he must be Su Ming, but based on his ranking, it seems very difficult for him to enter the top 40. How about this? I can relax my requirements. As long as he can get into the top 60, that will be considered passing. Gong Mo Sang did not speak, but gazed at the name Mo Su on the statue, remaining silent, with a hint of deep-seated expectation in his eyes. Chapter 53, The Secret of the 6 Digits. At this moment, the hundreds of people in the square were all focused intently on the 9 statues, each ranking the same. As they looked, discussions buzzed. Occasionally, there would be gasps of surprise with a sudden jump in rankings, or lamentations for someone who had clearly been higher but had dropped down. This spectacle could be said to have the competition within the mountain as secondary. The main focus was entirely here. Though the hundreds here were not mostly from the Wind River tribe, many were from other tribes nearby. Almost all tribes from the surrounding areas were represented. This was customary and had been the case in previous years. As time slowly passed, the first ranked Yi Wang showed he had reached the 345th step, gradually seeming to slow down. Chen Qiong followed closely, showing he had reached the 189th step, while the highly anticipated Wu Sun unexpectedly ranked 9th with only 127 steps. Instead, the one called Bai Su drew significant attention in the square, ranking 3rd with 188 steps. Who exactly is this Bai Su, to be so formidable? Could it be that in this first trial, he will break through? This is interesting. It has been a long time since someone from an external tribe has entered the top 10, and even the top 30 has not seen such a scene multiple times. Amidst the discussions, the burly leader of the Black Mountain tribe sat cross-legged, staring at the ranking on a nearby statue, a smug smile appearing on his lips as he cast a glance at the Wu Mountain tribe. The Wu Mountain tribe, where Shan Hen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemed entirely uninterested in the rankings, while the lookout furrowed his brow, appearing anxious. He looked at the ranking on the adjacent statue, finding Bei Ling in 57th place, Lei Chun in 73rd, and Wu La in 91st. The old woman of the Wulong tribe, along with several others from different tribes, were all intently watching at this moment. Most of their expressions showed little change. As tribal leaders, they could generally conceal their emotions, unless there was a significant upheaval. It was rare for them to exhibit any drastic fluctuations that others could discern. As for the lookout of the Wushan tribe, if it weren't for Bai Ling, he certainly wouldn't show a hint of anxiety. Unlike the hundreds of people in the square who were discussing and observing, the more than 100 participants on the small staircase paths inside this giant mountain felt as if they were the only ones on the entire peak. The thick fog not only obscured their gazes from each other, but also prevented the outside world from seeing inside. Even Fengshen and Gong Jing could not see through the fog formed by the seal, making it impossible to gain a clear understanding of what was happening inside. However, there was no danger here. After all, such trials had been conducted many times before. Bai Ling bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As she ascended step by step, the stairs ahead seemed endless, appearing distant and boundless. inducing a sense of bewilderment in those who walked upon them. Coupled with the increasing oppressive force as one ascended, it created a strong sense of rejection, as if countless voices were murmuring in one's ears, urging one to give up. Not far from Bai Ling, Lei Chun roared continuously. He had torn his beast skin clothing nearly in half, exposing his muscular upper body, with droplets of sweat flowing down, giving him a fierce expression amid exhaustion as he climbed upward, his eyes revealing madness and determination. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ling did not want to lose completely. Step by step, he ascended with the pride of the Wushan tribe. In contrast to their struggles, Yi Wang, the brightest talent of the Fengzhen tribe clad in red, seemed much more at ease. He walked steadily, hands behind his back, ascending at a leisurely pace. This was not his first time on these stairs, it was his third. He clearly remembered that during his second attempt, he had reached over 800 steps. And this time, his goal was 900. Grandpa said that this mountain seemed very high, but there were only 999 steps, and its construction contained some strange power that could change the world. The number of steps one could ascend also indirectly reflected the quantity of bloodlines cultivated. I need to eat less in the future. Sigh. I must eat less, murmured Chen Chong, who was slightly plumper, as he climbed up, feeling his body jiggling with each step. Yet, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the token in his hand. Lost in thought, he could see the complete rankings within it, knowing that someone named Bai Su was right behind him. Further away, a mysterious young man from the Heishan tribe, dressed in black beast skins, appeared calm, as if these steps were not something he needed to take too seriously. This is my first time here. I wouldn't have come if I didn't have to, but now that I am here, whether it's Wu Sun, Chen Chong, or even Yi Wang, they all have to step back for me. This time, I want everyone to know that I, Bai Su, am the #1 talent among the barbarian tribes in the vicinity. The young man, whose face was mostly covered, had a hint of fervor in his eyes. Compared to these individuals, Su Ming had already fallen far behind. He was moving slowly and had only reached the 32nd step. In fact, at the 32nd step, Su Ming not only did not continue forward, but instead lowered his head in contemplation. He gazed at the steps beneath him, his eyes gradually flickering. Grandpa once mentioned 6 numbers. The first number was 32. Could it be referring to this 32nd step? As Su Ming pondered, he slowly lifted his foot to the 33rd step. When he stepped down, he felt no anomaly, just the same oppressive force as when he stood on the 32nd step. There's nothing unusual, it's the same. He frowned and stepped onto the 34th step. However, the moment his right foot landed, he suddenly felt his body shake violently. Something's wrong. He closed his eyes and placed his right foot on the 34th step, carefully sensing the faintly increased oppressive force. So that is how it is. The pressure intensifies between the 31st and 33rd steps, but the 32nd step is peculiar. Standing there, whether one steps back or moves forward, the oppressive force feels the same. As if the 32nd step does not exist. Even without this 32nd step, everything remains normal. After a brief reflection, Su Ming decided not to move forward, but instead sat cross-legged on the 32nd step, feeling the 2 types of pressure gradually closing in from above and below, making him uncomfortable while revealing over 40 bloodlines on his body. As soon as these bloodlines appeared, the oppressive force he felt greatly diminished. If one did not pay close attention, it would be hard to notice. On most of the steps of this mountain, 2 different types of pressure could be felt, one from above and one from behind. Only on the 32nd step could the pressures balance out. The 6 numbers Grandpa told me must represent 6 such places on this mountain. Perhaps this was something Grandpa realized during his participation in the Fengzhen tribe's grand trial back then, a secret that belonged to him. Su Ming sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes and circulating the bloodlines within him. After a while, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. He did not feel any benefits. Even after circulating his vital energy and blood, everything felt the same, as if there were no changes. While pondering, Su Ming still could not think of the reason. But he understood that Grandpa would never speak without reason. There must be a secret he had yet to discover. Yet Su Ming scratched his head, recalling how Grandpa liked to speak this way since he was young, making him figure it out on his own. If he truly couldn't understand, Grandpa would rarely provide the answer. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming sighed, looking at the 49 bloodlines that had appeared on his body. Their presence allowed him to disregard the oppressive force in this place. Grandpa could just tell me directly, sigh, what secret does this place contain? Su Ming, unwilling to give up, continued to sit there, deep in thought. The oppressive force from above and below was initially felt, but sitting there, the blood in his body would flow faster under that pressure, naturally causing bloodlines to appear to resist it. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a spark in his heart, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, but he vaguely felt it was something he couldn't grasp. He widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked down at the 49 bloodlines on his body. Could it be that the secret contained in Grandpa's words is to teach me how to manipulate the bloodlines in my body, allowing them to dissipate one by one, just as they appeared. Furthermore, because of the balanced oppressive force here, like the external force, it makes what was impossible possible. Su Ming's body trembled. The purpose of doing this is to allow me to manipulate the bloodlines more flexibly than anyone else. With a single punch, I can control the number of bloodlines, ensuring that each punch contains sufficient force without excessive waste. Subconsciously, Su Ming licked his lips, closed his eyes, and silently attempted to manipulate the bloodlines in his body, letting them dissipate like a reversal, but not all at once, only one at a time. This is difficult. Today's goal is 29,000 votes. Fellow friends, let us persevere. Chapter 54, Subtle Emergence. It's difficult. Following the flow is easy, but going against it is hard. Just like the bloodlines, as the vital energy flows, they can emerge one after another, or even all at once in an instant. That is easy. To let it dissipate one by one must precisely grasp the speed of the circulation of qi and blood within the body, to a degree of precision that must reach an intricate realm. It is extremely rare for a warrior at the blood condensation realm to achieve this. In fact, it is not something that a person at that level should master, as it belongs to the strong of the dust opening realm, who need to understand and apply it. These are things that Su Ming does not know. What he knows now is that his grandfather has taught him to do this, like a riddle, guiding him to find the answer himself. In that contemplation, he slowly feels that he should try it this way. There is no imposition, no coercion. Everything feels so natural that Su Ming believes he should give it a try. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the time he spent thinking of the answer. All of this is closely related to the stable pressure in this place. One could even say that it is only by leveraging this external force that a warrior at the blood condensation realm can achieve a subtle control that only those at the dust opening realm can master. As time passes little by little, dusk soon arrives. At dusk, the mist over the high mountain thickens, and it is a moment of silence. However, the square outside is the complete opposite, bustling with noise, with discussions constantly emerging, and many people have even taken out stone coins to set up betting games. The first is indeed Yi Wang, who has reached the 516th step. The second is Chen Chong, who has only reached the 328th step. Unfortunately, Wu Sun does not know what has happened and is ranked 12th. In a corner of this square, Grandpa Mo Sang and Feng Zhen sit cross-legged, and no one dares to disturb them. There is also an invisible barrier around them, separating them from the outside world. Mo Sang, during this afternoon, has seen Su Ming remain at the 32nd step, and he feels that Su Ming seems a bit powerless now, as he is currently in last place. Jingnan furrows his brows slightly, feeling that something is not quite right. Mo Sang does not speak, but looks at the rankings on the statue, his expression unchanged. But internally he is pleased. He knows Su Ming has understood. In his opinion, if Su Ming can figure it out by himself, it is even more valuable than obtaining the barbarian blood. At dusk, the sun and moon appear together in the sky, faintly alternating. Su Ming's ranking has not attracted much attention. People usually just glance to see who is in last place. At this moment, Su Ming is still sitting cross-legged on the 32nd step. It seems there is not much difference, but if one looks closely, they can see that the 49 bloodlines on his body are rapidly changing, sometimes at 46, sometimes at 47, sometimes at 48. Due to the rapid changes, it is hard to notice unless one pays close attention. When the sky shifts from dusk and the sun completely hides away while the bright moon gradually appears, Su Ming's bloodlines suddenly change again. Those bloodlines, which had only once reached 48 in 10 changes, gradually become 2, 3, up to 8, 9. At this moment, Su Ming opens his eyes, and a flash of excitement crosses his gaze. He has done it. Although it is not perfect, he has indeed achieved it. Out of 10 attempts, he can make the bloodlines in his body disappear by just one. Don't underestimate this single disappearance. It indicates that Su Ming has initially controlled the circulation of his qi and blood, no longer like a wild horse running free, but instead, he has put on a bridle. Slowly, he sits there, and the bloodlines on his body change to 47, 46, 45, until they reach 38, at which point he can no longer control them, and they become chaotic. Su Ming knows that the pressure balancing at this 32nd step is no longer sufficient to assist him. If he wants to go further, he must go to the 79th step. Su Ming's eyes brighten, and without hesitation, he stands up and takes a bold step forward, stepping onto the 33rd step, walking forward without any doubt. As he walks up each step, with the pressure from the mountain enveloping him, the 49 bloodlines in Su Ming's body erupt and operate rapidly. The subtle control he gained this afternoon has brought him not only achievement, but also mastery over the bloodlines, causing a dull rumble within him. This rumble is not loud. After the appearance of the 50th bloodline, the 51st follows, and it does not end there. As Su Ming steps forward through the 37th, 42nd, 49th, and 58th steps, he quickly reaches the 60th step. At that moment, the 52nd bloodline suddenly appears on Su Ming's body. With one more, he can reach the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. At this moment, he can even practice the barbarian technique, the black blood dust. The sound of breaking through the bloodline quantity seems to increase the bloodlines here. Who is it? He ponders for a moment, but does not dwell on it, and continues to walk forward. Although it is his first time here, he had made sufficient preparations before coming. Bai Su knows that in the past, the first round of competition at night sees the mountain's pressure increase several times compared to the daytime. So almost everyone would stop moving when the bright moon hangs in the sky at night. After all, moving forward at that time would come at a higher cost, making it not worth it. It is better to rest for the night and continue at dawn, which guarantees the best condition. Therefore, he wants to walk as much as possible before resting as night approaches. As the bloodlines within Su Ming increase to 52, he continues to move forward, passing one step after another towards the seemingly endless mountaintop. At this moment, he is unaware that due to his rapid progress, a small storm has arisen in the square outside. Among the hundreds of people in the square, most are focused on the changes in the top 50 rankings. But they occasionally glance at the last person, named Mo Su, with a bit of mockery, as he appeared to have been motionless at the 32nd step for the entire afternoon, as if unable to move up any further. However, now, when a big man among the crowd finishes looking at the changes in the top 50 with envy and instinctively glances at the last place, he is momentarily stunned. Then, his eyes widen in shock as he sees the number next to Mo Su suddenly surge. 33, 37, 45, 48, up to 61, 63, and still increasing. He watches as the ranking rises from last place, continuously climbing over 10 spots, and it keeps going. Soon, it is not just him who notices this unusual change. Many people realize it, and one by one, they are astonished. At this moment, the allure of the top 50 seems less than the sprint of this last place. This person named Mo Su is actually rising. Haha, could it be that he has been resting all afternoon and just woke up now? He has already surged to 137, jumping over 10 spots from last place. This guy is really making a late push. Let us see if he can get into the top 120. He made it. 119, 79 steps. Huh, why has he stopped again? He actually stopped again. Those who have been paying attention to Su Ming's ranking now look at the 119 ranked Mo Su, noticing that his 79-step number hasn't changed for a long time, and they can't help but feel disappointed. They thought there might be another surprise, but unfortunately, he seems to have run out of steam. 79 steps must be his limit, and this should be the result of the energy he accumulated all afternoon, bursting forth at once. Gradually, the people in the square no longer pay attention to this ordinary name, but shift their focus back to the top 50. Now that night is approaching, according to past practices, no one climbs the steps at night, and the rankings at that time are considered the conclusion of the day. In the corner of the square, Grandpa Ma Xiang watched as the ranking rapidly climbed, and saw that Su Ming ultimately remained at the 79th step, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, the tribal chief of Fengzhen, Jiang Nan, frowned throughout, as the more than 100 names on the statue he hoped for seemed to have all disappeared, leaving only one. 119, Moxu, 79th step. As Su Ming's ranking ascended, inside the giant mountain on a small path of steps, Ula looked tense, her heart aching as she gazed at the token in her hand, where she could see the ranking. 118, Ula, 82nd step. After a while, seeing that the person named Moxu remained at the 79th step, Ula finally let out a sigh of relief, gritted her teeth, and continued to walk up the steps. Chapter 55, Moonlit Night, belonging to him. At the 79th step, Su Ming stood there, looking around, especially at the bright moon in the sky. There was still some time before midnight, but even so, he felt quite comfortable on this moonlit night. Ever since he practiced the fire barbarian technique, Su Ming had developed a fondness for moonlit nights, especially looking forward to the full moon. Since he began practicing this technique, he had never encountered a full moon. Although there had been one occasion, the day was overcast, and while he felt a restlessness within him in the cave, there was ultimately not much change. However, Su Ming analyzed that if that day had not been clouded over, perhaps he would have experienced some significant differences. Unfortunately, it was not a full moon now, but Su Ming still felt at ease. At the same time, he sensed the pressure from the mountain, which seemed to grow stronger as he ascended the steps, gradually intensifying with the rise of the bright moon. The tribal chief of Fengzhen had said that the mountain's pressure at night increases, and it was indeed the case. Su Ming smiled slightly, not paying much mind to it. In his view, the night would amplify the mountain's pressure, but it was also the time when his strength peaked. Su Ming at night was far more formidable than during the day. It was indeed, as he expected, a second place of balance on this path of steps. Although the pressure here was balanced, it was much stronger than at the 32nd step, making it very suitable for him to continue refining his internal energy and blood, allowing the bloodlines within his body to appear and diminish more accurately. Not to mention that at this moment, Ming had already sensed that after refining his energy and blood, the 3 additional bloodlines he had gained earlier meant that with just one more, he could reach the 5th level of blood condensation. This made Ming extremely excited. He wanted to know how many bloodlines he would gain when he stood up and walked to higher places after the 79th step was no longer suitable for his cultivation. Ming slowly closed his eyes, quietly circulating his internal energy and blood, beginning another round of fine control, trying to reverse the speed of his energy and blood to slow it down bit by bit according to his will. The 52 bloodlines on his body gradually stabilized and continuously decreased over time, slowly reaching the previous limit at the 32nd step. However, due to the 3 additional bloodlines, he was now left with 40 bloodlines after they continued to disappear. Ming's expression was calm, without a hint of urgency, as he slowly circulated his energy and blood, immersing himself in the fine control. Time passed, and soon an hour had gone by. At this moment in the mountain, many people had given up on moving forward, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on a step, cultivating themselves while observing the rankings on their tokens. Waiting for dawn to compete again, Wu Sun panted heavily, his face pale, and after gritting his teeth and climbing a few more steps, he reached the 295th step but could no longer bear it and sat down beside him, his expression gloomy as he stared into the mist, gradually becoming lost in thought. My corpse energy source blood is damned. That person stole my corpse energy source blood. Without this blood, not only can my cultivation not advance, but I can even feel my own weakness rapidly diminishing. This matter could not be told to Grandpa unless absolutely necessary. Once Grandpa knew I lost the corpse energy source blood, even if he helped me find it, I wouldn't want to remember the terrible consequences. Wu Sun clenched his fists, a hint of fear in his confused eyes. I can't let others know, especially those who offered their corpse blood to me. The reason I could pressure them over the years was because of my strength and my status in the tribe. Once they find out I lost the corpse energy source blood, they would probably betray me immediately. What should I do? Wu Sun's expression twisted, gritting his teeth. But more than that, he remained confused. Chun Chong gasped for breath, muttering as he walked, looking at the brightening moonlight in the sky that was not covered by mist. He wanted to stop and rest, waiting for tomorrow, but when he glanced at the ranking on his token, he saw that a guy named Bai Su had surpassed him. After just 2 more steps, he became unwilling again. Damn it, I don't believe it. Chun Chong gritted his teeth and continued to climb. Meanwhile, Bai Su from the Black Mountain tribe was also panting heavily, looking at the token in his hand while gritting his teeth against the increasing pressure of the mountain under the moonlight, seemingly competing with Chun Chong as he forced himself to move forward. After another half an hour, Chun Chong's legs trembled, and he shouted, sitting down beside him, yelling into the surrounding silence of the mist. Go on, get lost. Damn it, I'm not competing today. I'll come back tomorrow. Unbeknownst to whether Bai Su sensed this, he took a few more steps and plopped down on the ground. However, looking at the ranking, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lei Chun was already sitting at over 130 steps, sighing repeatedly, his expression one of unwillingness. Many people had already stopped, but there was still one person continuously moving forward. 563, 567, 572. Yuan was actually still moving forward deep into the night. The second place was Bai Su, who was only at 397 steps. But Yuan had already surpassed 500. Was he really going to ignore the increasing pressure of the mountain at night and keep going? The hundreds of people in the square were all staring at the top position on each statue, and now in the entire ranking, only the first place was still changing. All the others who participated in this first round had already stopped. 587, 589. It changed again. This time it was 595. An uproar erupted in the square, all eyes fixed on the first place in the ranking. Even the leaders of other tribes sighed inwardly, feeling a hint of admiration for this junior. Yuan. Ma Xiang, our tribe's Yuan. How does his talent compare to yours back in the day? Jiang Nan, the tribal chief of Fengzhen, smiled as he looked at the ranking on the statue and slowly spoke. Grandpa Ma Xiang's expression was calm, and he smiled slightly. Indeed. Jiang Nan smiled and did not elaborate further on the matter. At this moment, on the mountain, Yuan's expression was resolute, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he still stood with his hands behind his back, walking step by step. Though each step was quite difficult, he showed no hesitation. Finally, after reaching the 600th step, he stopped, a smile on his face as he sat cross-legged beside him. Last time on the first day, I reached the 580 steps. This time, I exceeded it by 20 steps, which is good. I wonder if I can discover the challenge of the 562nd step this time. It should still be the same as before. No one qualifies to experience the heart refinement at the 562nd step. He murmured to himself, his expression revealing an unhidden pride. 562 was a hurdle. He had failed at that hurdle the first time, succeeded the second time, and now that it was the third time, he wouldn't care too much. In his view, none of the participants had the qualification to compete with him, nor did they possess any qualification to make him care. He had not even looked at the token all day. What he was competing against was not those participants, but himself. When he stopped, the murmurs from the square below surged continuously. To everyone, it seemed that the day's competition had come to a complete end with Yuang's halt, and they would have to wait until dawn for it to begin again. First place was Yuang, second was Bai Su, third was Qin, and 12th was Wu Senator. Among the top 10 on this first day, only one was an outsider. The rest were all from our Fengxian tribe. However, the 48th place was Bai Ling, and the 49th was Sikong, both of whom were also outsiders. It was uncertain whether the two of them could still remain in the top 50 tomorrow. After all, this was only the first day, and tomorrow would be crucial. Bai Su was truly remarkable. How could he be from any tribe and achieve second place, surpassing even Qin? This person would surely be famous from now on. It was not over yet. There might still be unexpected developments. The buzzing discussions gradually faded, and most of the hundreds of people present sat cross-legged, waiting for the arrival of the next day. Slowly, apart from the sounds of breathing, silence enveloped the surroundings. Grandpa Mo Sang said nothing but looked at the statue, nodding at Su Ming, who had dropped to 123. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly Grandpa's pupils constricted, and some of the tribe's people who had not yet rested and were occasionally glancing at the rankings immediately let out gasps. He moved. That guy named Mo Su moved. This exclamation instantly made those who had been closing their eyes subconsciously open them and look over, and upon seeing it, their expressions changed to surprise. Jing Nan, who had been ready to leave, also halted his steps and focused on the scene. It was not just him, everyone in the square, including the chief of the Wulong tribe, the leader of the Heishan tribe, and other tribal leaders, all looked over. After all, in the deep of night, when all participants had stopped moving, this sudden change stood out sharply. In the depths of the mountains, on the steps where Su Ming was sitting cross-legged, he abruptly opened his eyes. The control of the bloodlines in his body had solidified as it reduced to 28, reaching its limit and unable to continue. This time, it was much smoother than before, and the time was significantly quicker because now it was a moonlit night. Under the moonlight, there was a faint red moon shadow in Su Ming's eyes. He slowly stood up, gazing at the winding steps ahead, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The next moment, Su Ming lifted his right foot, and under this moonlit night, amidst the entire mountain where everyone else, including Qin, Bai Su, and even Yuang, dared not continue moving, he, Su Ming, stepped up. The moonlit night belonged to him. Chapter 56, Blood Condensation Realm, 5th Layer. Su Ming's eyes were filled with spirit and light. In this moonlit night, at a time when no one on the entire mountain moved an inch, he faced the immense pressure from the mountaintop and suddenly raised his steps, walking forward step by step. 80 steps, 81, 82. The mountain's pressure was several times stronger at night compared to the day, and the higher he went, the more astonishing the pressure became. But precisely because it was a moonlit night, Su Ming's night, as he advanced, the bright moon in the sky emitted a pure light. It looked unremarkable. Yet there was a subtle moonlight that no one could perceive, descending from the heavens and merging into Su Ming's body, making the faint moon shadow in his pupils gradually clear. A cool breeze circulated within Su Ming, causing his pace to quicken. 87, 88, 93, soon. Su Ming stepped onto the 99th step. The moment his right foot landed on this step, his whole body shook, and a torrent of hot blood energy erupted within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Instantly, 52 bloodlines appeared on him, twisting to form a strange pattern. The emergence of these bloodlines represented Su Ming's breakthrough from the 4th layer to the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. What the hell? Someone actually broke through here? Qin was momentarily stunned, disbelief showing in his eyes, his face slightly twitching. He had never heard of anyone breaking through during the first round of the great trials in the past. This was, to say the least, unprecedented. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling something was off, and quickly rubbed his ears, tilting his head to listen carefully. He noticed his ears moved strangely a few times before suddenly turning red. Since childhood, Qin had been exceptionally gifted, with his strongest asset being his ears. Even from a distance, while others heard nothing, he could hear clearly. This ability had been his forte since childhood, and especially now, as his cultivation improved. It had become even stronger, making him quite proud. At this moment, as he listened, a bitter expression appeared on Qin's face, mixed with resentment. Damn it, what luck! How could someone break through here? Heaven, why can't I have such an experience? Qin sighed with envy and jealousy. Someone broke through. Bai Su's expression darkened. He recalled the sounds he heard earlier when the bloodlines increased. Connecting the dots, his gaze flickered, but he did not pay too much attention. However, He took out the token to check the changes in rankings. At first glance, he saw the one name that leaped up while everyone else's rankings and step counts remained unchanged. At this moment, in the square outside the mountain, due to Su Ming's movement, a tremendous uproar erupted. Almost everyone focused their attention on the rankings of those statues, particularly the line belonging to Mo Su. This dark night, during the first round in the past, everyone would rest, both in the mountains and in the square. But this night was vastly different. All of this was because of a single ranking that was rapidly climbing. He moved. From the 79th step, he jumped to the 99th step in one breath. This person had done this before. As if after sufficient rest, he began to climb wildly. His name is Mo Su. I remember this person. He was originally in last place, then suddenly surged to 119, only to stop and drop to 123. Look, his current ranking is 113. No, 109, 101. He actually entered 101. This person is impressive. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing tonight. Let us see how far Mo Su can go. The square erupted into a cacophony of voices, with countless discussions, even livelier than during the day. Even some tribespeople who would usually ignore rankings beyond 100 now opened their eyes and looked over. In past great trials, almost no one paid much attention to those at the bottom. They often focused on the top 50, or even the top 30, top 10, or the top 3. But this time was extraordinarily different. There was rarely a ranking that sparked such discussion among the people here. However, despite the lively debates and uproar, no one here truly valued this. To them, this person named Mo Su was merely a source of entertainment to pass the time while the other participants in the great trial rested at night. Once dawn broke and the other participants began to move, they would automatically overlook Mo Su. After all, compared to those prodigies, both his steps and rankings were hard to compare. Even at this moment, Su Ming's unusual movement caught the attention of many participants on the high mountain. Most of them were resting, looking at the tokens in their hands, especially those ranked lower, who couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. However, those ranked higher mostly glanced at it and then lost interest. Ula was very tense. She sat on the 112th step, her eyes wide as she stared at the token in her hand. She was very concerned about a person named Mo Su, as it was this person who had surged up from the end earlier, putting a lot of pressure on Ula. I have worked hard all day, gritting my teeth to reach this point, finally breaking into the top 100. Who the hell is this Mo Su? Why is he doing this? It's now a time for everyone to rest, and the pressure from the moonlit night has increased. What is he doing? Ula bit her lip, feeling both nervous and wronged. However, after waiting for a while, she saw that Mo Su, who was lingering at the 101st place, seemed to have no other changes, as if he had stopped again, which made Ula breathe a slight sigh of relief. He has reached his limit. At this moment, Lei Chun was sitting cross-legged on the 135th step, looking at the token in his hand and also at the name Mo Su. But his expression was somewhat different, as if he was pondering. At the same time, Bei Ling, who was on the 206th step, also took a glance at the ranking on the token but didn't pay much attention. In his opinion, this person was just trying to attract attention, moving at night instead of during the day, clearly to draw others' focus. A mere trick, Bei Ling sneered. Also on one of the lower steps, below Bei Ling was Wulong Si Kong, who was now frowning. He had looked at the ranking on the token many times throughout the day, continuously searching for the two characters Su Ming, but he couldn't find them at all, while he had automatically ignored the rising name of Mo Su. In his view, Su Ming's ranking should be about the same as his own. It couldn't possibly be lower than 100. If that were the case, he would find it hard to accept being defeated by such a weakling. On another small path of steps, Bai Ling sat on the steps over 130, looking up at the moon. She didn't look at the ranking but wore a confused expression, not knowing what she was thinking. The crowd in the square had also waited for a while, and when they saw that there was still no change in the ranking of Mo Su at 101st place, their expressions showed disappointment, but there was also relief. As if everything had long been expected, the old woman from Wulong tribe slowly closed her eyes. She had not looked at all, as if all this held no interest for her. The chief of the Haishan tribe revealed a sarcastic smile. The only thing he cared about was Bai Su. And if there was anything else, it might be Yuang, who ranked first. In his view, Bai Su's only opponent was this Yuang. After a while, seeing that Mo Su still showed no change, the discussions in the square gradually dissipated. This person was clearly accumulating strength, deliberately choosing to act at this late hour when others were still, probably knowing that he wouldn't attract attention otherwise. It was indeed a clever method. At least I now remember his name, and I want to see who this person is. Suddenly, the ranking of Mo Su climbed again, and the number of steps behind his name increased at an unbelievable speed. 100 steps, 103, 107, 112 steps. Chapter 57. Do you believe it? Su Ming moved. He raised his foot and stepped on the 100th step. He had been standing on the 99th step for a long time because after the appearance of the 53rd bloodline, the qi and blood in his body surged violently, circulating around him. The explosive force required his body to adapt slightly before he could continue moving forward. After all, the appearance of this bloodline represented a breakthrough in his cultivation, not just an ordinary increase. At this moment, as he moved, Su Ming suddenly surged forward. His figure under the bright moon seemed to be continuously absorbing moonlight. In an instant, he reached the 115th step. Without pausing, feeling the increasingly strong pressure from the mountaintop, Su Ming rushed out, reaching the 120th step, 130, 140, 150, 160 steps. In just a few breaths, Su Ming crossed 60 steps in succession. When he stood on the 160th step, he felt as if the overwhelming pressure from the mountaintop was crashing down, as if a great force suddenly appeared, pressing down on him. But at this moment, the bright moon shone brilliantly in the sky, and moonlight surrounded Su Ming, causing his black hair tied with a rope to sway freely. As he moved, the entire mountain was almost silent, with most participants in the contest, as well as the audience in the square, suddenly falling into silence. Ula was momentarily stunned. She had been worried about her ranking, feeling wronged and unwilling, but now, with her dazed expression, all those complicated thoughts vanished. She understood that she and the other person were not on the same level at all. Since they were not on the same level, forcing herself to compare with him was nothing but self-humiliation. Lei Chen suddenly stood up, staring blankly at the token in his hand. He had previously speculated about the name Mo Su, but now, this speculation wavered. He was unsure whether his earlier thoughts were correct. Bei Ling clutched the token tightly, his heart racing. Just a moment ago, he even felt a thrilling sensation as he watched the person named Mo Su cross 60 steps in a matter of seconds. This speed was unbelievable, making him almost forget to breathe. He had initially thought that the other party was just trying to attract attention by moving at night, but now he saw that it was clearly not the case. The other person evidently possessed true strength. Otherwise, how could one cross 60 steps in just a few breaths? The entire mountain was silent. In this silence, Chen Chong blinked hard, trying to ignore it. But his intuition told him that this Mo Su was likely the person he had heard about earlier, the one associated with the sound of a breakthrough. It must be him. But who could he be? He is not from my Fengjin tribe, and I don't know if I've seen him before in the square. At this moment, Chen Chong did not know that among the crowd surrounding him, laughing and attempting to blend into his circle, there was a person with a faint smile. An ordinary appearance so subtle that no one noticed. This person was also watching him, observing him as he chatted and laughed, watching him being the center of attention, watching him approach Bai Ling. As Chen Chong was deep in thought, on the steps closest to Su Ming, Bai Su opened his eyes wide, as if trying to see through the mist to discern what the person on the adjacent path looked like. Unlike Chen Chong, Bai Su was too close. He could almost assert that this Mo Su was right below the steps he was looking at, very close to him. It's just 160. More than double my current position. This person is not worth worrying about. If he can get close to me, then we can talk about importance later. Bai Su thought to himself, sneering as he closed his eyes. On another side of the mountain, on a path of steps, Wu Sun had a gloomy expression, his eyes flickering as he stared at the ranking on the token, especially spending a bit more time on the names Bai Su and Mo Su. I am currently ranked 12th, just 295 steps. I cannot enter the top 10. I can feel the weakness becoming more severe. The one who took my source blood that night must be one of these two. Wu Sun was not foolish. In fact, he was quite clever. Otherwise, he couldn't have held a certain position in the scheming tribe and kept others, including Bei Ling, under control. Bai Su. Wu Sen's gaze swept over Mo Su's name, a ferocity flashing in his eyes as he fixated on the second-ranked Bai Su. Yet, deep within that ferocity, there was a hint of profound apprehension. Sikong now wore a tense expression, his demeanor reminiscent of the earlier Ula. Looking at the ranking where Mo Su was positioned at the 160 steps, his heart raced, fearing being surpassed. If it were daytime, it might be bearable, but now it was deep night, and he lacked the confidence to continue. Especially since his rank was 49. If he were overtaken, he would instantly fall to 50. It might seem like just one rank difference, but the implications were completely different. Aside from them, nearly all the participants in the grand trial were focused on their respective tokens, fixated on the name Mo Su. Only Yi Wang was indifferent, never glancing at the tokens, unaware of what was happening. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, given his nature. Compared to the eerie silence within the mountain, the plaza was truly silent now, a stillness that felt like breath being suddenly choked off, rendering any sound impossible. The force that choked the throats of the many in the plaza stemmed from their own shock, from what they beheld in the rankings of those statues, particularly one line. 63rd, Mo Su, 160 steps. After experiencing the sudden surge in rank and steps, Many in the area could no longer regard the name Mo Su as merely a pastime for the night. They began to take it seriously. The momentary leap of 60 ranks left them in a state of disbelief. During the day, the term shock might not suffice, but now, in the deep night, under the overwhelming pressure of the mountain, it appeared to everyone that if one could count 60 steps at night, then during the day, that number could double. Those capable of achieving this were certainly not many among all the tribes participating in the trials. Who exactly was he? Mo Su, just a moment ago, I calculated. It must have taken less than 10 breaths for him to go from 99 steps to 160. Unbelievable. His rank shot up from 101 to 63 in an instant. Since he possessed such strength, if he could perform like this during the day, he might even break into the top 30. Why was he doing this at night? After a long while, discussions gradually erupted in the plaza, growing more intense, even drawing the attention of the leaders of various tribes. However, the old woman of the Wulong tribe and the patriarch of the Haishan tribe remained indifferent. This night was destined to be extraordinary. It was a night where all the glory belonged to one person, Su Ming. Grandfather Mo sang, with a faint smile, looked at the ranking on the statue, and his anticipation grew stronger. He understood that Su Ming had fully comprehended the significance of those 6 numbers. Beside him, Feng Zhenman Gong Jing then maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of change. With his cultivation and status, if he couldn't remain impassive, he wouldn't have achieved his current position and strength. Curious, if I told you he was a prince of the Dayu dynasty, would you believe it? Mo Sang looked at Jing Nan and smiled, his expression betraying no truth or falsehood. Perhaps the secret of Su Ming's identity was known only to him. Why not say he is the son of the barbarian god? Interesting. Jing Nan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Perhaps that could be the case. Grandfather Mo Sang chuckled. Jing Nan laughed heartily, but inside he felt some uncertainty. He didn't know whether to believe Mo Sang's words, and this thought left him quite displeased. Every time he met Mo Sang throughout his growing years, he felt this way. Just then, amidst the uproar in the plaza, another exclamation arose. He moved again. How many steps does he intend to climb? Look, he's at 168 steps. 172, 179. This speed seems a bit slower than before. It should be the final push. I bet he won't exceed 200 steps. Almost certainly. It may even be tough to reach 190 since it's deep night. And the pressure increases the higher he goes. In the midst of the discussions, countless gazes were fixated on the rankings of each statue, with expressions of indifference, disdain, anticipation, envy, and jealousy. At this moment, Su Ming was surrounded by the moonlight, stepping forward toward the mountain steps. As he walked, 53 bloodlines burst forth with brilliant red light. And suddenly, a 54th bloodline appeared. Following that, the 55th, 56th, and 57th bloodlines emerged simultaneously, intensifying the blood glow around Su Ming, filling him with a powerful force ready to erupt. With a low growl, Su Ming took a large step forward, reaching the 186th step. Once again, the sound of bloodlines increasing echoed from within him, causing Bai Su, who was nearby, to frown, and Chen Chong, who was far away, to grit his teeth in frustration, wishing his body could emit the same sound. 189, 192, 199, 200. The rankings within the plaza's statues changed in an instant. First, Yuang, 600 steps. Second, Bai Su, 397 steps. Third, Chen Chong, 391 steps. 48th, Bei Ling, 206 steps. 49th, Sikong, 201 steps. 50th, Mo Su, 200 steps. Chapter 58, Breaking Bamboo. The line of text stating 50th, Mo Su, 200 steps, caused all who saw it to change their expressions drastically. Their previous disdain, scorn, and trivial amusement evaporated as if swept away by a fierce wind. No one regarded this as a mere pastime anymore. They witnessed a miracle, an incredible rise right before their eyes. From the last place, he surged upward, breaking into the top 100, then into the top 50. Some of the tribespeople in the plaza found it hard to believe what they were witnessing, unable to imagine such a monumental surprise occurring. Moreover, since Mo Su had advanced from the last position while others remained still, bursting into the top 50. His shockingly impressive performance in the deep night made the hundreds of tribespeople in the plaza overlook the brilliance of the top 10 and the second-ranked Bai Su. Focusing entirely on the name Mo Su. How far could he climb? This person would surely break into the top 30. Not necessarily. I think he might lack endurance. But regardless, making it into the top 50 already shows how strong he is. The discussions rose and fell, creating a commotion in the plaza that was unprecedented, making it impossible to remain quiet, even more so than during the day. Su Ming's entry into the 50th rank drew attention not only from the hundreds in the plaza, but also from those participating in the trials within the mountain. Those ranked 50 and below felt a mix of resentment and awe toward this sudden surpasser, while those within the top 50 stared at their tokens, watching Su Ming's rank. For them, Su Ming had begun to pose a threat. Though this threat wasn't overly significant, it was enough to warrant some consideration. However, for those in the top 10, or even the top 20, that concern was minimal. At this moment, the most anxious were undoubtedly Xikong and Bei Ling. One ranked 49 and the other 48, feeling as if they had a lump in their throats regarding the 5th-ranked newcomer, especially for Xikong. At this moment his face was pale, and he clenched his fists tightly. As the son of the Wulong tribe leader, he had worked hard to achieve this ranking. Feeling somewhat proud, but now his heart was racing uncontrollably. Can't get up, can't get up, can't get up. He kept shouting in his heart, his eyes red as he stared at the ranking on the token in his hand. Far away on a small mountain path from where he stood, Bei Ling stood up. Equally nervous, his eyes wide as he looked at the token. Unlike Xikong, who was shouting internally, he gritted his teeth and suddenly turned, resolutely walking toward the 207th step. While most people were fixated on the rankings, Su Ming stood on the 200th step, took a deep breath. His gaze as firm as iron. On him, 58 bloodlines emitted a strong glow, which, if not for the surrounding mist, would have soared into the sky and been visible even from a distance. But now, due to the mist, all of this was deeply buried within the mountain. Feeling the powerful force growing within his body, Su Ming lifted his head, looking through the thin mist above at the bright moon and the dark sky. He didn't know why, but ever since he practiced the fire barbarian technique, he had developed a fondness for the night. Not so much disliking the daylight as having no anticipation for it. Who among all the beings on this earth can see the end of the sky? Su Ming murmured. Gazing at the dark sky, a fleeting spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes before quickly vanishing, difficult to notice without close observation. Su Ming raised his right foot and suddenly stepped forward, landing on the 201st and 202nd steps. At the moment his foot fell, far away on another small path, Xikong suddenly stood up, his expression ferocious, letting out a roar to the sky and madly moving forward. He watched helplessly as his ranking dropped from 49 to 50. The difference of a single rank felt like the difference between heaven and earth, something the proud Xikong could not bear. If he had been suppressed from the start, it would have been one thing. But once he had fortuitously gained an advantage only to suddenly be overtaken, Xikong could not endure it. Gritting his teeth, he roared as he climbed step by step against the intense pressure of the night. Bei Ling moved as well. Their actions seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The 47th, 46th, and 45th ranked individuals all struggled to maintain their positions, reluctantly standing up and moving. Their actions excited the hundreds of onlookers in the square, creating a wave of noise and discussion. Xikong moved, 202 and 203 halted. Bei Ling could not sit still either, moving from 207 to 208 and then to 201. Interesting, this Mosu breaking into the top 50 immediately disrupted the rankings, ensuring that someone would drop out of the top 50, making it impossible for them not to feel anxious. Just as the murmur of discussion rose, it suddenly fell silent again, transforming into a collective gasp as everyone's gaze focused on the rapidly ascending ranking. At that moment, even the elderly matriarch of the Wulong tribe, who had been indifferent, opened her eyes, looking at the name on the statue beside her that was continuously jumping, her expression unchanged. But whether her thoughts had changed was hard for outsiders to know. However, the leader of the Heishan tribe still did not even glance. 49th place, Moku, 205 steps. 46th place, Moku, 213 steps. 42nd place, Moku, 221 steps. 39th place, Moku, 232 steps. 37th place, Moku, 239 steps. 34th place, Moku, 247 steps. Xikong stared blankly at the ranking on the token in his hand. His face pale, his body trembling as if he had lost all strength, collapsing there, gritting his teeth, but ultimately turning into helplessness. He had only taken 2 steps before he could no longer bear the pressure of the night and had to stop. Bei Ling wore a bitter expression, giving up on continuing. He had no extra strength to go on. The night's pressure was something he could not withstand. The others also stopped, looking at Moku, who had surged from 50 to 34, a wave of helplessness washing over them. Su Ming stood on the 247th step. Here, it was not quite halfway up the mountain. Compared to the seemingly endless steps, it could only be considered a small fraction. Yet, even though it was only a small fraction, standing here felt like standing in midair. There was no wind here, and due to the mist, it was hard to see the outside world, but as Su Ming looked up at the moon in the sky, he felt a sense of closeness to it. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming lifted his foot and stepped onto the 248th step. The moment his foot landed, the bloodlines on his body increased from 58 to 59. Looking down at the bloodlines on his body, Su Ming smiled. He could clearly feel that this 248th step like the previous 2 steps, held a certain balance. At this moment, the sky was dark, with some time left until dawn, but Su Ming chose not to continue forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the 248th step, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on the circulation of his blood and energy, slowly beginning to control it with precision. As the number of bloodlines increased, the difficulty of this control also rose, but Su Ming was not in a hurry. This rare opportunity was something he did not want to give up, and the 6 numbers that his grandfather had told him were meant to remind him to cherish this chance. As Su Ming meditated and controlled the speed of the circulation of his blood and energy, time slowly passed. The more than 30 individuals who had been watching him gradually shifted from confusion to their own contemplation, while those ranked above 34 began to relax from their tension. In the square outside, there were various guesses and expectations regarding Su Ming's decision to stop again. Who exactly is he? Which tribe does he belong to? Why does he move forward at night? Why has he stopped after reaching 34? Has he run out of steam, or does he have other plans? Will he be able to maintain his rank, or will he drop out of the top 50, or even break into the top 30, or even the top 20? Is there any possibility he could break into the top 10? Many questions arose in the hearts of the hundreds of tribespeople in the square. As their discussions gradually faded, these doubts were buried in their hearts, waiting for the moment they would receive answers. Of course, many did not have a good opinion of Su Ming. They believed he would stop here, and most importantly, with dawn approaching, when others moved again, Su Ming's rank would surely drop. But no matter what, even those who did not look favorably upon Su Ming had to admit that this night was different because of the name Moku, and that name would forever be remembered. Even many years later, it would not be forgotten. This night, Moku's brilliance surpassed the top 10, even surpassing Yuan. It was destined that the name Moku would be noted even after dawn. Regardless of their thoughts, there was likely a hint of anticipation for this name. Grandfather Moku Sang always wore a smile, watching Su Ming's ranking. Though he did not know why Su Ming would undergo such changes at night, he understood that everyone had their own secrets. As an elder, what was often needed was not to know everything, but to provide protection. Now, do you believe what I said earlier? Grandfather Moku Sang was the first to speak to Jing Nan beside him. Jing Nan's expression was as usual. He only slightly furrowed his brow while looking at the rankings, his heart increasingly uncertain about Moku Sang's previous words regarding Su Ming's background. Night gradually passed by, and the square fell into silence. Almost everyone became quiet, each perhaps with different thoughts, but their gazes occasionally locked onto the various statues, particularly that of Mosu. After a long while, as a white glow appeared on the horizon, a new day arrived. Chapter 59, A Startling Move. This was the second day of the first round of the grand trial. Just as the first ray of sunlight came in the morning, the pressure from the black misty mountain that sealed the strange beasts of the past dissipated, returning to normal. Yuan was the first to move. He calmly opened his eyes, got up, and walked toward the 601st step. He was completely unaware of everything that had happened the previous night. For someone as proud as him, the ranking token was of no interest. He always believed that others did not qualify to be his rivals, and the only one who had that qualification was himself. Step by step, the fiery red-clad Yuan walked toward the steps with pride. He had a determined thought in his heart. He must reach the 900th step in this first round of the grand trial. He clearly remembered that his previous endpoint was at over 800 steps, at that moment of extreme fatigue when he could not take another step and had to give up. He had looked up and seemed to see the peak of the mountain, where an unusual stone statue stood. Unfortunately, the appearance of that statue was too far away for him to see clearly, but just that glance made Yuan become obsessed. In his heart, pride and being different had already merged into his very bones. He wanted to see the mountaintop that others could not. He longed to stand there, looking down at the multitude below. He walked further into the mist, still wearing that fiery red shirt, and although he did not look at the rankings, he knew in his heart that he must be first. At this moment, Chen Xiong gritted his teeth, muttering incessantly as he climbed upward, panting without taking a break, frequently checking the token in his hand to see the ranking of Baisu. Baisu was always 3 steps ahead of him, as if they were in a competition, constantly comparing themselves. In fact, this had already started the day before, and Chen Xiong felt quite disgruntled. Damn it. Either you speed up and create some distance so I can stop worrying, or slow down a bit. Now like this, aren't you tired? If you're tired, I'm tired too. Chen Xiong was sweating profusely. Although it was daytime, he, at over 400 steps, could feel the pressure from the mountaintop almost suffocating him, and the feeling of fatigue surged throughout his body. Baisu was also breathing heavily. Although he had rested all night, as the steps increased and the pressure intensified, his pride gradually diminished, especially seeing Yuan steadily rising at over 600 steps, which made him feel a tinge of awe. With the thought of competing for first place fading, he began to focus on Chen Xiong, vowing to crush him underfoot. In his view, His only rival was Qin Chong. Defeating him, even if he lost to Yi Wang in the first round, would still make him famous. Especially now, Bai Su was smirking, with a hint of expectation and fantasy in his eyes. Wu Sun looked somewhat pale. After a night of rest, his condition had not improved. Rather, as time passed, the drawbacks of the blood loss in his body began to manifest. His expression was gloomy as he walked step by step, occasionally glancing at the ranking on his token. The second place by Su's unyielding aura spread. His ranking was still 12th, but Wu Xin knew that he had no hope of entering the top 10. The few people ahead of him, who were usually inferior to him in the tribe, now stood in his way. Wu Sun sighed inwardly. Compared to them, Su Ming appeared much calmer. He did not continue climbing, but sat cross-legged on the 248th step, meticulously controlling the speed of his internal blood circulation, causing the 59 blood lines in his body to continuously decrease and then increase again. He did his utmost to use the balanced pressure of this place, ensuring that whether his blood lines increased or decreased, each time they stabilized at one line. He found this meticulous control quite interesting, akin to refining medicinal stones. Except this time he was using his body as the furnace, his internal blood as the flame, and his body as the semi-finished herbs, controlling the strength of the flames to temper his body. As time passed, the hundreds of people in the external square looked at the rankings on the statues, and discussions arose from time to time. Yi Wang's first place was without a doubt. He had already reached over 680 steps, and no one could catch up. The second and third places would undoubtedly be between Qin Chong and Bai Su, as their rankings consistently chased each other, suggesting that the two were now in a standoff. Unfortunately, Wu Sun was inexplicably left behind, making it hard to understand. Sadly, Mosu had remained unmoving since last night, and even now at noon, his ranking continuously dropped, now down to 47th place. While they were discussing, suddenly, a name ranked over 100 among the 9 statues emitted a gray light, flickering and instantly turning gray. This sudden change immediately drew everyone's attention, but they did not show surprise. Someone has given up. In the first round of the grand trial, many abandoners usually appeared on the second day. They were unable to continue and could not withstand the pressure from the high mountain. If they did not leave, they would face the risk of being overwhelmed by blood pressure. At this moment, the sky suddenly twisted, and a wisp of mist penetrated through, dispersing the fog behind the square, revealing a young man around 20 years old. His complexion was pale, and upon landing, he stumbled, clearly having been forcefully teleported out. Seemingly uncomfortable under the gathered gazes of the crowd, this person lowered his head and quickly walked to his tribe's area, sitting down silently with a dejected expression. Those who abandoned the trial mostly sighed as they returned to their respective tribe positions, many of whom were from the Fengtian tribe. Outside the 100, all had given up. Hey, just wait. By tonight, all those outside the top 50 will definitely give up. And by deep night, many will also abandon the trial. For even if they don't move forward, it's hard to resist the overwhelming pressure that increases at night. Each time the first round of the grand trial is not just about the ranking. Observing those who give up is also a source of amusement. Mosa moved. This statement immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone, and countless gazes instantly focused on the statues, particularly on Su Ming's line. Su Ming opened his eyes. After half a day's meticulous control, he could no longer continue with the remaining 21 bloodlines. He looked up at the steps ahead enveloped in mist, and slowly stood up. He was unaware that he had drawn the attention of many. At this moment, only 2 thoughts occupied his mind: to make the most of this meticulous training and to never disappoint his grandfather. To do my best and fight once. Su Ming was still a youth, filled with youthful vigor and determination not to give in. His eyes flashed as he suddenly stepped forward, landing on the 249th step. A tremendous pressure surged forth, causing Su Ming's body to tremble. What powerful pressure! Su Ming's complexion turned slightly pale, and he felt as if a fierce beast was roaring and pouncing towards him on this mountain path. With determination in his eyes, as the pressure descended, Su Ming's internal blood surged and operated violently, the 59 blood lines appearing one by one as he charged forward. 251, 255, 258. Su Ming took a deep breath and continued walking for more than 20 steps until he stood at the 270 steps, at which point he finally relaxed his breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Walking these steps during the day, without the nourishment of moonlight, was somewhat strenuous for Su Ming. However, the more difficult it was, the more determined he became. Most importantly, the increasingly strong pressure bearing down on him, coupled with the clash of the 59 bloodlines within him, made Su Ming feel a premonition that his bloodlines were about to increase. He knew this was because he had discovered the secret of those 6 numbers and was continuously manipulating the flow of his vital energy and blood. Under such meticulous control, not only did he achieve precise control over his vital energy, but he also forced his internal potential out through this meticulous process. especially after acquiring his grandfather's true barbarian awakening technique and a drop of his grandfather's barbarian blood. All of this was released under this meticulous process, truly absorbed under the pressure from the mountaintop during this climb. At the moment Ming stepped onto the 301st step, his body's bloodlines erupted, revealing the 67th. The 67th bloodline swirled around Ming's entire body, giving him a feeling of unstoppable strength. Although he was drenched in sweat, his gaze was more determined than ever. Ming did not realize that his movement, from the 248th step to the 301st step, had brought an incredible shock to the hundreds of people in the plaza below. The clan leader of the Black Mountain tribe looked over sharply, his expression showing rare seriousness. Another 60 steps. When Mo Su was still, he was unremarkable, but when he moved, it was astonishing. Haha, I've been waiting for him to move. And he didn't disappoint me. Mo Su, break into the top 30, ideally into the top 10. He had not changed all day, now that he finally moved. His ranking was still only 36. The voices of jealousy and feigned disdain from yesterday's discussions suddenly widened their eyes and swallowed their words. Chapter 60. They are afraid. Some people had already subconsciously stood up from their seated positions, while others had unconsciously taken a few steps forward from a distance to see the statue rankings up close. The old woman from the Wulong tribe also had bright eyes, revealing a strange light, staring at a statue not far away, focusing on the ranking belonging to Mo Su. More tribal leaders who had come here were all staring intently, their faces serious. The lookout from the Wushan tribe, the father of Bailing, kept looking at the rankings on the statue, but for the most part, he was focused on Bailing's ranking. At this moment, however, he ignored his son and instead gazed at the two characters Mo Su, watching as the number of steps behind him increased at an astonishing speed. In that instant, the entire plaza fell into dead silence. 36. Mo Su, 301st step. 34. Mo Su, 310th step. 31. Mo Su, 322nd step. 28. Mo Su, 335th step. 26. Mo Su, 344th step. 23. Mo Su, 351st step. 19. Mo Su, 371st step. It was not until the name Mo Su remained in 19th place, holding steady at the 371st step after a while, that the plaza erupted with gasps of astonishment. This scene left most of those who witnessed it in disbelief, despite having experienced the miracle of last night. The change now was vastly different from that night. If last night was a miracle, then now it could only be described as legendary. In less than 60 breaths, he had crossed over 120 steps from the 248th to the 371st step. Wu Sun couldn't do it, Qinchong couldn't do it. And even Yi Wang, who had traversed more than 100 steps before, had taken over an hour. Who is this Mo Su? Amid the gasps, a tremendous uproar of discussion erupted in the plaza, far exceeding the excitement of the previous night. This was still just the afternoon. By evening, by night. Given this person's formidable performance last night, how many steps could he climb? What ranking would he ultimately achieve? The top 10. This person would definitely be in the top 10. In the crowd, there were those filled with jealousy, but still many who were mere small figures in their tribes. Whether it was Qinchong, Wu Sun, or even those in the top 10, top 20, or even top 30 or 40, they viewed them as lofty figures deserving admiration, with a heartfelt desire to connect. Yet at the same time, there was also a sense of unwillingness and helplessness. Now they had witnessed a rise. Someone who was last yesterday, bursting forth with an indescribable momentum and speed, directly breaking into 19th place, because they had seen it with their own eyes. They were deeply excited, as if Mo Su was themselves. However, human nature is complex, and no singular change could occur. In their excitement, there was also a mixture of complexity and envy. These intertwined thoughts formed a kind of emotion that even they could not articulate. They hoped Ming could rise, satisfying their desires, but they were also deeply jealous that he could climb up from being a small figure, wishing the other would remain forever submerged at the bottom with them. The discussions in the crowd were filled with contradictory complexity. Perhaps just a moment ago, they were excited, and the next moment they became jealous. However, at this moment, among the crowd, there was an old man with a sharp face and monkey-like features. His eyes darted as if he had thought of something. From time to time, he would approach some of the discussants, pulling one out, and under the other's dissatisfied gaze. He quickly lowered his head and whispered a few words in their ear, then swiftly opened his garment, only to quickly hide it again, as if afraid too many people would see. Anyone pulled out by this old man often had a look of astonishment, as if they found it hard to believe. However, they did not know what the old man had said, and most were half convinced. Some were even led away by the old man to a more distant place, seemingly engaging in a transaction. Compared to the hundreds of people in the plaza, those from various tribes participating in the competition within the mountain were also extremely complex. Most were looking at the tokens in their hands, staring at the name that had entered their sight since last night, feeling indescribable emotions, envy, jealousy, or perhaps disbelief. Alas, perhaps it's not him. Bailing, drenched in sweat, looked at the ranking on the token, watching the rise of the person named Mo Su. Shaking his head gently and letting out a soft sigh. This person could endure and would surely become renowned in the future, but this has nothing to do with me. He is not from my Wushan tribe. However, his name contains a Su that I dislike. Bailing lowered his head and slowly walked up. And there was Sikong on the distant steps, who naturally no longer paid attention to the rising Mo Su. In his view, the other had already surpassed many people. Someone he could not compare to. What he cared about now was Bailing, who was ranked ahead of him. I must break into the top 50. Sikong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he walked on. Bailing looked at the ranking on the token for the first time for such a long time. Watching the two characters, Mo Su, like Lei Chun, her heart was filled with hesitation. Is it him? Bailing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew Su Ming was a barbarian warrior and had some cultivation, but she did not believe that Su Ming was this radiant Mo Su. Compared to these people, the ones truly tense were not Yu Wang, who was completely unaware of everything and wouldn't care even if he did. Nor were they the ones like Chen Chong and Bai Su, who were locked in an unyielding standoff. It was Wu Sun. Wu Sun felt tense as he looked at the rankings of the tokens, suddenly noticing the name Mo Su, which had shot up to the 19th position. His expression darkened significantly. He was unsure whether Bai Su or Mo Su should be the one he primarily suspected. However, this was not the root of his current anxiety. It was one thing to be surpassed by one outsider, but if he were to be overtaken by two, he couldn't bear the humiliation. Damn it! Wu Sun growled lowly. His teeth clenched. Despite his pale face, he crazily pressed forward, a voice in his mind roaring, telling him he must not be surpassed again. In the top 20 rankings, everyone was striving hard. Su Ming's entry had instantly changed the dynamics of the top 20, like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples while startling the fish beneath the surface. Fortunately, the source of their alarm, Mo Su, paused after reaching the 371st step and after a long time, showed no signs of movement, allowing them to breathe a little easier as they quickly climbed, hoping to use this opportunity to increase their lead. They were scared. They were terrified of the strange actions of this person named Mo Su, afraid that his stillness would precede an astonishing change. For the first time, they paid great attention to this individual, glancing at the rankings to see if he moved again. They felt a sense of apprehension, an unspoken premonition that when this person moved again, it would be like thunder, possibly propelling him into the top 10. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the 371st step. Although he could guess that he might be attracting a lot of attention, he absolutely did not expect that the name Mo Su he was using would stir up a storm in this trial's first round. Except for Yu Wang. No one was unaware of this name. In fact, people's gazes towards the top 10 had significantly decreased, and they focused multiple times on Su Ming's rank, waiting for his next outburst. Su Ming's expression was calm as he closed his eyes, with bloodlines circulating within him. Not 67, but 71. 71 bloodlines coiled around him, their red glow flickering. As each line dissipated, it would recover repeatedly. Under Su Ming's meticulous control, not only did he force out his potential, but he also tempered his body, making the power he mastered even stronger. It gave him anticipation for the speed he could achieve when he fully unleashed his abilities. After all, Su Ming excelled in speed. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dusk. Throughout the afternoon, mist occasionally swept through the square, as participants who had given up emerged one by one. Their expressions gradually differed. The closer they were to the top ranks, the less dim their faces appeared, with some even showing signs of excitement. At dusk, the sky darkened slightly, and the rankings of the 9 statues, from 60 onward, had almost all turned gray, with only 2 still holding on. 67th, Wu La, 159 steps. 61st, Bai Ling, 178 steps. Unfortunately, the persistence of Wu La and Bai Ling came to an end after dusk, just as the moon in the sky began to reveal itself. At almost the same moment, 2 strands of black mist emerged from the distance, rushing towards the square and transforming into 2 pale-faced women. The elderly woman beside Bai Ling seemed to whisper something, but Bai Ling appeared indifferent, not hearing or speaking. In contrast to Bai Ling's calmness, Wu La was unwilling to accept her fate. She silently walked to the Wu Mountain tribe, greeted by the amiable smile and comfort of the leader. Wu La nodded gently. Although she was reluctant, there was a sense of pride deep within her. She felt her performance was quite good, as the leader said. Achieving such a rank for the first time was already excellent. Looking up, Wu La gazed at the rankings on the statue, observing Bai Ling in the 49th position, Lei Chun in the 53rd, and then glanced at Mo Su. When she saw the name Mo Su, her eyes brightened. Who could he be? Time can sometimes feel slow, but in the current intense first round of the competition, it passed quickly without notice. Before long, the crescent moon in the sky had become brighter. Hanging high in the sky, midnight was not far off, and the pressure within the high mountains was gradually increasing. This time entering was different from years ago. Years ago, he had reached it with Wu Sun's help, but this time, he relied on himself. Bei Ling believed that if he hadn't given Wu Sun a substantial amount of blood essence in the previous days, his rank might have been even higher. He had enough pride to walk towards the Wu mountain tribe. Wula, you did well. Although you didn't make it into the top 50, this rank is already good. But don't be complacent. There are still 2 rounds to go. Bei Ling glanced at Wu La and spoke slowly. Wu Long quickly stood up, nodded gently. And her gaze towards Bei Ling revealed respect. Having personally participated in this trial, she knew deeply how difficult it was to enter the top 50. As for you, Lei Chun, you should be able to make it into the top 50. Currently ranked 52nd, it's okay. In the second round, you must work hard. There are only the 3 of us participating from the Wu Mountain tribe. We must give it our all. Bei Ling said calmly, looking at Lei Chun. Lei Chun lowered his head, remaining silent. Some gave up, while others persisted. At this moment, Chen Chong was desperately gritting his teeth and holding on, drenched in sweat. His face twitching continuously as he climbed the steps. He was already breathless, with countless stars swirling before his eyes, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Yet, his murmurs never ceased. Damn it, I'm exhausted. 537, you bastard Baisu. 538, you scoundrel Baisu. 539, you damn Baisu. I'm going to outlast you. I'm not done with you. Chen Chong wiped his sweat, his expression becoming frenzied, his muttering growing louder. Are you crazy? Why do you have to compete with me? Damn it, Baisu, if I really die from exhaustion, I won't let you off even as a ghost. 538, no, it's 539. Chen Chong grimaced, gasping like thunder, using all his limbs to crawl forward against the increasingly intense pressure. His heart pounding as if it would burst, sweat pooling visibly on the steps behind him. I'm exhausted, and you're trying to kill me. I swear. I'm losing weight this time. As Chen Chong continued to breathe heavily, he suddenly heard a sound, listened closely for a moment, and burst into laughter. You're exhausted? Dare to compare with me? I'll make you pay, you bastard Baisu. His naturally keen ears picked up the sound of panting from a distance on a nearby step path that was no less than his own. Baisu was equally in a sorry state, sweat dripping continuously, his eyes burning with determination. After holding his ground against Chen Chong for a long time, he was now gritting his teeth and climbing upward, feeling a sharp pain in his chest with each breath, yet still unwilling to give up. Chen Chong, I must surpass you. I am the strongest among my peers, apart from Yuan. However, the higher they climbed, especially after reaching over 500 steps, the level of pressure became terrifying under the cover of night. Both Chen Chong and Baisu found it nearly as difficult to move as if they were climbing a mountain, especially now that it was close to midnight. Besides these 2, the others who are still persevering are all like this, especially Wu San, who is continuously pushing himself step by step, gritting his teeth as he walks. He doesn't want to be surpassed anymore. Even if he can't enter the top 10, he must hold on to this 12th place. As the deep night approaches, the pressure from the mountain peaks is about to reach its zenith, and some people have already started to stop. After all, according to the usual practice of the first trial, the final showdown will be tomorrow morning. At the moment the deep night arrives, Chen Chong's body trembles, clearly feeling the pressure from the mountain peak reaching a terrifying level. 547. Damn it, I'm not competing anymore. Baisu, you want second place? It's yours. If I keep going, I'll really die here, my body. Chen Chong slumps down, shouting loudly at his surroundings. Third place is fine, no problem. As long as I don't drop out of the top 3, I won't be embarrassed. Anyway, Wu San is behind me. Baisu, if you have the ability, go ahead and take a few more steps. I hope you tire yourself out. Damn it, if I had that guy Mo Su's ability, I could break through too. I'd definitely be like you. Chen Chong gasps for breath, fanning himself with his hand, when suddenly he trembles, sharply perking up his ears. His expression gradually replaced by shock. Baisu looks at the ranking on the token, and after seeing Chen Chong's rank has stopped moving, he bursts into laughter. A fierce glint in his eyes. I'm the strongest besides Yuan. In his hurried breaths, he grits his teeth and steps up several more stairs, finally stopping at the 553rd step. Just as he feels pleased, his expression instantly freezes when he sees that Mo Su, who had dropped to 21st place, has moved. At the same time, Wu Sun and everyone else in the top 20, except for Yuan, also notice this change. They see that Mo Su has moved. Meanwhile, a storm of uproar erupts in the square below, as if the world itself is being stirred. Everyone in the square, the old women of the Wu Mountain tribe, the leaders of various tribes, even the Black Mountain tribe leader who had been indifferent until now, all turn to look. Countless gazes, Lei Chun, Wu La, Bai Ling, Si Kong, Bei Ling, and all the participants who had given up after ranking 20th, hold their breath and stare at the 9 statues. At the same name, Grandpa Mo Sang, his eyes shining brightly, stares at the ranking in the statue, the light in his eyes extremely intense. Beside him, Jing Nan, who had been calm until now, also narrows his pupils and looks over. Su Ming has moved. In this deep night that belongs to him, under the moonlight, he slowly stands up. The bloodlines within him, under his meticulous control, have dissipated after remaining at 15. As he looks up at the moon in the sky, a red moon shadow gradually appears in Su Ming's eyes. His hair, tied with a grass rope, stands upright, moving on its own in the moonlight. Su Ming takes a deep breath, raises his right hand to remove the grass rope, letting his hair fall freely, and suddenly raises his right foot, stepping down toward the 372 steps. In the moment his foot lands, all the bloodlines within Su Ming erupt, and it is for the first time that he unleashes his strongest speed here. Blood light scatters, and Su Ming becomes a blood shadow, speeding away in an instant. 372 steps, 393 steps, 424 steps, 448 steps, 471 steps. His speed is so fast that, on this moonlit night, it sweeps like a storm, leaving all who witness this scene in silence, whether on the mountain or in the square below. Chapter 62, A Powerful Threat. They have to be silent because this is just the beginning. On the 9 statues, among the less than 20 people remaining in the mountains, the line representing Su Ming's rank on their tokens is rapidly climbing at a terrifying speed. 20th place, 19th place, 17th place, 15th place, 14th place, 12th place, 10th place. Even at the moment he breaks into the top 10, it changes again, suddenly becoming 9th place. Wu Sun stands there, frozen, staring blankly at the ranking on his token, unable to believe his eyes. Although he had anticipated that this person named Mo Su would be astonishing once he moved, he never expected the level of astonishment to be this terrifying. Almost instantly, Wu Sun goes from 12th to 13th, not even giving him a chance to react, leaving him no room for resistance or struggle. Equally stunned are not just him, but everyone else from 10th to 20th place. They all see their ranks change in an instant, this change leaving them feeling powerless, so much so that they don't even have time to think about resisting. Leaving only awe and shock, Wu Sun lets out a low growl, the veins on his face bulging, and he rushes forward madly, unwilling to give in. With his movement, all those ranked below Su Ming also stand up from their rest, gritting their teeth to pursue. Those who can enter the top 20 are not ordinary people. Their pride does not allow them to give up easily, and at this moment, regardless of the increasing pressure of the deep night, they all move. Even Chen Chong, resting at 547 steps, suddenly feels a jolt. Staring blankly at the ranking on his token, gasping in shock, he can hear the muffled roar from just a moment ago, the sound of bloodlines increasing. The sound he had longed for and envied. Bai Su, at 553 steps, feels it even more profoundly. He is only separated from Su Ming's path by a thick mist, and he can clearly hear the muffled roar. Clearly feel the terrifying speed of the person named Mo Su on the adjacent path. Not just the two of them. The most nervous at this moment are the 5 people ranked from 4th to 8th, all from the Fengzhen tribe. Although they are not as famous as Chen Chong or Wu San, they are far from ordinary. But now, as their hearts race with anxiety, they all stand up from their rest and immediately start climbing again. But this is night, the deep night, the time when the pressure of Fengzhen Mountain is the strongest. Their climbing faces tremendous resistance. The feeling of being oppressed by the heavenly might is enough to drive a person to the brink of mental collapse. Especially when all of them stand up, before they can take a few steps, their gazes, which were initially shocked as they checked the ranking on their tokens, turn into horror, and their footsteps come to a halt one by one. Su Ming, with long hair flowing freely now that it is no longer tied by grass rope, has his hair moving on its own without wind, his eyes a bright red, with the moon burning within them. He does not stop for a moment. After reaching 471 steps, his body continuously roars, bloodlines increasing one after another. He doesn't even bother to feel how many have increased, but suddenly lifts his foot and steps out again. The overwhelming pressure from the mountain peak falls on him like countless mountains pressing down, making Su Ming feel as if he cannot bear it. His internal energy and blood circulate rapidly, moonlight enveloping him, and under this pressure, he continues to rush forward. 472, 483, 494, 506, 523, 537, 546. Only when Su Ming stands on the 546th step does he finally stop. His body drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, but his eyes remain resolute. His body continuously roars, and at this moment he stops. 87 bloodlines suddenly rise, chaotically arranged around him. forming a powerful aura that envelopes Su Ming entirely. Fourth place, Mo Su, 546 steps. Only 3 people in front of him. Behind him, all the remaining participants of this first trial. Though unable to overlook all the mountains, nor to climb to the peak, at this moment, Su Ming stood on a high point. At this moment, Chen Chong's body trembled. Although he could not see Su Ming, he felt an overwhelming aura coming from the token in his hand, and with his ears, he heard a terrifying roar. He couldn't see his opponent, but he felt a fear even greater than that he felt towards Bai Su. Perhaps it was precisely because he couldn't see, and because of that mystery, that Chen Chong's heart rarely showed a strong sense of caution. Chen Chong appeared easygoing, but in his mind, he still held pride. He could disdain Bai Su, and the reason he gave up was that he was simply too tired, unwilling to fight too hard due to his nature, not wanting to exhaust himself unnecessarily. However, primarily, it was because he didn't see Bai Su as a worthy opponent. What did it matter if someone surpassed him? Without that trembling aura, everything seemed pale. In Chen Chong's view, among the people he saw, only Yi Wang possessed such an aura. But now, he was shocked to discover that in this name of Mo Su, he felt the same aura that only Yi Wang had. Chen Chong's expression became serious, no longer murmuring, and gradually revealed an aura belonging to a strong person. He stood up, looking into the depths of the mist, and vaguely, he could see a figure standing coldly on the 546th step of a small path, lifting its head and looking at the sky, exuding an oppressive presence that Chen Chong greatly valued. Compared to Chen Chong, Bai Su was clearly inferior in this regard. At this moment, his expression was ferocious, revealing a ruthless intent. Fixated on the mist, feeling the faint sound of breathing from the figure beyond the mist. No matter who you are, it is impossible to surpass me, Bai Su. Bai Su roared into the mist, his voice merging into it, gradually dispersing. At this moment, the last member of the Fengzhen tribe on this high mountain, after a moment of silence, chose to give up and leave. He knew that the first round of trials did not require waiting for dawn. It was already a decisive battle, but this battle was not one he could participate in. This mountain belonged to only a limited few. He did not want to be a supporting green leaf. It was better to leave than to stay here. Knowing when to advance and retreat is perhaps not common among many, but those who could rank in the top 20 generally understood this. Strong people mostly respect each other, even if they are not from the same tribe. As this person left, gradually, after the 4th place, apart from Wu Sun and 2 others, the rest chose to give up, leaving this place for the 4 who now stood at the pinnacle. After struggling for a while, Wu Sun sighed and also chose to leave. The other 2, seemingly unwilling, hesitated, but seeing everyone else had already left, they also chose to give up. As the black mist appeared one after another in the silent square during the deep night, no one looked at them. At this moment, everyone in the square was looking at the rankings on the statue, breathing heavily. The old woman from the Wulong tribe stood up, her expression serious, as did the strong man beside her. Not only them, but everyone from every tribe shared the same sentiment. No one continued to sit. Even the patriarch of the Heishan tribe had a dark expression, fixated on the ranking on the statue. Bei Ling, Si Kong, Bai Ling, Lei Chun, Wu La, and all others remained silent, gazing at the rankings. Grandfather Mo Sang also focused on it, while Jing Nim beside him revealed no thoughts, also watching. Su Ming stood on the 546th step, took a deep breath. The pressure here was already extremely strong, making it hard for him to move as quickly as before. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the 547th step, moving upward step by step. His pace was slow but steady. In his ears, faint roars could be heard from within the mist, as if someone was saying something, but he did not listen closely. Continuing to walk step by step, Chen Chong wore a serious expression, no longer murmuring a word, nor looking at the ranking in the token, but instead became extremely serious. Tearing open his clothing, revealing a slightly thickened upper body, and also walked step by step. As for Bai Su, his expression was extremely ferocious, gritting his teeth, enduring the powerful pressure and the oppressive pain within his body, taking large strides upward, while constantly staring at the ranking in the token. First, Yi Wang, 791 steps. Second, Bai Su, 554 steps. Third, Chen Chong, 548 steps. Fourth, Mo Su, 547 steps. Among these 4, only Bai Su kept watching the ranking, while the other 3 did not. Yi Wang completely ignored any changes, believing his only opponent was himself. Chen Chong, on the other hand, held his pride, faintly sensing the mysterious aura of Su Ming, which made him pay attention, thus avoiding looking at the ranking to prevent disturbing his mind. Su Ming also did not look, only moving step by step up the stairs. With each step he took, Su Ming's body trembled, sweat pouring out, feeling an extremely strong pressure. But his resolute character and an indescribable determination made him struggle against this pressure like a small tree in a storm, refusing to fall. Who among all living beings on this earth can see the end of the sky? Su Ming looked at the sky, walking and murmuring. Some say the ear roots have never been truly diligent. Some say the effort of the ear roots is still not enough. Some say the outburst of the ear roots mostly occurs at 3 or 4 o'clock, at most 6 o'clock. I have worked hard, whether I have truly worked hard. Dear friends, you will soon know. Last year, I rented a room outside specifically for writing, because smoking too much at home was too much for the child to bear. Chapter 63, The Heart-Refining Steps. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and this day's moon seemed somewhat different from usual. The sky was cloudless, making the moon look particularly bright, with moonlight spilling onto the earth, as if unveiling a soft curtain between heaven and earth. From a distance, it appeared quite beautiful. But on this towering mountain, which reached into the clouds and had no visible peak, the moon transformed into something terrifying. Under the moonlight, the pressure of this mountain erupted at a terrifying speed, forming an invisible storm that distorted the entire peak, making it so that even if one looked up while inside the mountain, they would see a distortion of surroundings. Now it was deep night, the time of day when the moonlight was strongest, and also the time when the pressure of this mountain reached its peak. Standing on the more than 500 steps were Su Ming and the other two. If the mountain had no mist, anyone looking up from below could vaguely see that the three were almost standing at the end of the sky, as if they could touch the heavens by raising their hands. Beyond the 500 steps, it seemed they had entered the realm of the heavens. Currently, Yi Wang was in such a state. He did not know what was happening outside and was unaware of the three who were struggling behind him. He was simply walking his own path, step by step, gasping for breath, slowly moving forward. Today he aimed to reach 803 steps. Yi Wang gritted his teeth, carrying an aura that could scorch others' eyes as he walked onward. Under such pressure, without that firm determination, no one could move beyond a few steps. Bai Su persisted, but his persistence was filled with insecurity. Otherwise, how could he check the ranking in his token with every step he took? 556, 557. Damn it, Chun Chong actually surpassed me. He is in 558. Bai Su's expression revealed unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and took another step forward. However, as he stepped down, his whole body trembled. And faintly, it seemed he heard a vague roar coming from the highest point of the mountain. That roar was not something a human could produce. It belonged to a beast. His face turned pale, and in that moment, he felt as if the entire mountain had transformed into an unseen monstrous creature, opening its blood-filled mouth and rushing towards him. Qin Sheng, who also felt this scene, stood on the 558th step, ready to take a step, but his body shook violently. He suddenly looked up, and blood vessels spread in his eyes, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Su Ming, drenched in sweat, did not lose his determination. Instead, it intensified as he walked step by step, reaching the 557th step, where he too heard that indistinct roar. This roar carried an overwhelming resentment, crashing down upon Su Ming. In that instant, his entire body stiffened, and a sharp pain surged in his chest, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood. The roar contained a pressure that seemed to force everyone who felt it to submit. But just as blood stained his vision, the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes exploded with an intense light, suddenly igniting. He would not submit. In the moment his foot landed, Su Ming's body trembled, veins bulging, bloodlines spreading, containing an indescribable pain between the blue and red. Yet he still did not give up. He wanted to reach the 563rd step, to continue his meticulous control there. He was unwilling to give up this opportunity, even less willing to disappoint his grandfather. If Su Ming moved, he would move in a way that would leave him without regrets. What he wanted was to fight without regrets, to fight for a future without remorse. 558, 559, 560. Su Ming took 3 more steps. With each step, his body shook violently, producing unbearable sounds from within, as if his flesh and bones were being crushed. The pain was almost unbearable for a 16-year-old boy. Just 2 steps away, just 2 steps. Su Ming roared in his heart, constantly telling himself that he must reach the 563rd step. Su Ming roared again, suddenly lifting his foot and taking another step. As this foot landed, he felt as if the earth was shaking, but in reality, he knew it wasn't the ground moving, nor the mountain shaking, but himself. This feeling of the earth shaking made Su Ming's face lose all color. He looked up at the sky, which seemed to grow distant, as if the entire sky was moving slowly before his eyes, and time seemed to slow down in that instant. Su Ming could feel his body slowly falling. The ground didn't move, the mountain didn't shake. It was his body that could not bear it, reaching its limit, slowly falling backward. The 562nd step was a hurdle, and a bitter smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. The earth did not move, the mountain did not shake, but if his body moved, everything would still change. Eyes can deceive. La Su, you will understand when you grow up. What you see with your eyes may not be the truth. Perhaps your eyes are deceiving you. Look at that tree. Is it really moving? Is it your body moving, or the tree, or something else? You can't change the earth or the mountain. But if your body moves, everything seems to move. But in reality, the earth has not moved, nor has the mountain. It is Ming who suddenly opened his eyes wide, faintly feeling he had grasped something. What moves is my heart. When I was young and ran, it was my body that moved, while the trees stood still. Yet what my eyes perceived was that the trees were moving, and that was because of my heart. My heart was deceived by my eyes. It was my heart that moved. The earth, the mountains, the trees, everything is fine, even if my body moves. If my heart does not move, nothing will move. Even the body can deceive, and the eyes, the body, everything can deceive the heart, making one feel as if they are moving. Ming's whole body trembled, and after this realization, a booming sound filled his mind, so intense that it made him dizzy. When that dizziness slowly faded, Ming stood there, dumbfounded. He looked down at the steps below, and then glanced around. At this moment, he was still standing on the steps, his right foot on the 562nd step, and his left foot on the 561st step. His body had actually remained unchanged from the beginning. In silence, Ming lifted his left foot and completely stood on the 562nd step. He took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a sense of enlightenment. I understand now. If the heart does not move, everything does not move. This is the essence of meticulous control. Ming murmured as he stepped onto the 563rd step. Standing there, a smile appeared on his pale face as he slowly sat down cross-legged, beginning his first true meticulous control after his enlightenment. This time was completely different from the previous 4 times. Before, he acted in confusion, and all his efforts were focused on controlling the speed of his energy and blood, exerting all his strength to manipulate it. This was external force. But now, after his enlightenment, he realized that true meticulous control does not rely on external forces to change the speed of energy and blood circulation, but on the heart. When the heart moves, everything moves. If the heart does not move, the energy and blood do not move. As Ming sat cross-legged, Baisu let out a roar of unwillingness. His right foot trembled, suspended at the 562nd step, but no matter what, he could not place it down. He had a strong feeling that if he took that step, he would be unable to bear it. This feeling was extremely strong, so real that it was hard to doubt. Slowly, with a pained expression, he chose to stop. He did not dare to take the risk. Chen Chang's expression was gravely serious, a rarity in his life. He stood on the 561st step, gazing at the 562nd step, silent for a long time. He had heard stories about this step. After a while, Chen Chang bit his teeth and stepped forward, but the moment his foot landed, he felt as if he had frozen, standing there with hollow eyes. Time passed by slowly, and after 7 breaths, Chen Chang spat out a large mouthful of blood, collapsing between the 561st and 562nd steps. In the end, he could not ascend, unable to overcome that heart-refining step. But compared to Baisu, Chen Chang possessed a heart that could transform him into a strong warrior. The square was dead silent, with no discussions or uproar. At this moment, most people were breathing rapidly, staring at the rankings on the statue, their shock replacing all other thoughts. First place, Yi Wang, 803 steps. Second place, Mo Su, 563 steps. These 2 lines of text captured everyone's attention. Mo Su, an ordinary name, one that no one had heard before the grand test, but now, it was renowned. Time gradually passed, and this night was destined to be extraordinary, more shocking than yesterday. A night that belonged solely to those 2 at the peak, their decisive battle. In the square, no one was impatient. They waited in silence, quietly anticipating the moment when the 2 would move. As deep night passed, and with dawn just a little while away, the rank behind the name Mo Su on the 9 statues moved. This movement did not cause the heavens to change color, nor did it stir the winds and clouds, but it became a storm, rising in the hearts of every observer. This is the 4th update, and there will be a 5th, 6th, and even more. The night is deep, but I continue. Chapter 64. Yi Wang's change of color. Ming opened his eyes. There were only 3 bloodlines on his body. He looked down at the 3 bloodlines circling his chest, and stood up. He took a deep breath, not rushing forward, but turned to look at the thick fog. He could not see below, but he could feel that he was standing very high at this moment. The last 3 steps need to go to the 781st step. Ming looked at the mountain peak, his eyes gradually revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Moreover, he wanted to see just how far he could go. Ming lifted his foot and stepped down towards the 564th step, moving forward without hesitation. 1 step at a time, towards a higher place. Step by step, stair by stair, there was no crazed outburst like before. He moved through hundreds of steps without a moment's hesitation, but rather steadily, with a hint of calmness. His expression was tranquil. his entire being as still as a calm, ancient well, slowly and gradually reaching the 573rd step, then the 578th step, and continuing on to the 582nd step. As he moved forward, all the bloodlines in his body surfaced, a powerful feeling of vitality surged forth. And at the same time, another line appeared during his steady advance. This path belonged to Su Ming, a path of strength, marking a significant transformation in his life. A transformation in cultivation, and a realization of the heart. With each step he took, the numbers on the statue in the square changed. And with every jump in those numbers, the hearts of all who gazed upon it would skip a beat. 597, 598, 599, 600. He reached the 600th step. This was Yuang's limit from yesterday. Still moving, 601, 602. Did Yuang not notice? Though he was far behind, if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he caught up. In the silent square, Su Ming's movement gradually stirred up discussions once more. But compared to the previous uproar, this time the discussions were mostly in hushed tones. In contrast to those who were observing the first trial, there was another group in the square, those ranked in the top 50. Among them, especially those who had entered the top 10, formed a circle of their own. Yuang was arrogant. He had a habit of not looking at his ranking on the token. He always believed that his only competitor was himself, and others were not qualified. I wonder if this time, Su will qualify as my competitor, having already reached 635 steps. Su is indeed impressive. His potential is greater than mine. Actually, I hope Yuang takes a look at the token. I wonder how he would react upon realizing Su's presence behind him. Would he dismiss it, or would he feel a bit excited? In the crowd of the square, the two different circles exchanged different words. In addition to them, there was an even higher level in the square, the leaders of various tribes. Their status and cultivation determined their perspective. The elder of the Wulong tribe looked at the name Su in the statue and gradually showed a serious and concerned expression. She couldn't think of who this person was, but she felt admiration. In her eyes, no matter which tribe this person belonged to, he couldn't possibly be from Fengzhen. With that said, his appearance would be quite interesting. Unfortunately, this person is not from my Wulong tribe. Otherwise, I would definitely support his cultivation with all my strength. The elder sighed and glanced at Bai Ling and Si Kong beside her. Si Kong was not capable of bearing great responsibilities. Alas, the Wulong tribe has fallen. As for Bai Ling, her feelings for Su Ming were just temporary goodwill. She couldn't distinguish between gratitude and affection. As long as that wild boy didn't come to bother her, she would naturally forget over time. What right does Su Ming have to approach my granddaughter Li Su? Unless he is this mysterious Su. The elder chuckled to herself, a hint of mockery in her eyes. In the distance, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe had an extremely gloomy expression, staring at the name Su on the statue. His gaze was cold, yet it contained importance and shock. Bai Su had been taught by Barbarian Prince since childhood, far surpassing his peers. If it weren't for Barbarian Prince's breakthrough, achieving a status equal to Fengzhen and Jingnan, he wouldn't have exposed Bai Su. However, where did this Su come from? Which tribe does he belong to? Such a person must be kept under the control of my Black Mountain tribe. Otherwise, I will have to find a way to eliminate him. In the square, if there was anyone of the highest status, it would be Jingnan. He stood there, watching the ranking on the statue, observing the increasing number behind Su's name, which had now reached 677 steps. His pupils contracted, but his expression remained calm, as if such matters could not shock him in the slightest. Sang. After Su Ming participates in the grand trial, it would be better for him to stay in my Fengzhen tribe. It will provide him with better assistance. Watching the number change again to 684 steps, Jingnan slowly spoke. Hearing Jingnan's words, Sang smiled faintly. He was also shocked by Su Ming's performance. It had exceeded his expectations. However, the reason he had Ming not consider exposing his cultivation naturally had its deep meaning. This matter is not urgent. We can discuss it after the grand trial ends, Sang said slowly, looking at the name Su on the statue with a loving gaze. Seeing that Sang did not immediately refuse, Jingnan's gaze flickered. With his intelligence, he naturally realized that perhaps the conditions he offered were not enough. If he can reach above 750 steps, I will grant him the treatment of the sons of the leaders in the Fengzhen tribe. Like Chen Chong and Wu Senator, if he can reach above 800 steps, I will give him the treatment of a candidate barbarian. Jingnan said slowly. What if he goes higher? Sang turned to look at Jingnan. Higher? Good. If he can reach above 850 steps, I will give him the same preferential treatment and help as Yuang. If he can reach 900 steps, if he agrees to join my Fengzhen tribe. Whoever opens the dust first with Yuang, I will make him a barbarian. Jingnan pondered for a moment, looking at Sang, and spoke slowly. He has already reached 700 steps. Sang smiled faintly. 700 steps. Su Ming was panting heavily. sweat dripping continuously as he stood on the 700th step. Dawn was approaching, and the moon had dimmed. He had walked here under great pressure, which was extremely difficult. As he walked, several more bloodlines appeared in his body, but he no longer counted how many. His only thought now was to keep going, to his limit. After calming his breath, Ming lifted his foot again and moved towards the 701st step. At this moment, Wang was sitting cross-legged on the 803rd step, completely still. The entire mountain was very quiet, and the direction he was in was completely opposite to Ming's. As dawn was about to arrive and the moon began to dim, as if the daybreak was not far away, Wang opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. After the dawn, I will start the final sprint. This time, I must do my utmost to reach 900 steps. Wang murmured, a confident smile appearing on his lips. I suppose there are not many people left on this mountain. Counting myself, it should not exceed 10. I wonder if anyone has crossed that 562 steps. But it should be no one. Wang's expression carried a calm pride, but after pondering for a moment, he chose to take out the token and take a look. He originally intended to casually check who remained among the rest, merely a gesture of looking down on others while waiting for dawn. Second, Mo 716 steps. Ming breathed rapidly, continuously moving forward, his mind now a blank, only a single willpower pushing him forward. As he advanced, the bloodlines in his body gradually increased. Each additional one seemed to give him more strength. In this frenzied march, he passed the 725th step, 738th step, 751st step, 763rd step, and 779th step. His body was roaring continuously, but his legs trembled, and he felt as if he would collapse at any moment. Especially his feet, which seemed to be glued to the mountain, causing immense pain with each lift. Gritting his teeth and growling, Ming lifted his foot again. Reaching the 780th step, just one step away from his current goal, 781. His eyes were completely red, like fire, burning fiercely as if wanting to turn Ming into ashes. Seeing that he was only one step away, Ming's bloodlines surged violently, forcing out a trace of power. And he lifted his foot, finally stepping onto the 781st step. At the moment his foot landed, his body seemed unable to bear the pressure and was about to fall. Ming let out a roar to the sky. He must step here, absolutely. He raised his right hand, bit his index finger, and as blood spread, he suddenly pressed it against his pupils. He was determined to perform the third attempt of the blood fire stacking that had never succeeded before. At the 803rd step, Wang, who had finally calmed down, suddenly trembled at this moment. He heard the roar from the mountain peak, and, in that instant, felt the rumble and vibration of the entire mountain, as if something incredible was happening. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils instinctively constricting. He had a premonition that the sudden change of this mountain must be related to the person named Mo. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately took out the token and looked again. When he saw the 781 steps appear after the two characters Mo, Wang's expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his cross-legged position. Fifth update. It is now 1:30 a.m. I am not tired. I saw everyone's encouragement, but I am a man of my word. If I said I would explode, I must do it. I will continue. If I don't go mad, how can I write about madness? Chapter 65. This is the decisive battle. Second, Mo 781 steps. Wang's expression was more serious than ever. He had his pride, his sense of accomplishment, and in his eyes, no one was qualified to be his opponent. He was only competing against himself. However, all this pride, in this moment, under the booming and vibrating mountain, seemed shaken by an unimaginable force surging from all directions. He had to waver. He had to take it seriously. He stared intently at the token in his hand. For the first time, he cared so much about a person. This person, in his eyes, surpassed Wu San, surpassed Chinchong, surpassed everyone else except Wang himself. Now, only 20 steps away. This distance created a rare pressure and tension in Wang that had almost never appeared before. Mo, do you have the qualifications to be my opponent? The cold light in Wang's eyes made everyone who looked at him feel the pride that emanated from the coldness, which allowed no one to surpass him. Wang was proud. He had far surpassed his peers since childhood with his astonishing talent, always standing at the peak, becoming the barbarian of the Fengtian tribe. A status so high that one could see it from how others behaved when they met him. He did not need to form cliques, maintain mystery, or be surrounded by stars because wherever he was, he could naturally crush all gathered people. Wherever he was the most distinctive banner in the crowd, and his brilliance could overshadow everything that the moon, supported by countless stars, could shine upon. He was Wang. He despised all his peers, or rather, it wasn't disdain but indifference and ignorance of all his peers because he believed no one was qualified to be an opponent worthy of his serious attention. But now, The appearance of Su Ming made Yuang feel for the first time what it was like to have an opponent, and for the first time to take someone seriously. So let us both compete well. Yuang took a deep breath. Although he seemed to gradually return to his usual demeanor, his heart could not be calm. If he could truly be calm, he could completely wait until dawn to walk to the mountain peak, which had been his predetermined plan. But now, this plan changed because of Su Ming's appearance. It was also the first time in his life that Yuang changed his original thoughts because of a peer. With a flick of his sleeve, Yuang raised his foot, his expression grave, and walked to the 804th step. As he stepped down, his body shook, and his breathing became slightly hurried, but he did not pause for too long and continued on. At this moment, Su Ming stood on the 781st step, his right hand trembling. The moment his fingertip smeared blood on his left pupil. He felt the tremors of the mountain and sensed the strange aura that had surged from all directions in the past at the Black Flame Peak. Here, the magnitude of this aura was not comparable to that little Black Flame Peak. Just a smear of blood unleashed an aura that exceeded everything he had previously experienced during his second complete smear at Black Flame Peak. Waves of invisible aura rushed into Su Ming's body, causing his body to tremble violently, and the feeling of about to explode surged again. This feeling was so intense. Su Ming had felt it when attempting the third blood fire stacking before, but at this moment, it was several times stronger, causing blood to spill from his mouth. And his right hand trembled, forcing him to lower it. At the moment his right hand was lowered, the mountain roared abruptly, the mist boiled and then instantly calmed. And the strange aura from all directions vanished in an instant. Everything returned to calm, as if the previous scene had merely been an illusion, never having occurred. Su Ming gasped for breath, standing on the 781st step. He glanced at the mountain steps above, not sitting down cross-legged, but standing with his eyes closed, using the balancing pressure on this last step to temper himself. At this moment, outside the mountain, in the square, amidst a clamor, a fierce storm of discussions erupted. As they could not sense the dramatic changes that had just occurred on the mountain, all they could see were the rankings on the 9 statues. Watching the person named Mo Su actually climb to the 781st step, seeing that he was only 20 steps away from the first place Yuang. The shock from their minds, the disbelief and horror in their eyes, struck their bodies, leaving them momentarily blank, with only astonished gasps. They saw Yuang actually move. Among the hundreds of people, a large portion did not think much about Yuang's action of standing up and walking toward the mountain peak again. They felt Yuang should move, as anyone in their position would stand up from resting and continue. However, within the small circle of the top 50 in the square, those prodigies from the Fengxian tribe, who were familiar with Yuang and knew him much better than others, felt a shock in their hearts that far exceeded those who did not understand. Yuang looked at the token. He must have looked at the token. Given his personality, he would usually ignore it after looking at it, but Mo Su was too astonishing that even Yuang could not remain calm. He changed his regular pattern. Once Yuang decided something, he would not easily change it. His original intention was clearly to wait until dawn to walk, but now, because of Mo Su, it changed. Wu Sun sat cross-legged in a corner far away, pale, looking at the line belonging to Mo Su on the statue, remaining silent. He had previously suspected by Su, but now he felt that this person named Mo Su was the one who should truly be suspected. In the square, there were also leaders from various tribes, watching the statues and their rankings, each with various thoughts, but perhaps the only common sentiment was to coldly watch Fengxian's joke. They knew that in every previous grand trial, not to mention the top 3, there had never been a person from other tribes in the top 10 or top 30. Yet now, not only did 2 outsiders appear in the top 10, but this Mo Su also seemed to have the qualifications to compete for the first place. This left them shocked, but also with a smile in their hearts. Mo Su, where exactly is he from? Why has no one from the Wulong tribe ever appeared? If this person is willing to join our Wulong tribe, then no matter what price I have to pay, we can discuss it. The old woman of the Wulong tribe sighed inwardly. She knew this was impossible. In the Wushan tribe, the scout's expression was filled with shock as he exhaled deeply, his thoughts mirroring those of the old woman. Beside him, Biling's eyes sparkled with a hint of fervor as he looked at the name Mo Su. He had witnessed everything that unfolded at the first trial. The strongest he had encountered was Wu Sun, but now he saw a stranger who had made it to the second place and even had a chance at first. This was quite exciting for him. Mo Su is very strong, Biling said softly. Yeah, he's incredible. I just wonder which tribe he belongs to. It's a pity he's not from our Wushan tribe, Ula said with admiration. She idolized strong individuals, especially Mo Su, as she had watched him rise step by step, immersing herself in that experience. Familiar? Lei Chun. What do you mean? Wulong was taken aback and turned to look. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I think my grandfather's name is Mo Zong, and this person's name is Mo Su. It feels like a combination of my grandfather and Su Ming's names. Lei Chun scratched his head, his expression uncertain. You're overthinking. A hint of disdain flashed in Wulong's eyes as he turned away, excitedly looking at the rankings on the statue. Mosu, why isn't he moving yet? Yiwang has already reached the 827th step. Bailing didn't speak, but the hint of contempt in his eyes revealed his thoughts on Lei Chen's words. Lei Chen fell silent. Under everyone's gaze and discussion, the sky twisted, and two strands of black mist suddenly appeared, transforming into Chen Chong and Bai Su in the square. The two appeared simultaneously, immediately glaring at each other. Their return attracted the attention of those around, as well as the distant gaze of Jing Nan from the Fengzhen tribe and Mozong. This kid Chen Chong is not bad, Mozong said with a smile. He's still far from your Su Ming, Jing Nan replied calmly, though he was already shocked inside. Despite having anticipated it, he didn't expect Su Ming to exceed his expectations and reach such a level. Leave Su Ming to me, Jing Nan said seriously, turning to Mozong. Let's watch a bit longer before discussing, Mosu replied with a smile. At this moment, exclamations suddenly erupted as someone in the square shouted, and in an instant, everyone noticed a dramatic change. Mosu finally moved. This is the decisive battle. On the mountain, black mist enveloped the area as Su Ming stood on the 781st step. His closed eyes suddenly opened, a flash of brilliance passing through them. He was left with only two bloodlines. It seems like dawn is approaching. This is the 6th update. Damn it, I'm going all out. Keep writing. Chapter 66. Blood fire rekindled. The heart beats subtly. The further it goes, the harder it gets. The limit of these 781 steps is the extent of having only two bloodlines left. These two bloodlines seem to be stuck together. I can't let them separate and dissipate. Su Ming murmured softly. But this is already the last number. This mountain can be considered a sacred place for cultivation. Once I leave here, it will be difficult to find such opportunities again. Su Ming's brows slowly furrowed. 32, 79, 248, 371, 563, 781. These are the 6 numbers my grandfather told me. This should be the secret he discovered back then. But perhaps there are one or more such places above the 781 steps that even my grandfather didn't discover. Su Ming's eyes gradually revealed determination. After a moment of silence, Su Ming glanced at the token in his hand, seeing his ranking inside. That ranking excited him, making his blood surge. Second, I have already fulfilled my wish. Now I can give up, Su Ming murmured, his expression wavering. But if I give up, then this subtle practice will get stuck at this final juncture and cannot be completed. There must still be a step above that exists with balancing power. Su Ming didn't hesitate for long. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He knew the tribe was in crisis and felt his grandfather's worries. He wanted to grow stronger. This opportunity, I absolutely cannot miss. I must find that step that my grandfather didn't discover. Su Ming's hesitation immediately transformed into determination and decisiveness as he lifted his foot and headed towards the 782nd step. As he stepped down, Su Ming's body shook, and the overwhelming pressure came crashing down, causing him to tremble as a large number of bloodlines erupted from his body. Those bloodlines shone brightly, scattering like the dimmed moon in the sky, prompting Su Ming to let out a low roar and grit his teeth to move forward. 783, 784, 785, all the way to 796. Su Ming's hair was disheveled, his whole body shaking as if he were convulsing. With each step, he was using almost all his strength. His body was in excruciating pain, feeling like it was about to collapse under the pressure, a completely different sensation from the burning blood fire. The burning blood fire was an internal explosion, as if the body couldn't contain it. But now, it was an external force pressing in, threatening to crush Su Ming's body. The bloodlines within him resisted continuously with the circulation of his blood, supporting his body and preventing it from shattering. Moreover, under the nourishment of the moonlight, it allowed him to endure even more pressure. Step by step, blood trickled from the corner of Su Ming's mouth, his expression becoming ferocious. Yet within that ferocity, there was an astonishing determination and persistence. I must find that step. I want to achieve perfection and subtlety. Su Ming took another step, landing on the 799th step. At this moment, his vision blurred, as if he couldn't take another step. Now, Yiwang also appeared disheveled, panting heavily, his hair a mess, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodlines swirling all over his body as he struggled to reach the 837th step. A dull pain surged in his chest, and the rapid beating of his heart made him feel dizzy. But when he glanced at the token, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. Mosu! Yiwang suddenly raised his head and let out a roar, lifting his foot to step out again, but his speed had noticeably slowed down. Su Ming tried 5 times, but his feet couldn't lift, as if a pair of large hands were pressing down on him, causing excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his bones were about to shatter, unable to lift his feet. That invisible hand exuded ruthlessness and indifference, pressing down on Su Ming, preventing him from standing straight. Slowly bending down, making it impossible for him to continue standing, as if he were about to fall. Su Ming's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as the feeling of dizziness intensified, a sense of powerlessness growing in his heart. He struggled to raise his head slightly, looking at the dim moon in the sky, gazing at the vast heavens. In that moment of despair, the entire mountain suddenly trembled, the mist rolling violently. Waves of energy erupting from the entire Fengjin mountain, rushing towards Su Ming from all directions like a tidal wave. The pressure of that large hand seemed unable to suppress Su Ming, who was now infused with that overwhelming energy. Unable to hold back the burning blood fire under the moonlight, Su Ming stood up. As dawn approached, the already dim moon seemed to emit its last rays of light, suddenly becoming clear. As Su Ming slowly stood up, he took a bold step forward, reaching the 800th step, and then continued to stride forward. 802, 805, 811, 814, 817. Standing on the 817th step, Su Ming's eyes were blood red. And at this moment, he felt a burning sensation in his blood. His blood fire was stacking for the third time, having progressed halfway. With the blood he smeared on his left eye covering only half of the pupil, there was an explosive power in his body, surging from the inside out. As if his body was about to collapse and explode. Su Ming knew that if it were in the outside world, he would definitely not be able to endure this forced third blood fire stacking. But here on this mountain, the immense pressure from the outside world instead helped him. Centered around his body, one force was explosive, and the other was a compressive force, creating an opportunity for him to stack the third time. Su Ming's right index finger trembled, and with a roar, he suddenly wiped it across, in that instant, covering the entire pupil of his left eye with blood. Blood fire stacking. The mountain peak shook, and more strange auras surged wildly towards him, rapidly drilling into every hair on his body, causing the bloodlines throughout his body to increase rapidly. I will go up. Su Ming raised his foot and continued to ascend, 819, 823, 827, until he reached the 839th step. Blood mist erupted from his entire body, but his eyes still held determination and persistence. The steps he passed did not provide the balance he sought, but Su Ming believed there must be one among the remaining steps. Mo Su. Yuan was also going mad, now standing on the 845th step, looking at the number 839 behind Mo Su's name on the token. How could he not go mad? As the most outstanding peer, his pride did not allow anyone to surpass him, and his dignity meant he would pay any price to maintain his identity as the number one. His face turned pale, veins bulging, eyes filled with blood vessels. That proud demeanor was gone, replaced by a fierce unwillingness. He struggled to raise his right hand, let out a low growl, and slammed it onto his chest. Instantly, a surge of power rushed into him, bursting out from every part of his flesh and bones, while a blood-colored pattern appeared on his chest. It was a horn. A blood-colored horn. A horn of a blood-colored beast. This horn was a totem, its color not bright red, but slightly dimmed. At this moment, as Yi Wang's palm fell, the horn erupted with a blinding red light, as if melting, and that red light merged into Yi Wang's entire body, granting him seemingly new power as he lifted his foot and charged forward. 845, 846, until he stood on the 861st step. Yi Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, the horn on his chest dimmed, its original color becoming even darker, as if it were about to dissipate. Mo Su, you can be proud. You are the only one who forced me to use 37 drops of barbaric blood to forcibly draw the barbaric patterns, allowing me to slowly absorb them, greatly increasing my chances of opening the dust. I didn't want to force this power. It was not beneficial for me. Better to slowly absorb it. Mo Su, you can be proud. Yi Wang gritted his teeth, gasping for breath as he glanced down at the token. At that glance, his eyes widened. This is impossible. He saw that the number behind Mo Su's name on the token was rapidly increasing. 841, 843, 845, 849, until in Yi Wang's view, the number changed to 859, only 2 steps away from him. Yi Wang's forced absorption of the barbaric blood not only did not widen the distance, but instead brought them so close. If he had not decisively absorbed before, he might have already been surpassed. This is impossible. Yi Wang's eyes revealed disbelief and shock. He murmured, raising his right hand again, with a hint of ruthlessness and madness, pressing down on the dim horn on his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. But Yi Wang's whole body erupted with a tremendous blood light, his figure almost becoming a blurry outline within that blood light. Mo Su, this is the 7th update, my struggle. Did you see it? I am still continuing. Chapter 67. But at this moment, as the decisive battle reached its most intense level, the emotions of the crowd in the square also peaked. Dragon fights, tiger fights. This is the real dragon fights tiger fights. Yi Wang went directly from 845 to 861, but Mo Su was equally relentless, chasing from originally being pulled apart by 20 or 30 steps to 859, only 2 steps away from Yi Wang. Who will be the first? The discussions, exclamations, and gasps in the square surged continuously. The excitement and anticipation of the crowd at this moment had completely ignored all complexities, becoming singular. They wanted to know who was the first. Who is the first? This question also stirred a storm among the top 50 elites, their excitement not being much less than that of others. The more they understood Yi Wang, the more they knew the pressure at the peak and the terrifying pressure of the 800 steps, the more excited they became. Yi Wang had been first multiple times in a row. Could he maintain it this time? This Mo Su is simply too strong. He actually pushed Yi Wang this close, only 2 steps away. I originally thought that in the vicinity, within the territory ruled by my Fengxian tribe, Yi Wang was undoubtedly the number 1, with no one comparable, but today I realized I underestimated others. Compared to these people, the leaders of those tribes had already stood up one by one, staring at the statue, their expressions no longer simple shock, but instead shock and horror. Which tribe is this Mo Su from? Who is this person? If he really surpasses Yi Wang, the impact on Fengxian will be immense. This Mo Su, regardless of his ranking, after today, no one will be unaware of him. Bei Ling clenched his fists excitedly. A voice in his heart shouted and roared, hoping that Mo Su would win. Beside him, Ula's small face was flushed with excitement, already standing up, staring intently at the battle for first and second, and Chen Chong, blankly staring at the name of Mo Su on the statue. If someone told him that before the first trial opened, Su Ming had once surrounded by a group of people, watching him laugh and talk, watching him approach Bei Ling, he absolutely would not believe it. Bai Su clenched his fists tightly, staring at the statue, his eyes revealing anger and mad jealousy. He always believed that the glory that now belonged to Mo Su should have belonged to him, that it was this Su Ming who forcibly took it away. In a distant corner, Jing Nan's expression could no longer be calm, revealing shock. He was also shaken, looking at the name on the statue, watching Yi Wang's sudden explosion. He could guess that Yi Wang must have forcibly absorbed the barbaric blood. What identity does Su Ming have? What bloodline does he possess to have such potential? Jing Nan took a deep breath, unable to conceal the shock in his expression. Mo sang, is he really the Prince of Diyu? Jing Nan hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. Mo sang smiled slightly, remaining silent. In fact, at this moment, his heart was also unsettled, stirring up great waves. At this moment on the mountain, the mist swirled, the peaks trembled, and the roars coming from the summit became increasingly clear, containing an indescribable meaning. Su Ming trembled all over, his expression revealing madness. His right index finger was now pressed against his right eye, and half of his right pupil had already been stained with blood. The difficulty of this third blood fire stacking exceeded Su Ming's expectations. He did not anticipate such immense pressure from the outside world helping him in this place, and he still had not completed it all, compared to the previous 2 times. This third time amidst the flames of blood and fire is simply incomparable, as if it were a checkpoint, a bottleneck. He stands on the 859th step, and this is still not the place he longs for. At this moment, under the raging flames, Su Ming feels as if flames are erupting all over his body, and his blood seems to be undergoing some transformation, rapidly turning from ordinary blood into something fiery. The intense pain within him and the external pressure makes Su Ming even consider giving up. However, when he thinks of the crisis facing his tribe, and the aged face of his grandfather, who hides his worries, all the pain becomes bearable for Su Ming. He wants to become stronger, he wants to help his grandfather. He wants to protect his homeland and his tribe. He wants to kill for the tribe, and with his blood, tell the enemy that the Wushan tribe cannot be trampled upon. Su Ming lets out a roar, as if to vent the pain through this howl, and amidst that roar, his right index finger continues to wipe over his right eye's pupil, slowly, but with determination and decisiveness. At this moment, anyone who tries to stop Su Ming's determination to protect his tribe and his kin will become his lifelong enemy. His eyes burn like flames as Su Ming steps forward, crazily moving forward, one step after another from the 859th step to the 860th, 861st, 862nd, 863rd, until he reaches 877th. His body once again spews out blood mist. He has reached his limit. 877th, his limit, he can no longer ascend. The mountain beneath his feet trembles violently, and the mist swirls with an unprecedented intensity, enveloping all directions, and faintly, it seems to transform into a strange shape. It resembles a gigantic beast form, but it is too vague to see clearly. As the entire mountain shakes, an indescribable strange aura erupts from the mountain, rushing towards Su Ming, and at the moment it enters his body, Su Ming's right index finger completely dyes his right eye's pupil red. Blood and fire overlap. The third time, success. A roaring sound echoes within Su Ming's body, and all the bloodlines within him emerge, increasing dramatically. The appearance of numerous bloodlines intensifies Su Ming's sense of power. Almost instantly, the number of bloodlines on Su Ming surpasses 109, and with the sound of roaring, he breaks through to the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm on this mountain. The blood condensation realm, 6th layer. The bloodlines continue to increase, emerging one by one as Su Ming lifts his foot towards the 878th step. As soon as his foot lands, the entire mountain trembles again, and the strange aura continuously surges in. Su Ming steps onto the 879th step, still continuing. 880th, 882nd, 889th until he reaches the 899th step, where the number of bloodlines on him directly reaches 156. All the vital energy within his body seems to transform into flames, as if his body contains a fire that wishes to burn the heavens and the earth, but in his eyes, the shadow of the blood moon slowly dissipates, deeply hidden. As if once the blood and fire overlap for the third time, it will retract and reveal nothing on the outside. At this point, the fire barbarian technique can be considered a small success. Su Ming lifts his foot and suddenly steps out, standing on the 900th step. He stands here, looking up. From his position, he can see not far ahead at the mountaintop, a beast statue lying down. An indescribable feeling permeates Su Ming's body and mind. That beast statue looks like a tiger but has 2 enormous wings, as if it wants to struggle to fly, yet countless iron chains bind it, with intense resentment swirling, giving off a sense of desolation. He gazes at that beast statue, faintly feeling as if it too is watching him, one person and one beast, at this mountaintop, separated by nearly 100 steps, as if separated by years, silently gazing at each other. After a long time, Su Ming closes his eyes. He can sense a familiar aura emanating from that beast statue, belonging to the fire barbarian. This is an alien beast of the fire barbarian. With his eyes closed, Su Ming also senses that this 900th step is precisely the 7th place he longs to find, the place of balanced pressure. Standing here, the 156 bloodlines on his body swiftly disperse with his heartbeat. As dawn is about to break, Su Ming undergoes his final tempering. Yi Wang's hair is disheveled, his expression reaching an extreme madness. He has not taken 10 steps, yet he will unhesitatingly strike his chest. The horn on his head is becoming fainter, and the red glow on his body is likewise fading. He walks recklessly. His pride and dignity prevent him from failing. 881st, 882nd until 897th, 899th. Yi Wang's right hand slams fiercely against his chest, and at this moment, the totem of the horned beast suddenly bursts open and completely disappears, replaced by his final strength, filling Yi Wang's entire body, allowing him to roar as he steps onto the 900th step, and he takes several more steps, landing on the 905th step. At this moment, Yi Wang spits out blood, his body slowly collapsing, and the token in his hand falls away from him, transforming into a black mist that envelopes Yi Wang. Vanishing from this mountain peak, the entire mountain now only has Su Ming left. The surroundings are dead silent. The square is equally quiet. When Yi Wang appeared in the square, he was unconscious. Under Jing Nan's somber expression, someone stepped forward to quickly help Yi Wang up, assisting him in recuperating in a corner. Among the 9 statues, only one name has not turned gray. Second, Imo Su, 900 steps. Everyone is waiting. This is the 8th update. I can barely hold on. I just took a short nap, and I'll see how much more I can write. Chapter 68. Persist, persist. There is not a single sound of discussion in the square. At this moment, everyone is caught in the heavy breathing, staring at the only name on the 9 statues that has not turned gray. Imo Su, only 5 steps away from the first. At this moment, the first, Yi Wang, is also slowly opening his eyes with the help of Hai and others, his eyes still containing traces of blood, staring at the ranking on the statue. His expression complex. Hai leans down and seems to say something to Yi Wang, but Yi Wang completely ignores it, as if he hasn't heard. His gaze fixed on the ranking on the statue, without blinking. Hai furrows his brow, sighs inwardly, and turns to leave. I am Yi Wang. I will never lose. I disdain to do any small tricks. Yi Wang clenches his fists. At this moment, he is no longer the proud young first, but an ordinary tribesman who has exhausted all his strength, ultimately stepping onto the 905th step, yet injured as he leaves. The tension in his heart is far stronger than anyone else here. However, even so, he still has his pride, his dignity. He feels that Hai's suggestion is a disgrace. In the silence, the breathing of the people around becomes increasingly clear, especially those tribesmen who initially treated Su Ming as a joke. Now their minds are blank. leaving only disbelief and shock. They have witnessed a miracle, seen a rise, and witnessed a madness that has left them horrified. Never before has there been such a person, step by step, from the last place to the peak. Never before has there been such a person, surpassing Wu San, surpassing Bai Su, surpassing Qin Chong, and unprecedentedly. There is such a person who forced Yi Wang to be injured, making Yi Wang actually leave the Fengjin mountain, leaving this mountain now belonging to one person, belonging to Mo Su. Those who entered the top 50 of the Blazing Sun Circle are now in a dead silence, watching the ink of the 9 statues with complex emotions of envy, jealousy, expectation, and more, which are unmistakably revealed at this moment. As for the leaders of the various tribes, they are similarly silent, with no difference at all. The ink they see in their eyes has already reached a high position in their hearts. Such a person will undoubtedly cause a stir upon his return. Too many people want to know who this person is and what he looks like. The previous Su Ming was simply too ordinary, and before the competition, hardly anyone noticed his existence. Even the big man who had previously taken him to meet Qin Chong is now nervously looking at the name in the statue, revealing excitement and anticipation in his eyes. It can't be him, he murmured, looking at the characters Mo Su on the statue, still somewhat unable to believe it. Could it really be him? In a distant corner, Agon Mo Sang and Feng Zhenjing Nan sat in silence, looking at the statue. Mo Sang appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was extremely shaken. As for Jing Nan, who witnessed Su Ming's rise, his shocked expression could no longer be concealed. He never expected that someone who had previously seemed insignificant in his eyes, who he thought would be lucky just to enter the top 50, would repeatedly exceed his expectations, giving him surprise after surprise, and now shock. After a long time, when the crowd in the square showed no impatience and were all waiting, as the light appeared in the distance at dawn, Su Ming stood on the 900 steps, opened his eyes, and a bloodline on his body dissipated as his eyes opened. He looked up at the mountain peak in the light, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in mist, not as open as it had been at night. Su Ming was silent for a moment, picked up the token in his hand, and glanced down. 905. Su Ming murmured, "Since I have come this far, I might as well compete with him." Su Ming suddenly raised his head, determination in his eyes, took a deep breath of the morning cool air, and lifted his foot towards the 901 steps, suddenly stepping forward. But now that it was dawn, without moonlight, the pressure Su Ming felt descended directly. Fortunately, this pressure had greatly reduced with the arrival of dawn, and compared to the deep night, it was quite similar to Su Ming's feelings. However, even so, this was above the 900 steps, infinitely close to the mountain peak. And the oppressive force here was strong enough to crush a person. Even a single step here was absolutely comparable to several, even dozens, or even hundreds of steps below. As Su Ming's right foot fell, his body shook violently, and 156 bloodlines suddenly rose, swirling around his body as they crazily resisted the overwhelming pressure. Su Ming moved. At the moment he moved, the people in the square who had been waiting in silence for a long time erupted in a shocking roar, as if they had been holding back for a long time. 901. He has reached 901. Countless gazes suddenly focused on the only name among the 9 statues that had not turned gray. At this moment, they forgot everything, and in their eyes and minds, there was only this line of rankings that had not darkened. Qin Chong's body shook, he gasped, and focused intently. This scene was undoubtedly the peak moment of this grand competition in his eyes, even more intense than in previous times. And he did not want to miss a single moment. Bai Su tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a cold light, containing jealousy that seemed to transform into a thick resentment and murderous intent. Alongside this murderous intent was the patriarch of the Black Mountain tribe, who stared at the characters Mo Su on the statue, his expression dark like unmelting ice. 902. When the number behind Mo Su's name changed to 902, everyone's heart in the square seemed to jump at the same time. It was as if Su Ming's step not only stepped on the mountain steps, but also touched the emotions of everyone present. This was extremely rare. And this scene was enough to show Su Ming's importance in the eyes of those present, indicating that his every move had already affected everyone's emotions. In the past, this was the glory and pride that belonged solely to Yi Wang, but at this moment, Yi Wang had become a bystander. He sat not far away, silently, and his mood suddenly jumped with the change in Su Ming's ranking. This feeling was very unfamiliar to him, leaving a deep impression. 903. 903. Just 2 steps away from being on par with Yi Wang. Just 3 steps away from surpassing Yi Wang and becoming first. Could he be first? The old woman from the Wulong tribe had her pupils constrict, her breathing slightly quickened. Beside her, Bai Ling, who had been dazed until now, looked up at the name Mo Su on the statue, her brows slightly furrowed. In the Wushan tribe, Shan Hen remained silently seated, still, but a strange light flickered in his squinting eyes. Bai Ling was excited. given his status in the Wushan tribe. He would not easily show such emotions and would deliberately remain indifferent, but now he could not suppress that excitement. He even felt as if he were putting himself in Mo Su's shoes. The thrill that surpassed the pride of the Fengzhen tribe made him clench his fists in excitement. Wu La was even more excited, her little face flushed, standing there as if her heart was racing, wishing that this person named Mo Su could take a few more steps. Lei Chen abandoned the speculation that Mo Su was Su Ming. He felt that this idea was indeed too elusive. 903. Mo Su has reached 903. Wu La, after all, was still a little girl, and at this moment, she excitedly shouted, pointing at the name on the statue, her eyes sparkling with excitement, containing a peculiar emotion that was somewhat elusive. He had once been the pride of the heavens, once standing at the mountaintop, receiving the attention and expectation of the people below in the square. But now he had become one among the crowd. A change that was hard for him to accept. Even the cheers and uproar he heard felt like sharp blades stabbing into his chest, causing him great pain. Su Ming stood on the 903 steps. Although he stood straight, his body trembled as if he were about to collapse. Above the 900 steps, even in daylight, the overwhelming pressure that came crashing down was unimaginably powerful. Standing there, Su Ming gasped for breath, his heart racing as if it were about to explode, turning into a sharp pain that made his complexion pale. There were still 2 steps to go to 905. Here, one could not even rest. Because of the existence of this pressure, even resting would make it difficult for the body's blood to circulate. Su Ming's body trembled as he suddenly lifted his right foot and stepped towards the 904 steps. At the moment his foot landed, there was a booming sound throughout his body, and with a mouthful of blood spitting out, Su Ming's body seemed about to fall, but he endured it, standing firmly until he completely stabilized, and then his left foot also stepped on the 904 steps. His whole body felt powerless, as if the entire mountain was crashing down on him, making the world spin. Chapter 69. Can you circle around with me? 904. The moment Su Ming stepped onto the 904 steps, everyone's hearts in the square below seemed to leap at the same time. Jing Nan's expression was complex as he looked at the characters Mo Su on the statue, remaining silent. Beside him, Agon Mo Sang also did not speak any further. In the distance, Yi Wang's heart raced. He initially wanted to continue sitting, but his body instinctively stood up, his eyes fixed on the characters Mo Su on the statue. Without a glance towards any other place, his standing up didn't even attract anyone's attention. At this moment, all eyes were on the statues, on the name of Mo Su. A tense, oppressive, and silent atmosphere formed a strange power, enveloping the entire square like a heavy pressure, turning this place into true silence. They were waiting for Su Ming to take another step, to the 905th step. For a long time, the number behind the name Mo Su remained unchanged. But everyone here continued to wait. No one spoke, no one discussed, even the sound of breathing became faint. After a while, suddenly, the number behind the name Mo Su changed abruptly, from 904 to 905. At that moment of change, the entire square seemed to erupt, sounds rising and shaking in all directions. 905. It was equal to Yi Wang. Mo Su, Mo Su, Mo Su. Yi Wang's face turned pale. His body seemed to be struck by a great force, staggering back 2 steps, his eyes gradually losing focus. A bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Ming stood on the 905th step, his face also pale, wanting to take another step. But he had no strength left. Turning around, looking at the peak covered in mist, Su Ming gasped for breath, but his eyes revealed brightness. Although he hadn't reached the top of the mountain, at this moment, he was undoubtedly standing at the peak. Slowly, Su Ming raised his head. His gaze pierced through the gaps in the mist to see the distant world, seeing a vague vastness, a place he didn't know. Maybe there was another tribe. It was very far, very far. At this moment, the wind blew, lifting Su Ming's long hair, blowing away his sweat. Su Ming took out the token and flicked it down the mountain. Immediately, the token fell rapidly, suddenly turning into a black mist, rushing towards Su Ming, as if to envelop him and leave this mountain, until a mass of black mist enveloped him, transforming into a long black mist rainbow, swiftly rushing out of the mountain, distorting the world as it broke through the sealed Fengzhen mountain. When the name of Mo Su among the 9 statues in the square turned gray, and when the world suddenly distorted, a wisp of black mist howled out, landing in the center of the square. At that moment, all eyes in the square were drawn to that instant. Wu Sun had already stood up, looking at the black mist appearing in the square, watching as the mist dispersed, revealing a vague figure within. Chen Chong also stared intently, wanting to know who Mo Su really was. Bai Su felt the same, his eyes filled with intense killing intent, showing no signs of concealment, clenching his fists, staring fiercely at the figure in the mist. Not just them, everyone in the square was like this. Those hundreds of tribesmen who had been watching over the past 2 days now displayed respectful expressions, all gazing at the black mist, watching the figure slowly emerge from it. Besides these ever-present observers, those who cared more about Mo were the participants in the first round of the competition. Regardless of their rankings, all held their breath, their gazes fixed. The old woman from the Wulong tribe had sharp eyes, watching the figure in the mist, wanting to know what this person looked like, which tribe they belonged to. Xikong was very nervous, also looking on. Beside him, Bai Ling was also influenced by the heavy atmosphere formed by Mo's return, and couldn't help but look over. Bai Ling, Ula, Lei Chun, Liao Shou, Shan Hen, and all the people from various tribes were all gazing at that rapidly dispersing mist. Yuang took a deep breath, seemingly calming the complexity in his heart, staring intently at the approaching mist, watching the person walking out of it. All eyes were on him. As the mist dispersed, as Su Ming stepped forward, his body was gathered by countless gazes. When the mist completely cleared and his appearance was clearly revealed to everyone in the square, the entire square fell into dead silence. An ordinary appearance, a plain demeanor, wearing simple animal skin clothes, lacking Wu Sen's gloom, Chun Chang's imposing presence, Bai Su's mystery, and Yi Wang's arrogance. In the crowd, he was hard to notice. Simply too ordinary. But everyone knew that this person, perhaps before the first round of the competition, was ordinary, but now, he was anything but ordinary, like a blazing sun, astonishing everyone. Chen Chong saw Su Ming, momentarily stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so ordinary that it was hard to remember him. Yet he had a vague impression, as if this person was one of those who had surrounded him before the competition, but at that time, he had completely ignored him. Bai Su also saw Su Ming. He had no impression of Su Ming. Even if he had seen him before, he had directly overlooked him. Now that he saw Su Ming, Bai Su was also taken aback. Wu Sen's gaze remained fixed on Su Ming, his pupils constricted. His intuition told him that this person was very likely the one who had stolen his source blood. But Wu Sen's expression showed bitterness. He didn't dare to demand Mo Su, but like Yi Wang, a genius, from today onwards, the name of the other party would spread in all directions. The old woman from the Wulong tribe looked at the ordinary Su Ming, her eyes slowly filled with admiration. The first impression is crucial for a person's likes and dislikes. If she looked down on Su Ming, she would admire Mo Su. If she knew that these two people were actually one and the same, how would she feel? Xikong's heart raced, showing respect in his eyes. He admired the strong, especially this person before him, who was also a genius like Yi Wang. Bai Ling stared blankly at Su Ming, her body slightly trembling. She saw Su Ming's eyes. Those eyes felt familiar to her. But she didn't know that 2 days ago, these same eyes had also looked at her. Bai Ling, Ula, Lei Chun, and all the people from the Wushan tribe watched as Su Ming stepped out. The surroundings remained quiet. At this moment, Su Ming's heart raced faster, despite his calm exterior. His inner self was extremely nervous. He had never been the focus of so many people's attention. After all, he was still a child. As Su Ming moved forward, the crowd slowly parted, creating a path, as if the seemingly ordinary Su Ming also possessed a brilliance that could scorch those nearby, forcing people to step back. He might not have Wu Sen's gloom, but his ordinary face gave a sense of calm and fear before a storm. He might not have Chen Chang's star-like attention, but within his ordinary body lay the determination to break through all stars and moons. He did not need the attention of the stars. He might not have Yi Wang's arrogance, but he possessed the qualification that even the proud Yi Wang had to gaze upon. There was actually a sturdy man in the crowd, his expression dazed, who had previously pulled Su Ming to meet Chen Chong. He could never have imagined that the person he had pulled along was actually Mo Su. In the distance, the old man with a sharp nose and chin also widened his eyes. Despite his earlier speculations, seeing it with his own eyes was still hard to believe. Before this first round of competition, there were 3 focal points in the square: Chen Chong, Bai Ling, Yi Wang. These 3 drew the attention of many. But now, the focal point in the square was only one: Mo Su. As Su Ming walked forward, a voice rang out in the silent crowd, belonging to Yi Wang. Su Ming paused, turning his gaze to meet Yi Wang's not far away, for the first time, creating an intersection, an equal intersection. Completely different from when Su Ming had looked at the crowd before the competition. Mo Su, the second round, let us compete again. Yi Wang slowly spoke, his expression filled with determination. Even though it was a tie, both ranked first, his pride would not allow him to accept it. He wanted to compete a second time. A third time. I will not participate in the second round, Su Ming said calmly after a moment of silence. He respected Yi Wang, respected this opponent. After speaking, Su Ming turned around, his gaze landing on the distant figure of Grandpa Mo Sang, seeing the smile on his face, noticing the meaning in his eyes that urged him not to reveal his identity. With a slight smile, filled with the tension of being observed upon his return, Su Ming walked towards Bai Ling tomorrow night. Can I walk in circles with you? Su Ming approached, ignoring the stunned old woman and the excited Seacombe, focusing only on Bai Ling's eyes as he softly spoke, blinking. Bai Ling was taken aback, unsure of what to say, but when she heard the words walk in circles, saw Su Ming's wink and the familiarity in his gaze, she trembled, her face flushed with a rosy hue, and nodded. Chapter 70, Grandpa's Preparation. Su Ming left. The first round of the grand test came to an end. Next was a night of rest before the second round of the grand test held the next morning. Although this second round was not a real battle, it was greatly related to one's cultivation level. In the past, many people only participated in the first round, choosing not to join the remaining 2 rounds. However, such individuals were mostly outside the top 50. And it had never happened that someone who ranked in the top 10 of the first round chose not to participate in the next 2 rounds. Therefore, the conversation between Su Ming and Yi Wang earlier stirred up a wave of murmurs among the crowd in the square, but no one discussed it openly. They merely watched Su Ming leave silently. Especially those preparing to participate in tomorrow morning's competition, they needed to seize the time to cultivate, keeping themselves at their peak while alleviating some injuries caused by the pressure in the first round. Moreover, people like Qinsheng also suffered significant injuries due to their forced progress in the first round and needed the help of strong individuals from their tribe to recover in time for tomorrow morning. Even the barbarian prince from the Fengxian tribe, Jingnan, would have little leisure time, as Yiwang's forceful absorption of barbarian blood would leave substantial hidden dangers that he needed to address. When they arrived, it was Hai who brought Su Ming, and it was the same when they left. In Hai's complex and hesitant demeanor, it seemed he wanted to say something, but in the end, he fell silent, waved his large sleeve, and took Su Ming away, rushing towards the Fengxian mudstone city. As the crowd dispersed, the square became increasingly deserted. Grandpa Mo Sang stood there, a smile on his face, seemingly waiting for Jing Nan to say something. Jing Nan's expression was no longer gloomy. After frowning for a long time, he finally looked at Mo Sang. Your first request, which you exchanged with me using the technique of the first barbarian, was to allow your Wushan tribe to join my Fengxian tribe at a time you deem appropriate, receiving the protection of Fengxian. Your purpose is nothing more than to give Bai Tu from the Heishan tribe an opportunity, a chance for a strong individual from your Wushan tribe to step out after the protective power of the tribe has greatly diminished. If Bai Tu were to come to Fengxian, you could take the opportunity to observe his cultivation changes. If he doesn't come, it would indicate that his cultivation must be unpredictable. Your plan is indeed ruthless. Jing Nan looked at Mo Sang, speaking word by word. I never intended to hide it from you. Mo Sang replied with a smile. If Bai Tu arrives, you can adjust your plans accordingly. If he doesn't come, you leave a void in the tribe, luring him into action. I even suspect you have left a backup in the tribe. If Bai Tu truly attempts to invade the Wushan tribe, due to our agreement, Wushan will become a subordinate of Fengxian, causing Bai Tu to have reservations. Moreover, since you understand Bai Tu's character, if his cultivation has just broken through, he will certainly be arrogant, and I must take action. Otherwise, what prestige would Fengxian have in this vicinity? We wouldn't even be able to protect a tribe that wants to become a subordinate, which would give people the impression of fearing Bai Tuesday. Jing Nan slowly spoke. These matters, in fact, he had already thought about during Mo Sang's previous conversation with him in the secret chamber, but he did not bring it up then. Instead, he was preparing to leave it for future consideration, wanting Mo Sang to pay a greater price. Now he had found that price. Indeed, that was how I thought. But unfortunately, Bai Tu did not take action. Mo Sang slightly frowned, looking at Jing Nan. Jing Nan's eyes revealed complexity as he met Mo Sang's gaze. After a long time, he sighed softly. If it weren't for the significant difference in appearance between you and that child, I would really think he was your bloodline. Jing Nan looked up at the direction where Su Ming had disappeared. In my heart, he is my bloodline, Mo Sang said softly, recalling the past. Mo Sang. In terms of mindset, I, Jing Nan, am not as good as you in this regard. It has nothing to do with cultivation. When I was young, I already knew you had anticipated that I would see the hidden meaning in your request. You also guessed that with my character. I wouldn't immediately refute, but would wait for the opportunity to ask for more benefits. You had calculated all of this, so you directly pushed this benefit in front of me, making it impossible for me not to be moved. Everything you did was not just for the tribe, but more so for this child. You already knew about Su Ming's excellence. Jing Nan spoke slowly. Mo Sang looked at Jing Nan, smiling without speaking. You made him hide his identity, appearing here in another form to showcase his potential, allowing me to see it. This way, even if the Wushan tribe becomes a subordinate, it wouldn't implicate him. You provided him with another path, a path you didn't choose back then. Jing Nan's expression grew more complex as he looked at Mo Sang. You know, Fengxian doesn't mind the emergence of geniuses among nearby tribes. In fact, Fengxian hopes to see young prodigies arise among other tribes. Once such individuals appear, Fengxian will be the first to bring them in, making them part of Fengxian, which would also greatly benefit their original tribes. Many people cannot see through this because Fengxian is jealous of talent, and even if explained, no one would believe it. Only you understand the truth. You know this truth, and still let him hide his identity for his own good. After all, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it. Adding a layer of concealment is a protection for him, and at the same time, you don't want him to bear the fate of a subordinate tribe, but rather to stand independently when he grows up in several years. Even if his identity is revealed, it won't matter. By then, he will possess remarkable strength, which can, in turn, protect the vassal Wushan tribe. Jing then looked at the few remaining people in the square, speaking slowly. You succeeded. This child truly moves me. Keep him in Fengxian, and I will give him the same help as Yiwang. As I mentioned before, whoever among him and Yiwang opens up first will be one of my Fengxian barbarians. Even if he is later than Yiwang, with his potential, I will make him a prodigy. Alongside Yiwang, he will expand Fengxian. As for the Wushan tribe, after the competition ends, come to my Fengxian. By Tu wouldn't he dare to obstruct. If he forcefully takes action, I will let him know that even in the early stage of opening up, the gap is still significant. Jingnan said, raising his right hand and waving it towards Mo Sang. Suddenly, a small bottle flew straight towards Mo Sang. Inside are 3 drops of barbarian blood. The extra drop is a gift for Su Ming. Jingnan deeply looked at Mo Sang, turned, and took a step towards the sky. Tonight, he still needed to help Yiwang. Mo Sang watched Jingnan leave, looking at the small bottle containing 3 drops of barbarian blood, revealing a contemplative expression in his eyes. Jingnan's words were indeed correct in many aspects, but there was one point he was mistaken about. Mo Sang did not anticipate that Su Ming would achieve such a rank. His original plan was to use Su Ming's mysterious identity to arouse Jingnan's hesitation and suspicion. Then he would pay a significant price to have Jingnan agree to keep Su Ming in Fengxian in the future. After all, he understood that the Fengxian tribe was filled with a strong determination to either break free from this place or become stronger. They would not give up any opportunity, even if it was just a guess. However, Mo Sang did not expect that Su Ming would achieve such a rank. This change immediately shifted his conversation with Jingnan from passive to active. A single word made a vast difference. Perhaps this calamity for our Wushan tribe is not insurmountable. Mo Sang's gaze flickered as he walked towards the waiting members of the Wushan tribe in the distance. Outside the Fengxian mountain, at this moment, Shihai was racing with Su Ming towards the Mudstone City. In midair, neither of them spoke a word. Su Ming remained silent, while Shihai felt a complex mix of emotions. He occasionally glanced at Su Ming, this seemingly ordinary person whom he had personally brought to the square. Initially, he hadn't paid any attention, but after several days of witnessing an incredible rise, Shihai's mindset was forcibly altered. This was a blazing sun comparable to Yiwang. Shihai silently thought. Before long, the outline of the Fengxian tribe gradually appeared on the distant ground, and the enormous Mudstone City came into view. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Facing the howling wind, his voice seemed to be blown away. Yet it still reached Shihai's ears clearly. Senior, I have a question I don't understand. You should not have opened your dust. So how can you fly in the sky? If this were before, Shihai would have ignored it completely, as if he hadn't heard anything. But now, after a slight hesitation, he slowly began to explain. Flying with open dust is different from how I do it. The reason I can fly is due to my own barbaric artifacts, and partly related to my yet-to-solidify barbaric patterns. My barbaric pattern is cloud, Shihai said, and a vague cloud image began to form at his brow. To be precise, the open dust realm walks the world with one's own power. While I can only float, they may seem similar, but the essence is vastly different. Shihai elaborated. Due to the seal of Fengxian Mountain being opened, it would take some time to close again. The 9 of them were the guardians of this place, and could only leave once the seal was fully closed. In previous years, it had always been this way. Chapter 71, the Western Alliance region. He stood there. But what was unbelievable was that Shihai and the other 9 seemed completely unaware of the mysterious person's appearance and existence. Even when they opened their eyes, it was as if they were looking at an empty space. One of the 4 legendary beasts of the fire barbarian, the T-Pong, had long been killed by the barbarian god. He never expected to find a trace of it here. If it weren't for the barbarian announcement from the Black Mountain tribe, I would have missed it. He informed me of this matter, although it was for his own desires, but since this beast allowed me to see it, I would satisfy his request. 2 people in the early stage of open dust, I do not regard them highly. However, the Fengxian tribe, existing in this remote corner of the Western Alliance region, I had heard some rumors about. It seemed to have evolved from a weak branch of the Miao barbarian tribe. The mysterious person murmured as he walked forward, step by step, towards the Fengxian Mountain, which was in a state of closed ceiling. He took a deep breath. calming his excited emotions with difficulty, and closed his eyes to feel the vast power of blood and energy within him. The intense power from the 160 bloodlines filled Su Ming with confidence. At the crucial moment, the bloodlines had increased by 4. From 156 to 160. I am now at the 6th layer of the blood concentration realm, and I am not far from the 243 required for the 7th layer. Su Ming murmured, his eyes revealing a strange light. Most importantly, I have mastered the subtlety. When the heart moves, the blood and energy move. If the heart is still, the blood and energy are concealed. This allows me to waste not a single bit of blood and energy, enhancing my combat power while also elevating my speed to another level. Su Ming took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Now, with the addition of that scale blood spear, I should be able to barely help my grandfather protect the tribe and my people. I will fight for the tribe. Su Ming clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still insufficient. With only 160 bloodlines, if I could increase them again, that would be great. Su Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before his gaze flickered. I need to purchase a large amount of herbs to refine more mountain spirit powder. Unfortunately, sigh. Su Ming's eyes dimmed. He was currently empty-pocketed and did not have much money to buy anything. The tribe could face a crisis at any moment, and there were many places that required stone coins. I cannot burden my grandfather. I need to think of a way to get a large sum of money. Su Ming scratched his head, deep in thought, when suddenly he heard excited voices from outside the house, coming from Ula. Su Ming stood up, opened the door, and immediately saw Bei Ling, Ula, and Lei Chen walking in from outside the main door. Behind them were his grandfather, the lookout chief, and Shan Hen. Although Mo Su had an ordinary appearance, he was very captivating. I think a strong person should be like this. He went from being the last to the peak. Especially after returning, he was very composed and exuded the aura of a strong person. I still remember his conversation with Yu Wang, especially the line, "I will not participate in the second round," which shocked so many people. Ula excitedly gestured with her hands, clearly indicating that Mo Su held a very high status in her heart, making her admire him immensely. Su Ming stood outside the house, watching the approaching crowd and Ula's excitement, and couldn't he help but touch his nose. He remembered how nervous he had been at that time. The feeling of being in the spotlight made him very uncomfortable, and he didn't seem as composed as Ula had described. This Mo Su, previously unknown, was now already famous. His name spread throughout the Fengzhen tribe. It wouldn't be long before all the surrounding tribes would know of this person. Bei Ling's expression was also rarely devoid of indifference, his eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Unfortunately, he is not a member of our Wushan tribe. Sigh. If only our Wushan tribe had such a blazing sun. Bei Ling sighed lightly, feeling no jealousy at all. People often compare themselves to those of similar status, and once someone exceeds them by a wide margin, it's hard to feel jealousy, unless they grew up together. Without the mystery as a cover, there would also be jealousy. Yes, if only he were from our Wushan tribe. Mo Su, what a wonderful name. Ula's eyes sparkled with a hint of strangeness. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she suddenly saw Su Ming standing there, frowning slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. She recalled Lei Chen's words and began to doubt whether the Mo Su she admired was the same person as Su Ming, which felt like an insult to Mo Su. Lei Chen had been silent all this time, but upon seeing Su Ming now, his eyes narrowed, examining him closely. His expression dimmed, clearly not believing there was any connection between Su Ming and Mo Su. As for Bei Ling, he had long seen Su Ming standing there and directly ignored his presence. His indifference almost palpable. Mo Su is extremely mysterious. Even now, no one knows which tribe he belongs to. Perhaps in a few days, we will find out. By then, we must represent the peers of the Wushan tribe to make acquaintances. Bei Ling no longer looked at Su Ming, and when mentioning Mo Su, a hint of reverence appeared in his eyes. Yes, we must get to know Mo Su. I guess his cultivation must be extremely high. But why didn't he participate in the second and third rounds of the competition? Ula's excited demeanor was noted by Su Ming, who couldn't help but touch his nose again. Perhaps his cultivation isn't that high, so he didn't participate. Su Ming couldn't help but mumble subconsciously. Su Ming, what did you say? Ula immediately glared at him, her eyes filled with anger. You don't have the right to comment on Mo Su. His cultivation must be extremely high. The reason he didn't participate is that he has other matters to attend to, or perhaps he looks down on the competition. Su Ming smiled wryly and quickly shut his mouth, looking at Ula's anger. He truly didn't know whether he should feel happy or helpless. Su Ming, it's fine to say this here, but since you can say it, it seems you've learned about Mo Su from other places these past few days. I tell you, once you leave here, you must not speak such words outside. It will bring trouble to the tribe. How can Mo Su be something we can comment on so casually? Bei Ling's expression was serious as he stared at Su Ming and slowly spoke. as the first among the peers of the Wu Mountain tribe. It was not out of line for him to say such things. Su Ming, I think you shouldn't say that either. You haven't seen Mo Su with your own eyes. He is truly too strong. Even Yuang has to take him seriously. This person is not someone we can discuss. He is really powerful, Lei Chen said softly. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, looking at Su Ming with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately did not continue. Su Ming smiled bitterly again. Grandpa Mo Sang nodded at Su Ming, his eyes filled with deep appreciation. He said nothing and walked toward his residence, with Liao Shou and Shan Hen closely following behind, clearly to discuss some matters. Not long after, Grandpa didn't come. Instead, Lei Chun, with hesitation, arrived at Su Ming's house and sat opposite him, staring blankly at Su Ming. What's wrong? Su Ming laughed at Lei Chun's naive appearance. It's nothing, Su Ming. Are you? Lei Chun hesitated and then suddenly bit his teeth and whispered, Do you like Bai Ling? Su Ming was taken aback. Sigh, Su Ming. Whether you like her or not, I advise you to give up. I'm just puzzled. Is Bai Ling really that beautiful? Not as good as Bai Fong, Lei Chun muttered, his expression showing confusion. Su Ming, you didn't go to the square at the foot of Fengjin Mountain, did you? You didn't see how in front of everyone, Mo Su walked up to Bai Ling and said some roundabout nonsense. What a load of crap. I just can't stand him. Lei Chen quickly glanced at Su Ming's expression and hurriedly spoke. The most hateful thing is that Bai Ling actually blushed and agreed. Sigh, you didn't see that scene. It was obvious she had set her sights on Mo Su. This Bai Ling is really disappointing, Lei Chen said again. Su Ming's expression was strange. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke softly. Lei Chen, I'll tell you a secret. I am actually Mo Su. Lei Chen was stunned and then raised his hand to touch Su Ming's forehead, but after Su Ming dodged, Lei Chen quickly urged a few more times. Just as he was about to say something else, he heard Grandpa cough outside the house. Lei Chen quickly got up, and the door opened to reveal Grandpa, who walked in with a smile. Without needing Grandpa to instruct him, Lei Chen quickly stepped back respectfully, glanced at Su Ming, and exited the room. However, his expression still showed some worry. Su Ming's earlier words had startled him, making him think Su Ming had been stimulated. Chapter 72, The Mountains of the Realm. After Lei Chen left, only Grandpa and Su Ming remained in the room. Upon seeing Grandpa arrive, Su Ming quickly stood up, feeling quite nervous. He didn't know if his actions during the first trial were correct. In his anxiety, Grandpa smiled, sat across from Su Ming, and looked at the frail young boy in front of him, observing the lingering childishness on his handsome face, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. You've grown up. Come, sit beside Grandpa. After a long while, Grandpa spoke softly. Grandpa. Su Ming sat down, noticing that Grandpa's wrinkles seemed to have increased, the marks left by time revealing a sense of vicissitude. You did very well in the first trial. Grandpa smiled and patted Su Ming's head, taking out a small bottle from his chest and handing it to Su Ming. Inside this bottle are 3 drops of the blood of the barbarian from the opening dust realm. You keep it safe. It will be of great help to you at the right time. This is all Grandpa can do for you, Grandpa said, looking at Su Ming, his eyes revealing a meaning that someone of Su Ming's age could not comprehend. The method to absorb the blood of the opening dust realm is very simple. Using the technique of the Wu blood dust, transform the barbarian blood into blood mist. Envelop your whole body to slowly absorb it, nourishing your own bloodline. However, you can only absorb 1 drop at a time. Do not be greedy, and proceed gradually, otherwise it will harm you, Grandpa warned Su Ming seriously. Su Ming looked at Grandpa, feeling an uneasy sensation in his heart, as if the meaning in Grandpa's expression and words was becoming increasingly intense and incomprehensible. Grandpa, you. Su Ming instinctively took the small bottle containing the barbarian blood and was about to say something when he saw Grandpa smiling and shaking his head, looking at Su Ming with a kind expression. Don't worry, the crisis in the tribe is not insurmountable. Grandpa has already discussed matters with the barbarian lord of the Fengjin tribe. It shouldn't lead to any accidents. What you need to do is to practice diligently. If one day you reach the opening dust realm and can leave here and go to the outside world, you must remember to visit the Realm Barbarian Mountain. Grandpa said slowly. Where's the Realm Barbarian Mountain? Su Ming was taken aback, vaguely feeling that this matter should be related to his background. But Grandpa's sudden statement made his uneasy feeling even stronger, transforming into anxiety and tension, replacing the shock and confusion that should have emerged. In your heart. Grandpa glanced at Su Ming and said slowly. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. All right, just remember this matter. No need to discuss it further. Grandpa has made arrangements with the barbarian lord of Fengjin tribe for you to stay in the Fengjin tribe under the identity of Mo Su. The barbarian lord of Fengjin will cultivate you together with Yuang, which will greatly benefit you and provide you with support beyond what Grandpa can offer, increasing your chances of entering the opening dust realm Grandpa said solemnly, looking at Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming's hesitant expression as if he wanted to speak, Grandpa became serious. But Grandpa, I don't want to stay in the Fengjin tribe. I am from the Wu Mountain tribe. Su Ming's words were too sudden, leaving him completely unprepared. And he never expected it to be like this. If he had known that the outcome of the first trial would lead to such changes, he definitely wouldn't have fought for such a high ranking. Now, in his anxiety, before he could finish speaking, he saw Grandpa's eyes reveal a sharp intent. Su Ming, this matter has already been decided by Grandpa. You must stay here in the future. Grandpa spoke sternly. Su Ming fell silent, but the stubbornness in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Ming bit his lip, unsure of what to say. Moreover, Grandpa has already decided that the Wu Mountain tribe will join the Fengjin tribe, moving away from Wu Mountain and building a new tribe outside the Mudstone City. In fact, you will be very close. Grandpa continued. But Grandpa, I don't want to become a member of the Fengjin tribe. I am from the Wu Mountain tribe. Su Ming hesitated and spoke softly. Grandpa silently looked at Su Ming for a long time before speaking again. Su Ming, Grandpa wants you to stay in the Fengjin tribe not only for your own good, but also for another reason. Your status will rise, and your cultivation will improve. Like Yuang, you can also support the Wu Mountain tribe from the side. Don't you want to take care of the Wu Mountain tribe? Su Ming was taken aback. Let us do this. There is no rush on this matter. Don't think too much. After everything is over and the Wu Mountain tribe has migrated here, we will make a decision then. At that time, Grandpa will personally send you over. And you might not even stay in Mudstone City, but still remain in the Wu Mountain tribe. Would that be all right? Grandpa smiled slightly and patted Su Ming's head. Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he nodded obediently. If it's like this, he can accept it. In Su Ming's heart, there is only one tribe of his own, and that is the Wu Mountain tribe. Su Ming looked at Grandpa's back, which seemed to carry the weight of time and gradually receded, making Su Ming's heart tighten for some reason. My strength is still not enough? I must become stronger. After a long time, Su Ming gritted his teeth, his expression showing determination. Although he could not see through the meaning in Grandpa's eyes that he did not understand, he could feel that things seemed not as Grandpa said. The crisis of the tribe could not be easily resolved. To become stronger, igniting the blood fire in a short time is difficult, and only refining medicinal stones requires a lot of stone coins. Su Ming frowned. What he lacked the most now was money and resources. What should I do? Before the Xianxian sand was sold, I had already sold it once. And I don't know if it attracted anyone's attention, but if I stop selling it, I won't have any money. However, if someone has already noticed this matter, then I absolutely cannot sell the pills again. Su Ming thought of all possible methods, but in the end, he still had no clue. Forget it. I can only ask Grandpa for some stone coins. Su Ming sighed. He didn't want to burden Grandpa, as the amount of stone coins needed this time was quite large according to his plan. As he stood up and was about to find Grandpa, he suddenly paused, and a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Standing by the door, Su Ming's eyes sparkled as the idea that had previously floated in his mind became clearer. After a while, he simply sat back down, considering it carefully for a long time, and took out a small bottle from his pocket. The small bottle was surrounded by strands of light, and inside it contained the green blood he had previously snatched from Wu Sun, wrapped in moonlight silk, completely concealing its aura. At this moment, holding the small bottle, Su Ming's eyes gradually brightened. The thought in his mind had been pondered many times, and he gradually formed an idea. This item must be extremely important to Wu Sun. Moreover, according to what Bei Ling said, Wu Sun was a figure of equal fame to Chen Chong in the Fengjin tribe, only beneath Yuang. Such a person usually ranked among the top 3 in major trials, but this time, he only placed 12th. Even if Bai Su's appearance prevented him from entering the top 3, he would never fall out of the top 10. Now that such a change had occurred, there was only one explanation. This person had become weak. Only if he himself was weakened would there be a problem. Otherwise, he would definitely not perform like this in such a major trial, nor would he have the need to hide it. Su Ming murmured as he analyzed in his mind. It seems there is a 50% chance that he lost this item. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he looked at the small bottle in his hand, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. As Wu Sun was a prominent figure in the Fengjin tribe, it stands to reason that his family background should be quite substantial. Su Ming's smile became even more radiant. However, what exactly is this item that is so important to him? After pondering for a moment, Su Ming did not act impulsively, but instead sat cross-legged, quietly adjusting his breathing. Time passed until the sky outside had completely darkened and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, Su Ming opened his eyes wide. Now, it was time to study it. Without any further hesitation, Su Ming picked up the small bottle, waved his left hand over it, and immediately the moonlight silk threads scattered. He brought the small bottle closer, removed the cork, and carefully looked inside. First, he needed to see if this item had any use for him. If not, He could proceed to the next step. Su Ming wasted no time and poured out the blood from the bottle. The blood floated in front of him without any trace of a bloody smell, as if it were not blood at all. Staring at this object, Su Ming grabbed it and slowly placed it on his forehead. Chapter 73. Is it him? Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he circulated his vital energy to immediately dispel the aura of death, while also blocking the green blood that was about to enter his body. Holding the mass of blood in his right hand, as soon as it left his forehead, Su Ming's eyes revealed a strange light. This item must be condensed after practicing a special barbarian technique. It is important to those who practice that technique, but it would cause harm to outsiders. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming made a judgment. Originally, he analyzed Wu Sen's weakness as being caused by losing this blood, and he raised his confidence from 50% to 80%. Although it wasn't 100% certain, 80% was enough. In fact, his judgment was quite accurate. If he forcibly absorbed this corpse energy source blood, it would pose significant risks, and even if there were some benefits, it would ultimately be not worth the cost. He returned the blood to the small bottle, raised his right hand, waved at the bottle, and immediately a strand of moonlight descended, wrapping around it. Su Ming then tucked the bottle back into his pocket, stood up, and walked out of the room. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky. Its shape not crescent, but slightly rounder, indicating that there would be a true full moon night in the next few days. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming once again pondered the thought that had previously crossed his mind. His gaze flashed as he walked toward the outside of the house in the dead of night, where everything was quiet, without a sound. Just as he stepped out of the dwelling in the Fengjin mudstone city of the Wushan tribe, Su Ming suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, and at that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "Where are you going so late?" Su Ming paused, and upon turning around, he saw a sturdy man approaching from the dark corner of the door. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes, narrowed, seemed to contain a glimmer of cold light. It was Shan Hen from the Wushan tribe. "I've met the leader." Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching Shan Hen. "I asked you a question." Shan Hen slowly walked out, standing about 10 feet away from Su Ming, coldly gazing at him. "I heard from Brother Bei Ling that the nights in Fengjin City are very lively, so I wanted to take a look." Su Ming's heart was on alert, but his expression showed unease as he hurriedly spoke. Shan Hen looked at Su Ming for a long time before slowly nodding. "Since you say so," Su Ming said, bowing to Shan Hen, then slowly stepped back and turned to walk away. He could feel that Shan Hen was always watching him from behind. After just a few steps, Su Ming suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. He clearly sensed a powerful pressure crashing down, creating a sense of crisis that locked onto him tightly. The vital energy in his body felt as if it was uncontrollably trying to resist. Su Ming knew this was a natural instinctive reaction of a barbarian warrior's body. Since there was vital energy within him, when faced with sudden stimulation, it was very difficult to conceal, and it would naturally produce resistance. If it were an ordinary tribesman, this feeling would not be so strong. Only a barbarian warrior would have such a clear sensation. This was also a method to test whether others were hiding their cultivation. However, it mostly worked when high-level practitioners of the blood condensation realm tested those below them. Shan Hen's cultivation was much higher than Su Ming's, so his sudden action would have been impossible for the Su Ming before the trial to resist. However, it wouldn't attract attention. He had Grandpa's concealment technique. Even if the vital energy in his body was triggered, outsiders would be unable to perceive it. But now, Su Ming could already control his vital energy with great precision. Without any hesitation, at the moment when the vital energy seemed about to be triggered, he effortlessly spread it out, something that was hard for others to achieve. But for Su Ming, who had comprehended this subtle control, it was not difficult. However, while the vital energy could be concealed and remain still, the body's instinctive reactions to sudden crises often became the focus of others' observations. What Shan Hen was observing was exactly this point, but he underestimated Su Ming. Or perhaps Su Ming had not attracted much of his attention over the years. He did not understand Su Ming. Almost at the instant the sense of crisis arrived, Su Ming's body showed no sign of stopping, as if oblivious to it, walking forward unhurriedly, gradually disappearing into the night, until Su Ming had gone far away. Shan Hen slowly frowned. However, he did not continue to stand there, but turned and returned to the tribe's dwelling. His actions were not out of line, and it was as if he was doing it in front of Grandpa, which wouldn't give people any other implications. Instead, it seemed straightforward, making others feel that he was suspicious, hence the testing. Su Ming maintained a calm pace, and after walking quite a distance, he could no longer help but quicken his steps, his heart racing. In that instant, he had found the mysterious observer he sensed during his meditation in the past few days from Shan Hen's gaze. It was him. Su Ming frowned, recalling what Grandpa had said about the traitor appearing in the tribe. Although Grandpa did not elaborate, Su Ming could sense his worry. Su Ming hesitated. The position of the leader was very high, holding great power in the tribe, and commanding all the warriors of the hunting team, responsible for the tribe's hunting of beasts. Over the years, in Su Ming's memory, Shan Han had contributed a lot to the tribe. Although he appeared cold, Su Ming had seen him walk through the tribe, often sharing a portion of the prey he had hunted with the elderly clan members. If it weren't for Grandpa's strength at that time, it might have led to a war with the Haishan tribe. Those past scenes flashed through Su Ming's mind, and he truly couldn't find a reason to consider Shan Han a traitor. In his eyes, how could such a leader betray the tribe? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Su Ming silently sighed with relief and quietly walked forward. Gradually, his appearance changed, his body grew stronger, and his clothing transformed accordingly. Soon, as he walked out of the darkness, Su Ming became the renowned and mysterious Mo Su in Fengzhen City. With a swift motion, he burst forth with astonishing speed. Racing deep into Fengzhen City, Wu Sen's residence was easy to find. After transforming into Mo Su, Su Ming gathered some information and learned that, despite his fame in Fengzhen City, only a few hundred people had seen him, so he did not attract much attention. The Fengzhen tribesman who informed Su Ming of Wu Sen's residence was completely unaware that the person before him was the astonishing Su Ming. However, there were many visitors, but few were truly summoned. Wu Sen's home was located in a quiet corner of the eastern part of this mudstone city. It was especially dark at night, with only a few scattered lights, and one could only see the outlines of some houses by the moonlight. Among the many mudstone houses, there was one large residence with an independent courtyard, clearly distinguishing it from the surroundings. This was Wu Sen's home. As a prominent figure of the Fengzhen tribe, Wu Sen's status was high, and his residence was different as well. The courtyard contained several rooms, and in the dead of night, it emanated a chilling aura in the silence. The courtyard was large but quite empty, and under the moonlight, it felt desolate and lifeless. All 4 rooms were pitch black, as if no one was inside. In the past, there would almost always be followers of Wu Sen guarding this place at any time, showcasing Wu Sen's uniqueness and importance. But now, there was not a single figure around. It was unclear whether it was because Wu Sen's status had fallen and those people had left, or if he wanted to hide his weakness, thus driving everyone away. Su Ming stood more than 10 zhang away from the courtyard. In the silence, his shadow was elongated by the moonlight, gradually merging with the surrounding darkness. Looking at the courtyard ahead, Su Ming was silent for a moment before slowly walking forward. As he approached the courtyard door, he showed no hesitation and pushed it open. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, a creaking sound suddenly broke the silence, echoing around. Yet, the rooms in the courtyard remained quiet, as if they had not noticed, as if there truly was no one inside. However, Su Ming had already seen from outside that there was a presence of vitality in the second room. From the strength of that vitality, he judged it to be at the 5th level of the blood condensation realm. Although it felt weaker than when he had scanned Wu Sen earlier in the day, he reasoned that the other party's weakness must be ongoing, and thus he felt relieved.